Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Great Voyage, forcibly breaking into Rocks Group 1 RG. Chapter 1 Start Sign in Gravity Fruit Sea Circle, calendar 1478. The second half of the Grand Line, New World. On the boundless sea, several black spots are moving slowly. This is a small merchant ship that travels between New World and the first half of the Grand Line, and the crew on it changes a batch almost every trip. Either they died on the way or they earned enough money to leave. Of course, very few people made money, and more died at the hands of pirates. In the room of a small merchant ship, Lin Nuo was lying on a simple bed, just waking up from sleep. A week ago, Lin Nuo traveled to the world of pirates. And coming to One Piece world with him, there are countless cheats that are necessary for sea fans. However, after a week, the system was only loaded to 90%, which made the guy from the 21st century frightened. I can only do some chores on a small merchant ship to make ends meet. After all, on a merchant ship, it was much safer than in some places. He didn't want to rule the world and end it before it even started. He is well aware of the dangers of the pirate world, especially for a war scum without any strength. What's more, this is the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, the most dangerous sea area on the sea, where there are extremely ferocious and terrifying pirates raging everywhere, and each of them has probably average strength. While Lin Kai was looking at the ceiling, not knowing what to do next, a system prompt familiar to sea fans sounded. Ding! The supreme sign-in system is loaded successfully. Ding! Please host to sign in on time. If you miss it, the host will have to wait until next week. At this time, Lin Nuo, who seemed to be worried about the days ahead, heard this familiar voice that sounded like hope. Immediately, the whole person became energetic and sat up excitedly. With excitement written all over his face, even tears began to appear in his eyes, he said. You're finally here. The system is great. Do you know how I got here this week? Do you know? Advertisement. Lin Nuo didn't hesitate. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to take off, and immediately said towards the void system. Sign in. Ding. Host completes the first sign-in in Pirate World. Reward a newbie gift pack. Lin Nuo was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Newbie gift pack? Isn't this kind of situation that the start is just a one-handed hustle and bustle, every second, every second, every second? What is this for? How can there be such a shabby system? Thinking about it, after all, I am here for the first time, since it is the system that gives me the pain, I have to accept it. System. Open the novice gift package. Ding. I'm opening a novice gift package for host, gaining a physical skill qualification upgrade, crit version, and a devil fruit. The reward has been stored in the inventory for the host. Please note and check the host. After Lin Nuo heard what the system said, he immediately became excited. This is what he needs now and can improve as soon as possible. The system checks the specific instructions. Lin Nuo opened the system panel and entered the inventory, looked at an experience card and that devil fruit, said. Strengthen Constitution experience card, critical strike version, comprehensively strengthen physical fitness. Since the host card is a critical strike version, the number of enhancements is 10 times. Paramecia gravity fruit, tailor-made by the system, is the same as the Hokage World Tiandao pain, combined by gravity and repulsion. Seeing the detailed instructions, Lin Nuo stood up abruptly. It turned out to be the leader of Hokage World Akatsuki, the gravitational and repulsive pervert power of Tiandao pain. When Pain 6 Paths invaded Konoha village, a super god tier Luo Diensong, with an invincible posture, instantly turned Konoha village into ruins. Even Naruto's ability to activate the sixth tail of Nine Tails was ruthlessly suppressed by Pain. With the invincible posture of the planetary devastation of 6 Paths technique, if Naruto hadn't got the halo of Pig's feet, he would have received a box lunch from Hokage fans. And still use the Constitution crit version to strengthen the experience card, improve physical fitness in all aspects, and this is also the first step to become stronger. In the world of pirates, whether it is Devil Fruit ability or Conqueror's Haki, any ability is activated by one's own physical strength. It can be said that physical strength is the source of all power. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Nuo had a thought, and immediately used the critical version of the experience card. In the next second, Lin Nuo's body changed instantly. The thin body that used to be mediocre, now has streamlined muscles, and his height has skyrocketed a lot compared to before. While Lin Nuo was amazed in his heart, he noticed the changes brought about by this experience card. He clenched his hands into fists, and as his muscles contracted, he could clearly feel that his strength had soared by more than 10 times. Advertisement. But Lin Nuo didn't stop. A light purple mango fruit appeared in his hand, endured that the devil fruit was unpalatable like shit, and bit it down. Why? What happened? Why is this devil fruit different from the one in Legendary? It's not as unpalatable as imagined, but extremely sweet. Lin Nuo's eyes lit up, and then he took a breath, licked his lips, and still had some aftertaste. Those who have eaten devil fruit will definitely be dumbfounded if they see it. They have never seen such a strong taste. God Luo Tien sign. After Lin Nuo ate the devil fruit, a burst of information suddenly appeared in his memory. With a thought, he stretched his right hand forward. Boom! An invisible and terrifying repulsive force was launched in an instant, enveloped Lin Nuo and exploded in all directions. And the simple bed behind Lin Nuo turned into a pile of residue at the moment when the fruit was launched, and the originally clean room became unsightly. Feeling the effect of Constitution strengthening and fruit ability, Lin Nuo couldn't help laughing happily. Although this invincible fruit ability has a cooling time of 5 seconds, within 5 seconds, labor and capital are invincible. No one can get close to him, like a physically invincible existence. And with the development, it will become more and more powerful, which reminds Lin Nuo of the invincible version of the leader of Akatsuki, Tiandao Pain. Right now, he has the ability to protect himself in the sea, and it is only a matter of time before he stands at the pinnacle of the pirate world by virtue of the supreme sign and system. Thinking of those top powerhouses in the sea in the original work of One Piece, Lin Nuo's heart suddenly boiled with enthusiasm, and he couldn't help but look forward to colliding with them. Sudden. Boom. Boom. This is the sound of roaring explosions from shells, which rang in Lin Nuo's ears. Immediately afterwards, the entire hull began to shake violently. Not good, it's the pirates coming, that flag is. No way. It's the Rocks Pirates, it's over, this is dead. What are you doing there? Run. Chapter 2 now. The people on board quickly became a mess, and all kinds of voices resounded continuously. The cries of the head of the caravan didn't seem to have the slightest effect. Seeing the huge pirate ship that was already close at hand, I couldn't help but tremble, and my heart was already desperate. A large ship with the logo of the Rocks Pirates stood horizontally in front of the caravan, and the pirates on it raised their weapons and bared their teeth and claws. With a ferocious face, he did not hide the greed and ferocity in his eyes. He ha. It seems that this time is another bumper harvest. Looking at the fearful eyes of those little ladies, it's really pitiful. Clay, sooner or later your kid will die on a woman's belly. Compared to women, labor and management prefer golden treasures and Baileys. The fat pirate named Wild seemed to be the leader of the pirate ship, his wretched eyes fixed on some women in the merchant ship, his eyes glowed red. Hey, let me, Clay, take you in. Suddenly, after pulling out the big knife from the splint, Clay jumped down, and quickly slashed from top to bottom with the help of inertia. The crew members on the entire merchant ship were frightened and closed their eyes for a moment, as if waiting for the arrival of death. Boom, boom. The whole space seems to be forbidden. A terrifying shock suddenly sent Clay's fat figure flying, blood dripping in the air, and all the bones in his body seemed to be shattered by the horrible shock just now. This can't be. That guy should be dead, right? It's Lin Nuo. So amazing, Lin Nuo, he saved us. The crew on board felt the absolute impact and the shattered splint under Lin Nuo's feet, and they were shocked for a while. God Luo Tien sign, and Lin Nuo didn't know when to appear, and picked up a short sword from the fragmented splint in his left hand. Your strength is not very good. Lin Nuo looked at Wilt in front of him, felt the absolute repulsion in his right hand, raised his brow slightly, and said in surprise. What a brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Advertisement, damn boy, you actually disturbed my mood, you can't judge my strength. Even if labor and capital are nothing more than intern crew members on the Rocks Pirates ship, it's not up to a brat like you to dictate. Seeing Lin Nuo who appeared out of nowhere, Wilt was furious, with a hideous look on his face, and said with a manic smile. Little ones, kill me and chop this brat into pieces. Ha. The pirates behind Wilt were so excited when they heard the news, they immediately jumped off the plywood of the pirate ship, ready to kill all the crew members on the merchant ship, with the thrill of their hearts. In New World, the Rocks Pirates symbolize the strongest and the richest, which makes countless pirates want to join the Rocks Pirates in their dreams. As an intern crew member of the Rocks Pirates, Wilt still has some strength, but he is just overconfident. He doesn't know what kind of existence he is facing. Lin Nuo originally wanted to frighten these guys and make them quit. But looking at the situation now, it's impossible. If this is the case, blame me for being cruel. A bunch of ants, then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Nuo's face gradually became cold, with killing intent in his eyes, and he said lightly. Ding. Trigger the sign in task. On the road to the world-class peak, collisions with the strong are indispensable. For this reason, it is convenient for the host to communicate with the world powerhouses. Please host to choose a lineup. Join Naval Headquarters or the Rocks Pirate Group that dominates New World, and officially join one of them. The system will reward mysterious prizes. If the two parties don't choose, the system will completely erase the host and start looking for wage earners again. Suddenly Lin Nuo was taken aback by the sudden system beep. Does the system still have sign-in tasks? Lin Nuo thought that he only had the chance to sign in once every week. However, having a check-in task will also allow Lin Nuo to improve his strength faster. Choose a lineup. Join the Naval Headquarters or the Rocks Pirates. Damn, do you want to be so ruthless? Pick one of two. If you don't choose to directly erase the labor and capital, you can do such a thing, system. Naval Headquarters Lin Nuo doesn't even need to think about it. He doesn't have any freedom when he is on official business, and he still has a bunch of hot chicken celestial dragons stepping on top of his head, and the world's ZF rubbish pointing fingers. This is unacceptable to Lin Nuo. Now that you have come to this sea, you have to do whatever you want and be free. Advertisement join the Rocks Pirates? Looks like it's decided, hope you don't let me down. The fierce killing intent in Lin Nuo's eyes gradually dissipated, but his eyes were still extremely cold. Aren't these pirates the members of the Rocks Pirates? Just let them take themselves to the base camp of the Rocks Pirates. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nuo's thinking was running fast. He jumped into the air, stretched out his right hand and swung it, an extremely powerful repulsion force sent all the dozen pirates flying. Ah, with bursts of screams, the bodies of a dozen pirates were shattered like bones and dripping with blood. Plop. All of them fell into the sea, splashing water one after another, and they didn't know life or death. Lin Nuo turned his head and looked at Wilt, who hadn't reacted yet, with cold eyes, and then stretched out his left hand. A terrible gravitational force directly sucked Wilt over, and tightly stuck to his neck. Universal pull. Cough. No. It's impossible. How can you have such a powerful power? At this time, Wilt's eyes were full of disbelief, and he struggled hard all over his body, trying to break away the hand that was stuck in his neck, and shouted loudly. Lin Nuo in front of him looks like a boy of 17 or 18 years old, but his strength is no less than that of the official crew member of the Rocks Pirates. There was a chill in Lin Nuo's eyes, and the force on Wilt's neck between his left hands was a little stronger. Ahem, no. Don't. Kill me, please, you. I can give all of my treasure to you. For a moment, Wilt's face suddenly became extremely pale, as if his entire face began to swell. If it continued, Wilt's braids would be straight up in a short time. Want to live? Then take me to the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates? Lin Nuo jumped into the pirate ship with Wilt and threw him on the deck. Wilt immediately sat up from the deck, covered his neck with his hands, coughed a few times, looked at Lin Nuo with fear like a devil, and said cautiously. What's the meaning? Chapter 3 Braving the Rocks Pirates. Meeting Lin Nuo's cold and terrified gaze, Wilt was trembling with fright, enduring the severe pain in his neck, and immediately ran to set off the boat. Sensing the gaze from behind, Wilt didn't dare to play tricks, and honestly controlled the rudder. And all the crew members on the merchant ship watched Lin Nuo leave with mixed feelings in their hearts, and immediately bowed deeply in the direction of Lin Nuo's departure. Next morning, the pirate ship sailed all night because of Wilt, and finally approached the base camp of the Rocks Pirates, Beehive Island. Beehive Island. The gathering place of New World pirates is called Pirates' Paradise. Rocks chose this place as the base camp of the pirate group, and it is convenient enough to recruit powerful pirates into it. Although Lin Nuo doesn't know where his strength has reached at the moment, it is more than enough to join the Rocks Pirates, and maybe he can get a high position. Lin Nuo smiled involuntarily, standing on the bow of the boat, looking at a black spot in the distance that was getting bigger and bigger from his sight. The flag of the Rocks pirate group was hung on the ship, so no one stopped it, and the pirate ship was directly docked on the shore. And at this moment, this guy robbed our prey and killed more than a dozen of our intern crew members. He must not be let go. Everyone, let's kill this guy together. As if seeing hope, Wilt didn't dare to look back and took the opportunity to jump off the boat. While running wildly, he kept shouting at the pirates. Immediately after hearing the sound, the pirates on the nearby coast came, all with fierce looks, furious, and ready to attack. In their eyes, provoking the Rocks Pirates must kill them at all costs. A group of ants. Repulsion. Lin Nuo didn't bother to pay attention to these intern crew members, and directly activated the fruit ability. Lin Nuo's whole body suddenly floated in the air, heading towards the center of the Hive Island. Just when it was about to approach the central area of the Hive Island, a crescent-shaped golden light slash suddenly flew out from the gate of the central bunker. Before the person arrives, the slash is approaching, and the flying slash is very ferocious. For a while, I didn't realize who the person who shot the knife was. Observation Haki? I don't know which powerful guy? Advertisement. Lin Nuo's eyes flickered, his right hand activated the fruit ability, and he muttered to himself. God Luo Tien sign. With the appearance of the invincible invisible shockwave mask, it deflects the flying slash. Boom. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the Hive Island, I was noticed by the top management of the Rocks Pirates. It seems that these guys at the top are at least Grandmaster with 2-color Haki, and even a few core cadres are Grandmaster Conquerors Haki. Jin Kazuki's tooth-shaped slash passed through the clouds at a high speed, leaving only a big hole broken by the slash. The huge movement attracted many pirates from the surrounding area, and they gathered towards the central area of Hive Island. If I'm right, kid, you're not from our pirate group, are you? You are so courageous. How dare you force your way to this point? Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Captain Rocks, who dominated New World and Legendary, came out accompanied by several people. The height of an ordinary person, the afro head like a hedgehog, looks common but actually exudes a domineering aura from his body, suppressing the people around him like an emperor. That's right, he is the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Bezique, tall, bare-chested, Newgate with a gold crescent beard, and Charlotte Linlin, a tall and beautiful woman who kept eating pastries in her hand. Gold's long hair reaches his waist, and Shiki, who looks like a lion, is holding 2 big sharp knives, Sakura 10 and dead wood. It seems that the slash just now came from Golden Lion Shiki. Not yet, but the future is uncertain. Lin Nuo frowned and did not directly state his purpose. All the bosses of the Rocks Pirates understand what Lin Nuo said. Ha 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 ha. You're not very old and Devil Fruit's ability is not bad. But it's not enough. Without strong strength, let alone joining us, there is no chance of leaving Hive Island alive. Rocks spoke domineeringly, and his aura gradually rose, and he said with a big laugh. The members of the Rocks Pirates on the side all looked at the excitement, as if they wanted to see through Lin Nuo. This kind of thing is not uncommon for the Rocks Pirate Group. As the strongest pirate group that dominates the entire New World, there are countless pirates who want to join. In the absence of external recruitment for a long time, some self-righteous pirates broke into the Hive Island seeking to join. Advertisement, but they are just some arrogant guys, without much strength, and of course their end is to sink into the sea. In the perception of Rock's observation Haki, the aura exuded by Lin Nuo is much stronger than those rookies before. However, this only made him a little interested, and it was not enough to attract his attention. However, this obviously gave Lin Nuo a chance. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth began to rise slightly. His purpose in this business has been achieved. Cool, la 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 la. Interesting kid, it should be your ability to block Shiki's slash just now, right? Paramecia fruit? Edward Newgate looked at Lin Nuo curiously, laughed loudly, and said, yes, Paramecia gravity fruit, able to control gravity and repulsion. There is no need for Lin Nuo to hide these things, and he replied generously. Nice ability, somewhat similar to my fruit ability, able to float in the air. Cool, la la la. I hope this kid has good strength, otherwise such a good devil fruit will be wasted. Shiki and Edward Newgate sang and said. After everyone heard the words, they were slightly surprised. After all, the ability of devil fruit was similar to that of the core cadre golden lion Shiki. You must know that the ability to float in the air and control everything is the only golden lion Shiki in the entire Rocks pirate group. However, no matter how good devil fruit is, its strength must be recognized by Captain Rocks to be eligible to join the pirates. Rocks, standing at the front, listened quietly, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Rocks stands still with a group of core cadres who don't even bother to fight Lin Nuo. The central area of the Hive Island is generally the area where the cadres of the Rocks pirates operate. Only under summons or special events, the captain level and some official crew members are allowed to set foot. The news of a large number of pirates recruiting peripheral intern crew members gathered here, and they witnessed Lin Nuo forcibly blocking the Golden Lion's slash. It made some common crew members envious, because they knew that they would never be able to hide or block it. HMPH, a bunch of trash, even a little devil makes you afraid. Little devil, let me see where you have the courage to venture into the Beehive Island. A captain-level pirate glared ferociously, and the common crew members flinched behind him. So, you want to come here to seek death? Chapter 4 Spike-killing captain-level pirates. Lin Nuo understood, looked at the thin pirate below, and said with disdain. Little devil. You are not the only one who can fly. Remember, Lousy's name is Ross, Zone Bird Fruit Eagle Form Ability User. It's your unshakable existence. Ross immediately activated his fruit ability, his body began to swell, and a pair of dark brown wings grew out of his back, tearing open his clothes and stretching out. The original appearance has disappeared, and turned into a 3-meter-tall eagle, uttering human words. When the two wings were stretched out, cracks appeared on the ground under his feet, and he rushed towards Lin Nuo in the air. Activate Zone, under the beast form. The quality of the body has been greatly improved and the super resilience has made Ross extremely inflated, as if he felt that he could kill Lin Nuo in an instant. No matter how bad it is, it can consume him to death. Zone Devil Fruit strength is the constitution and strength that have been strengthened several times. Lin Nuo is just a teenager with so much physical strength. What a humanoid ugly bird, Zone Devil Fruit really has everything. A trace of fighting spirit ignited in Lin Nuo's heart. This strength was enough to attract Lin Nuo's attention, but the appearance of this eagle made him unable to complain, it was too ugly. Finally a decent guy. Lin Nuo stretched out his left hand, stretched out his hand towards Ross who was attacking him, grasping with 5 fingers, and said underestimatingly. Universal pull. An invisible and huge suction force suddenly appeared in the hand, as if Bitsuma could control all things, just like the hand of God. And the other side. In an instant, Ross approached Lin Nuo with extreme speed, and at the same time, he also noticed that his whole body seemed to be unable to move, as if he had lost control of his body. Being sucked towards Lin Nuo's left hand by the invisible gravitational force. Ross's heart sank slightly. It's not good. I didn't expect to underestimate this brat. What kind of strange power is this? Unable to break free, if you can't go on like this, you will definitely be given by this kid. But the arrow was on the string and there was no retreat, and armament Haki had been quickly covered on the dark brown beak, turning into jet black and shining. HMPH, in this case, Lousy will use armament Haki to completely penetrate your entire body. Lin Nuo looked at the huge human-shaped bird that was approaching fast, and he stretched out his right hand, and he would not let this guy touch it. With the armament Haki Gat beak, Lin Nuo has a threat in his heart. Lin Nuo controlled the gravitational force with his left hand, and repelled the force with his right palm. He waved towards the big humanoid bird and muttered to himself. Advertisement, God Luo Dien sign. An invisible and terrifying repulsive force. Even the space began to be shaken, forming a hood, which did not give Ross a chance, and then exploded. That's right, Lin Nuo intends to kill him completely in seconds, which is more enough to show his strength. Now my main ability is gravity and repulsion. Although my constitution has been enhanced a lot, it is still not enough, and I don't know anything about Conqueror's Haki. Ross. Be careful, avoid it. Ochaku, the core cadre who was tall and strong and wrapped in heavy armor, couldn't help shouting. Ross is the bottom of the captains under him, and Ochaku knows his strength. Although his strength was a bit weak, he was a member of his own fleet after all, and he could only quickly remind him of such an attack. If this trick hits Ross, it will definitely be a fatal blow. At this time, at such a speed, Ross flying towards Lin Nuo heard Ochaku's call, and it was impossible to stop. Ross, who was trying his best to get rid of the shackles of gravity, was hit head-on by the terrifying repulsive force erupting from Lin Nuo's right hand. Boom, boom. Ross's body was like a kite with a broken string. It was blasted out by the terrifying repulsion force. The bones all over his body were shattered and blood splashed into the sky. Immediately, it fell down fiercely, the ground shattered, and a deep pit suddenly appeared. The cracks continued to spread to the surroundings, making crackling noises, and the residual repulsive force shook the ground, rolling up gravel and wind and sand. The onlookers scattered around to avoid being affected by the remaining terrifying repulsion. They witnessed the scene where Ross was knocked down in an instant. Well, Ross hadn't touched Lin Nuo just now, and he didn't see what Lin Nuo did, so he didn't expect that Ross couldn't hold on for even a second. Too fast. They didn't dare to approach, and dragged away the half-dead Ross in the pit. After all, they didn't dare to offend such a terrifying person, so they could only watch helplessly. After all, he is the captain of the core cadre Ochaku, and the cadre did not speak, and they dared not. What a weird power. Ross flew towards that kid at a high speed, probably not because of his intention, but as if he was sucked past him. Could it be said that this kid's ability can control everything? Is this what this kid is talking about? There is also the power that defeated Ross later, the invisible shockwave of terror, the same as the slash that bounced off Shiki before, and the absolute defense. What an interesting kid. Edward Newgate watched the end of the battle, analyzed Lin Nuo's ability, and said in amazement. Advertisement. Several people also began to nod their heads. It's indeed similar to my lion fruit, but this Ross is too good, it's instantly killed. This level of strength can actually be at the captain level at that time. The core cadre golden lion Shiki suddenly made a sound, which Pod is not mentioned. As for Shiki's words, Ochaku's expression on the side was a bit ugly. Everyone here did not know that Ross was his captain. But then I thought, I got Ochaku's approval, and I can just include him under my command, which just fills in the vacancy of Ross at this time. A captain dies when he dies, that's how cruel it is in the Rocks Pirates. I just hope this kid doesn't know what's good or bad. Huh. I accidentally used too much force, and I beat this guy to death. What a mistake. Don't worry everyone, it won't happen next time. Lin Nuo came to the ground, looked at the deep pit in front of him, and waved his hand with a smile. But he secretly thought in his heart, it is worthy of the signature ability of carrying a bag of rice to several floors. I didn't expect to kill this guy with one move. The gravity of the left hand can control everything, and the invincible absolute repulsion of the right hand, whether it is attack or defense, is undoubtedly an invincible existence. If the Constitution can keep up, labor and management will definitely fly into the air, and carry a few floors with a bag of rice. The super large god Luo Dian sign, to suppress the majesty. But if he did this, he might not be able to leave the Hive Island alive. The revolution was not successful, and we have to continue to work hard. But I still have to say something to the system. The system is awesome, he is very satisfied with the fruit ability. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The sudden breaking wind interrupted Lin Nuo's thoughts. This time there were actually 3 captain-level pirates who suddenly attacked Lin Nuo. Captain-level pirates are not weak in themselves, so there are 3 of them. And the 3 of them cooperated very well. When making a decision, they just looked at each other and started to attack Lin Nuo. 3 people in 3 directions completely blocked Lin Nuo's retreat at extreme speed. The one in the back was a gunman, raising the gun in his hand and shooting at Lin Nuo non-stop. The strength of the 3 of them is not comparable to that trash Ross. Each of them has the strength to completely defeat Ross. The combination of 3 people is not something that can be dealt with simply by explosive lethality. It also requires observation Haki's perception and rich combat experience. Chapter 5 Fruit Development, Field. Jia ha ha ha. This is a bit interesting. If he doesn't know observation Haki, what will happen to him? Besides, Lousy has never seen someone who can awaken Haki at such an age. Ha ha ha, that's right, that's incredible after all. Golden Lion Shiki was communicating with several cadres next to him. No one thought that a teenager could activate observation Haki. In fact, it is true. The 3 people are scattered and there is no way to kill them with one move. When one person is dealt with, the other 2 will attack at the same time, which Lin Nuo has to defend. At this time, observation Haki is needed to assist in the battle, which is reflected. At this time, Lin Nuo has not yet obtained observation Haki, but has a strange fruit ability. It is more than enough for the situation in front of the other party. With the power erupting from Lin Nuo, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under Lin Nuo's feet, and an invisible force surrounded the surroundings, forming a covering of more than 10 meters in width. Incomparably miraculous, like a god of war. Everyone instantly felt as if they were being pressed by a jack, and their bodies felt as if they had just begun to feel heavy. At this time, Lin Nuo releases the repulsive force, oppressing the surroundings like gravity, which is the direction in which Lin Nuo develops the fruit. Using the Shen Luo Dian sign as a medium, the repulsive force is released to form an invisible field, but the consumption of physical strength is several times that of activating the Shen Luo Dian sign. As the strength of the Constitution increases, the field will gradually expand, and gravity will also increase. Lin Nuo moved, ignoring the incoming bullets. Already in Lin Nuo's repulsion field, everything would become 5 times heavier. But under this domain, even the speed of the flying bullets becomes slow, making it easy to avoid them. Then he stretched out his left hand, activated the gravitational force in his hand, and muttered to one of the captains. Universal pull. The shot was quick and there was no mercy. In an instant, before the man had time to react, his body flew towards Lin Nuo's hand as if being sucked by a huge force. Damn it, this. What kind of ability is this, the heavy feeling just now and the huge suction that can't break free? Could it be like that guy Ross just now? The gunman's face changed drastically, and he said in a cursed voice that he had a bad secret. Advertisement, did this kid actually destroy our joint attack in this way? This power? What is it? Could this kid use his weird fruit ability to get rid of the weakness without observation haki? I didn't expect this kid to develop the fruit ability so strangely. Under that invisible air mask, it's like that kid's invincible area. The cadres who were watching the battle, Golden Lion Shiki, saw this scene and were stunned in shock. Just now they were talking about Lin Nuo who was in trouble, now his face was obviously slapped by Lin Nuo. This kid is very talented. He can develop the fruit ability so proficiently at a young age. In a few years, there will be another big pirate in the sea. Whitebeard laughed coolly, never took his eyes off Lin Nuo, and seemed to have recognized Lin Nuo's talent and strength in his words. Everyone present also looked at Lin Nuo in shock. Young and lightly possessing such strength is fine, but he never expected to be able to use his fruit ability so proficiently. I always feel that compared with Lin Nuo, he is not a person living in the same world at all. The captain-level pirate who fired the shot did not expect that Lin Nuo could defuse his attack, and even launched an offensive against him with lightning speed. When the gunman who bound the captain-level pirate couldn't break free with all his strength, he immediately launched armament haki, trying to withstand Lin Nuo's next attack. But how could Lin Kai let go of this opportunity? With his right hand stretched out, a divine Luo Tian's sign slammed into his whole body. The bones of the whole body were shattered, and the blood stained the surroundings as if swaying. The remaining two were extremely horrified, and the death of their partner made it too late for them to be furious. Because when the two of them were chasing quickly, they were about to approach Lin Nuo. A strong force of gravity suddenly pressed heavily on the two of them, forcing them to be unable to take a step closer. Just when the two wanted to get rid of this heavy pressure, Lin Nuo's figure had already appeared behind them. It was too late to resist at this time, as Lin Nuo formed a knife with both hands, piercing towards the chest of the two of them. The ending of the two of them is already doomed to fall. How is it possible? How is this possible? The three captains besieged the kid, and he was instantly killed. Advertisement. When Ross was instantly killed, I was just a little shocked, but now I am completely stupid. His ability is too pervert, and being touched by his weirdness is undoubtedly death. I'm afraid only high-level armament haki can resist it? I think only the cadres can defeat him. Many pirates were horrified, including the captains, who unconsciously took 2 steps back, and no one dared to stand up to challenge Lin Nuo. After all, there is no captain who thinks he can compete against 3 opponents of the same level at the same time, let alone kill them instantly. Why should a good head be sent out? It's all courting death. Such a young man possesses great strength, which has never been heard of in the sea. Are young people out there so scary now? Captain Rocks, who was watching the battle, twitched his mouth slightly, and didn't care about the 4 pirate captains who were killed. After all, in the Rocks pirate group, only the strong can control their own lives. And these guys are nothing more than cannon fodder in his eyes, they can be recruited at any time. I don't know how many pirates outside want to join the Rocks pirates. Only a pirate with the strength of a cadre is the one who can assist him in realizing his ambition. And Lin Nuo has such strength at a young age, he is very talented, and has an extremely strange fruit ability. After joining the Rocks pirates, it won't take long to add a big boost to the plan to overthrow the world's ZF. Boy, what's your name? My name is Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo looked at Captain Rocks calmly, and said his name confidently. Okay, Lin Nuo, ha 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 ha. The kid is really good, I allow you to join the Rocks pirates. Rocks glanced at it. Seeing that no one had challenged Lin Nuo for a long time, the people present took the initiative to end it all. After hearing what Rocks said, all the pirates were silent, and they had already expressed their attitude. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully joining the Rocks pirates. Get the reward. Great swordsman level swordsmanship, and the supreme great sword, Zhanlong. The reward has been automatically given to the host, and the weapon has been stored in the inventory. Just after Rocks finished speaking, Lin Nuo couldn't help smiling, and the system's cold notification sounded in his ears. Said, Chapter 6 Showdown with Kadri Ochaku. The system opens the panel. Ding. Okay, host. Lin Nuo Devil Fruit, Gravity Fruit. Conqueror's Haki. None Armament Haki. None Observation Haki. None. Physique. D Swordsmanship, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship. Weapon. Supreme Big Sword Dragon / the Great Swordsman's perception of kendo and moves will all be integrated into Lin Nuo's mind, and the body has been tempered like thousands of times, forming strong muscles and memory. The mission rewards this time directly said that they made up for their own shortcomings. After all, the real strong are beyond their reach in any aspect. Now, he still doesn't know anything about physical skills and Conqueror's Haki, but he has the fruit of gravity and the strength of the Great Swordsman's kendo. At this time, he is also standing at the top of the sea. Even if the opponent is a monster at the cadre level, he will not lose to the opponent. Immediately without hesitation, if you want to gain a foothold in the Rocks pirates, you must have strong strength, and Lin Nuo has integrated the swordsmanship of the Great Swordsman. The temperament of the whole person has become more sharp and incomparable, giving people a feeling that is completely different from before. Indistinctly, the sharpness of the sword is revealed, like an unsheathed sword. What if you become a cadre? Lin Nuo exited the system panel, stared at Captain Rocks and asked indifferently. Being able to become a cadre at one time is of course the best. It will save a lot of trouble in the future, and he doesn't want to be under any cadre again. He really can't bear the feeling of being oppressed by others. Ha 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 ha. Your current strength is already close to that of a cadre, and it won't take long for your talent to reach it. But if you want to become a cadre, you must not only have the standard of strength, but also make enough contributions to the pirates. Only if your strength reaches the approval of the cadres and your contribution reaches the standard, can you be qualified to become a cadre. Rocks laughed out loud and patiently explained to Lin Nuo. If there is no strength, Rocks can't even take a look at it, but Lin Nuo is completely different, possessing terrifying talent and strength at a young age. And Lin Nuo is not only young, but also ambitious. I believe that within a few years, the Rocks pirates will definitely have another core cadre of big pirates. This is the treatment of the strong, advertisement. You are the captain for the time being, and you can go to the periphery to pick the members you want. In the end, Rocks thought for a moment and assigned Lin Nuo the position of captain. Boy, get on my boat, the captain you killed and his treasure are all yours. Ochaku had already started to play Lin Nuo's idea. The two captains under his command were beheaded one after another. The positions of Ross and the gunman must be vacant, and there is an urgent need to replenish the captain's combat power. If Lin Nuo is recruited by others, the strength of his fleet will be even worse. Being the first to solicit, he must be the first to act first. With the treasures left by the two captains and the crew members under his command, it is impossible for Lin Nuo to refuse his solicitation. No need, Lin Nuo, have no plans to join any fleet for the time being. Lin Nuo glanced at Ochaku contemptuously and said calmly. To be honest, it is completely unnecessary. How could he, Lin Nuo, work under a core cadre? With his current strength, he completely possesses the strength at the cadre level, but what Lin Nuo lacks now is merit. Boy, are you refusing labor? Don't forget, you kid killed my two captains, think about it carefully. Ochaku didn't expect Lin Nuo to reject his solicitation so decisively. He narrowed his eyes and said in an extremely bad tone. Yo, so those two trash belong to you. Your subordinates are such rubbish, how dare you say you want labor and capital to join you? HMPH, I want to become your subordinate after killing your two captains. Then if I kill you, don't you let me sit in your seat. Lin Nuo's face became serious. Ochaku's words made him very upset, and he was not afraid at all. Ochaku is a core cadre. He turned back and said, which core cadres labor and management want to join is my freedom. Furthermore, labor and management have never thought of joining cadres, who will give you such courage to threaten labor and management. With the strength of a top swordsman, I am worthy of you, there is no need to bow my head in front of you. Arrogant brat. How dare you not know the heights of the sky and the earth with some strength? I will let you know that you are nothing in front of my uncle. Ochaku was suddenly furious, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. A heavy momentum crushed towards Lin Nuo like a mountain. Lin Nuo, this damn brat, actually didn't show any face in front of so many people. Feeling the cold killing intent, Lin Nuo didn't change his face. If he would have been afraid before, but now Lin Nuo, who has the strength of a great swordsman, really wants to fight, it is not certain who will win. Advertisement. But Ochaku saw that his aura had no effect on Lin Nuo at all, so he made a sudden attack and started to attack Lin Nuo. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Ochaku took off the scabbard from the giant sword in his hand, and threw it viciously. I followed behind like a cannonball. Faced with Ochaku's sudden attack, Rocks and a group of cadres did not stop him. They also wanted to see how far Lin Nuo's strength could go. The huge sword thrown by Ochaku was ferocious, like a terrifying beast attacking Lin Nuo. The terrifying slash was condensed around the blade, enough to tear through the airflow barrier. But this did not cause any fluctuations in Lin Nuo's heart. Facing Ochaku, the menacing giant sword cadre, Lin Nuo seemed unhurried. An invisible repulsive force spread out from the right hand, and a taidao spread out. If you look closely, you will find that it is a taidao made with fruit power, and the repulsive force surrounds the sword invisible. Lin Nuo mainly thinks about Zanlong, the supreme sword with 12 skills, which he took out from the system inventory, so that he will not discover his biggest secret and can hide his eyes from time to time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain where the knife came from. As the invisible repulsion dissipated, Bai Zi's slender and extremely sharp blade was revealed. That's right, it is one of the 12 crafts of the supreme block knife. Kill the dragon. Hiss, my dear, this incomparably sharp sword body, and the Madara pattern on the sword body, imprint. It feels stronger than Laozi's Sakura 10, dead wood. The knife in that kid's hand, shouldn't it be one of the top 12 swords in Legendary? This kid is actually a swordsman. Cool la la la. The sharp knife in this kid's hand is no less than my Kong Yunki. A group of cadres belong to Golden Lion Shiki and Newgate are active. The rest of the cadres and Captain Rocks just watched quietly. But in their eyes, there is an extra expectation, and there is also a ray of greed. After all, it is one of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp knife, who is not tempted. Call out. Lin Nuo's movements were simple and neat, that is, he raised Zhanlong and stabbed straight away. Steady and steady, the giant sword stopped when it collided with the dragon, and sparks kept rubbing against each other. Lin Nuo shook the knife, and an extremely sharp slash followed the blade and converged on the tip of the knife. There was a crisp sound, Click, Chapter 7 Repelling Ochaku, the flying slash is fierce. The slashes that Ochaku concentrated on the giant sword were torn apart and shattered. When the two slashes collided, an invisible storm was set off, which directly affected the surrounding sea from the center of the entire island. Ochaku, who was ejected, grabbed the giant sword, borrowing force like air currents, his body rotated horizontally, and the giant sword slashed towards Lin Nuo. But before hitting Lin Nuo, he already felt overwhelming oppression. And Lin Nuo was not to be outdone. The fierce sword intent burst out from his body, easily cut through the incoming coercion, and then activated the fruit ability to fly into the sky. One-shot style, double cut. Lin Nuo was condescending, and made more than 30 slashes in one blow, and the dense slashes swept towards Ochaku like a storm. This is, no way, the slash of the great swordsman. There was a look of shock in Ochaku's eyes, and he thought Lin Nuo only had the supreme big knife. Using the fruit ability as a medium, but I didn't expect this kid to be really a great swordsman. Not a common swordsman, nor a swordsman, but a great swordsman. How did this kid achieve this step? You have to know that you want to break through the level of the great swordsman, but you have to go through a lot of hard work. The slashing storm that came in a blink of an eye made Ochaku have no time to think. He instinctively launched Armament Haki to harden it. The giant sword that was guarded by Armament Haki was harder and sharper than before. He let go of the strength borrowed from the charge, and at the same time as his body fell rapidly, he swung the giant sword suddenly, and slashed out a terrifying blow. Although Ochaku is not a pure swordsman, with the blessing of Armament Haki, it is comparable to the swordsman's level of slashing. When the ferocious slash and the slashing storm collided, a huge explosion was produced, and the entire cloud layer was blasted away. The aftermath like dots of stars continued to scatter from the sky, which was the aftermath of the collision between the two, drawing countless small sword marks on the floor. No way. This kid is actually a great swordsman. How did he cultivate? It's impossible to have this level of cultivation from the mother's womb, right? Needless to say, it was Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki who were shocked by the scene in front of them again. Captain Rocks admired Lin Nuo with a faint smile, so the monster was what Rocks needed. Until now, the Rocks have truly recognized Lin Nuo. Damn brat. Advertisement, hateful. Ochaku was furious for a while, and he was under the watchful eyes of everyone, and he didn't expect to be at a disadvantage. How would he know that Lin Nuo has the top strength of a great swordsman at such a young age? It seems that I have to show my real strength, otherwise, what face would Ochaku have in the Rocks Pirates? Thinking of this, the Ochaku observation Haki was fully opened, and the terrifying aura on his body became stronger. At the same time, Lin Nuo no longer hesitated, although activating the fruit field would consume a huge amount of physical strength, but it is not for him to consider now. For a moment, the two disappeared from the sight of the pirates at the same time. When, boom, the sound of violent collisions was endless, and the area of the clouds in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and sometimes a sharp slash hit the ground, and a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. At this moment, under this super fast collision, only the pirate with observation Haki can barely see the trajectory of the fierce battle between the two. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blows had passed between the two of them, and countless slashes whizzed past, impacting the battle area. And the pirates with observation Haki avoided the falling slashes in time. But some little pirates didn't have such good luck. A sudden slash exploded in front of them in an instant. Before these little pirates could react, they were instantly slashed and killed. Blood permeated the broken ground, stumps, and internal organs splattered. The two of them didn't hold back and continued to slash the slashes they were proud of. A gap suddenly appeared. It's now, one knife flow, one knife cut. Lin Nuo clenched the supreme big saber Zhanlong with both hands, and at this moment he had one thought in his mind. A ferocious slash across the sky, carrying a terrifying energy, burst out like an explosion. This is, no way, advertisement, is this Conqueror's Haki? How is this possible? How can a kid like him own Conqueror's Haki? Shit, boy, he doesn't talk about Wood. Ochaku's pupils shrank, horror and fear emerged in his heart. That was what his observation Haki really felt. Apart from the pure slashing, there was also a terrifying spiritual coercion, which not only made him restless. In a hurry, Armament Haki covered, and Ochaku immediately slashed a violent slash that merged with Armament Haki. The airflow in the air was continuously compressed, scurrying wildly, and the airflow rolled for a while. Wherever it went, the ground was crushed with a bang, and the deep pits and cracks formed continued to expand. Following the collision of the two ferocious slashes, a powerful airwave was set off, and the sea around the hive island was suddenly choppy and rolling continuously. In an instant, Ochaku's proud slash was worn out. As for Lin Nuo's slash, he slashed towards the thick armor on Ochaku's body impressively, and Kamui pressed down with terrifying spirit. With a sound of bang, Ochaku's entire body flew upside down in an instant, and he staggered to the ground before barely standing up. And the thick and indestructible armor on his body was already covered with traces of being torn by chopping. Especially the ditch-like sword marks on the chest are shocking. The whole person has lost the previous Haki, and has become a mess. At this time, Ochaku's face was ferocious, and the anger in his heart was soaring, and he felt extremely humiliated and ashamed for a while. Before the battle, I swore that Lin Nuo was like an ant in front of me, nothing. But after the fierce battle, he was pressed and beaten by Lin Nuo all the way, and now he is still injured by Lin Nuo, which is his great shame. He is the core cadre of the Rocks Pirates, and it is a shame for him to be wounded by such a brat. Jia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo is really a monster, he can even hurt Ochaku, not bad. Among the many cadres, only Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Seeing fellow cadre Ochaku suffer in front of a newcomer, the other cadres started giggling too, but they weren't as direct as Shiki. Hearing such a mock laugh, Ochaku saw a raging fire in his eyes, watching Lin Nuo as if he was about to burn. Smelly brat. Court death. Let you see the true strength of my uncle. Ochaku threw the huge sword in his hand aside, squatted with his legs halfway, showing an attacking fighting posture, and was about to pounce on Lin Nuo. Chapter 8 Become an appointed cadre. At this moment, Captain Rocks, who was admiring the battle, raised his hand and pressed lightly on Ochaku. A powerful coercion like a demon god enveloped Ochaku in an instant, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. Ochaku, who was ready to go, suddenly knelt down on one knee, and cracks appeared on the ground under his knees, and he sank in. Conqueror's Haki. You can also choose to target only one person. Such a superb control of Conqueror's Haki, it seems that Rock's strength is unfathomable. Let Lin Nuo on the side see it again and again in amazement. Enough. Lin Nuo is already a member of the Rocks Pirates, there is no need to fight to the death, this battle is enough. Rocks spoke blankly, then retracted the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. And Ochaku, who was released from Haki by Rocks, stood up with a cold snort, and looked at Lin Nuo with strong killing intent in his eyes, but he was helpless. No way. Even Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki have to give Captain Rock's face, let alone him. And Captain Rock's strength is unfathomable. If he doesn't stop, once he angers Captain Rocks, he might be. Now he no longer has the courage, let alone the strength, to kill Lin Nuo in a short time. Damn brat. Ochaku looked at the armor on his body, the cracks caused by Lin Nuo, and felt distressed. That was the armor he had spent so much money to build, and it was the only set. After countless battles, there are only shallow traces, and Lin Nuo is the only one who was cut directly. Rocks saw that he made Ochaku stop with a single word, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter how dissatisfied Ochaku is in his heart, he can only swallow his anger in front of his Rocks. If he dared to ignore his order, it would only teach him an unforgettable lesson. However, it seems unnecessary now. Lin Nuo, I didn't expect to have the swordsmanship of a great swordsman and powerful fruits at such an age. But Lin Nuo boy, don't be complacent, I didn't even use my full strength. Ochaku sensed the strange gazes around him, and immediately said with a sullen face. Advertisement facing the strange eyes of everyone, he could only try to keep his own face. Although he was defeated by Lin Nuo in embarrassment this time, he still retained his strength. If Captain Rocks hadn't stopped him just now, he would definitely be able to give this kid too. While astonished by Lin Nuo's strength, he confidently believed that once he made a full attack, Lin Nuo would not be able to stop his attack at all. Hearing Ochaku's words, Lin Nuo stared at Ochaku boredly, as if looking at a fool. He really couldn't figure out why Ochaku's strength was weak, but why he couldn't use his brain well. He really didn't know how he, a core cadre, was able to sit on it. You guys have cards, don't I? Labor and capital are relaxed and free, but you are in a mess. Who is the strongest? You can use your A** to know who is the strongest. If labor and management understand armament Haki now, you guys, labor and management must hang you. Lin Nuo didn't bother to pay attention to Ochaku immediately, and then turned his gaze back. Brat. You, after Ochaku saw Lin Nuo's gaze, he was so angry that he couldn't even speak. This brat actually ignored me. This kind of aggrieved is the same as before. No, it was even more uncomfortable than before, and I immediately wanted to rush up to attack Lin Nuo, and wanted to fight another 300 rounds. But as soon as his body moved, he was instantly watched by Captain Rocks. Sudden. Rocks sensed Ochaku's strangeness for a moment, and glanced at him in a strange way. The aura that Ochaku had erupted in the first place disappeared as if he had been discouraged. As the captain of the Rocks Pirates, he had to give this face to Ochaku, but he didn't dare. Between face and fate, he undoubtedly chose the latter. If he is shooting Lin Nuo, it is likely that he will face Captain Rocks next. Jia ha 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 ha. Really worthy of the captain of our Rocks Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki is purely an idiot. All the cadres and some pirates just laughed and said nothing, but he is fine. Watching a play is not a big deal. B*********** D Shiki. Believe it or not, labor and capital will drive you to the bottom of the sea. Your saliva is sprayed all over my face. Whitebeard Newgate was speechless, wiped the drool on his face, and roared at Shiki. Advertisement facing Whitebeard's roar, Rocks ignored it, as if he had already gotten used to these two guys and was completely immune. Turning to look at Lin Nuo and said calmly, that's right, you do have the strength at the cadre level. Next, as long as you contribute enough to the pirates, you can be directly promoted to cadre. But, I now allow you to recruit your own crew in advance. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked and surprised at the same time. Originally thought that Captain Rocks was just talking casually, but who knew that Lin Nuo was really appointed by the captain as a cadre. In the Rocks Pirates, only Captain Rocks and cadres are eligible to recruit crew members. To put it bluntly, it is the right of cadres. Captain Rocks, it's too early to ask Lin Nuo to recruit the crew, he is not a cadre after all. John, who had never spoken from the beginning to the end, spoke, and he was always a little shocked by Captain Rocks' decision. Ochaku did not dare to say much about the instigator, after all, to avoid suspicion, but he dared to say that the position of cadres, how much contribution they had accumulated before they got the position of cadres. But when Lin Nuo came, since Captain Rocks changed his mind, they would not agree. John is right. He has just joined our pirate group and has not made any contribution. Isn't it a bit hasty for the captain to make such a decision? And even Silver Axe beside him couldn't help but ask questions. But Edward Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki looked indifferent. But some crew members who were second only to the cadres also began to find it difficult to accept, and none of them did not keep an eye on the cadres' position. Although I have to admit that Lin Nuo possesses great strength at a young age. However, since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, there has never been a direct promotion to a cadre after joining the pirates. Even if it is temporarily not an official cadre, but just a default quota of cadres, it is difficult for them to accept it. What's more, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Silver Axe, John and other cadres have achieved their current positions through countless fights and battles. After scanning the crowd, Rocks said lightly, Lin Nuo's talent and strength are obvious to all. Being a cadre is just a contribution. For him, these are not worth mentioning at all. Lin Nuo touched his chin, isn't it just contribution and treasure? For him, these are at his fingertips. And he also said that Lin Nuo will not join any fleet, so he can only build his own fleet under my hands. If you are not satisfied with this matter, then come to me. If you don't dare, then find Lin Nuo. Chapter 9 Lin Nuo targeted by Charlotte Lin Rocks paused suddenly, and gave an intriguing smile. While Lin Nuo on the side was silent, the corner of his mouth twitched. This Rocks, this is to bring hatred to himself. HMPH, old and cunning guy, labor and management really want to thank you for this wave of operations as a gift. However, Lin Nuo didn't care about what Rocks said. He was not afraid of anyone, but he had no plans to recruit crew members for the time being. I just came to Pirate World, so I should enjoy it first. As for the crew, it's not too late in the future, not to mention his strength is there, so why worry about not being able to find the crew? Lin Nuo had no expression on his face, and finally nodded. John, who originally wanted to continue talking, saw that Captain Rocks was so determined that he could only rot his words in his stomach. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, he would anger Rocks. That's the end of this matter, and it's time for our banquet. Rocks glanced at the crowd and shouted loudly. Such a monstrous new crew member suddenly made him feel good. Haha, the party is on. Today, labor and management will pour you down, and you will be ashamed. A group of pirates cheered and quickly started to move. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly realized that holding a banquet is really a magical thing in the world of pirates. In just a few seconds, everyone prepared everything in place. Under the envious eyes of a group of pirates, Lin Nuo was taken directly into the castle. I'll go. Lin Nuo, where are you going? Sit next to me, let's have a good conversation. Lin Nuo, who was about to find a place to sit down, was suddenly pulled to his side by Golden Lion Shiki. After drinking for 3 rounds, at this time Golden Lion Shiki couldn't bear it and started to ask. Jia ha ha ha. Lin Nuo kid, when are you going to build your own fleet? Lin Nuo picked up the wineglass and took a sip, was stunned for a moment, looked up at Shiki and said. Advertisement, I haven't planned these yet. After all, the more people there are, the more troubles will come. Enjoy it first, don't worry. Well now, after hearing Lin Nuo's words, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes lit up, and without beating around the bush, he directly invited Lin Nuo. Really, why don't you come and live on my boat first? You and I are both strong swordsmen, so we can communicate with each other and learn swordsmanship. Now that Lin Nuo is already an appointed cadre, Shiki can't blatantly win over, but it's always possible to make friends. After all, even if a person like Lin Nuo can't become a crew member under his command, he must not become an enemy. After all, Lin Nuo's talent and strength will make his future growth even more terrifying. And Lin Nuo's character fits Shiki very well. What's more, both of them are great swordsmen, and the exchange of swordsmanship can also improve their swordsmanship. Go to your house? Lin Nuo began to think about it. Yes, you must know that I am a serious swordsman in the Rocks Pirates. The two of us can exchange ideas and learn from each other, and we will definitely be able to further improve our swordsmanship. When Golden Lion Shiki said this, he immediately became a little proud. But Shiki is right. Among the entire Rocks pirate group, except for Captain Rocks, who has very few shots, Golden Lion Shiki is the purest in terms of swordsmanship. His lion fruit ability was acquired by accident after he became a swordsman, and it was only used by him as a means of attack. In the end, he still focused on swordsmanship. In contrast, Whitebeard Newgate is the complete opposite of Shiki and Lin Nuo, mainly shock fruit. For him, swordsmanship is only an auxiliary type. Kong Yunki, one of the supreme sharp knives in his hand, is often the medium for launching the shock fruit ability. Cool la la la. Shiki, who do you call indecent? Whitebeard Newgate laughed out loud when he heard this, speaking as if he wasn't a great swordsman. However, he did not directly refute Golden Lion Shiki's words. Although he is a swordsman, he is not as good as Golden Lion Shiki in terms of pure swordsmanship. In terms of overall combat power, with shock fruit that destroys everything, he is still slightly better than Golden Lion Shiki. Snort, that guy Shiki is far from strong, Whitebeard Newgate snorted coldly, and then said to Lin Nuo. Advertisement Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki have fought countless times, but every time the two fight, Whitebeard Newgate wins more, and Shiki rarely wins. Whitebeard Newgate despised Golden Lion Shiki in his heart, and kept praising himself in front of newcomers. He was really shameless. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to teach Shiki a lesson. Lin Nuo smiled, and didn't answer Whitebeard's words. After all, he still knew a little bit about it. Suddenly, for some reason, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki stopped arguing, but started to distance themselves from Lin Nuo, looking like they were drinking to themselves. What's the matter with these two guys? Just now, these two guys were getting close to me. Why did they suddenly become so cold now? Just when Lin Nuo was wondering, a beautiful voice came from behind him. Said, "Boy Lin Nuo, at such a young age, you probably haven't had a baby with anyone else, have you? Why don't we give birth together?" Yes, this beautiful voice is Charlotte Linlin, and she just came behind Lin Nuo at this time. Originally, she planned to win over Lin Nuo after the banquet, but just now she saw the actions of Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, she no longer hesitated. If Lin Nuo followed Golden Lion Shiki to live on his boat, she would have even less chance of meeting Lin Nuo. On the Rocks Pirates, there are regulations, and the cadres are not allowed to forcibly break into the cadres fleet. Even if you can win over Lin Nuo, it would be great to have some children with Lin Nuo, but in short, you can't just sit back and watch Golden Lion Shiki take advantage of the advantages alone. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Lin Nuo was shocked immediately. He already understood why Whitebeard, Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki distanced themselves from him, and gave them a hard look. Now that he thinks about it, the ant in the One Piece anime likes to have children very much, and has given birth to dozens of children with dozens of men. And all the men who are with the ant will be dumped by the ant without exception after they have children. The voice of the young ant is very moving, and her figure and appearance are among the best. She is simply the level of a big beauty. But when Lin Nuo thought of what Auntie would look like in the future, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Damn, do you want to give birth to labor and capital, and treat labor and capital like a stallion? No, even though Charlotte Linlin at this time is a 1 in a million beauty, and her strength is also top-notch. But thinking of the appearance of Charlotte in the future like Linlin in the pirate anime, it made Lin Nuo almost spit out the drink he drank before. Chapter 10 Lin Nuo. It's in the development stage, it's not suitable for your appetite. Damn it, labor and management were careless, and were targeted by this old woman. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth twitched, his head was covered with black lines, and his heart was racing with all his might. I'll go, Charlotte, Linlin, you should give up, it's impossible between us. Look at the two of them, they are physically strong, and their strength is undoubtedly super strong, and the most important thing is that they are in their prime at this time. You're going to have a great baby with them. Those two guys are your best targets. I'm just in the developmental period, it's not suitable for your appetite. You have to find the two of them. Lin Nuo took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, and came behind Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate in a flash, and kept recommending them to Charlotte Linlin. It's like before time travel, Lin Nuo pulled a small tricycle to buy watermelons and kept selling them. He also narrated with a serious face. That's right, that's it. His experience told him that at this time, he must reject her decisively, in order to stop Charlotte Linlin's thoughts. At the same time, it justifiably led the disaster to Dongliu, Whitebeard, Shiki, perfectly avoiding this deadly threat. Sure enough, after listening to Lin Nuo's words, Charlotte and Linlin felt very reasonable, strong and powerful. They will definitely be able to cultivate the offspring of excellent. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki. His gaze was even hotter than before. When Shiki and Newgate were about to reason with Lin Nuo, they suddenly felt an extremely penetrating gaze. Attacking towards the two of them trembled and their expressions suddenly changed, as if they had encountered something terrible. Immediately, the two stood up abruptly, without even daring to turn their heads, they ran out the door in an instant. Shiki, Newgate, you two don't run away, don't you think what Lin Nuo said makes sense? Your bodies are now in the golden stage of giving birth. If you miss this time, the quality of giving birth will not be guaranteed. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin quickly followed Shiki and Newgate and ran out, talking endlessly while running. Linlin. Seek Shiki for having a baby, he's more experienced. FK you shit, Linlin, don't listen to Newgate, look at that Whitebeard guy's figure and muscular body, he's as big as 2 or 3 of me, he's definitely the one to find. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki spoke at the same time as they ran. Now that I have learned how Lin Nuo did, I will transfer the troubles to each other. Both of you can't run away, both of you will give birth to my mother. Obviously, not only did the two people's ideas come to nothing, but they also caused a commotion. Lin Nuo swallowed slightly when he heard the last voice. Although he knew it was Big Mom Tigerwolf in the pirate manga, he didn't expect to be so hungry, which was simply beyond his imagination. On the other side, John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and others, who were drinking together, didn't say anything, but there was sympathy in their eyes. It was no surprise to them, they had been watched by Charlotte Linlin before, and they could fully feel the mood of Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate at this time. Ah ha ha ha. That Lin Nuo boy is really interesting. Shiki and Newgate just got rid of Linlin some time ago, and now he is eyeing him with a few words. Silver Axe laughed loudly, and said with a gloating look on his face. They were undoubtedly the same as Lin Nuo at the beginning, and they also rejected Charlotte Linlin without any hesitation. Although Charlotte Linlin is very excellent, and her strength is no less than them, but these ambitious people are not interested in Linlin. They are only interested in wealth and power, but they will not choose Charlotte Linlin when they are looking for a woman. Lin Nuo raised his glass and toasted Silver Axe, saying, Silver Axe officer, I am laughing at you. I never expected to be targeted by Charlotte Linlin when I first joined the pirates. Silver Axe raised his glass to indicate that he had previously opposed Lin Nuo's position as an appointed cadre, but this was a matter of course, but he still recognized Lin Nuo's strength. After Lin Nuo drank a few glasses of wine and flattered everyone, he left the central castle and planned to find Golden Lion Shiki. He was still very interested in staying on Shiki's boat and exchanging sword skills with each other. However, before he could agree, he was strangled by Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement at this time, Shiki and Newgate should have gotten rid of Charlotte Linlin. Lin Nuo rubbed his chin in thought, and walked towards Shiki's pirate ship ahead. The banquet outside was much more lively than inside the castle. Countless pirates sat around the table, chatting and teasing, drinking as if the whole world belonged to him. And just after Lin Nuo left, a pirate looked at his drunk and unconscious companion, stood up with flashing eyes, pretended to go to the bathroom, and left quietly. The pirate came to the remote coast, looked around, then hid behind a boulder, carefully took out a phone bug from his body, and dialed it. Naval Headquarters, Avenida Vondo, inside the Marine Admiral office. At this time, Kong is discussing things with Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Recently, the New World Rocks pirate group has become more and more powerful, and the Marine stationed in New World is basically a decoration. Sengoku spoke wearily, his eyes filled with worry. Indeed, as Sengoku said, the gap in high-end combat power has been gradually widened. Some time ago, I heard that Kaido, a newcomer who just joined the Rocks Pirates, can stand alone against the attacks of the 3 vice admirals guarding the New World Marine branch. Zephyr nodded, with a serious look on his face, echoing Sengoku's approval. Brew. At this moment, a phone bug on the desktop interrupted Kong's thoughts. He glanced at Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp. Kong had absolute trust in them and connected immediately. Catch, Moses, this is Hive Island. The voice of the phone bug came over immediately, and the voice was extremely low. The eyes of Kong and others became serious, because the Hive Island was the base camp of the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 11 Scary Newcomer, Sora. Sora Admiral, the Rocks Pirates now have a terrifying newcomer. Marine Undercover kept his voice to a minimum, but he could also hear the incomparable seriousness in his tone. A great rookie. You mean the rookie Kaido who can fight the 3 Marine branch vice admiral alone? I already know these things. Kong's tone was indifferent. Even Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp on the side were relieved. They thought the Rocks Pirates were making a big move again. No, it's not the rookie Kaido, it's an even scarier rookie. Kong's tone made the undercover Marine a little excited, and he retorted immediately, and his voice began to rise a little. What? How is this possible? A rookie who is scarier than Kaido? What is going on here? Explain it to me carefully. When Kong heard this, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He would not talk about the undercover agent he carefully selected to join the Rocks Pirates. There must be a basis for this. Today, a young man came here. It seems that he is under 18 years old. He broke into the Hive Island alone, and relied on his strange devil fruit ability to kill 3 captain-level pirates in a row. There was some surprise in Kong's eyes. The captain-level pirates under the Rocks Pirates were not weaker than Marine Rear Admiral or higher. Said in a deep voice, young people under the age of 18? Yes. That's not all. After that, I will show the swordsmanship of the great swordsman. At such a young age, it is understandable to have some kind of weird fruit ability. After all, this has a certain element of luck, but the development of fruits also requires talent. But having the swordsmanship strength of a great swordsman is too unbelievable. This is the top power in the sea. Is it possible for a young man to have such terrifying strength? Hearing this, Kong and the others were a little shocked in their hearts, and they didn't even speak for a while. Keep talking. Kong took a deep breath and said, Yes, Your Excellency Admiral, and then with the core cadre Ochaku, without the ability to activate the fruit, they crushed Ochaku with the swordsmanship strength of the great swordsman. In the end, Rocks also assigned him the position of cadre by default. In the end, the undercover Marine began to get more and more excited, as if he couldn't suppress it anymore. Crush Ochaku? How is that possible? Advertisement. Hearing this, Kong suddenly turned pale with shock, and his previous calmness had long since disappeared. Even Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr had turmoil in their hearts and looked at each other. The cadres of the Rocks Pirates all have strong strengths. Like Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, there is no doubt that they have the same terrifying combat power as Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Although Ochaku is not very strong in the Rocks Pirates, but it is also a genuine cadre strength. At most it is slightly inferior to them, and it is definitely the top existence of New World. This young man can crush Ochaku. Doesn't it mean that the kid already has the strength of a cadre? What's the new guy's name? Kong suppressed his unbelievable gesture and asked urgently. His name is Lin Nuo. Someone is here, so stop talking. Toot. As soon as the undercover Marine finished saying his name, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Kong didn't respond to this. The 4 of them fell silent, and the entire office was silent, but they kept thinking about the information the Marine's undercover agent said. After a long time, Garp said carelessly, picking his nostrils with his fingers as he spoke. Why do some new monsters always join the Rocks Pirates? Why haven't they joined our naval headquarters? Got it. It's hard to speak, and finally some nonsense, but it's really hard for us, Garp. Ahem. Sengoku gave Garp a hard look, but Garp didn't take it seriously, tilted his head and pretended not to see Sengoku, thinking in his heart. What does labor and management say is none of your business, four-eyed boy. Zephyr, who was always serious, also began to show a helpless expression. At this time, Kong didn't care about Garp's words, he was used to Garp's mindless words every time, and the three of them took a look at Kong and breathed a sigh of relief. Recently there have been many newcomers in the Rocks Pirates, especially Kaido and this monster Lin Nuo. I don't think we can let it go any longer. Sengoku stepped out of the previous shock and analyzed the current situation with a serious expression. Sengoku is right. If those newcomers grow up completely, then the strength of the Rocks Pirates will gradually skyrocket. It won't be so easy for us to deal with them by then. Advertisement Zephyr agrees with Sengoku, they are not afraid of the current Rocks Pirates, but the Rocks Pirates who have grown up with newcomers. The eyes of the three turned their heads to look at Kong at the main table. This Lin Nuo is on the danger list. Once you find the opportunity, kill this newcomer of the Rocks Pirates. Recently, I have shifted my focus to New World, and always pay attention to the movements of the Rocks Pirates. Kong looked ugly and nodded, agreeing with Sengoku and Zephyr's thoughts. The Rocks Pirates are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. How could a group of monsters all gather together? Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp couldn't help but start to worry in their hearts. Lin Nuo came to the side of the pirate ship and waited for a while before Shiki floated from afar. Shiki looked gloomy. Before Lin Nuo had time to agree to his invitation, he was entangled by Charlotte Linlin for a long time, and finally got rid of Charlotte Linlin. After that, he rushed back to the banquet, but found that Lin Nuo had left. As soon as he got close to the hull, he saw Lin Nuo who was weighing here, he suddenly realized, and then he gritted his teeth. This kid Lin Nuo dared to use my golden lion Shiki as a shield. No, labor and management have to save face. Huh, boy Lin Nuo, you still have the face to come to me. Shiki released Lion Fruit's ability, strode towards Lin Nuo, and asked aggressively. Lin Nuo touched his nose, smiled, and saw Shiki's angry face from afar, presumably because he diverted Charlotte's and Linlin's attention to Shiki. Yo, Shiki, you guys still have the face to criticize me. When you see that Charlotte Linlin woman coming over, at least remind me. 1 second you were inviting labor and management to live on your boat, and the next second you'll pretend you don't know him. That's fine, you, Shiki. But this can't be blamed on Lin Nuo, since you were unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous, and immediately ask Shiki back. Shiki was stunned. Why is this different from what he thought? Shouldn't Lin Nuo give him a good lick? Suddenly Shiki started to feel embarrassed. Chapter 12 Swordsmanship Competition, Strength Improvement. Lin Nuo, listen to me. Forget it, we're even. But after hearing Lin Nuo's words, Shiki's aura suddenly seemed to be discouraged and became limp. He really thought that this happened at the time, as if Lin Nuo had glared at him in Newgate. By the way, Shiki, you've been away for so long, why don't you have a relationship with Charlotte Linlin? Immediately afterwards, Lin Nuo took a step forward and stared straight at Shiki with a meaningful smile on his face, as if to say, you understand. Damn it, Lin Nuo boy, don't make false accusations against labor. Do you think this is possible? Labor and management are, It's impossible anyway. Shiki understood in an instant, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and argued. Ha ha ha. Really? Just kidding, let this matter pass. In the pirate manga, it is said that the flying pirate and legendary, Golden Lion Shiki will also appear in such a posture, which makes Lin Nuo couldn't help laughing. However, this matter has come to an end. If it is too much, Shiki's face will be lost. You were waiting for me here, have you decided to accept my invitation? The topic suddenly returned to the right track, and Golden Lion Shiki's complexion returned to normal in an instant, staring at Lin Nuo firmly. Lin Nuo nodded and said calmly, well, I don't want to build my own fleet yet, so let's stay with you for a while. As you said, we can learn from each other and exchange sword skills in matters of swordsmanship. In fact, for Lin Nuo, improving his strength at this time is still the key. In addition to relying on system rewards, he must also work hard to improve. When he arrived for the first time, he didn't have any acquaintances, let alone people who fought against each other every day. And Golden Lion Shiki took the initiative to express his opinion, which saved him from going to the people of the Rocks Pirates and deliberately blending in. Promise Shiki, when the two get along well, they can also achieve their own goals, so why not do it? Jia ha ha ha. Lin Nuo boy, under the guidance of the most powerful swordsman, my uncle, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Just put 100 hearts on it, advertisement sure enough. Shiki laughed so that his blonde hair trembled. He patted Lin Nuo on the shoulder and promised. Snort, the most powerful swordsman? Where did you get your courage, Shiki? The corner of Lin Nuo's mouth twitched slightly. He clearly remembered that he was exchanging swordsmanship with Shiki, but how did this guy become a guide? In terms of pure swordsmanship, Shiki's swordsmanship is almost the same as his. There's no need for one of them to guide the two. As long as they continue to share and communicate swordsmanship, it is enough. Okay, Shiki, it's getting late, let's go to your boat first. Lin Nuo said to Shiki angrily. He is too lazy to argue with Shiki at this time. After all, this guy is too shameless. He belongs to the kind that gives a little sunshine and is extremely brilliant. After Lin Nuo followed Shiki to board the pirate ship, the ship was slowly activated by Shiki's lion fruit ability, slowly floated up, and finally stayed in midair. An uninhabited island, two pirate ships floating in midair, one is undoubtedly the pirate ship of Golden Lion Shiki, and the other is Whitebeard Newgate. At this moment, the eyes of Newgate and the others were looking down. After bursts of weapon collisions, the violent sound echoed throughout the entire area. Boom, boom. Lin Nuo and Shiki fought fiercely. Both sides held famous knives and never activated the devil fruit ability from the beginning to the end. This is a duel of swordsmanship. Under the battle between the two, waves of terror were set off. The entire island is full of swordplay storms caused by slashing. The trees and boulders in the forest are constantly being split by the slashing blows in the air, and the wind and rain change in midair. This is the terrifying confrontation between the two great swordsmen. With the raising of their hands, there is no change in the wind and rain, producing an incomparably terrifying power. The battle between the two lasted for 2 hours. The swordsmanship skills were frequently displayed, and the various slashes made people dazzled inadvertently. The entire ground was already full of potholes, showing terrifying cracks. At this time, the two stopped at the same time and found a place to rest. Lin Nuo leaned against a tree, constantly adding water, looked at the dilapidated island, and smiled with satisfaction. Advertisement for half a month, the Rocks pirates had no missions, and the leisurely Lin Nuo took Golden Lion Shiki to learn swordsmanship every day. This is also to improve one's combat experience and practice one's ability to control swordsmanship. His progress is also very obvious, and he already has a swordsmanship that is no less than that of Golden Lion Shiki. In the first few days, when fighting Shiki, he was at a disadvantage every time. Shiki, who is also a cadre, is indeed slightly better than Ochaku in terms of strength. With the passage of time, Lin Nuo's combat experience has been continuously accumulated, just like what he saw just now, Lin Nuo at this time. Using only the great swordsman's swordsmanship, he already has equal strength with Shiki, and now the two of them can't do anything to each other. As for the pervert-like gravitational fruit ability, Lin Nuo insists on practicing every night, and the improvement is also obvious, compared to half a month ago. Lin Nuo has become more proficient in the precise control of gravity and repulsion. Compared with the Luo Tian symbol of Tiandao Pain's signature, and universal pull, both the scope and power are several times stronger. And the developed repulsion field, range, and oppression are gradually perfected. The only thing that makes Lin Nuo unhappy is that the system check-in during this period of time has not issued any good things, it is just an experience card for strengthening the constitution. Host. Lin Nuo Devil Fruit, Gravity Fruit Conquerors Haki, none. Armament Haki, none. Observation Haki, none. Physique, C. Swordsmanship. Great Swordsman Weapons, Supreme Sword 12 Crafts Dragon Slaying. Lin Nuo boy, how long are you going to fight? In the past half a month, your kid's strength has improved rapidly. Golden Lion Shiki looked at Lin Nuo with a look of shock and satisfaction. To be honest, Shiki was still very surprised at the rapid progress of Lin Nuo's strength. After all, every cadre has accumulated the current strength and experience by relying on countless fights. In contrast, Lin Nuo. Since in just half a month, the accumulated experience and strength have already surpassed most of the cadres under the Rocks pirates. Chapter 13 Shiki. Shiki, our swordsmanship strength is now on par, and we won't make much progress if we continue to spar. Lin Nuo thought to himself, during this period of time, he has no less than Shiki in terms of swordsmanship and combat experience. Jia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo boy, your current strength is still far behind mine. Golden Lion Shiki is still inflated as always, and said brazenly. Huh, really? Shiki, I found that your strength has not improved much, but your skin is getting thicker. A sudden sound came to the ears of the two, and Whitebeard jumped off the boat and landed firmly next to Shiki and Lin Nuo. This Shiki is even more shameless than before, when he invited Lin Nuo to the banquet. Just keep touting himself, now after so many consecutive fights with Lin Nuo, the two have already ended in a tie. Under such circumstances, it is shameless to continue bragging. Is this guy's face thicker than Deshaun? Whitebeard suddenly became more and more dissatisfied with Shiki, and sometimes he couldn't resist punching him into the bottom of the sea. Huh, Newgate, what are you doing? This is an exchange of swordsmanship between our two great swordmasters. Golden Lion Shiki was not to be outdone and refuted. For Whitebeard Newgate, he also did not give the opponent a good face, because every time Whitebeard scolded him, this also made him sometimes pretend to be forced. Cool la la la. You guys also know that both you and Lin Nuo are great swordsmen? Lin Nuo has the top combat power of a great swordsman at a young age. Where are you guys? As a veteran swordsman, have you ever won a match with Lin Nuo in the past few days? So you have the face to say that Lin Nuo is worse than you? Your skin is as steel, Shiki. Advertisement Newgate looked disdainful, he just couldn't understand Shiki's pretending all the time, and directly gave him soul-like shock torture. Damn, Whitebeard Newgate, what do you guys know? The two-sword swordsmanship practiced by labor and capital is much more difficult than the one-sword style. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, Newgate. After Golden Lion Shiki heard what Whitebeard said, his face flushed with anger. What a Newgate, you actually didn't give me any face in front of Lin Nuo. Then Shiki couldn't bear it any longer, and directly picked up Sakura 10, dead wood, and slashed towards Newgate. For Shiki's sudden attack, the corners of Whitebeard Newgate's mouth rose slightly, showing a conspiratorial smile. Now that Shiki has already made a move, labor and management took the opportunity to beat up this guy to see if he continued to pretend. This kind of situation has long been used to. After distanced Newgate and Shiki, he took out a bucket of braised beef noodles and 3 bottles of wine from the system inventory. After opening 2 bottles of wine, he threw them at Shiki and Newgate. The next moment, the two who were about to fight, suddenly smelled the aroma of wine, and immediately grabbed the flying wine bottle. Snort, Newgate, I will let you go today. While speaking, Shiki retracted the 2 big sharp knives into their scabbards, and warned Whitebeard and Newgate with a serious face. Who will let who go? I don't know yet, shameless guy. Whitebeard and Newgate snorted coldly. For the smell of wine, it was more important than beating Shiki explosively, and it would be fine to beat Shiki next time. Gulu, drinking spirits, enjoying themselves, Shiki and Newgate ignored each other. At this time, Lin Nuo, who was eating braised beef noodles and tasting fragrant wine, suddenly said playfully. Hey, Shiki, there's no difference in swordsmanship. It's not shameful. You don't need to use the difficulty of the 2 sword style as an excuse. After hearing Lin Nuo's words, Shiki was choked up suddenly, his old face was red with anger, and he said with dissatisfaction on his face. Advertisement, ahem, I said Lin Nuo boy, what do you mean I can't beat you? The difficulty of the 2 sword style is much more difficult than the 1 sword style. I didn't lie about this. Since this is the case, let's have one more final competition to see whose sword skill is more difficult. Lin Nuo showed a smile, threw away the instant noodles in his hand, picked up one of the supreme sharp knives, Zhanlong, and walked slowly to the shore. Jia ha 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 ha. Good boy, it's just what I want. Shiki was a little surprised at once, and then there was a fighting look in his eyes, and he stood up laughing. Lin Nuo is still too young. He has a terrifying swordsmanship skills, but he doesn't have the knowledge of a great swordsman. Who doesn't know, as the number of knives used increases, the level of use will become more and more difficult. The 1 sword style is the easiest, the 2nd sword style will be twice as difficult, and the 3 sword style will be even more difficult. This is also the reason why most of the swordmasters in the sea are one-shot. Even Shiki was shocked by Lin Nuo one after another during the half-month of swordsmanship sparring. He has to admit Lin Nuo's terrifying strength and super talent, but Shiki, who is proud and confident, will not lose. He feels that if he is a great swordsman, he can also have Lin Nuo's achievements. It seems that he can take this opportunity to show off his extremely difficult swordsmanship that he is proud of, and fight for his face in front of Lin Nuo and Whitebeard Newgate. Let Lin Nuo and Whitebeard Newgate know how terrifying his sword skills are. Boy Lin Nuo, how to compete is up to you, don't say that I, Golden Lion Shiki, bully you young man. Shiki looked proud and walked quickly to the beach, followed by Whitebeard and Newgate. We have been fighting for half a month, and we all know each other's moves. How about you and I each have a move of the other's swordsmanship? Whoever is stronger will win. How? Lin Nuo looked confident and analyzed Shiki. Okay, no problem, but the winner must be me, Jia ha ha ha. Shiki laughed and became more confident, crossing his arms, as if he was already the victor for this competition. Since fighting Lin Nuo for half a month, he has already been familiar with all of Lin Nuo's sword moves, and he is quite sure that he has comprehended half of the sword moves based on his experience. Advertisement Chapter 14 Incredible horror talent. Staring at Shiki's extremely proud look, Lin Nuo thought to himself. Wait a minute, there will be a time for you to cry. Lin Nuo has already figured out Shiki's tricks for countless fights with Shiki. For this competition, Golden Lion Shiki will undoubtedly lose. Whitebeard Newgate looked at Shiki's smug look on the side, which always made him unhappy. Jia ha ha ha. My uncle comes first, swordsmanship. Clone slash. Shiki took the lead, holding the big sharp knife Sakura 10 with one hand. A cold light appeared, and in a dazzled state, he suddenly made more than 30 slashes and shot out. But what's different is that the 36 pad slashes didn't form a storm. Instead, they scurry randomly on the sea surface and finally disappeared on the sea surface. Shiki turned his head proudly and said triumphantly. How about it, Lin Nuo boy? The 1 sword style of swordsmanship is very simple. Your swordsmanship is only 1 step away from my master's comprehension. After all, my uncle's 2 sword style is more difficult. Lin Nuo smiled slightly. Golden Lion Shiki, you are a top swordsman in the world after all. You chose my simplest sword technique, but you still haven't fully comprehended it yet. Really, next Shiki, you can look forward to it. Lin Nuo took a large piece of dead wood from Shiki's waist, holding 2 famous knives tightly between his hands. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and sword aura began to surround the 2 knives continuously. For a moment, Shiki, who was on the side, was startled, and even Whitebeard, who was next to Newgate, widened his eyes. After all, they are too familiar with this movement and sword energy. That's right, it's the swordsmanship that Golden Lion Shiki is proud of. Lion Majesty. Slash wave. As the sound fell, Lin Nuo suddenly swung the knife with both hands, and suddenly a violent and terrifying slash came out. In less than a moment, the slash directly cut open the sea, and for a moment a bottomless strait appeared in front of them as far as the eye could see. It was too strong. Neither of them expected that Lin Nuo would achieve this step with the slash that Golden Lion Shiki was proud of. Advertisement. This level is already on par with his Shiki. Is this Lin Nuo's super talent and strength? What a monster. But it's not over yet, you have to play a little bigger than the test. The huge chasm on the sea surface was still closed. Lin Nuo suddenly moved, activated the fruit ability and jumped up, holding 2 sharp knives tightly in both hands. The body forms a squat shape, and it is swung out continuously at the speed of thunder, and there are violent slashes one after another, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Lion Majesty. Thousand Slice Valley. Everyone was dazzled for a moment. At this time they were shocked by Lin Nuo and couldn't speak, their eyes fixed on the demon-like figure in the midair. Overwhelming slashes shot out, each of which was no less than the previous slash wave. For a while, the sea that had just calmed down began to become rough and restless again. At this time, as the creator of Slash, Golden Lion Shiki, was already dumbfounded by this scene. Looking at the restless sea, Lin Nuo, and Whitebeard Newgate, he muttered to himself in horror. This kid actually displayed the swordsmanship that I am so proud of to the fullest, no less than me. How is this possible? How did Lin Nuo do it? It was only in Shiki's mind that he could barely react, and directly activated the lion fruit ability to fly into the air, with disbelief already written all over his face. Damn, meow, are you Golden Lion Shiki or, my uncle is? It took me half a month to comprehend Lin Nuo's swordsmanship to the proficiency level. And you kid actually comprehended all the sword skills of labor and capital, and perfectly activated them all. Then his meow is an ultimate move that labor and capital are proud of. Why do you use it as if labor and capital are even stronger? Where did this kid come from? I have traveled across the sea and seen countless geniuses, but no one has ever compared with Lin Nuo. Seeing that Lin Nuo has used his moves to the point of smooth flow, and he is actually more proficient than himself, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help it. Advertisement. Ahem. Boy Lin Nuo, how on earth did you manage to achieve such a level with my master's ultimate move? I want to ask, do you have someone else? Shiki floated to Lin Nuo, stared at Lin Nuo carefully, turned around a few times, and said in disbelief. The same is true for Whitebeard Newgate, frowning and looking at Lin Nuo, he knows Shiki's tricks better than anyone else. In the past half a month, Lin Nuo, Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate have seen each other almost every day, so they both know what Lin Nuo is doing every day. In the morning, I exercised my constitution and body, and then I practiced swordsmanship, and at night I researched and developed fruit abilities. I didn't focus on it, so I only practiced swordsmanship. And Lin Nuo has mastered all the sword skills that Golden Lion Shiki has spent the first half of his life researching just by fighting Shiki dozens of times. If it weren't for the difference in fruiting ability between the two of them, I thought it was just shown by Golden Lion Shiki himself. And this dealt a deep blow to Golden Lion Shiki, this terrifying talent was unprecedented. Even his own captain, Rocks Tiantuan, can't do this step. As long as Lin Nuo doesn't die halfway, maybe he will surpass Captain Rocks one day in the future. Shiki, stop turning around in front of me, isn't it just to show off your moves perfectly, as for making such a fuss? Lin Nuo looked at Shiki who was swaying in front of him, and said impatiently. Small sample, mie Shiki's arrogance, every time this mouth is extremely annoying. As for Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, they couldn't accept it at once. If there was something to show their tricks, I wiped it, and Lin Nuo actually got it into it. Does Lin Nuo speak human language? As for attacking our predecessors like this. The talents of the two of them are very good, but compared with Lin Nuo, they are not at the same level at all. Why do you two look at lousy like that? I'm stupid, I'm in a panic. Lin Nuo saw the eyes of the two, staring at him like two devils, and immediately got goosebumps. Chapter 15 Surprised Roger Pirates. Isn't this normal operation? As for being so excited, I always feel that labor and capital have stolen your old hen. After being reminded by Lin Nuo, the two walked to Lin Nuo's side, each grabbed Lin Nuo's shoulders, and said. Jia ha ha ha. It is too troublesome to be the captain of the fleet by yourself, so don't do the matter of forming the fleet, you can live in my fleet with peace of mind. 3 meals a day, a banquet is arranged in the evening, and I will introduce you to a few girls. It's so nourishing. Lin Nuo, if you don't listen to Shiki, this guy can't teach you anything. If you want to improve your swordsmanship for a while, he can't help you. Don't let me come to my fleet, I will teach you taijutsu and haki. Don't forget, Lin Nuo, although you are comparable to Shiki in terms of swordsmanship, your constitution is still far behind haki. For a while, Shiki and Newgate were talking to each other, but after these words were uttered, the two immediately looked at each other, and immediately they glared at each other, staring at each other, as if the flames in their pupils were constantly burning. After Lin Nuo saw this scene, he held his forehead and watched helplessly. Just when Lin Nuo showed Slash Wave and Thousand Slice Valley. In the sea not far from the island, a pirate ship passed by quickly. And the captain of this pirate ship is Gordy Roger, and also the One Piece who will usher in a new era in the future. The Roger pirates are now also a big pirate in the New World waters, and their strength is second only to the Rocks pirates. Although not comparable to the terrifying Rocks pirates, their strength can be underestimated. After all, Gordy Roger started the future One Piece, and his strength is not comparable to the two terrifying figures of Whitebeard, Newgate and Golden Lion. And the deputy captain Pluton Rayleigh, in the One Piece comics, although not at his peak, can also stabilize Admiral Kizaru, which shows how strong Rayleigh is at his peak. Although the other is the same as Pluton Rayleigh, as Roger's right-hand man, Copper Jabba, there is not much description in the One Piece comics, but as Roger's deputy, his strength is almost the same as Rayleigh. The members of the Roger Pirates didn't pay attention to this island at first. Advertisement. But, suddenly at this moment, a terrifying slash suddenly shot from the direction of the island. The people who were talking on the pirate ship suddenly became serious. On the deck, a man with blonde hair, glasses, and a short beard pushed his glasses, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. With his right hand resting on the hilt of the sword, he slashed towards the oncoming ferocious attack at an extremely fast speed, and slashed over. Following a burst of roaring sound, the attacking slash instantly vanished into nothingness. This slash, could it be that guy Golden Lion Shiki? Rayleigh landed firmly on the deck, retracted the knife in his hand into its sheath, his eyes became serious, looking at the island in the distance, he felt a familiar aura from the slash just now. Sitting on the guardrail, Copper Jabba, who was wearing yellow clothes and had long black hair and was cleaning his axe, said calmly. Your guess was right, Rayleigh. This slash is indeed from that guy, Golden Lion Shiki. The slash just now should be the Thousand Slice Valley that Shiki is proud of. However, with such a long distance, this slash has been weakened a lot, or it was intentional. But this guy seems to be in our eyes. At this time, the captain of the Roger Pirates, Gordy Roger laughed out loud, and then slowly closed his eyes, as if he was perceiving something. Ha 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 ha. Long time no see, I didn't expect to meet Shiki here. That's right, this is observation Haki. In a moment, Roger's eyes suddenly opened, and a golden light flashed across them. Looks like Shiki isn't the only one. The corner of Roger's mouth raised slightly, as if he already knew what happened on the island, and said lightly. Although Shiki's slash is correct, the person who made this slash was not Shiki himself. As Roger's words fell, Rayleigh's face became a little shocked, and even Jabba, who was wiping the axe beside him, agreed, showing a little surprise. Advertisement. After all, under the perception of their observation Haki, the slash just now was undoubtedly launched by the Golden Lion Shiki, and they would not admit that the aura contained in the slash was wrong. If it wasn't launched by Golden Lion Shiki, besides him, who else could perform this move? Roger frowned slightly, and said lightly. Shiki and Newgate are both on that island, but the slash just now was sent by a young man. It seems that the young man is not simple. After hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh and Jabba were shocked. What? It was slashed by a young man, you must know that the slash has the power no less than that of a great swordsman. Could it be that the young man with Shiki and Newgate is already strong enough not to be weaker than the great swordsman? They believed in the words of their captain very much. Compared with his observation Haki perception ability, Captain Roger has the world's top observation Haki. Being able to achieve the voice of all things and predicting the future, although I am not proficient at the moment, I will definitely not go wrong. Come on, Rayleigh, Jabba, get ready. Suddenly, Roger spoke again, with a hint of excitement in his voice, as if he had no fear of the attack at all. Hearing this, Rayleigh and Jabba walked quickly to the bow of the boat, ready to fight back at any time. Sudden. Layers of waves were set off on the sea surface, followed by dozens of ferocious sharp blade strikes, attacking them like overwhelming. Every strike contained the terrifying power of ferocious sharp blades. This is Shiki's Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Could it be the young man that Roger said cut it out again? Rayleigh frowned. Looking at the extremely familiar move, he was a little surprised, but while speaking, half of the incoming slash had been destroyed by him. And Jabba on the side was not to be outdone, picked up the axe with one hand, and slashed towards the slash. A burst of roaring sound resounded through the surrounding sea area. Boom. Chapter 16 Strength Improvement. Under Rayleigh's slash and Jabba's axe blade, madness began to collide with each other. Under the violent impact, the sea water splashed for a while, and a huge pothole appeared on the sea in front of them. The crisis is over, let's change our course and target the island ahead. Go and meet the two core cadres of the Rocks Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, and the terrifying young man. Roger smiled, with a fighting look in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Being able to perfectly demonstrate the swordsmanship that Golden Lion Shiki is proud of is not easy for this young man. And the guy who can stay with Newgate and Shiki should be no less than a cadre in the Rocks Pirates. But when the Rocks Pirates had such a character, he is not very clear. After all, from the voice of all things in observation Haki, like Shiki, has the top combat power of a great swordsman, and can be on par with Shiki's swordsmanship. Such a terrifying young swordsman is simply unheard of, never heard of. And Rayleigh and Jabba were immediately very curious about Roger's narration, what kind of person he is at such a young age with the top combat power in the sea. Thinking of this, a gleam of fighting intent suddenly appeared in the eyes of the two of them. Although they encountered many powerful big pirates during this period, the young people who were with Shiki and Newgate were still a little worse, and they looked forward to it more. Although the entire strength of the Roger Pirates group cannot be compared with the Rocks Pirates, the Roger Pirates try to avoid conflicts with the Rocks Pirates. But the strength of the Roger Pirates also has the power to compete head-on with the Rocks Pirates. The Roger Pirates are not afraid of the Rocks Pirates, but they are inferior in high-end combat power. The pirates under his command are just decorations for the owner of the powerful Conqueror's Haki. On the other side, at this time on the island, the quarrel between Newgate and Shiki had come to a halt. The three of them were sitting on the shore, eating instant noodles and drinking fine wine. But Shiki and Newgate couldn't hide their attraction to Lin Nuo in their eyes. The two always want to abduct Lin Nuo and bring him into their fleet. However, these cannot be the present, but the future. The two of them firmly believe that in the future they will form their own pirate group and then dominate one side. Advertisement. After all, the two are the owners of Conqueror's Haki, and their ambitions cannot stop at the Rocks Pirates. In addition, the mutual killings within the Rocks Pirates made them extremely unhappy. However, this is also what the two of them think in their hearts, and it will not be revealed for the time being. After all, Rocks D. Bei Zeke's strength can stabilize the two of them, and it is unfathomable. Lin Nuo next to him took a sip of fine wine, and said to the system with a void in his mind. Don't be lazy in the system, today is the sign in day. Labor and management must sign. As soon as Lin Nuo finished speaking, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Good host. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. 2 experience cards for strengthening the Constitution, best-selling version, intermediate level armament Haki, and elementary level observation Haki. As the system prompt fell, Lin Nuo was startled. You must know that he didn't get any generous rewards in the previous 2 times. He thought that his luck had already run out at the beginning. He has already thought about the next plan, and his sword skills will not improve much for the time being. As Whitebeard Newgate said, he is too bad for Haki and physical skills now. He's all set to ditch Golden Lion Shiki and jump ship to Whitebeard's Newgate fleet. But the operation of the system at this time made him change his mind. Although Lin Nuo insists on training every day, and his constitution has gradually improved a lot, but compared with those 2 constitution cards, it is still far behind. After Lin Nuo obtained observation Haki, his own shortcomings were also resolved, and some swordsmanship moves were displayed through observation Haki. The most shocking thing is Armament Haki, who has a middle-level Armament Haki, and his attack power and defense power have been greatly improved. Even the Kadri Akoku, Lin Nuo is very sure, pressing him on the ground and rubbing him. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Nuo's mouth, and he said lightly towards the void in his mind. The system opens the panel. Ding. Good host. Host. Lin Nuo. Devil Fruit. Gravity Fruit. Conqueror's Haki. None. Advertisement. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Beginner. Physique. B. Swordsmanship. Great Swordsman. Weapons. Supreme Sword 12 Crafts Dragon Slaying. While Lin Nuo was indulging in the void of the system, Whitebeard, Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki suddenly stood up, staring fixedly at the distant sea. The hands of the two are already on each other, the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi, and Sakura 10, dead wood, as if ready to fight at any time. And Lin Nuo also noticed that the two of them were strange in the void of the system, and immediately stood up, and his eyes shifted to the distant sea. At this time, the black spots similar to the hull of the ship were getting bigger and bigger on the sea surface. Immediately, Lin Nuo did not hesitate anymore, activated the observation Haki, and sensed a few terrifying breaths faintly emanating from the distant ship. Come yet, Lin Nuo, get ready to fight, these guys are not easy stuff. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate's strong and Haki voice sounded in Lin Nuo's ears, and a slight eyebrow began to appear on his face. Although I don't want to admit it, Newgate is right. There are some great guys on board. Standing aside, Golden Lion Shiki slowly pulled out 2 big sharp knives with both hands. Sakura 10, a dead tree, looked at the sea with a serious expression. Just as Lin Nuo was about to ask Newgate and Shiki further, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to Host for triggering the mission. Host is about to face the future One Piece, Gore D. Roger, and many strong men under the Roger Pirates. Using the Roger Pirates as a demonstration of the results of cultivation, this time the strong will win or lose. This task is completed, the system will have a special reward. Please Host, show your arrogance in front of the Roger Pirates. Chapter 17 Whitebeard vs. Roger. After Lin Nuo heard the system prompt, his body was shocked, his eyes became serious, and then he looked at the sea again. I rely on, no way. He didn't expect it to be the Roger Pirates. No wonder the level of alarm made his head buzz when observation Haki was launched. And the faces of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki became so serious. No wonder even the system couldn't help assigning special tasks. I don't know what the special rewards are this time. However, what does the last sentence of the system mean? What is domineering? Do you have such a metaphor? After Lin Nuo learned that it was the Roger Pirates, the unyielding fighting spirit in his heart continued to rise. This is not only a duel with the strong, but also the result of his hard work during this period of time. He wants to see how strong he is. At this time, the Roger Pirates were already preparing to land on the coast not far away. The strong men on the Roger Pirates ship also began to enter the vision of the 3 of them. Ha. Long time no see, Newgate, Shiki. Roger stood on the bow, laughing loudly, with a carefree look, and on both sides of him were the strongest arms of the Roger Pirates, Pluton Rayleigh and C. Buck Jabba. It's close, Roger. Let's decide the winner. This time labor and capital will definitely defeat you. With Newgate's just falling, Newgate, who was holding the supreme large knife Kong Yunchi, was half squatting. On the sharp blade of Kong Yunchi, a translucent halo suddenly appeared, and he slashed toward the sea in an instant. That's right. This is the power of shock fruit that Whitebeard Newgate is proud of. It has the terrifying power to shatter everything. Carrying the power of terrifying shock, once it touches the entire atmosphere, it will be torn apart instantly, and cracks will continue to spread, as if the entire space has been completely destroyed. However, the originally calm sea surface suddenly set off layers of waves, constantly rolling and surging. As the vibration became stronger, the shock wave rushed towards the Roger pirates along with the huge waves. As for the people on the Roger pirates ship, after seeing this scene, fear appeared in their eyes. On the contrary, Roger, the captain, complained all over his face, complaining about Whitebeard Newgate's sudden shot. Advertisement. Newgate, I didn't even say hello, so I started to fight. Can't I wait for labor and capital to land? Anyway, we can be considered friends. You treat friends like this. Although he complained that Whitebeard and Newgate didn't say hello, he started to shoot, but Roger had already pulled out the sword from his waist while speaking. In the next second, he shot decisively, without dragging his feet at all. A ray of golden light flashed in Roger's eyes, and he swung the sword with his right hand, accompanied by a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a deep red domineering slash cut through the entire sea surface, heading towards the huge waves and shock waves. The two terrifying attacks of the monstrous waves collided together, and after a few seconds of stalemate, the shock waves gradually began to dissipate. And the surge of the sea forced Roger's pirate ship to shake constantly. And after the shock wave and huge wave were shattered, the slash also weakened a lot, and the speed did not slow down, rushing all the way towards Newgate on the shore. And Newgate didn't care at all, but the muscles on his body kept contracting, and he was holding Kong Yunchi with one hand, but he didn't activate the shock fruit ability this time. Rely solely on constitution and physical explosion and strength. With the sound of a violent collision resounding around. Kong Yun's extremely sharp blade collided with Roger's ferocious slash. The violent explosion and impact disturbed the entire sea surface, turning the originally surging waves into turbulent waves. And Roger's pirate ship on the sea was swaying in the turbulent sea. At this time, the figure of Whitebeard Newgate, Haki side leaking firmly stood on the shore. At this time, the Roger pirates were already preparing to dock with difficulty, and Pluton Rayleigh, who had been watching Lin Nuo, spoke. You are the young man who slashed before. As soon as these words came out, Lin Nuo, who was standing beside Shiki, was taken aback for a moment. Slash. Did he mean the slash wave and thousand slice valley I cut out in the previous competition with Shiki? How did this Pluton Rayleigh know? Could it be those few slashes that hit them? Advertisement. So as to bring them over. Ha 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 ha. It seems that you have already guessed it. Those few slashes almost sank our pirate ship to the bottom of the sea. Boy, the strength is not bad. Following Roger's words, Lin Nuo touched the back of his head in embarrassment at this time. At this time, Lin Nuo's face was a little frowned. Is it really such a coincidence? This can hit the Roger pirates, which is more accurate than buying a lottery ticket in the real world. It's a pity. If it were in the real world, labor and management might already be upstarts by now. At this moment, Lin Nuo suddenly felt something, and when he turned his head to look, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki looked at him with complaining eyes. It seemed to say, a competition is a competition. You kid almost sank his boat to the bottom of the sea. If it was some little pirates, they would die if they died. It's good for you to actually lure Roger, an annoying guy, over here. Once a fight breaks out, we'll help you take the blame. And Lin Nuo also saw the expressions on the faces of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki. What were they thinking? This made him even more embarrassed, like a child who got into trouble. You two, don't look at me like that, I don't want to. Who knew that Slash would fly to Roger's pirate ship? Okay, I'll treat you two to drink Motai some other day. In the previous sign-in rewards, Lin Nuo got a lot of good wine, among which was Motai, which can only be bought by Demony in the real world. While Lin Nuo continued to curry favor with these two guys, the voice of Copper Jabba, the deputy of the Roger pirates, came over. It's not bad to have such strength at such a young age. Boy. Looks like Shiki will be surpassed in time. It was initially recognized by the strong, which made Lin Nuo, who was trying to curry favor with Newgate and Shiki, very happy. It seems to say, now we are also the top powerhouse in the sea, and we are no longer the little Xiami when we first came out. Copper Jabba. Chapter 18 Fight against the three main forces of the Roger pirates, Roger, avoid God. And Shiki, who had been flattered by Lin Nuo, gritted his teeth when he heard the owner of the voice. Damn, this uncle can be shot while lying down. It's fine if you praise Lin Nuo. After all, this kid's talent is simply a pervert. This uncle does not deny these things, but if you use this uncle as a comparison, it is your fault. Grandpa Golden Lion Shiki, as the core cadre of the Rocks pirates, don't you want to lose face? And the extremely proud Golden Lion Shiki, together with Whitebeard Newgate and Lin Nuo, is one of the powerful combat forces of the Rocks pirates. The three taunted each other. After all, it was their Rocks pirates. But when Copper Jabba spoke, the situation was different. The two of them had a hostile relationship, and it was like ridicule and shame to be said by the enemy. If these things are spread, how can he, Golden Lion Shiki, hang around in the sea? At this time, Shiki's anger was about to reach its peak, and he immediately took out the Sakura 10 on his waist, and the two big sharp knives 21 with dead wood, and then activated the ability of Lion Fruit. Crossed swords rushed towards Copper Jabba. Damn, do you want to be so serious? Jabba, who had just finished speaking, was startled when he saw Golden Lion Shiki rushing over suddenly. But Copper Jabba, one of the two lieutenants of the Roger pirates, immediately reacted, took out his own axe, not to be outdone, and faced the attacking Shiki head-on. Damn, that guy Roger didn't say that B asterisk 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 D Shiki loves face so much, damn it, just start a fight when there is a disagreement. Shiki and Copper Jabba soared into the air and came to the distant beach in an instant. For a while, a battle to save face kicked off in an instant. And the people on both sides didn't pay attention to such a scene, let alone stop them. When everyone was watching the battle between Shiki and Copper Jabba, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Boy, what's so good about the Rocks Pirates? Do you want to join our Roger Pirates? Roger laughed, staring straight at Lin Nuo at the side, and extended an invitation to Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo is the default cadre of the Rocks Pirates, which is the opposite of the Roger Pirates, but he does not hesitate to pull Lin Nuo on board. It can be seen how much Roger this guy takes himself seriously. But the invitation belongs to the invitation. You guys didn't notice Whitebeard Newgate next to you. The fierce gaze just wanted to beat you Roger to death. Sigh. I don't understand how this guy will become the One Piece in the future. This kind of silly appearance is not as real as Pluton Rayleigh on the side. At this moment, Roger's face darkened suddenly, and he looked helplessly at Rayleigh beside him. And Rayleigh also noticed the gaze of his own Captain Roger. His forehead was full of doubts, as if to say, I am stupid, you have been watching what labor and management are doing. And just now, when Roger extended an invitation to Lin Nuo, the voice of all things hurt Lin Nuo's heart inadvertently, making him angry and helpless for a while. Damn, this stinky boy actually scolded labor and management in his heart, and he also said that labor and management were not as good as that stuffy gourd of Rayleigh. Grass, labor and management can't compare to him. I still sincerely invite you kid, that's good, I'm disgusted, alas, I really want to beat up that guy Rayleigh. Newgate, you haven't introduced yet. Although it was said that Roger's voice heard Lin Nuo's inner thoughts, which made him a little annoyed, but it was inevitable for the first meeting. When I first met Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, my heart was worse than Lin Nuo scolding him now. So what Lin Nuo said in his heart just now is considered good. And Roger didn't care about this, and wanted to fight for it. After all, Lin Nuo possessed such terrifying strength at a young age, and if he was dug into Roger's pirate group, he would definitely be able to raise the overall strength of the pirate group to a higher level. Cool la la la. Roger, you are quite courageous. You dare to poach people in front of labor and management. It seems that you don't take me seriously at all. Advertisement. Sink labor and capital into the sea. For Roger, he was careless in front of him, trying to poach Lin Nuo away. Immediately, Whitebeard and Newgate were extremely annoyed. Lin Nuo is a member of their Rocks Pirates, you guys have no courage. Besides, he and Golden Lion Shiki have been actively trying to get Lin Nuo into their fleet during this time, and you, an outsider, also want to get involved. I don't say whether you can dig Lin Nuo kid, but digging Lin Nuo in front of labor and management must teach you a lesson. Take it, Roger. In the meantime, Whitebeard Newgate was already holding Kong Yunchi, and the blade of the supreme sword was shrouded in a terrifying translucent halo. When Roger saw Whitebeard Newgate make a move, he immediately snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, he drew the sword at his waist to meet him. Huh, God avoids. Under the collision of the violent shock force and Roger's ferocious slash, the space was shattered for a moment, creating a terrifying oppression. Blowing towards the face in all directions, one after another deep red lightning was restless, and the whole island began to crumble. Facing the terrifying collision between the two, Lin Nuo also began to distance himself from them. Lin Nuo did not respond to Roger's words just now, which is enough to prove that he will not leave the Rocks Pirates until the end of the Valley of Gods incident. At this time, watching Shiki and Jabba in the distance, and Roger and Whitebeard's Newgate battle benefited him immensely. At this moment, Lin Nuo was like a sharp sword, crushing all the gravel and trees that hit them when they collided. Lin Nuo didn't do anything, but his swordsmanship had reached a certain level. I didn't expect this kid to have reached such a level in terms of swordsmanship. What a scary kid. Pluton Rayleigh also pulled away early when Roger and Whitebeard Newgate collided, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Nuo. Although Lin Nuo has reached the top in swordsmanship at this time, he does not measure Lin Nuo to be at the same level as himself in his heart. Chapter 19 The Territory of Terror. Although Lin Nuo possesses the terrifying combat power of a top swordsman, he is still a bit inferior in terms of experience and sophistication, and the battle is not only based on swordsmanship. But at this moment, Rayleigh moved suddenly, raised his hand and raised the sword in his hand, instantly locked onto Lin Nuo in the distance, and slashed, under the dazzling slash, exuded an incomparably cold air. Under the perception of observation Haki, Lin Nuo had already pulled out the supreme sharp knife, Zanlong, from his waist, and slashed with the incoming attack. One sword style. Split slash. A storm of slashes was thrown out, and instantly collided with Rayleigh's attack, and the two slashes stalemate for a moment. Dissipating into the air together, in this contest, the two of them did not gain the upper hand at all, but ended in a draw. Rayleigh was a little shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the slash that he was proud of would end in a draw without gaining the upper hand in front of Lin Nuo. At this moment, he has a higher opinion of Lin Nuo, and the fighting spirit in his body is constantly being released. For both of them are great sword masters standing at the top level of the sea, the duel in swordsmanship determines their next battle. Your grandma, I didn't expect Pluton Rayleigh to do a sneak attack. It seems to look down on labor and management. Lin Nuo's face at the moment was filled with displeasure. He didn't expect Rayleigh to be more aggressive and didn't say hello. Fortunately, he has observation haki, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself just now. But don't let it go. Although Lin Nuo does not have the top Conqueror's Haki like Pluton Rayleigh, he is not weaker than Rayleigh in swordsmanship. He still has the confidence to gain a huge advantage in swordsmanship. Now, Pluton Rayleigh's figure was like an extremely fast cannonball, and he rushed towards Lin Nuo. The sword in his hand was suddenly wrapped by armament haki, and the aura he exuded became even more terrifying. Advertisement. And how could Lin Nuo let Rayleigh approach him as he wished? With cracks appearing on the ground under his feet, Lin Nuo's figure was ejected out of nowhere and rushed straight into the air. At the same time, the blade of the supreme sword, Zanlong in his hand was instantly covered by armament haki. Black's blade glowed with black light, and the patterns and imprints on the blade were extremely shining, like an endless abyss, which made people dare not look directly at it. One sword-style tiger. The dark light of the black knife appeared, and as Lin Nuo pressed down, he slashed out with his backhand, and instantly turned into an extremely ferocious giant tiger, rushing towards Rayleigh like the momentum of Mount Tai. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth rose slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He clenched the sword tightly with one hand, and the terrifying sword intent rose from his body. The fierce sword energy continued to condense on the tip of the sword, and strands of lightning surrounded the blade, restless. At this moment Rayleigh moved, the tip of the knife locked onto Lin Nuo who was in the air, and stabbed straight out. The great swordsman's top slash was added to Pluton Rayleigh's top armament haki, and at this time Rayleigh woke up like a prehistoric beast. When the ferocious giant tiger collided with Rayleigh's attack, the point of the knife absolutely crushed it, instantly tore the ferocious giant tiger into pieces, and disappeared into the air impressively. Lin Nuo frowned, and he didn't panic about it. The top swordsman added the terrifying armament haki. He never thought that the blow just now could stop Rayleigh's move at the moment. It still had to be a bit of a surprise, although the two of them were dual in swordsmanship at the moment, but they didn't say that they couldn't activate the devil fruit ability. Although a little helpless, but why not Rayleigh? Armament haki's level of creation is simply not comparable to that of Lin Nuo. Just when Rayleigh had just shredded the ferocious giant tiger, Lin Nuo had already shot again. Facing Rayleigh, he had no reservations at this moment and fully activated his fruit ability. For a moment, an invisible veil moved towards covering in all directions. That's right, this is the field developed by Lin Nuo, and the field at this moment is even more terrifying than before. No matter the scope has expanded several times, the invisible pressure in the field has gradually increased. For a moment, the surrounding ground seemed to be oppressed by terrifying gravity. Cracks appeared one after another in the boulders, and they were disintegrated at any time, and several pieces of stumps had already shattered and turned into powder. As soon as Rayleigh crushed the ferocious giant tiger, he felt that his entire body was covered by an invisible gravitational pressure, pressing on Rayleigh like a jack, making it difficult for him to change his actions. His pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, not good. At this moment, he still underestimated Lin Nuo after all. Advertisement. He never expected that Lin Nuo is not only a top swordsman, but also an owner of devil fruit, and this terrifying weight oppression is his fruit ability. Could this boy's fruit ability be Paramesha gravity fruit? Such a strange power shocked him. Trying to find a way out of this horrible weight. And Lin Nuo also noticed Rayleigh's ability to shock himself, but Lin Nuo had already stretched out his left hand. Now is the opportunity. If you don't make a move, when will you have to wait? Universal pull. A terrifying gravitational force spewed out invisible, and in an instant, it crossed the extreme speed distance. What kind of ability is this? Shouldn't this guy be Paramesha gravity fruit? This terrifying suction is not good. Rayleigh yelled. He thought Lin Nuo was a Paramesha gravity fruit ability user, just restricting his actions, but he was wrong. At this time, Rayleigh's whole body seemed to be controlled by Lin Nuo, and he flew towards Lin Nuo at an extremely fast speed. If caught by him, Lin Nuo might really beat him to serious injuries. Rayleigh, what are you doing? Careful. Roger, who was in a fierce battle with Whitebeard Newgate, covered the entire island with the top observation haki. He realized that Rayleigh was in danger, and after forcing Whitebeard Newgate back with both hands, he couldn't help shouting at Rayleigh. And Rayleigh didn't have time to respond to Roger. At this moment, he desperately wanted to get rid of the invisible suction covering his whole body. This ability is too weird and terrifying. He still hasn't figured out what Lin Nuo Devil Fruit's ability is. Chapter 20 Rayleigh is defeated. Oh, at this moment, he couldn't allow him to think too much. Following Rayleigh's loud shout, Rayleigh's entire body was instantly wrapped in the powerful armament haki. It's not over yet. I saw a jet of flowing flame suddenly rising around Rayleigh, whose whole body was pitch black and extremely shiny, in a pink-colored shape, surrounding his body. That's right. This is the top armament haki emission. With the blessing of launching armament haki emission, Rayleigh resolutely broke free from the shackles of gravity, and began to distance himself from Lin Nuo at an extremely fast speed. In a series of Lin Nuo's strange abilities, he also noticed the weakness of Lin Nuo's strange abilities. Before being wrapped in an invisible cover, his body was oppressed by gravity. But this invisible field cannot be expanded arbitrarily, it is limited to a range of tens of meters, and as long as you keep a distance from Lin Nuo, you cannot fall into it. And the terrifying gravitational force just now should be his fruit ability. If it weren't for having the top armament haki to get rid of that terrible gravity, it is very possible just now. So close. This kid's strange ability is not ordinary scary. At this moment, Rayleigh's whole body was like running water, and he was directly wet with sweat, and couldn't help complaining. Thinking of the strange ability in that figure just now that he couldn't break free from the shackles, Rayleigh was afraid for a while. When Rayleigh wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Nuo's figure had disappeared before his eyes, just when Rayleigh wanted to rely on observation Haki to find out the location of Lin Nuo. It's over. God Luo Tien sign. The sharp alarm from observation Haki made his eyes widen, and just as Rayleigh was about to turn around, he heard a voice reach his ear. Shouldn't it be in that position? Oops. B asterisk 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 D. Careless, no flash. Advertisement. Rayleigh's face changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly. At this moment, Rayleigh had no time to think and avoid Lin Nuo's attack, and quickly launched the top-level armament Haki emission to cover the whole body, leaving nothing from head to toe. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh's entire figure flew out like a cannonball. A huge opening was cut across the entire surface of the sea in an instant, and a gully was broken like a slash. Rayleigh's figure turned into a black spot and smashed into the sea hard. Boom boom. As Rayleigh was thrown into the sea by Lin Nuo, everyone watched the rolling sea and swallowed. The crew members of the Roger Pirates, with disbelief written all over their faces, rubbed their eyes and thought they were wrong. They didn't expect that the person who was thrown into the sea was actually Pluton Rayleigh. You must know that Rayleigh, as the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, is at the top of the sea in terms of swordsmanship and Conqueror's Haki. How could this be defeated by an unknown young man on the Rocks Pirates? This is outrageous. What is the fruit ability of that kid? Even the vice captain Rayleigh suffered from him. But at this moment, bubbles kept popping up in a place on the sea surface, and a figure began to surface. The clothes on his upper body had already disappeared, revealing his firm and strong muscles. But compared to before, Rayleigh was much more embarrassed at this time, with a strand of bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to underestimate the enemy sometimes. You really shouldn't. Roger has reminded Rayleigh before that, although Lin Nuo is young, he can perceive from his observation Haki that Lin Nuo's whole card is not just the great swordsmanship. In the fierce battle between Rayleigh and Lin Nuo, he certainly knew that Rayleigh underestimated Lin Nuo, so that he underestimated the enemy and suffered such a big loss. It's not all Rayleigh's fault. Even when he started, he was holding Rayleigh's ideas before. But they didn't expect that Lin Nuo had some kind of Paramesha devil fruit ability besides the great swordsmanship. Such a weird ability is no less than the fruit ability of Golden Lion Shiki or Whitebeard Newgate. Roger felt that in this case, the way Rayleigh chose was already good, if it was changed to something else, or he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Advertisement. After launching armament Haki at full strength and dodging Lin Nuo's fatal blow twice, you must know that it was not known that the opponent had the fruit, so he was caught off guard. Cool la 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 la. Roger, you underestimate that kid Lin Nuo. He is a genius. He was recognized by Rocks before this, and he was promoted to an internal cadre. Newgate saw that Rayleigh, the deputy of the Roger Pirates, was at a disadvantage in the hands of Lin Nuo, and laughed. His eyes were full of affirmation of Lin Nuo, and his words were showing off and provoking Roger and others. HMPH, so what, there are quite a few geniuses on the labor ship. It's just Rayleigh being careless. Roger snorted coldly, feeling a little envious in his heart. It is true that they have a lot of geniuses in the Roger Pirates, but there is still a gap compared with Lin Nuo. At the same time, I was a little jealous, why such a talented guy joined the Rocks Pirates, like a newcomer named Kaido before, and Lin Nuo in front of him. But fortunately, judging from the information he collected, the cadres of the Rocks Pirates did not have any sense of belonging, and they were only united for the benefit of each other. Although such a pirate group is extremely powerful, it has a fatal weakness, or one day they will face disintegration. Shiki and Jabba also noticed the situation on Lin Nuo's side, and they saw Rayleigh being thrown into the sea by Lin Nuo at the same time. Lin Nuo's ability is even weirder, and it is several times stronger than before. Shiki was in a good mood at the moment, laughing loudly, shocked Lin Nuo when he drove Rayleigh into the sea, and at the same time, he recognized Lin Nuo very much in his heart. Hey, it's fake. That Rayleigh guy actually lost to the rookie on the Rocks Pirates ship. How can this be? For Jabba, he knows Rayleigh's strength better than anyone else. After all, the two of them have played against each other for hundreds of times. Rayleigh's loss to a young boy on the Rocks Pirates ship really shocked him, and he suspected for a while that he was dazzled. While worrying about Rayleigh, I couldn't help but think about the strange ability of that kid who was caught off guard. If it was him, the result might be the same as Rayleigh. Rayleigh, are you all right? Yeah, how's Rayleigh? Deputy Captain. Chapter 21. Looking at Rayleigh's figure on the sea, Roger and Jabba couldn't help feeling a little worried, and even the crew members on the pirate ship who were watching the battle also shouted. When Rayleigh's figure appeared in front of everyone was stunned for a while. Damn, Rayleigh is in great shape. It seems that the pirate ship is no longer suitable for you, I have to send you to the Bustard building. I didn't expect these red pants to be suitable for you. Ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. As soon as he came, the silent atmosphere of the audience changed instantly, everyone was giggling, but Roger, Whitebeard, Newgate, Shiki, and Jabba laughed the loudest. Lin Nuo rubbed his chin, looked at Rayleigh at this moment, and thought to himself, I didn't expect Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, to wear red briefs. Rayleigh at this moment is exactly like a fitness champion and coach in the real world. Coupled with Rayleigh's exposed powerful muscles and a pair of big red briefs, he is simply a fitness trainer. Looking towards the sea, you will find that on the blue sea, Rayleigh has a tall figure and muscles. Coupled with the bright red briefs that are beautifully illuminated by the sun, it is perfect. Proper handsome man. At this time, Rayleigh's face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and he looked at Lin Nuo full of resentment and blame. As the top powerhouse in New World, the vice captain of Roger Pirates, the terrifying figure known as Pluton Rayleigh, when has he ever been so shamed? Speaking of this pair of red underwear. It's all about that Shaki woman, forget it, the past is too bad to look back. He doesn't care about those guys of Roger, but he must frighten some pirate crew members, otherwise, what is the majesty of him, the deputy captain of Roger's pirate group, and let them get a suit of clothes for labor and management first. What are you looking at? I'm laughing at labor and management knocking out all your teeth, go back and you guys will double the training. Boom. At this moment, Rayleigh stared at the crew members of the Roger Pirates, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Advertisement. No, Captain Rayleigh. We knew we were wrong. After hearing Rayleigh's words, the crew of the Roger Pirates moaned for a while, regretting that they should not have ridiculed Rayleigh before. Then he set his sights on Lin Nuo, the instigator. But Lin Nuo just smiled awkwardly and waved his hand unconsciously. But Lin Nuo's approach seems to have changed in Rayleigh's eyes. His gaze explained that Lin Nuo laughed so arrogantly, and even waved the supreme sharp knife Zonlong in his hand towards him. Facing this provocation, Rayleigh burst into anger at the moment, but he didn't rush to Lin Nuo immediately. He always had a strange feeling at the moment, the eyes of all the people present were focused on him, as if even the last red briefs were not spared, this naked feeling made him very uncomfortable. Rayleigh glanced around, snorted coldly, did not speak, disappeared in a flash, plunged into Roger's pirate ship, and tried to find it. Although Lin Nuo's explosive strength is extremely powerful, he can still fight, but the time spent in the fierce battle is too long. It was completely unnecessary, and I was stared at by them as if I was naked, so I had no choice but to give up and continue the fierce battle with Lin Nuo. But in the end, the reason for going to this island is to see a young man whose swordsmanship is no less than that of Golden Lion Shiki. Now that he has seen and tested the opponent's strength, there is no need to continue fighting. After all, although Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki are hostile, they have a good relationship with Roger Pirates. What's more, it took them a lot of time to temporarily change the route, and they still have more things to do. As for getting Lin Nuo back, we can only wait until the next time. As for Roger and Jabba, seeing Rayleigh returning to the pirate ship, they didn't want to entangle with Whitebeard, Newgate and the others at the moment, they were shocked, disappeared in place, and quickly moved towards the pirate ship. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki exchanged glances, and did not stop Roger and the others from returning to the shore. And Lin Nuo in the distance, watching the departure of the Roger Pirates, put the black sword in his hand covered by armament Haki into the scabbard. Beside Shiki. Advertisement. Finished. Lin Nuo looked at the Roger Pirates who had turned into black dots into the distance, and said calmly. Cool la 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 la, not bad. Lin Nuo boy, I didn't expect that the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Pluton Rayleigh was cheated by you. Whitebeard plunged the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi into the ground, sat down on his buttocks, and praised Lin Nuo again and again. Jia ha ha ha, Rayleigh's majesty was completely wiped out by Lin Nuo. Looking at the black spots in the distance, Golden Lion Shiki also joked. It's just a fluke. But this time Rayleigh underestimated the enemy, otherwise it's hard to say who will win this battle. Lin Nuo didn't tease Whitebeard, Newgate and Shiki, but analyzed the summary of the previous battle. Seeing Lin Nuo's serious attitude, Newgate gave Shiki a white look at Lin Nuo. Although the fierce battle between Lin Nuo and Rayleigh this time was caused by the opponent underestimating the enemy, Lin Nuo won this fight after all. In terms of talent and strength, there is no doubt. While Lin Nuo was sorting out the details of the fierce battle with Rayleigh, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully completing the task. Congratulations to host for obtaining high-level Conqueror's Haki. As the system prompt fell, Lin Nuo suddenly became excited like a sea of water. He didn't expect this special reward to be Conqueror's Haki, and it's still high level. As expected of our system, this wave of rewards is no less than the fruit of gravity. You must know that there is only one person who claims to have the qualifications of a king among millions of people who awaken Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement Chapter 22 Provocation from Kaido. Moreover, it is innate, and cannot rely on cultivation at all. The strength of Conqueror's Haki can only be improved through the strengthening of strength and courage. Even among the cadres of the Rocks Pirates, only a few have Conqueror's Haki owners. Among the crew members under the cadre, only Kaido has awakened Conqueror's Haki, which shows that this rare exists at a level compared to giant pandas in the real world. Lin Nuo silently opened the panel in his mind. Host. Lin Nuo. Devil Fruit. Gravity Fruit. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Beginner. Physique. C. Swordsmanship. Great Swordsman. Weapons. Supreme Sword 12 Crafts Dragon Slaying. Lin Nuo recalled Rayleigh's eyes before he left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. There was a flash of fighting intent in his eyes. Rayleigh should be thinking about getting back with money and profits next time, but it seems that he has no chance now. Lin Nuo already has a high-level Conqueror's Haki at this moment, as long as the Observation Haki and Armament Haki are cultivated to a high level, or the system will give a few more special critical strike rewards. At that time, even if Rayleigh went all out to shoot, it would be difficult to beat Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo, Newgate and Shiki returned to the pirate ship suspended in the air, cheered by all the little pirates, and held a banquet to celebrate Lin Nuo's terrifying strength. As for returning to the Hive Island, there is no need to rush. If there is an emergency, Captain Rocks will definitely call the bugs to contact them. On the vast sea, the sky is blue and clear. Advertisement. And Roger pirates enter. Rayleigh, what is the strength of that Lin Nuo boy? Originally they were going for Lin Nuo's swordsmanship, but in the end, he not only possessed the extremely powerful swordsmanship of a great swordsman, also has some sort of devil fruit ability in Paramesha. This makes Roger, the captain of the Roger pirates, even more curious. Why, when Lousy thinks of that kid, his head gets bigger, but that kid is indeed a monster. Although he possesses the terrifying strength of a great swordsman at a young age, and he is also a demon fruit power, his proficiency in fruit abilities has reached a certain stage. Rayleigh frowned, seemed to think of something, and continued. However, that kid's physical skills in hockey don't seem to be very good. It can be said that it is slightly worse. If it is really a fight, labor and capital will not lose. It's just that the boy's fruit ability is a bit difficult. After all, what is his fruit ability until now? At the end, Rayleigh touched his chin and carefully analyzed the scene of the fierce battle with Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo's strength is indeed beyond his imagination, but it's not enough to make him so afraid. At least now he faces Lin Nuo, he has absolute strength to defeat him. Roger didn't reply to Rayleigh's words, but his eyes were looking at the distant sea, the territory of the Rocks pirates. Now the Rocks pirates are becoming more and more terrifying. He doesn't know when will this terrorist force affecting the whole world disintegrate. After all, the existence of the Rocks pirate group is too much of a threat to Marine, the ZF of the world, or the rest of the pirates in New World. A few days later, Lin Nuo, Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard Newgate received a call from Captain Rocks at the same time. Now they have left that island and headed for Hive Island, the base camp of the Rocks pirates. And just as they were about to arrive at Beehive Island, a huge ship with the logo of the Rocks pirates slowly approached them. Facing the approaching pirate ship, Lin Nuo also felt at this time that a gaze from the pirate ship seemed to be aimed at him. Advertisement. This big guy is Kaido. Lin Nuo followed that gaze and looked over, with surprise in his eyes for a moment, before returning to a calm posture. It is inevitable that Lin Nuo is not interested in this. A tall and burly man with a bare upper body and a mace in his hand, but with slender legs and wearing a pair of tight pants, he felt that his figure was out of proportion to his lower body. Although Lin Nuo seemed a little surprised to see Kaido, it was nothing. After all, Kaido's strength at this time was far behind the future, and he had no interest in Lin Nuo at all. Although at this time Kaido is a captain-level pirate under Charlotte Linlin. But in the era when the four emperors compete for hegemony over the entire New World in the future, Kaido's strength will faintly surpass the trend of Charlotte Linlin. With a powerful constitution, physical skills, and the ability to possess Zone Phantom Beast Yu Fruit, Devil Fruit in the form of Azure Dragon, even if many powerful Marines join forces, they cannot kill it. When Lin Nuo broke into the Hive Island of the Rocks Pirates base camp, Kaido happened to go out at that time, so Lin Nuo and Kaido have not met each other so far. Hoo la 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 la, so it's Charlotte Linlin's Kaido boy. Whitebeard and Newgate laughed out loud. Facing Charlotte Linlin's captain-level Kaido, he still had an impression. After all, before Lin Nuo joined the Rocks Pirates, Kaido was a dazzling new star in the pirates with his talent and strength. Boy, are you Lin Nuo? After Kaido's pirate ship docked, a rough voice sounded, and the voice said lightly with a questioning tone. And Lin Nuo frowned slightly, not used to him, and said lightly. I am Lin Nuo. Kaido got the confirmation from the other party, as if giving an order to Lin Nuo, he said with a sarcasm. Boy, fight with me and let me see how you can make someone recognized by Captain Rocks. I really don't understand how Captain Rocks would include you, a brat, as the default cadre. Kaido has already received the news from Charlotte and Linlin, how can he take the position of the appointed cadre for a kid like Lin Nuo? He was very upset that a kid who was only underage was already standing on his head, this was something he couldn't bear. Chapter 23 The Arrogant Kaido. Because he is the most qualified candidate to become a cadre. At this moment, after he saw Lin Nuo himself, he was even more sure of his inner thoughts. An extremely weak kid, even if he has good fruit ability and sword skills, but in front of his absolute physical skills and hockey, he is just a chicken. Gia ha 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 ha. Someone actually questioned Captain Rocks' decision. Lin Nuo boy, this big guy seems to have doubts about your strength. Boy Kaido, if you provoke Lin Nuo so much, if Lin Nuo accidentally kills him, the loss outweighs the gain. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help laughing too. Facing Kaido's arrogance, although he admired his courage a little bit, there was a sympathetic look in his eyes. Although Kaido is indeed a genius, with a tough constitution, he can be called immune to death. The strength is not weak. Among the captain-level pirates, it can be regarded as the top, but if you want to compare with Lin Nuo, the difference in strength between the two is too big. If Kaido has the Udemon's Azure Dragon Fruit ability at this moment, Kaido may be able to touch Lin Nuo, but now, it is far from enough. And Golden Lion Shiki said those words to let Kaido retreat in the face of difficulties. After all, Lin Nuo's strength at this moment is almost the same as him without Shiki not fully mobilizing Haki. Besides, Kaido is the most valued newcomer under Charlotte Linlin's command. If he is disabled by Lin Nuo, that woman Charlotte Linlin may come to trouble again. Shiki and the others are not afraid of Charlotte Linlin, but simply do not want to have too much contact with her, perhaps because they are afraid of being squeezed dry. But in short, don't mess with that woman, I'm afraid she will suddenly stalk you and ask you to have a baby with her. This matter has nothing to do with Newgate, the Shiki cadres. Lin Nuo boy, I want you to know that only the strong can be qualified to sit in the position of cadre, not a brat who only relies on talent and has no absolute strength. While Kaido was talking to Newgate and Shiki, the mace in his hand already showed streaks of lightning, as if he was going to attack Lin Nuo in the next moment. Facing the persuasion of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, he didn't care at all. Advertisement. On the contrary, what they said made Kaido feel very contemptuous of him. Said to kill him a little bit, did labor Kaido get scared. The two of them acted like this to protect that kid Lin Nuo. Let me get out of trouble and go dreaming. Kaido, I'm not an idiot yet, and today the uncle of Japan must fight this kid. Perhaps what Captain Rocks recognized was Lin Nuo's potential and talent, and he might surpass him in the future, but now, that kid is definitely not my match. Hearing the firmness in Kaido's words, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate stopped talking, and watched them quietly with their arms folded. After all, it is not their business, this is a duel between Lin Nuo and Kaido, and these can only be resolved by the two of them. Lin Nuo glanced at Kaido indifferently, with a disdainful tone, and said with a sneer. Yeah, the position of cadre is determined by Captain Rocks. If you are not convinced, you can go to the captain. There is no need to show your power in front of the labor and management. What, big man, are you looking for death like this? Facing Kaido who provokes him so much, Lin Nuo is not to be outdone. And it also made it clear that this cadre position was appointed by Captain Rocks, and if you are dissatisfied, you can go to Captain Rocks to argue and kick the matter back to Rocks by the way. However, maybe even without the words of Rocks, with such an arrogant character, Kaido will inevitably come to him. Since Lin Nuo appeared in Rocks, it seems that he cannot avoid conflicts with Kaido. Hearing the words, Kaido suddenly became a little angry at this moment. Facing Lin Nuo's extremely arrogant attitude, he was even more angry than Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion just underestimated. How dare he question what Captain Rocks said? Rocks, unfathomable strength and majesty cannot be provoked by anyone. If he dares to do so, there will be another sediment on the bottom of the sea. And Kaido avoided Captain Rocks and troubled Lin Nuo himself, so as to prove to Captain Rocks and the pirates of the Rocks Pirates that Kaido is stronger than Lin Nuo. Advertisement. And the position of default cadre should belong to him, Kaido. At this time, Kaido moved out of embarrassment and stuck the mace in his hand on the deck, and the terrifying aura burst out from his body, carrying a powerful coercion. With a bang, the hull under Kaido's feet suddenly sank a little, and cracks spread, and a purple wave of air visible to the naked eye rushed towards him in all directions from his center point. At this moment, time seems to be stopped. And the young people behind Kaido were instantly shocked by this powerful and terrifying momentum, their eyes turned white, and they fell to the deck foaming at the mouth. A terrifying aura of purple roared from the sea surface, but the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent after being stopped for a moment. Snort. Lin Nuo brat. Kaido sneered, and the gesture of a king appeared in his eyes. His eyes fixed on Lin Nuo who was motionless on the pirate ship, as if Lin Nuo had been frightened by his terrifying Conqueror's Haki and dared not move. During the period of his voyage, he inadvertently comprehended Conqueror's Haki in battle after battle, and he has raised his comprehension of Conqueror's Haki to the middle level. It is more than enough to deal with Lin Nuo in front of him at this moment. A mere underage kid, his strength is definitely not much stronger. What kind of courage can he have? Maybe he hasn't even awakened Conqueror's Haki yet. But how did he know that Lin Nuo is terrible? Ha 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 ha. Little devil, under the terrifying Haki of my uncle, you can only surrender. Kaido laughed wildly. He had already imagined that he could suppress Lin Nuo by releasing the Conqueror's Haki without making a move. But his thinking is destined to disappoint him, and it also determines the future of Kaido of the Beasts, the nightmare figure that keeps emerging in the heart. Chapter 24 The Collision of Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki frowned, and they were about to make a move, but a voice came to their ears impressively. Newgate, Shiki, this is my battle, you don't need to intervene. Lin Nuo glanced blankly, and Newgate, Shiki, who wanted to make a move, was surging with fighting spirit in his heart. Conqueror's Haki. But you are not the only Kaido, today I will show you my Conqueror's Haki. Shiki and Newgate looked at Lin Nuo suspiciously. They had been in contact with Lin Nuo for so long and knew a lot about Lin Nuo. They didn't remember that Lin Nuo would be Conqueror's Haki. But doubts are doubts, the two of them still have great trust in Lin Nuo. Since Lin Nuo has already spoken, let's see how Lin Nuo can break Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. Just when Kaido became purple, Conqueror's Haki was less than 1 meter towards Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo's pupils shrank, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying momentum that seemed to shake the world exploded from his body, directly shaking the clouds in the sky instantly, and the sea rolled continuously, as if a storm was coming in the next moment. And Kaido's proud Conqueror's Haki was instantly pushed to the clouds above his head and scattered. And it's not over yet. As this Conqueror's Haki became more and more fearful, suddenly, the whole sky became dark, thunder and lightning, resounding continuously. This is Lin Nuo's terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Hey, no way. This Conqueror's Haki has surpassed the middle level. Cool la 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 la. As expected of Lin Nuo boy, with talent and aptitude like a monster. The Conqueror's Haki erupted by Lin Nuo has already taken Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki by surprise. During the time they spent with Lin Nuo, they never knew that Lin Nuo had awakened Conqueror's Haki. Even in the previous battle between Lin Nuo and Pluton Rayleigh, they never saw him show it. How much power Lin Nuo still hides that they don't know, and this Conqueror's Haki is not weak, it is infinitely close to the high level. You must know that they have been practicing for so many years to raise the Conqueror's Haki to a high level. Advertisement. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki couldn't calm down for a long time. When they saw Lin Nuo who looked like a demon god, they cursed inwardly, damn, what a monster. After the black-like momentum firmly blocked Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, it suddenly expanded. Compared with the Conquerors released by Kaido, it swept towards the sea with a more ferocious and domineering momentum. In Lin Nuo's terrifying Conqueror's Haki, the sky is overwhelming, and there is a sense of bottomless fear in an instant. Under constant pressure, Kaido's purple-shaped Conqueror's Haki retreats and shrinks slowly under the pressure of Red's momentum. At this moment, the sea was covered with Lin Nuo's terrifying aura, and Kaido's Conqueror's Haki began to gradually dissipate. After being forced back, his whole body was a little unstable. This uncle doesn't believe it, it's impossible. How could a kid like Lin Nuo have such a huge Conqueror's Haki? No. It must be fake, it's impossible. Kaido's face turned pale, his whole body was stunned by this Haki, how could it be different from what he thought? His whole body was full of disbelief. In such a short confrontation, he has no room to fight back. Before that Lin Nuo, in Kaido's eyes, he was just a kid, but he didn't expect to awaken Conqueror's Haki at this age, and Haki's ferocity far surpassed him. Kaido's brain gradually began to wake up slowly, and he looked at Lin Nuo with shock written all over his face. Damn, how did this kid do it? Couldn't even the talent that he was proud of compare to this brat. And at the moment when Kaido released Conqueror's Haki, people on Hive Island sensed what was happening here. In the central area of Hive Island, in the castle hall, Rocks, Akoku, Silver Axe, John and others all sensed these two terrifying auras. And Akoku is a little confused, this horrible Conqueror's Haki momentum. Is someone here to trouble the Rocks pirates? At this time, the main seat was on the golden throne, the corners of Rock's mouth slightly raised, and he said calmly. This Conqueror's Haki is the Kaido boy under Linlin's command. I didn't expect that guy to awaken Conqueror's Haki and raise Haki to the middle level. Advertisement. Nice newcomer. Let's go see the situation over there. But just as Rocks and the three cadres were about to get up, a more powerful and domineering Conqueror's Haki swept over them. This terrifying Conqueror's Haki is much stronger than Kaido. It's a collision between Conqueror's Haki. What the hell happened over there? Rocks frowned, and everyone disappeared in place. Rocks, Akoku, Silver Axe, John and others are all top existences standing on the sea. Their physical skills have already been tempered, and their bodies leap like lightning. In just a few breaths, Rocks and other cadres came to the coast. Countless pirates had already gathered on the coast at this time. Seeing the appearance of Rocks and others, they hurriedly made way for them. And right at Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, which is about to loom Whitebeard Newgate at the same time as Golden Lion Shiki's pirate ship. A more fierce Conqueror's Haki, with the momentum of crushing, instantly released Kaido and defeated Haki. Everyone was shocked by this Conqueror's Haki that shook the world, when their eyes turned to Newgate and Shiki. They found out that the two of them were not the masters of this Haki, followed the source of Haki and they discovered that it was actually Lin Nuo. At this moment, Akoku, Silver Axe, John and all the pirates stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect that this terrifying Haki came from Lin Nuo. The scene in front of them completely shocked them. But only Captain Rocks, a beam of light flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. On the other side, Kaido, who was defeated by Lin Nuo conquerors, took a few steps back, stabilized his figure, fixed his eyes on Lin Nuo in the distance, and looked at himself with a disdainful smile, which seemed to be mocking all the time he Kaido average. Chapter 25 Growth like a monster. Kaido's face became ferocious. The aggrieved and shocked Lin Nuo brought him did not make him feel intimidated. Instead, he wanted to defeat Lin Nuo more. On the turbulent sea, the pirate ship Kaido was driving had just landed. When Kaido picked up the mace inserted on the deck and was about to attack Lin Nuo, his expression changed drastically. It was found that it was on the shore of Beehive Island. Captain Rocks, headed by a group of cadres, and countless pirates were looking directly at this side. Didn't expect to have alarmed the captain and the cadres. Hateful. Kaido gritted his teeth with anger in his tone. Unexpectedly, Captain Rocks and the cadres have paid attention to his actions, and his idea of defeating Lin Nuo with combat power has been shattered. Thinking of the appearance of Rocks and others, and witnessing the scene where he was crushed by Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki under the collision of Conqueror's Haki, his face became even uglier. He originally wanted to show off his strength and let everyone think that he was better than Lin Nuo, but Lin Nuo gave him a head-on blow in an instant, and was witnessed by the captain's cadres, which made him extremely humiliated. This was completely contrary to what he had thought in his heart before, and this duel could not continue any longer. HMPH, let's go. Kaido glanced at Lin Nuo in the distance, his eyes were full of fierce killing intent, and he snorted coldly. Smug guy. On the other side, Lin Nuo, like a demon god, looked at Kaido's figure with disdain and complained. Although Kaido's strength is already good at this time, compared with Lin Nuo, he is simply weaker. If Kaido made a shot just now, Lin Nuo wouldn't mind teaching Kaido a profound lesson. At this moment, Newgate and Shiki walked towards Lin Nuo, with some surprise and smiles in their eyes. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo boy, I didn't expect your Conqueror's Haki to reach a high level. It's no worse than mine. Advertisement. Newgate laughed loudly, and said to Lin Nuo, but Lin Nuo did not refute, and nodded slightly. Jia ha 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 ha. Arrogant guy, the previous reminder thought we were protecting Lin Nuo boy, on the contrary, we are afraid that Lin will cause trouble. Just now that kid Kaido looks as ugly as eating shit. Golden Lion Shiki exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, and continued to mock while smoking a cigar. Hearing what Shiki and others said, all the pirate crew members on the pirate ship couldn't help laughing and echoed. Yeah, we just saw that big guy's complexion is like an eggplant, ugly purple. Ah bah, isn't it just that he has natural strength? I don't know where he has the courage to dare to challenge the Lin Nuo cadre appointed by Captain Rocks. I'm glad that guy stopped in time, otherwise Lin Nuo cadres would have to beat this guy out of shit. As for the crew members on the Kaido pirate ship, most of them have been stunned by the Conqueror's Haki released by Kaido before. Only a few people were left glaring at the pirate ship of Lin Nuo and others, and they had no choice but to do anything. After all, their captain Kaido just lost to the other party under the collision of Haki. As the pirate ship docked at the port, Lin Nuo, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, and Kaido on the other side came to Captain Rocks and others one after another. Among them, Lin Nuo looked around and found several new faces. It seems that Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate went out, and many pirates joined the Rocks pirates. After everyone greeted each other, Captain Rocks got to the point. Yo, Kaido boy, not bad, I haven't seen you for a while, but I have reached the middle level of Conqueror's Haki, good talent, keep working hard. Captain Rocks first spoke to Kaido on the side. He had been watching the conflict between Kaido and Lin Nuo before, and he had already recognized Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. Although it is still slightly worse than Lin Nuo, Kaido's talent is already good. Hearing that Rocks recognized his strength, the corners of Kaido's mouth rose slightly, but when he thought of the eyes of everyone after he just lost to Lin Nuo, he felt a little aggrieved. After briefly responding to Captain Rocks, he retreated behind Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. And Charlotte Linlin himself is staring at Lin Nuo with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Back to Kaido behind Charlotte Linlin. Now that he has also noticed the eyes of his own cadres, his heart is suddenly burning with anger. Damn Lin Nuo, next time. I will definitely beat you. At this moment, Captain Rocks suddenly turned to Lin Nuo, with a smile on his face, and said. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo boy, you will really surprise this captain, you have actually raised the courage of Conqueror's Haki to a high level, which is no less than Shiki and Newgate. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates immediately showed shock. Being in the strongest sea area of the New World, they still know the understanding of Conqueror's Haki. The strength of Conqueror's Haki is divided into 4 levels, namely, elementary, middle, high, and top. And Lin Nuo has only joined the Rocks Pirates for a long time, and he has a high-level Conqueror's Haki, and that guy is not yet an adult. Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Compared with the cadres Whitebeard, Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, there is no weaker existence. If it continues to grow, Lin Nuo may not be able to reach the level of Captain Rocks. No wonder even Kaido, known as a monster, under Charlotte Linlin's cadre, was instantly crushed. Lin Nuo nodded. Of course, he couldn't tell Rocks and others that labor and management opened a cheat, using the excuse of fighting Roger Pirates to deal with Rocks and everyone. Lucky. Before with Shiki, Newgate met the Roger Pirates, and awakened during the battle with Rayleigh. Facing Lin Nuo's words, the corners of the mouths of Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help twitching. The Lin Nuo boys are really good at making excuses, but they remember that when Lin Nuo fought Rayleigh, they never activated Conqueror's Haki at all. Neither of them asked about Lin Nuo having such a powerful Conqueror's Haki. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and of course the two of them will not expose Lin Nuo, they don't want to fall out with such a horrible guy. Jia ha 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 ha. As expected of Lin Nuo, this monster-like talent is already known as a ghost. Don't forget, this is also due to my uncle. Chapter 26 Holding an Advanced Meeting. Shiki laughed loudly, immediately put a hand on Lin Nuo's shoulder, and said proudly. HMPH, you have a share of the credit. Shiki, you have an unusually thick skin, and it's Lin Nuo who has a terrifying talent and courage. Awakening with one trick is to unleash the infinite potential, thus elevating the Conqueror's Haki to a higher level. And Whitebeard Newgate analyzed Shiki's cheekiness and dissatisfaction, and continued to mock Shiki by the way. Oh, I didn't expect you guys to go to Roger Pirates. Lin Nuo, you even fought against that guy Rayleigh. How is your battle going? I heard that guy's strength is also good. When Captain Rocks heard Lin Nuo's words, he immediately became interested. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Lin Nuo, as if he was extremely curious about the battle between the two. Lin Nuo's talent and potential are so strong, he didn't expect to fight against the Roger Pirates, Deputy Captain Rayleigh. Gee ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo made Rayleigh suffer a lot. The thing is like this. Shiki and Newgate told the story of the previous battle with the Roger Pirates, and the cadres and all the pirates on the side also listened. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Lin Nuo to make Rayleigh suffer so much. It seems that your strength is no less than theirs. While admiring Lin Nuo, Captain Rocks analyzed Lin Nuo's comprehensive strength at this time. As soon as this remark came out, the cadres and pirates of the Rocks pirate group showed shock on their faces, which also meant that Lin Nuo's strength fully possessed the combat power of the core cadres. Damn, how long has Lin Nuo joined the Rocks pirates, and he is already so powerful. Hearing Captain Rocks comment on Lin Nuo, Akoku behind Rocks, his face instantly became extremely dignified. He also thought that after Lin Nuo came back this time, he would privately ask Lin Nuo out for a beating, and now he felt that he didn't have to think about it. He already possesses a strength no less than his own. Once a fight is fought, he doesn't know if he can win. If he loses, he will be even more embarrassing. Advertisement. Grass, what a monster. Faced with the continuous growth of his crew members, Rock's ambitions have inflated a bit. Lin Nuo's monster-like talent and speed of growth make his ambition soar, and the crazy plan in his heart is ready to be implemented. Have you heard that Lin Nuo actually fought fiercely with Pluton, Rayleigh on the Roger Pirates, and he is not weak at all. Among the cadres with such combat power, they are already ranked in the upper middle. The pirates gathered around were whispering and discussing Lin Nuo's deeds. Before Lin Nuo was appointed as a cadre by Captain Rocks, some old crew members were not convinced, thinking that Lin Nuo only had a little strength and was not qualified to be a cadre at all. Now they are completely convinced. If they had fought Rayleigh instead, they would have been beheaded by the opponent within a few rounds. Unknowingly, many pirates in the Rocks pirates changed their opinion of Lin Nuo in an instant. Some people even looked at Lin Nuo with awe and reverence. Among the Rocks pirates, only the strong can gain the respect of others. This matter ends here, and you are all here. There are important actions ahead, so go back to the castle to discuss. Little ones, be fully prepared. If this operation is successful, everyone will have countless treasures. A chill flashed in Rocks' eyes, looking at Lin Nuo, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate said, and then loudly said to the pirates under his command in front of him. Oh, hey, it's finally time for a big fight. As the words of Rocks fell, the pirates under his command suddenly became ecstatic and cheered loudly, and their greed for treasure continued to rise. Advertisement. For them, treasure is what they long for. The pirates have been idle for so long, and after hearing Captain Rocks' announcement, they were of course overjoyed. After all the pirates cheered, Captain Rocks let them retreat and started to prepare. Then Lin Nuo, Whitebeard Newgate and others followed Rocks and returned to the castle in the central area. The seats of the cadres had already been arranged in the hall. Lin Nuo watched Shiki and others return to their seats, and found a random place to sit next to Shiki and Newgate. Lin Nuo looked at the cadres in the hall who were silent, with dignified expressions and silence, and Lin Nuo asked Shiki beside him in a low voice. Shiki, what mission is the captain going to give this time? And he actually gathered all the cadres. Shiki glanced at Lin Nuo, exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, and said somewhat seriously. If I'm right, we're likely to fight those guys from Marine this time, and we may be facing the top Marines. Newgate nodded, apparently agreeing with Shiki's words, and said. Shiki is right, Captain Rocks is likely to act like Marine or the ZF of the world. Newgate and Shiki have experienced this kind of thing too much, and it is not uncommon to fight against guys like Marine. Not far away, a cadre who had never met looked directly at Lin Nuo with disdain. As if to say, a kid is actually on an equal footing with them, I really don't know that this kid is so lucky to be favored by the captain. Although the horror Conqueror's Haki erupted by Lin Nuo before, they were surprised and shocked. But this does not mean that while having the terrifying Conqueror's Haki, its own strength can stand on the same line with them. In their view, Lin Nuo is at most just a talent and potential, a rookie monster, and his overall strength is far behind them. Although Conqueror's Haki does have an absolute deterrent effect, it did not have much impact on some sea powerhouses and Marines' high-level combat forces. At this time, Lin Nuo also noticed the eyes of those cadres, he ignored it, as if he didn't see it, and continued talking to Newgate and Shiki. Chapter 27 Operational Deployments Against Rocks. The latest information has come, those guys from Naval Headquarters are starting to gradually shift their focus to New World. More Marine soldiers and some Marine powerhouses have been deployed in New World. This also means that those Marine guys have already stretched their hands in front of our Rocks pirates. In the hall, on the main seat above the cadres on both sides, Rocks glanced around at the cadres below, and said with a blank expression. As soon as these words came out, all the cadres present laughed evilly and disdainfully. It is already common for them to play against Marine, and they already know the strength of those guys in Naval Headquarters. They have played against each other many times before, and even if Marine Admiral takes a shot, it is difficult to win them. Now that the Rocks pirates are getting stronger and stronger, even if Marine adds more troops to New World, it may not help. Don't forget, New World is the world of pirates, and the Rocks pirate group, the most powerful in New World, almost dominates the entire New World. According to the news I got, the reason why those Marine guys did this is definitely to limit the development of the Rocks pirates in New World. On the other hand, it should be that many of the franchised countries of the New World are paying tribute to the Celestial Dragons. The Marine is required to guard those treasures safely to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Perhaps. At this moment, Rocks flashed a cold light, and his face became grim. Hearing Rocks' analysis, everyone immediately showed greed and excitement, even Newgate and Shiki beside Lin Nuo's eyes lit up. Lin Nuo is looking forward to it. After all, it is gold in the sky. In the One Piece comics, it is an incomparable wealth, and it is not guaranteed to have the famous sword of precious and devil fruit. If they can snatch all of them, the cadres will each have a lot of shares. Such a huge treasure is what they dream of, and who would think that money is too little? You guys are thinking right, our action this time is to stop the Marine frigate, so as to seize the gold in the sky. Rocks stood up, looked around at the many cadres under his command, and said with the excitement caused by the treasure on his face. Advertisement. As Rocks' words fell, many cadres of the Rocks pirates were already excited. Snort. Are you going to fight against those Marine guys again? I hope I won't be disappointed this time, and the gold in the sky. Thinking of the wealth of gold in the sky, which is like an invincible country, the heart of the money fan John suddenly surged, and his mind was full of endless desire for treasures. Huh, John, you are still the same guy, put away the drool around your mouth, this will only embarrass our Rocks pirates. A cadre who had previously mocked Lin Nuo looked at John with contempt and said disdainfully. And Lin Nuo looked at John's unreserved greed, and immediately recalled. John in the original book, after the disbandment of the Rocks pirates, was finally beheaded by his trustworthy men because of his endless greed. Rocks glanced around, and the cadres under his command, seeing John's appearance among them, couldn't help reminding. We are bound to win the gold in the sky, but we must not be careless. Among the Marine frigates escorted by Tianshengzhen this time, there are Naval Headquarters executives, Buddha Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr. With Rocks revealing the names of Marine executives, John tempers his thirst for treasure. Buddha Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr have top combat power, no less than Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate. He has to deny that although he is one of the cadres of the Rocks pirates, his own strength is still slightly inferior to Newgate and Shiki. The following combat deployment, this time Marine escorts 2 batches of heavenly gold, and I, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate, are responsible for solving the Marine fleet of Sengoku and Zephyr. The rest of the cadres are in charge of another batch of heavenly gold. As long as I bear fruit, all the gold in the sky must be broken, and not even a box will fall. Listen clearly. Rocks finished all the combat deployment, then stared at the cadres below and said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Yes, Captain. Everyone immediately responded loudly. For the arrangement for Lin Nuo, Rocks attaches great importance to it, although Lin Nuo has been promoted as an internally appointed cadre. However, he has not established his own fleet yet, and with his relationship with Shiki and Newgate, he decided to arrange the 3 of them together. And Rocks also wanted to see how strong Lin Nuo he recognized had reached. Lin Nuo has no objection to the arrangement of the Rocks. Instead of acting with those cadres, it is better to fight with Shiki and Newgate, which is much more enjoyable. In addition, he also wants to try his own strength. The deployment of the battle has been decided. The next step is to prevent the change of the Hive Island, the base camp. A cadre is needed to sit in the command. Of course, the cadres who stay behind must have his treasure. Rocks continued in a deep voice. Beehive Island is the base camp of the Rocks pirate group, so there must be no mistakes, and Rocks has secretly deployed cadres to guard the Beehive Island. Next, everyone, prepare for the battle deployment, and during this period, the news must not be revealed. If, HMPH. While speaking, the fearful and unfathomable aura on Rocks was like a prehistoric demon god ready to move. Inside the Rocks pirate group, Rocks still knows about the ghosts. But he still doesn't know whether the inner ghost is among the cadres, but it is necessary to remind. Or hit it off. If this plan fails, Rocks will definitely not show mercy, and will investigate all the cadres one by one until they are killed. Faced with the terrifying aura erupted by Rocks, everyone frowned and began to respond one after another. Yes, Captain. As the meeting ended, the cadres left one after another, and Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Lin Nuo returned to their own fleet. And the cadres who kept mocking Lin Nuo and mocking John at the meeting, returned to their fleet, and began to drink at the banquet. Chapter 28 Sengoku's Battle Strategy. Until the evening, as the pirates under Rake's command left, only a few captain-level pirates remained, and Rake had already returned to his room. But at this time, a pirate, after coming out of the banquet, sneaked to the coast alone, took a big tree as cover, carefully took out a phone bug from his arms, and called it. Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. Brew. Naval Headquarters. Inside Admiral Kong's office, a phone bug rang in the center of the table. Catch. Moxie. Kong watched the phone bug ringing on the desktop, frowned slightly, then put down the document in his hand, picked up the phone bug, and his voice was low. The Rocks pirates are in action, and the Rocks ordered to attack the Heavenly Gold escorted by Marine. Beside the tree, the pirate tried to suppress his voice to the lowest level, and explained the matter carefully. As soon as these words came out, Kong's face instantly became heavy, and he said, "Say all about the deployment of the Rocks pirates." Hearing Kong's words, the ghost of the pirate immediately told everything and explained to Kong one by one. After Kong heard the words of the ghost in Marine, his face suddenly became ugly. This news must be crucial, and it is also in line with Rocks' behavior style. It seems that the Rocks guy is imperative, since he can't stop that. And Marine's inner ghost General Rocks is deploying in battle, and Rocks leads newcomers Lin Nuo, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, let me know. After the ghost in Marine hung up the phone, the entire office fell silent. Advertisement. After a while, the corners of Kong's mouth started to rise slightly. This might be a good opportunity to destroy the Rocks pirates. Then he picked up the phone bug on the desktop and called Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and the Chief of Staff Crane over. After the four of them came to the office, seeing Kong's extremely solemn expression, they immediately expected that something big was going to happen, so they found their seats and sat down. The four of them had serious expressions, while Garp on the side was fake serious, his mouth never stopped, and he made noises from time to time. I received news that the Rocks pirates are going to snatch the gold in the sky. Kong looked at the four of them, and told them one by one the information he got from the insider of the pirates. They were not surprised by the actions of the Rocks pirates, after all, it was in line with Rocks' style of action. Kong looked extremely serious, tapped his fingers on the table, and said in a deep voice. Rocks personally leads Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and newcomer Lin Nuo to rob the heavenly gold guarded by Sengoku and Zephyr. And the rest of the Rocks pirates are robbing the heavenly gold that Crane and Garp are in charge of. This is the plan of the Rocks pirates, tell me your suggestions, how to stop those guys from the Rocks pirates, and. As Kong's words fell, the Crane sitting beside him frowned. The heavenly gold guarded by Zephyr and Sengoku, Rocks only brought 3 people, namely Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and newcomer Lin Nuo. Maybe this is an opportunity or not. There was a gleam of coldness in Staff Crane's eyes, as if he had already noticed a breakthrough in Rocks' combat deployment. Rocks, as the captain of the Rocks pirates, usually does not take action himself, and the cadres under his command are mostly in charge. For this operation, Rocks deployed only 3 cadres, and even one person was a cadre on the face of it. But as a rookie, Lin Nuo, no matter how insane his talents and potential are, his own strength cannot be compared with those of Whitebeard and Newgate. In this regard, Marine can start with newcomer Lin Nuo and gradually destroy the Rocks pirates. They must not let go of this rare opportunity. That's right, maybe that kid is the breakthrough point. The plan to escort the heavenly gold has changed. Zephyr and I will escort the heavenly gold, while Crane and Garp are hidden in the frigate, ready to attack at any time. Advertisement. Another sky gold, we must seize Rocks, Newgate and others while the cadres of the Rocks pirate group are snatching it. That's right, let the other Marines escort of Tiantianjan move as usual, and attract all the cadres there, so that they can't support the other team led by Rocks. In other words, another sky gold is used as a bait, and their purpose is to defeat Rocks and others with all their strength. Sengoku frowned, and then spoke out the plan he had come up with. After all, this strategy is enough to lift the people around Rocks and destroy him from Vice Admiral. After listening to Sengoku's battle plan, Kong pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Chief of Staff Crane. Crane had already sensed the strangeness of Kong on the main seat, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded, apparently agreeing to the battle plan proposed by Sengoku. Just follow the battle plan proposed by Sengoku. You go down and start preparing. If you can capture Rocks alive this time, you will shock the whole world. And Kong stood up immediately, and then gave instructions to the 4 of them. Yes, everything is for justice. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and Zephyr stood up immediately and responded with extremely serious faces. Then he turned and left Kong's office. Sailing on the sea at night. Lin Nuo did not go back to the room with Shiki and Newgate to rest, but came to the deck alone. Feeling the evening breeze blowing from the sea at night, looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance at sea, my heart is a little complicated. It's been a while since he came to One Piece World. It has been nearly a month since he joined the Rocks Pirates. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth rose slightly, and he was looking forward to the next fight with Marine, and this was his first time. It's exciting to think about it, but I didn't expect that the first action would be to snatch the gold from the sky. Chapter 29 Constitution is promoted, the storm is approaching. And Lin Nuo also ushered in the improvement of his own strength during this period, and observation Haki broke through to the middle level during this period of hard training. The same is true for my own armament Haki, which has already improved a lot and is approaching the high level of armament Haki. It should not take long to break through to the high level. The improvement of the two-color Haki makes Lin Nuo's comprehensive strength even more terrifying. And the supreme check-in system did not disappoint Lin Nuo. Although there was no crit reward in the check-in, there were several constitution promotion cards and physical skills for signing in. As for its own gravitational fruit ability, with the strengthening of Lin Nuo constitution, the ability to launch fruit has become more proficient, especially Tiandao Pain's signature skill. Although it cannot reach the point where the planetary devastation can be launched, the release range of the gravitational and repulsive forces has gradually expanded several times. Lin Nuo looked at the electronic version of the personal panel in front of him, and sighed. When he first appeared in Pirate World, he was a scumbag. Whoever touches it will die. It is not too much to stand at the top of the sea now. During this time, Lin Nuo had already abandoned Golden Lion Shiki and found Whitebeard Newgate to practice physical skills. On the third day, I started fighting with Whitebeard Newgate every morning, fighting with my bare hands. Of course, compared with Whitebeard Newgate, Lin Nuo's constitution is still relatively weak. Newgate can suppress Lin Nuo to death with only 2 layers of strength. When Lin Nuo first fought against Whitebeard Newgate, Lin Nuo could only persist for half an hour. As time went on, 1 hour, 2, until he could use 70% of Whitebeard Newgate's strength. And Lin Nuo has also gradually grown from a long-range mage to a strong close-body technique. Although there is still a long way to go from Whitebeard and Newgate, it is already good. In addition to practicing physical skills with Whitebeard Newgate, Lin Nuo did not lose fruit ability, sword skills and Haki. Although the improvement in the fruit ability of swordsmanship and Haki is not obvious, but Lin Nuo attaches the fruit of gravity to the swordsmanship, and the slashing is even more terrifying. In this way, during the leisure enjoyment of the cadres, and the active preparation of the pirates under the command of Newgate and Shiki, half a month flew by. This morning, it was the day when the Rocks pirates set out to snatch the gold in the sky. Lin Nuo slowly woke up from sleep, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he spoke to the empty system in his mind. System, sign in. Following Lin Nuo's words, a cold system prompt sounded. Advertisement. Okay, host. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for obtaining high-level constitution. When the system's notification sounded, Lin Nuo's body shook suddenly, thinking he had heard it wrong. Sure enough, although what I got at the previous check-in was not a constitution upgrade card, but some 21st century items, such as wine, instant noodles, and women's products, Lin Nuo once wanted to shut down the system. A smug look appeared on Lin Nuo's face, and he immediately asked the system to open the personal panel. Host. Lin Nuo. Devil Fruit. Gravity Fruit. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Intermediate. Physique. A. Swordsmanship. Great Swordsman. Weapons. Supreme Sword 12 crafts dragon slaying. After Lin Nuo put on the clothes, he felt the terrifying power in his body, which was obviously much stronger than before. Seeing in the personal panel, physical skills have already reached the A-level stage, Lin Nuo at this time is only a stage behind Whitebeard Newgate's physical strength. The system's rewards this time are really comparable to Shigur's, and we will attack the shortcomings of labor and management. Not bad. It is worthy of being the supreme sign in system. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but praise the system. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that Lin Nuo had raised his constitution to such an extent overnight. If there was no system, how many years would he have to practice to have such a powerful constitution? Advertisement. If Whitebeard Newgate found out, his jaw would be shocked. Afterwards, Lin Nuo hung the supreme sword Zonlong on his waist and headed for the starting point of the port. At this time, the port of Hive Island was full of pirates under the command of the Rocks pirates, and more than a dozen huge pirate ships were ready to set sail. Yo, Lin Nuo kid, you probably didn't practice too much last night. My uncle has already told you that you can't do much with one mind. It's a waste of time to follow that Newgate guy to practice physical skills. It's better to practice swordsmanship with me. With a cigar in his mouth, Golden Lion Shiki said with complaints written all over his face. Cool la 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 la. In the past half a month, Lin Nuo's strength has improved a lot. HMPH, Shiki, I think your skin is itchy. Whitebeard Newgate held the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi. After seeing Lin Nuo's arrival, he recalled what happened when Lin Nuo asked him to practice constitution during this period, and his eyes showed anticipation. After a while, Captain Rocks came, looking as usual, except that there was an unknown famous knife on his waist. Familiar with the pirate comics, we all know that although Captain Rocks has very few shots, he is also the top swordsman in the sea, and he is even more terrifying than Golden Lion Shiki. Although Lin Nuo's swordsmanship is comparable to Shiki's, but in front of Captain Rocks, there is still a lot of gap. Of course, this is only temporary. With the addition of the system, as well as the talent and potential of terror, it is not certain that it will surpass Rocks in the future. After Rocks glanced around, he began to order to board the ship, led by Rocks, with Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Lin Nuo, followed by a group of captain-level pirates and small pirates. On the main ship, there are 4 pirate ships guarding it. On the deck, Rocks stood at the front, with Shiki, Newgate, and Lin Nuo behind him. Shiki, Newgate, it's up to you to attack Tianshengjian, Lin Nuo and I will stay on board together. Rocks frowned slightly, looked at Lin Nuo and the 3 behind him and said calmly. However, Newgate and Shiki had no opinion on Captain Rocks' arrangements. After looking at each other, they nodded towards Rocks. Regarding the Rocks' combat arrangement, Lin Nuo on the side was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the arrangement be fought with Shiki and the others? Chapter 30. The plan was completely disrupted. Lin Nuo took action. Could it be that Captain Rocks felt that his strength was not equal to that of Newgate, so he stayed on the pirate ship? Rocks also noticed Lin Nuo's puzzled look, and then said to Lin Nuo indifferently. There is a woman named He in Marine. Although that guy is not very strong, he is full of tricks and has sabotaged our plans many times. So in order to prevent the situation from changing in the middle of the battle, Lin Nuo, you and I will stay on the boat to respond. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate nodded towards Lin Nuo and said. Boy Lin Nuo, we leave it to you to retreat. And with your kid's swordsmanship, you can fight remotely at any time, can't you? After hearing what the three of them said, Lin Nuo thought for a moment, then nodded. After all, the change in the battle situation was unexpected. Since his own captain said so, he could only play soy sauce on board. At this time, on the distant sea surface, there are a few black spots. Yes, that is the Marine fleet escorting the gold in the sky. With the appearance of Marine, Shiki, Newgate and Lin Nuo showed chills on their faces. And on the 4 pirate ships next to them, the captain-level pirates and official crew members took out their weapons one after another, ready to strike at all times. Come on, catch up with Marine, and pull the boat over. Rocks looked at the Marine fleet in the distance, squinting his eyes, revealing a faint ray of fierce light. Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. As the pirate ship gradually approached, on the Marine fleet, 2 warships no smaller than the main ship could vaguely see the transport ships loaded with boxes of gold from the sky on the deck. At this moment, the Marine frigate, on the watchtower, the Marine responsible for scouting the surrounding seas, saw several pirate ships in the distance. He hurriedly picked up the binoculars in his hand and looked over, and the flag of the Rocks pirates came into view. The Marine was immediately frightened, his face turned pale, he staggered back a few steps, and then shouted at the Marines on the deck below. Advertisement. Luo. The Rocks pirates are attacking. As soon as these words came out, the sound world resounded through all the Marine fleets. The Marine soldiers on the deck took up their weapons one after another, and the Marine gunners locked the barrels towards the attacking Rocks pirates. However, on the main ship, wearing a Marine white cloak, 2 figures of Haki stand awe-inspiringly on the bow. Yes, those 2 are none other than Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr of the Marine Vice Admiral Buddha. They looked imposing young, wearing tall and strong clothes, with their hands folded under their chests, and the white Justice cloak behind them floated with the sea breeze. The 2 people with the powerful observation Haki have already noticed the attack of the Rocks pirates under the perception of observation Haki. While the 2 were waiting in full force, they didn't look shocked or anxious because of the appearance of the Rocks pirates. On the contrary, they seemed to have been expected and prepared. As the Marine fleet and the Rocks pirates approached, the 2 sides faced each other face to face on the sea. On the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate beside Rocks are already ready to move, as if they will make a move the next moment. But at this moment, huge bubbles suddenly popped up on the surface of the sea next to Marine, and the surface of the sea immediately rolled continuously. In a moment, 2 Marine warships appeared out of the sea, and their hulls were coated. Could it be that? Are those Marine guys behind? Watching a Marine warship surface, Newgate and Shiki began to feel a little heavy on their faces. They didn't expect that Marine already knew that they would come to snatch the gold in the sky, and coated the 2 warships and hid them in the sea. Captain Rocks, it seems that our plan has been noticed by Marine. Newgate didn't look back, and his tone became more and more serious. HMPH. So what? Even if the guys like Marine realize that we are robbing the gold in the sky, can these ants stop us? There was a fierce light in Rocks' eyes, and he glanced at the sailors on several Marine warships with his hideous eyes. Rocks realized before setting off that the operation this time would not be so smooth, and sure enough. Advertisement. Seeing Sengoku and Zephyr on the main ship of Marine look expressionless and ready to fight, it seems that they have predicted that they will rob the sky and win gold. The key lies in the 2 Marine warships lurking in the sea, which also means that Marine already knows about the Rocks pirate group's operation. But now is not the time to think about these things, even if they are tricked. So what? Marine is bound to be defeated, and the golden treasure in the sky also belongs to the Rocks pirates. Rocks frowned, looked at Lin Nuo behind him and ordered. Lin Nuo's combat deployment has changed, and then you, Newgate, and Shiki will defeat those guys in Marine. Lin Nuo nodded when he heard Captain Rocks' instruction. I see. Rocks' order to change the combat deployment must be due to the sudden change of Marine, and the Marine's formation in front of him has already surpassed Rocks' expectations. Lin Nuo looked at Rocks, standing where he didn't seem to intend to make a move. Then walk a few steps forward, next to Newgate and Shiki. And the 2 Marine warships that appeared from the sea, each of which stood impressively with a Marine Vice Admiral, plus Sengoku and Zephyr and the 2 Marine Vice Admirals behind them, there were a total of 6 Marine Vice Admirals. At this time, Marine's terrifying lineup, plus 6 Marine Vice Admirals, has surpassed the Rocks pirates at this time. The pirates who were originally high-spirited, after seeing Marine's terrifying lineup at this time, felt like pouring a pot of water on a fire, and couldn't help feeling afraid and retreating. Newgate, Shiki, let me go first. Looking at the terrifying lineup of Marine opposite, Lin Nuo had no fear in his eyes, but a fierce fighting spirit arose instead. In terms of high-level combat power, the Rocks pirates still have an advantage, but the difference between the 2 teams is too large. Once the war starts, it won't take long for these pirates to die and injure countless. Maybe this is what is commonly known as cannon fodder. That being the case, clear up all those sea soldiers before going to war. Boy Lin Nuo, what are you going to do? Lin Nuo, you already have a breakthrough to defeat Marine. Chapter 31 New Move. Gravitational Compression, Seeking Flowers. Hearing Lin Nuo's words, Newgate and Shiki looked at Lin Nuo in surprise. Yes, I plan to weaken the ants under Marine's command first. Lin Nuo looked determined. Once the battle started, the pirates under the Rocks pirates would not be able to stop them. There were twice as many Marine soldiers as there were pirates. Boy Lin Nuo, the method is good, but don't forget, that guy Sengoku also has Conqueror's Haki, he can completely offset the incoming conquerors. Newgate frowned. Although Lin Nuo's idea was good, but facing Sengoku, it might be difficult to implement. If that's the case, then I'll hold Sengoku in check. If that doesn't work, Newgate will do it right away. Lin Nuo didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't want to procrastinate in this situation. Once Marine still had support, then this operation would be a complete failure. Gravity Fruit Ability. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying repulsive force emerged from Lin Nuo's right hand, which continued to expand and expand like a piece of glass that could not be seen clearly. Under Lin Nuo's control, it began to shrink into a palm-sized energy. Lin Nuo withdrew his palm, and floated the gathered translucent ball towards the sky until it disappeared. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How is this power somewhat similar to Newgate's Shock Fruit? Is it a new move developed by Lin Nuo based on Newgate's Shock Fruit? Shiki stared at the translucent light spot floating in the sky, and murmured incredulously. He had clearly perceived just now that Lin Nuo had continuously shrunk the power of the fruit into a translucent spot of light, and there was terrifying energy hidden inside. And the pirates, although they don't know what Lin Nuo is doing, but they know Lin Nuo's terrifying and strange fruit ability, and their uneasy mentality gradually eased a lot. At this moment, above the Marine warship, they could only feel that the originally bright sunshine was immediately shrouded in a white light, oppressing their whole bodies like a heavy weight. What did that kid do? Could it be that this is his fruit ability? Sengoku and Zephyr felt the oppression from their bodies, and Observation Haki followed suit like an alarm, with constant warnings. The two subconsciously looked up at the sky, only to see that the clouds in the sky dissipated instantly. A translucent cover that is huge enough to cover all Marine warships continues to expand. In an instant, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Marine were suddenly overwhelmed by a terrifying repulsive force. Advertisement. This horrible and strange oppression, Sengoku and Zephyr vaguely felt the danger of attacking. Sengoku looked at the expanding translucent cover of the sky, his face darkened. If this blow falls, the Marine behind him may suffer heavy casualties. Before the battle has completely started, the morale of the Marine soldiers will be broken in an instant. This time is an excellent opportunity to eliminate Rocks, and it is hard won. If you miss it, you don't know when you will wait. Sengoku, shoot, I have a hunch that once this attack explodes, the battle will be irreversible. Zephyr on the side fixed his eyes on the ever-expanding translucent cover, and Observation Haki was already warning in his heart, as if something terrible would happen in the next moment. In the face of such a huge range of attacks, Sengoku, who is a phantom beast, human fruit ability, and Buddha form, is more suitable for blocking Zephyr's physical attack. Leave it to me, with me here, the attack will never fall. Sengoku's tone was solemn, but his eyes were fixed on the changes in the sky, which made him feel the pressure. At the same time, the huge halo is getting closer and closer to the Marine warship. The oppression suffered by the Marines will also increase. Is it to this extent? Sengoku snorted coldly, and tore off the Marine Justice cloak behind him with one hand. The breath on his body gradually increased, and then activated the fruit ability. A figure continued to skyrocket in the dazzling golden light, and after only a few breaths, it turned into a giant golden Buddha with a huge figure. Even the warship under Sengoku's feet began to have cracks and cracks, which continued to spread. Obviously, even the warships can't bear the weight of this giant Buddha. The terrifying power of the golden light is constantly stirring, and the right palm of the golden light is constantly gathering power. Sengoku stared expressionlessly at the continuously expanding invisible wall covering above the sky, without any fear in his eyes, and suddenly the right palm gathered terror and pressure, and pushed it towards the sky impressively. Shockwave. From Sengoku's palm, terrifying power continuously poured out. At this time, Sengoku, the Buddha, can be said to be physically strong, and has already entered the peak period of integrity. His terrifying strength is no less than any core cadre of the Rocks pirates. Advertisement. Its strength is comparable to that of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki. Did that guy make a move? Sure enough, this battle didn't end so easily. Shiki rested his right hand on the handles of the two big sharp knives at his waist, looked at the shining golden Sengoku on the Marine warship in front of him, and said calmly. Yeah, facing what Shiki said, Lin Nuo didn't say much, but smiled mysteriously. At this time, all eyes of the people were undoubtedly staring at Sengoku who made the shot. The terrifying shock wave launched by Sengoku directly hit the center of the invisible wall cover at the speed of thunder. Under the powerful shock wave force, the invisible oppression that was falling rapidly was suddenly stopped. During the collision between the two, the sea below the warship began to surge like waves. Kacha, kacha. Under the impact of the shock wave, Cracks gradually appeared on the wall cover, which continued to expand, as if it would be shattered in an instant. At the same time, Sengoku in the state of Buddha is also uncomfortable. His body is baptized by a terrifying force of gravity, as if there is a jack on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to get rid of. If it wasn't for the protection of a strong physique and fruit ability, the body would have been crushed already. Hiss. Aha. Sengoku gritted his teeth and suddenly increased the intensity of the shock wave. At this moment, with the sound of glass shattering, the invisible wall cover was suddenly shattered. At the same time, everyone on the marine warship breathed a sigh of relief, and the heaviness on their bodies also dissipated. Just when Sengoku resolved the crisis and wanted to release his fruit ability, Zephyr's exclamation suddenly sounded in his ears. Sengoku, be careful. Sengoku was startled suddenly, and saw a black dot explode in the wall cover that he shattered. The ensuing repulsive force rushed towards all directions in an instant, and the screams on the marine warship continued. Advertisement Chapter 32 Shiki. I really admire you, the sixth child asking for flowers. Please collect. Instantly thrown away by this terrifying repulsion force, the sea was suddenly separated by air, and everything was cut off in the semicircle. My uncle really convinced you, Lin Nuo. I didn't expect you to keep a hand in that cover. Gee ha ha ha, that guy Sengoku was slapped by Lin Nuo. Shiki was amazed at the strangeness and power of Lin Nuo's fruit development, and he still laughed and slandered Sengoku. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Lin Nuo had actually developed his fruit ability to such an extent. And when this kid was training during this period, he rarely activated his own fruit ability, thinking that Lin Nuo had given up his own fruit ability, and majored in swordsmanship, hockey, physical skills. Meanwhile, Whitebeard Newgate raised his mouth slightly, glanced at Lin Nuo, and said nothing. Although Lin Nuo's move did make a lot of changes in the battle situation. But, after this trick, it will be troublesome if the warship carrying countless gold from the sky sinks into the sea. And Shiki frowned looking at the scene in front of him, just about to speak, Lin Nuo's voice sounded again. Shiki, I know what you're worried about. I still have a sense of proportion. Shiki became speechless when he heard Lin Nuo's words. Looking at the huge hollow in front of him, he cursed secretly. You Acridine, this is what your kid said. Maybe just now, the warship loaded with gold from the sky may have already received a lunch box. Cool la 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 la. Shiki, Lin Nuo turned the tide of battle just now, and the captain hasn't spoken yet. On the side, Whitebeard and Newgate laughed, not caring at all whether the warship loaded with gold in the sky sank, but just pleased with the fruit ability developed by Lin Nuo. Before Lin Nuo found Whitebeard, Newgate was not only practicing physical skills, but also developing fruit abilities. Whitebeard Newgate, who has the ability of shock fruit, has similarities with Lin Nuo's fruit, so Lin Nuo keeps asking for advice on the development of fruit ability. Shiki carefully looked at Captain Rocks in front of him, and stopped talking. 2. Our captain didn't even open his mouth to blame. I work for the captain, why worry? Sure enough, Marine will not be inactive. Big Buddha shockwave. After Sengoku was pushed away by the terrifying repulsion force, he immediately stabilized his huge body. Although he didn't suffer any damage, he was a little embarrassed. Advertisement. If Zephyr hadn't reminded him in time before, I'm afraid that the blow just now might not be seriously injured. Sengoku had already noticed that he was thrown, and the anger in his heart suddenly burned, and he activated the power of the Buddha again, gathered it in his right palm, and hit towards the ever-expanding repulsion shield. Damn kid. On the warship, Zephyr no longer stood idly by, his wrists were instantly covered by armament haki, and he stepped on the moonwalk to the midair to block the incoming endless repulsion. Zephyr, I'll block it here, you take this opportunity to crush this weird power. With a gloomy face, Zongguo said in a deep voice towards Zephyr who came to assist him. I know. Zephyr nodded in a low voice. A group of marine soldiers exclaimed when they saw the two admiral candidates teaming up, and the uneasiness in their hearts gradually calmed down. In comparison, compared to the appearance of the Rocks pirates just now, the feeling of fear is much less. That's Chief Zephyr, he's done it. Ha 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 ha. Now there is help. Sengoku Vice Admiral and Zephyr Vice Admiral, the two admiral substitutes shot at the same time, they will definitely be able to destroy this damn weird ability. In the distance, Lin Nuo on the main ship of the Rocks pirates showed a smug smile on his face after seeing this scene. This was the moment he had been waiting for, to let Sengoku and Zephyr concentrate on blocking his own attack and strike when there was no time to be distracted. Lin Nuo's pupils shrank suddenly, and suddenly a terrifying and domineering aura rose into the sky. That's right. It is Conqueror's Haki. This is the real purpose of Lin Nuo. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky collapsed in an instant, and the waves on the sea surface began to surge continuously. A black-like terrifying airflow appeared, sweeping towards the entire marine fleet at lightning speed. In just a split second, the soldiers below the generals suddenly felt an incomparably powerful coercion, suppressing them like Mount Tai. Before the marine soldiers had time to react, their eyes turned white, their bodies instantly lost consciousness and fell heavily on the deck, unconscious. In an instant, the numerical advantage on the field turned sharply, and most of Marine's soldiers fainted. After this scene appeared, the faces of Sengoku and Zephyr suddenly changed in midair, and their anger would explode accordingly. Advertisement. Damn. Damn the Rocks pirates. Unexpectedly. The two gritted their teeth at the same time. Sengoku, who is known as Marine the Resourceful General, finally understands the purpose of the Rocks Pirates at this moment. The purpose is to draw their attention to this ultimate move, force the two of them to make a move, and then make them have no time to care about the Marine army. Then unexpectedly launch the Conqueror's Haki to eliminate the number of Marines and gain an advantage in the battle. Sengoku, who reacted, immediately roared angrily, the killing intent in his heart bursting. All Marines obey orders. Surround the Rocks Pirates, don't let a single one go. At the same time, after Sengoku and Zephyr smashed Lin Nuo's attack, they stepped on Moonwalk, one of the 6 styles, and killed the Rocks pirate ship in the distance. Zephyr remained silent, staring at the Rocks pirates with an unconcealed killing intent in his eyes, and rushed after them. At the same time, the pirates under the Rocks pirates cheered happily when they saw the tragic appearance of the Marine warship. As expected of a Lin Nuo cadre. Lin Nuo cadre is mighty. What are you waiting for? Labor and management are going to kill these garbage Marines. Kill kill. Gia ha 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 ha, you little ones, let me sink those Marine guys into the bottom of the sea. Heavenly gold belongs to our Rocks pirates. Golden Lion Shiki pulled out the 2 big sharp knives of Sakura 10 and Deadwood from his waist, pointed his sword at the opposite Marine warship, and laughed ferociously. Upon hearing the order, the captains and crew members of the 4 pirate ships drove the pirate ships towards the opposite Marine. All the pirates took out the weapons in their hands one after another, scrambling to get on the Marine warship like a broken bamboo. Whitebeard Newgate looked at Sengoku, the Buddha who was rushing towards him, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, Kong Yunchi to meet him. Hul la la la, Buddha no Sengoku. This time there must be a winner. Boom, Chapter 33 Fighting each other, a showdown between the top powerhouses. As soon as the words fell, a translucent halo suddenly appeared on Kong Yunchi's tough blade. The shock fruit ability was activated, and Sengoku, who was in the state of a big Buddha facing the sky, greeted him with a giant palm of golden light. Newgate, today is the time for your Rocks pirates to be destroyed. Come back to impel down with me. Big Buddha shockwave. Sengoku's heart was filled with anger, golden light bloomed, and the power fluctuations in the giant palm became more and more intense. Sengoku, who is known as Marine the Resourceful General, was actually put together by these garbage pirates, and his anger will be released at a very fast speed at this moment. And without the advantage of Marine's strength, I am afraid that this war will fall into a bitter battle. I don't know how many Marine soldiers will die heroically. Thinking of this moment, Sengoku suddenly shot out a shock wave with even more terrifying energy than before with his huge golden palm full of anger. But how could Whitebeard Newgate lag behind? Kong Yunchi in his hand swung with the shock fruit ability, and slashed at Sengoku. Crack, click, wherever he went, cracks appeared in the air and continued to fill, as if the space was shattered at this moment, and the scene was horrified. Boom, boom. Kong Yunchi collided with the golden light palm in the air, and the terrifying shock wave and the destructive shock force were entangled together. At this moment, a ball of terrifying energy light suddenly formed between the golden palm and Kong Yunchi, and the energy of the two surged within it. In the next second, there was an explosion that shook the sky and shook the sea. Mixed with strong shock waves and concussions, it spread towards the surroundings impressively, and the entire sea surface was blasted into a huge crater by this terrifying energy. The pirate ship and the Marine warship were ups and downs and swayed on the rough sea. Some pirates and Marine soldiers at close range were directly blown away by the terrifying airflow, leaving no bones left. The battle between Sengoku and Newgate is on the verge of breaking out, and the powerful armament Haki covers it, fighting you and me in the sky. The duel between the two body skills did not lose the wind at all, and the shock waves and shocks generated during the battle swept the entire battlefield from time to time. Worthy of being the top combat force in the sea, Whitebeard Newgate, Buddha Sengoku. Lin Nuo on the main ship of the Rocks pirates watched the battle between the two before making a move, but the strong fighting spirit in his heart made him very excited. Advertisement. Whether it is the fruit ability, or Haki, physical skills, this move can smash the world into pieces. And Captain Rocks, who had been standing on the deck with his hands folded over his chest, raised the corners of his mouth and nodded secretly, perhaps also a recognition of a strong man. And Lin Nuo's series of actions really gave him a lot of surprises, monster-like talent, terrifying strength at the cadre level, and terrifying intelligence and analysis. And more importantly, Lin Nuo has the heart of a strong man, who fights with desire and keeps getting stronger. The Rocks pirates have such characters, overthrowing the world government is just around the corner. On the other side of the air battlefield, the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and Zephyr in the name of Marine Black Arm was also fierce. As the owner of the Lion Fruit ability, Golden Lion Shiki, the sky is his territory, home, floating, flexible body, very advantageous. Boom, clang. Sakura 10 and Deadwood kept slashing at Zephyr with two big sharp knives, and Zephyr was not to be outdone, and Armament Haki's hardened arms kept counter-attacking. When the two collided, sparks scattered. Golden Lion Shiki, are you tickling labor and management? This level of attack is too weak, show your true strength. Zephyr launched Moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, and stepped on the air with his feet, chasing after him, constantly launching fierce attacks on Shiki. After a fight, Shiki suddenly exerted strength with Sakura 10 and the Deadwood, breaking the stalemate between the two. Zephyr, who was repelled, wanted to attack Shiki again. Suddenly, a sharp slash had arrived in front of Zephyr, and with a crisp impact sound, a figure was chopped and flew out. Don't get too carried away, Zephyr. While your strength is improving, the swordsmanship that labor and management are proud of is also improving. Shiki squinted his eyes. Although he was quite upset, he began to use his dual-wielding Sakura 10 and Dead Tree. Let's see the achievements of labor and management's swordsmanship during this period. With a serious look on his face, he muttered to himself. Advertisement. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Taking advantage of the gap between Zephyr being knocked into the air, Shiki's figure hovered in the air, and swiftly slashed towards him several times. Zephyr, who had just stabilized his figure, frowned when he saw the slashing attacks coming towards him. Immediately, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cursed and shouted. Damn pirates. Although relying on Moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, and Shaved, fighting Shiki with the ability of Lion Fruit in the air is no less of a disadvantage, but the sky is Shiki's home field after all. Even if the observation Haki is fully activated, it is impossible to dodge the countless slashes that have come at close range. Zephyr frowned, squatting into a horse stance, and the armament Haki attached to his wrists was obviously thicker, and he was fully focused on fighting. As a powerhouse who does not rely on fruit ability, top physical skills and Haki, the coordination between 6 styles and Haki is already seamless in his hands, and the coordination between various moves has reached a natural level. With the 6-style attack combo skill strengthened by Zephyr, it burst out suddenly. In an instant, the airwaves rolled and radiated vigor, and the ferocious attacks of the two collided. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions spread from the sky to all directions one after another, and terrifying airwaves swept across all directions, shaking the entire sea area. Following the smoke in the center of the explosion in the sky, 2 figures flew out backwards. Zephyr landed heavily on the warship, panting slightly. Marine's cloak of justice on his body was cut by the sword energy, and he was a little embarrassed. The move just now was indeed exquisite and powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. This is due to his extremely strong physique. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been exhausted long ago. The same is true for the Golden Lion Shiki, who was blown away by the explosion on one side. However, on the other side of the main battlefield, the battle between Marine and the Rocks Pirates has already started, with swords, and waves. Marine and the Rocks Pirates fought in a melee. Sengoku of Buddha played against Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and Black Arm Zephyr. Under the top combat strength of both sides, it is basically impossible to decide the winner in a short time. Chapter 34 Lin Nuo makes a move, Universal Pull. As for the captain-level pirates of the Rocks Pirates, after meeting the 6 general-level powerhouses of Marine, although they could not defeat them, they could still stop them 1 or 2. On the other hand, in terms of bottom-level combat power, some Marine soldiers were stunned by Conqueror's Haki because of Lin Nuo's previous calculations, but the Rocks Pirates took advantage of the battle. Lin Nuo stared intently at the battlefield with Marine in front of him, thinking about something slightly. Marine was obviously already prepared. According to this kind of offensive, he should want to wipe them all out. Although the Rocks Pirates have the upper hand in the current battle situation, but if this delay continues, it is very likely. The Rocks Pirates are here to snatch the gold in the sky. The longer the battle is delayed, the more unfavorable it will be for them. If Marine reinforcements arrive again, they probably won't even be able to grab the gold in the sky. Lin Nuo glanced at the 2 ships loaded with gold from the sky, and then made up his mind. After moving his arms, the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger. Captain Rocks standing in front of Lin Nuo also noticed that Lin Nuo was strange, but he didn't stop him, but nodded. With a sound, a figure rushed towards the warship where Zephyr was. At the same time, Shiki and Zephyr were about to fight fiercely again. Suddenly, observation Haki of the two felt a powerful aura approaching rapidly. Lin Nuo kid. Seeing Lin Nuo rushing towards them, Shiki couldn't help being a little puzzled. Rocks Pirates superstar knew Lin Nuo, the kid who made Sengoku suffer before. On the warship, Zephyr, who was confronting the sky, became serious. If he faced 2 people at the same time, he had to cheer up. Although the newcomer Lin Nuo's fruit ability is extremely strange, and it is still unclear what devil fruit he ate, but this level does not pose any threat to him. But don't forget, there is still the Golden Lion Shiki stalking in the sky. Once Shiki is allowed to seize the opportunity, the consequences will be disastrous. Shiki, Zephyr will be held by me, and the heavenly gold will be handed over to you. While Zephyr was approaching quickly, Lin Nuo suddenly yelled at Shiki, who was about to attack. Shiki was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted, nodded heavily, then activated the power of the fruit, and flew towards the ship loaded with gold from the sky. That's right, Golden Lion Shiki has the ability of Paramecia Lion Fruit. As long as he touches the hull, he can activate the fruit ability and float the entire ship loaded with heavenly gold to the sky. Advertisement in this way, even if Marine support arrives, it will be difficult to take back the ship carrying the gold from the sky. And this series of plans are all in Lin Nuo's calculations. Seeing this, Zephyr's body trembled suddenly, and his face became even more ugly. It is impossible for him to watch these pirate schemes succeed, if Golden Lion Shiki successfully snatches the gold from the sky. This also means that the operation to destroy the Rocks Pirates is completely shattered, and the Rocks Pirates will retreat immediately. This not only failed to eliminate the Rocks, but also lost the heavenly gold that paid tribute to the Holy Land Mariajoy. At that time, Marine would not only lose face, but the guys from the Holy Land Mariajoy would ask them to be held accountable. Therefore, before Tianshongjin eliminates Rocks, there must be no loss, and no one will be allowed to approach Tianshongjin. With the explosion of Zephyr, his body flew away like a fast-moving cannonball, and his eyes locked on the golden lion above the distant sky. Universal pull. With this voice resounding in Zephyr's ears, all of a sudden, Zephyr's whole body seemed to be out of control, and the speed of a cannonball gradually slowed down. Before Zephyr could react, his whole body seemed to be sucked towards Lin Nuo's outstretched left hand by an extremely strong gravitational force. What exactly is this ability? Damn brat! While Zephyr's eyes showed a hint of shock, he immediately burst out with terrifying power in his body, trying to get rid of this strange ability. And Lin Nuo would not miss this opportunity. While launching the universal pull with his left hand, he slowly pulled out the sheath of the supreme sharp knife Zhanlong at his waist with his right hand. Said lightly, "Marine Zephyr, your opponent is me." Slash wave. Call out. Following Lin Nuo's words, a flying slash flew towards Zephyr. It happened. Zephyr, who was restrained by the universal pull, suddenly changed his face. He wanted to regain control of his body and avoid Lin Nuo's attack, but he was helpless. Advertisement. Boom. Fiercely slashing the light, it shrouded it suddenly, and a loud bang resounded through the sky. The aftermath of the shockwave from the explosion flew in all directions. Zephyr Vice Admiral. Damn Rocks pirates. Even Zephyr Vice Admiral. B*********. D. What nonsense, how could Zephyr Vice Admiral be defeated by the garbage pirates? Cheer up labor. The Rocks pirates are attacking again. Yes. The Marines on the warship and who were fighting fiercely with the Rocks pirates were furious when they saw this scene. But after hearing the words of Marines General Commander, he also realized that Zephyr Vice Admiral is one of Marines' top combat forces, and it is impossible to be defeated so easily. Soldiers are also aware of this. Immediately revived the morale of the army, and headed towards the Rocks pirates to fight. The fight between the two sides stained the ship with blood, and scattered limbs and fragments into the sea. On the other side, the fierce battle between Sengoku and Whitebeard Newgate is shaking the world. The confrontation between the two affects the sea and even space. The impenetrable shockwaves in the space seem to be completely shattered, showing the horror of the confrontation between the two top powerhouses in the world. Boom. Boom. Whitebeard Newgate formed a half-curved body, with one hand converging into a translucent horror halo, and observation Haki instantly locked onto Sengoku, who was coming at high speed. And Sengoku is not to be outdone, and under the blessing of the golden light human fruit, phantom beast, and Buddha form, his huge right palm has already gathered terrifying energy. Big Buddha shockwave, empty shock, boom, crack, boom. With the collision of the two attacks, it seemed that the whole world instantly turned into a blank, and the loud noise produced by the violent explosion instantly deafened the battlefield personnel. Chapter 35 Intercept. Lin Nuo fights against Zephyr. The sky was covered with dark clouds, one after another thunder crashed down, and the sea was not to be outdone, setting off huge waves of hundreds of meters in layers, and the waves were crazy and restless. Cool la la la. As expected of Lin Nuo boy, that guy Zephyr is so deflated. Whitebeard, who was so powerful, didn't pay attention to the explosion. After all, he was fighting against Sengoku, one of Naval Headquarters' top combat powers. The two have played against each other no less than 10 times over the years, and there may already be a tacit understanding between them. It is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. In the smoke, Sengoku with a huge figure shining with golden light slowly emerged. His eyes looked solemnly towards the direction of Zephyr and Lin Nuo's battlefield. Is that guy Zephyr careless? But this level of attack can't defeat Zephyr. However, the supernova of the Rocks pirates, the rookie Lin Nuo is indeed a huge threat. Not only has super high combat wisdom, but also awakened Conqueror's Haki, strange fruit ability, and terrifying swordsmanship. What the hell, why doesn't our Marine have such a terrifying genius? Damn it, this guy must be wiped out completely. If he is allowed to continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sengoku's eyes showed intense killing intent, staring at Lin Nuo in the distance. He wanted to kill this terrifying genius immediately, but Whitebeard and Newgate beside him would not give him a chance. On the main ship of the Rocks pirates, Captain Rocks folded his arms and looked at the battlefield between Lin Nuo and Zephyr in the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Not bad kid, since it's such a short time, let's increase our strength to be able to compete with Marine Zephyr. It seems that the plan should also be ready to implement. As the explosion from the slash disappeared, in the smoke, Zephyr, who was wearing a white suit and was full of muscles, looked at Lin Nuo with a serious face. Possessing a powerful swordsmanship, awakening Conqueror's Haki, and the fruit ability that combined the old man just now, such a terrifying newcomer must not survive. Because Garp and Crane are hiding in the dark and ready to help at any time, he doesn't have to worry too much about Golden Lion Shiki's surprise attack on the ship loaded with gold from the sky. Zephyr turned to look at the Golden Lion in the distance and decided not to pursue him anymore. He looked at Lin Nuo in front of him, with murderous intent in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Advertisement, Rocks Pirates, Supernova Ghost Leader Lin Nuo, it seems that Rocks seems to have great confidence in your strength. Lin Nuo frowned and said thoughtfully with a smile. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that a small person like me could be remembered by Marine Black Arm Zephyr. Marine's intelligence team is really scary, yes, it's me. As expected, it seems that within the Rocks Pirates, there is indeed a marine ghost. This intelligence network can actually infiltrate the Rocks Pirates, and this action may have been expected by Marine. The big fish hidden inside the Rocks Pirates is not small. There was a wave of waves in Zephyr's heart. Judging from the previous attack level, the monster newcomer Lin Nuo in front of him was beyond his expectations. At this moment, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest, and quickly adjusted his state. The extremely hard armament Haki covers the whole body, which is also to prevent Lin Nuo from activating that strange fruit ability again. Zephyr activates one of the 6 shaved moves and combines them with Moonwalk to move in midair at high speed in conjunction with the conversion. He intends to move at high speed to make it difficult for Lin Nuo to catch, and take the opportunity to find out what Lin Nuo's fruit ability is. As long as he can get close to Lin Nuo, he will be drawn into the confrontation of physical skills. In an instant, Zephyr's figure appeared in front of Lin Nuo, and Armament Haki's hard fist was attached to Lin Nuo. Suddenly, the nearby air currents were driven, forming streams of air currents, locking Lin Nuo and rushing away with a devastating force. At such a close distance, Lin Nuo wanted to use the great swordsmanship, and it was too late to counterattack. The only possibility was to activate the fruit ability. Sure enough, in the face of the pitch-black fist coming straight towards the door, Lin Nuo did not immediately pull out the supreme sharp knife Zhanlong from his waist to resist, but slowly stretched out his right hand in front of him. Muttered to himself, God Luo Tian sign, boom. Boom. Advertisement at this moment, when Zephyr's black fist was about to hit Lin Nuo, an invisible air mask suddenly wrapped Lin Nuo, forcibly blocking Zephyr's fist, not giving an inch. Even though Zephyr saw that his fist was close to Lin Nuo's eyes, he couldn't break through this invisible air shield. Zephyr frowned, his muscular fists aggravated a bit, and he muttered to himself. Air mask. Could it be that your boy's fruit ability is inextricably related to the shock fruit of that guy from Whitebeard Newgate? If this is the case, it is basically certain that Lin Nuo's fruit ability belongs to paramecia in the fruit. While Zephyr was thinking, Lin Nuo moved his right hand at this time, and the invisible gas mask seemed to be irresistible, and an indestructible invisible repulsive force suddenly burst out. Oops, it shouldn't be. Boom! Zephyr, who hadn't had time to react, was instantly sent flying by this terrifying repulsion. Damn it, you damn brat! Zephyr, who flew out in midair like a cannonball, felt his body being hit by a terrifying force, and the severe pain suddenly spread all over his body, and a streak of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Can it deflect all attacks this time? What a terrible little ghost. If Armament Haki hadn't covered his whole body with the blow just now, he might have been severely injured by Lin Nuo, the little ghost. And Lin Nuo saw Zephyr being knocked into the air by himself. He would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, he is most happy to help beat the dog in the water. Then he pulled out the supreme sharp knife Zhanlong from his waist. The Zhanlong, which was originally a black knife, was attached with Armament Haki, and the aura it exuded was even sharper. Lin Nuo's figure was instantly in place, and he slashed towards Zephyr's flying figure at a high speed. As Zephyr is one of the top combat forces of Naval Headquarters, Haki is a top existence regardless of combat experience or physical skills. Immediately, Observation Haki was launched instantly, stabilizing his body in an instant. Armament Haki's black fist covered head-on, and the fist hit Dragon Zhanlong's knife fiercely. Boom! Boom! The fierce fist strength was torn apart by the sword energy emanating, and the collision between the two was evenly matched at this moment. This is the Black Knife. Chapter 36 Garp hiding in the dark, Crane. Zephyr felt the tremor coming from his arm, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help saying bad in his heart. Such a sharp sword slash. At this moment, he remembered that Lin Nuo was a great swordsman. I paid too much attention to Lin Nuo's devil fruit ability before, and ignored Lin Nuo's great swordsmanship. Zephyr, it's a big taboo to fight the enemy, and your strength seems a little weak. Lin Nuo looked at Zephyr mockingly and said provocatively, but this was the same thing Zephyr said to Shiki before. Immediately, Lin Nuo's eyes flashed a chill, and he didn't hold back his hands anymore. He also wanted to see who was stronger between him and Zephyr at this time. Huh, little devil, you are still far behind. Show your strength. Faced with Lin Nuo's ridicule, Zephyr snorted coldly, and the trajectory of his punches became more unpredictable, like a group of demons dancing wildly, and crazily collided with the attacking black knife. Clang, 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 the black knife waved, the cold light flickered, and the sound of golden swords resounded continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for hundreds of rounds. Gradually, Zephyr felt that even though his arms were covered with Armament Haki, there was pain in his arms from time to time, and it became more intense. He even found that Lin Nuo's swordsmanship was no less than that of Golden Lion Shiki. Zephyr and Golden Lion Shiki have fought frequently, and they are very aware of Shiki's swordsmanship level, and can be regarded as the brightest swordsman in the entire sea. There are not many great swordsmen at the top level into high, but there are also strong and weak points among great swordsmen. When the four of them heard this information, they subconsciously thought that Lin Nuo had just stepped into the realm of the great swordsman by luck. After all, Lin Nuo's age is there, making them think that Lin Nuo is just a junior swordsman. But now it seems that they have been terribly wrong, and need to reenact Lin Nuo, the newcomer of the Rocks Pirates. No, after this battle, the Rocks Pirates will cease to exist. Shock is nothing but shock, but the battle still has to continue. Zephyr, who is already Admiral's backup, is not to be outdone. Armament Haki was played to ultimate by him, and the enhanced version of Marine 6 styles broke out without reservation. Finger Pistol Kai Finger Cannon. Advertisement. The finger pistol, which was originally activated by the index finger, was replaced by an extremely black and hard fist, which gathered a huge force and blasted towards Lin Nuo. Even at a close distance, it carried sound waves like blasting air currents. Lin Nuo, who was engrossed, grabbed the black sword Zhanlong covered by Armament Haki in his hand, and stabbed it suddenly. Swordsmanship. Thrust. The swirling strikes of the blade merged with Lin Nuo's sword intent, continuously converging on the tip of the blade. Clang. Suddenly, the tip of the knife collided with the fist. This is not only a collision of Armament Haki, but also a duel between swordsmanship and physical arts. Boom. Boom. The two powerful and terrifying energies were entangled crazily, and there was nothing anyone could do for a while, but after a short period of stalemate, a roar exploded and spread in all directions. The penetrating impact energy and Lin Nuo's sharp slash spread throughout the battlefield, wreaking havoc in the air, disrupting the sea and clouds. The marine warships and pirate ships were no exception, and potholes and sword marks began to appear one after another. Not far away, Sengoku and Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but cast a glance, and the eyes of both sides suddenly became serious. Scattered impact energy and sword energy rushed towards the two of them. Possesses the super powerful observation Haki Sengoku and Whitebeard Newgate, and calmly avoids incoming attacks. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo's strength has improved a lot, and he is already on par with that guy Zephyr. Whitebeard and Newgate burst out laughing while taking advantage of the pitched battle with Sengoku. This kid, is he already able to compete with the Zephyr Chamber? Sengoku on the opposite side has a gloomy face, which is completely different from Whitebeard Newgate. As a newcomer to the pirates, even a newcomer cadre of the Rocks Pirates, now that he has grown to this point. I thought that this operation would mainly defeat Rocks, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard Newgate, and the Rocks pirate group would completely collapse. His wisdom in combat deployment is no less than his own, but he didn't expect this newcomer Lin Nuo to be able to fight back and forth with Zephyr. Only 1 month has passed since they received the information. At this time, Sengoku realized that it was impossible for them to complete the task alone in this operation, and Garp and Crane, who were hidden in the dark, had to be shot. Advertisement. It is necessary to ensure the success of this operation to destroy the Rocks pirates. On the other side, the Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air and flew towards the ship loaded with gold from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The marine soldiers along the way had nothing to do with Shiki, they could only watch Shiki fly over their heads. However, Shiki, on the way past the marine warship, held the dead wood in his hand, Sakura 10, and slashed towards the marine below from time to time, which made the marine soldiers below furious, but there was nothing they could do. Jia ha 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 ha. The gold in the sky is ours. Shiki laughed loudly, and after circling several times in the air, he swooped down towards the golden ship in the sky. A few marine field officers tried to intercept Shiki, and a mere slash sent them to the bottom of the ocean. Seeing Tianshongjin close at hand, Shiki immediately stretched out his hands, wanting to completely control the entire ship. Just as Shiki was about to touch the hull, suddenly, a figure rushed out of the golden boat in the sky, and came to Shiki in an instant, and saw a fist as big as a sandbag, which was hard on Shiki's face. Boom! Shiki, who hadn't reacted yet, was stunned and knocked down by the sudden fist. Hateful. A-hole. Who is it, since you dared to sneak attack labor management Golden Lion Shiki? Shiki's body fell like a cannonball, and when he almost touched the water, he tried his best to stabilize his body. But that punch carried a powerful force, and it whipped up a strong wind on the sea surface, and the seawater burst open immediately, and a sunken pothole appeared. B********* D Garp. You're a mad dog. Golden Lion Shiki's face was extremely ugly, and he suddenly didn't expect to understand why this guy Garp appeared here. Isn't it just Sengoku and Zephyr who escorted the heavenly gold this time? Shiki's face changed when he thought of Garp coming down from the ship loaded with gold from the sky. Could it be that Garp has been hiding on the golden ship in the sky from beginning to end? Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Nuo and Zephyr is heating up. But above the warship next to it, a figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The figure was very agile, and appeared near Lin Nuo in a blink of an eye. Fruit ability activated. Chapter 37 Rocks Solicitation. Please ask for flowers, please collect. In an instant, a stream of attacks aimed at Lin Nuo, who was fighting fiercely with Zephyr. As a great swordsman, Lin Nuo is extremely sensitive to it, and while Lin Nuo is fighting Zephyr, Observation Haki has been activated. Observation Haki noticed when Lin Nuo was making a move on the figure. God Luo Tien sign. Boom. The fruit ability was activated in an instant, and Lin Nuo was instantly enveloped by an invisible air mask, and then with a wave of one hand, the incoming terrorist attack was crushed. Lin Nuo withdrew his hand, looked in the direction of the attack, stared at this beautiful figure, and immediately recognized this person. Marine Staff Officer Crane. This is the young Crane Vice Admiral, the future Chief of Staff of the Naval Headquarters, Crane. It was at this time that Shiki shot at the same time as Garp, and Shiki was knocked down by Garp. Fortunately, Lin Nuo had been vigilant, otherwise he would have been shot just now. Lin Nuo frowned, looked at the crane that appeared in front of him, and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Marine is such a good planner, he actually hid Garp and you in the dark, but aren't you guys coming out a little early? You know, as the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks has not made a move until now. And even Lin Nuo hasn't used all his strength yet. Snort. Arrogant and conceited brat. Capture it, impel down is where you heinous pirates will end up. Zephyr dodged to Crane's side, snorted coldly, and scolded angrily. Apparently how angry Zephyr is with Lin Nuo, a rookie brat. He, Zephyr, as one of the top marines, was unable to attack for a long time, and finally had to support the Crane as the female soldier's staff officer, which made Zephyr lose face to his grandma's house. Crane, on the other hand, did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Lin Nuo all the time, his wise eyes seemed to see through Lin Nuo. And Zephyr's words reminded her that Lin Nuo, the new cadre, must be taken down, and he must not be allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before his kid's talent surpasses Rocks. Garp. Crane. I didn't expect these two guys to have been hiding in the dark. Could it be that this operation? Advertisement in the distance, on the ship of the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks frowned slightly, and his face changed. He has been thinking about this question, but it still came true. From the very beginning of the attack on Marine, Rocks launched top-level observation Haki to cover the entire battlefield. He has already noticed that there are two powerful auras hidden in Marine's warship. While well hidden, it can't hide from Rocks' top-tier observation Haki perception. Is it the same as I thought? I see. While muttering to himself, Rocks seemed to have seen through Marine's combat deployment. In his observation Haki perception, apart from the hidden Garp and Crane, Marine already has no other strong people. That is to say, this time Marine's action, the trump card has been revealed. However, this somewhat disappointed Rocks. First thought Marine would deploy a stronger lineup for this operation. Only relying on Sengoku, Garp and these bastards want to stop the Rocks Pirates' footsteps, it is really ignorant. Rocks glanced around blankly, with a look of disdain on his face. At this time, Rocks suddenly moved, and in an instant his figure was on the deck. Holding a long knife in his right hand, he attacked Garp at an extremely fast speed. The momentum is extremely ferocious, and it explodes like a tiger. Damn it. The captain of the Rocks Pirates has made a move. That direction is. Could it be that the Rocks guy's goal is Vice Admiral Garp? At this moment, on the entire battlefield, Marine soldiers were terrified for a moment, and fear rose in their hearts. However, on the other side, when the pirates of the Rocks Pirates saw their captain make a move, their morale reached a climax for a while, and the cheers resounded continuously. Look, that's Captain Rocks. Captain, he finally made a move. It's going to be a disaster for that bloody piece of crap at Marine. Quick. Let's follow in the footsteps of Captain Rocks and throw all these Marines into the sea. Come on, advertisement? A-hole, is that Rocks guy targeting Garp? Garp, be careful. Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane forced the leaders of the Rocks Pirates back at the same time, and reminded loudly in the direction of Garp and Tianshangjin. In a blink of an eye, Rocks' figure loomed in front of Garp. Rocks, your destination is impelled down, atone for your sins. Garp immediately prepared to attack at any time, knowing that the man in front of him is the most powerful king in the New World. Rocks de Zeke, he must go all out. The muscles of the whole body have already been tensed, and they have already cheered up. Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, you belong to the D family, let me see your strength. While Rocks was speaking, his whole body exploded with unfathomable strength, and in a flash, he rushed towards Garp. The long knife in his hand was thrown out suddenly, and the cold light flashed in an instant, and the sword energy pierced the air vertically and horizontally, and locked onto Garp. And Garp was not to be outdone, and immediately pushed armament Haki, which was as hard as iron, to cover his arms. The body is arched, the muscles of the waist and legs are exerting force, and it is shot out like an extremely fast cannonball. He wouldn't let Rocks slash get close to the transport ship loaded with heavenly gold. Otherwise, the plan to eliminate the Rocks Pirates will go in vain, and if the gold in the sky is lost, the ZF guys in the world may have to make braids again. Clang. There was a sound like the collision of golden bumps, and the extremely hard fist suddenly hit this extremely sharp slash. Sparks flew in all directions, and after a few seconds of stalemate, the fist erupted with terrifying power, smashing the slash instantly. Garp exhaled, and felt a faint pain in armament Haki Garp's fist. He didn't expect that Rocks was just a random blow. To be able to be proud of himself, to feel the pain from armament Haki's steely iron fist, which made him have to cheer up. Observation Haki could perceive that the knife just now was just a common slash, without any Haki attached, not even the sword intent of a great swordsman. Ha ha ha. Not bad, as expected of the existence of D, he really has two tricks. Monkey D. Garp, do you want to join our Rocks Pirates? If you join, you can choose the position of the Rocks Pirates cadre, even the vice captain. And you should know D. Chill, Chapter 38 Rocks. Say your answer, for flowers, for collection. Rocks chuckled, watching Garp smash the slash he made, his eyes showed appreciation, and Garp, like himself, was burdened with the existence of D, so he proposed to solicit. However, as soon as Rocks said this, everyone present was shocked. Gee ha ha ha, is Captain Rocks trying to recruit Garp? If Garp can join, it will be one step closer to conquering the entire sea. Back in the sky, Golden Lion Shiki crossed his arms and said with a loud laugh. The pirates of the Rocks Pirates also showed smiles and admiration for Rocks. They didn't expect that Captain Rocks wanted to recruit Monkey D. Garp, one of the top combat forces of naval headquarters, to the Rocks pirates. As expected of Captain Rocks, indeed, you must know that this is the captain's personal invitation to Garp. You must know this kind of treatment. Even in the Rocks pirate group, only Newgate cadres have received this treatment. If only I were the one who personally recruited. Bah, you are just thinking about farts. What are you daydreaming about? How many caddies and tails you have, and you have no idea. Hurry up and get rid of the marine in front of you. Come and help labor. FK. Labor and capital will come right away. Damn marine will take a hit from me. On the other side, Zephyr, Crane, who was confronting Lin Nuo, had a serious look on his face, and his eyes were fixed on Garp in the distance. It seems that they are worried about Garp, and the next decision they make is also afraid that Garp may really betray Marine and join the Rocks pirates. Once Garp makes that decision, Marine will not only lose a top fighter, but also enter the point of death for the next Marines. When Lin Nuo heard that his captain, Rocks, wanted to recruit Garp, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it only took a moment for him to recover. You must know that in the pirate comics, Garp is definitely the biggest contributor to the fall of Rocks. How could a guy like Garp be recruited by Rocks? During the Summit War, Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, beheaded Ace, whom Garp had raised for so many years, and frantically hunted down his own grandson, Luffy. In the end, they didn't kill Akainu and defected to Marine, so it's a fantasy for Rocks to recruit Garp. Eat shit. Bang. Boom. Boom. Cool la la la. Sengoku, you don't seem to care. What kind of decision will Garp make? Whitebeard Newgate clenched his fist with his right hand, and a translucent halo appeared impressively. At the same time as he smashed into the air with the power of shock fruit, there was a click, and the atmosphere split instantly with the fist as the center. Advertisement. Boom. After repelling the attacking Sengoku with a single air shock, he laughed and said, "For Garp, no one knows him better than Sengoku, although Garp is usually idle, takes a beating, and always messes up the mission. But in his heart, he always has a heart of justice that belongs to him, and he will never be recruited by Rocks. If that B***** D dares to betray Marine, I'll FK him, even if I die here today, I'll hold him back." Sengoku in the Buddha state, after smashing the shocking force launched by shock fruit, glanced at Garp in the distance, snorted coldly, and said indifferently. "Huh, don't underestimate that Garp guy, he's not your sinful trash. Don't confuse that B***** D with you. Accept it. Newgate. Big Buddha shock. Boom. Whitebeard Newgate is holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi, the blade is impressively attached with the shock fruit ability, and he is head on. "Garp, where's your answer?" Rocks chuckled, and the blade of the long knife was instantly covered by armament Haki, and he slashed towards Garp. After experiencing the ferocity of Rocks, slash just now, Garp is not going to hard block at this time. Immediately launch the 6 moves. Shaving and Moonwalker combined and exchanged, avoiding this ferocious and terrifying slash, and rushing towards Rocks in one go. Boom. The steel fist attached to armament Haki blasted towards the long knife head-on, sparks splashed from the collisions, and then turned into Black's domineering lightning. The energy continued to stir violently, and terrifying air waves swept around. Ha 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 ha. Garp, how are you thinking? Join our Rocks pirates. What Marine can give you, labor and capital can also do the same. Let us work together to reform the world and release the dawn of the entire distorted world. Rocks laughed and stretched out his hands, looking directly at Garp in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Snort. Advertisement. Rocks stopped daydreaming. "I, Monkey D. Garp, am a Marine, not you piece of crap that just destroys the world." Garp raised his steel-like right fist, and armament Haki seemed to be a little stronger, and roared with a loud bang, gnashing his teeth. "What a joke. My husband is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp. How could I be with you sea trash?" Hearing Garp's answer, Rocks snorted coldly, and the terrifying aura on his body became bigger and bigger, blood-red arrogance already appeared all over his body. The ferocious and berserk momentum rushed towards Garp like a storm in an instant. Garp, who had no time to react, felt a terrifying shock hit his chest. With a bang, Garp staggered a few steps before stabilizing his body. At the same time, his complexion became even more serious. Unexpectedly, Rocks, who seldom made shots, had such terrifying strength. I have to admit that Rocks deserves to be the sea overlord who dominates the entire new world. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki, who had been watching from high altitude, took action. Without Garp's obstruction, Shiki easily crushed the heavy resistance of Marine. The Marine soldiers on a heavenly gold transport ship were all thrown into the sea by Shiki 3 or 2 times. At this time, Shiki had put his hands on the transport ship of gold in the sky, and muttered to himself. "Let's float. Directly activate the lion fruit ability, lift the transport ship away from the sea, and slowly soar toward high altitude." Damn, the transport ship was floated by Golden Lion Shiki's ability. "Quick, stop him. We can't let him take away the gold from the sky." After the sharp-eyed officer in the Marine noticed the strangeness of the transport ship, he quickly screamed in horror. "Not good. Damn it, it's that Shiki guy." At the same time, Sengoku, who was fighting against Newgate, and Garp, who was fighting against Rocks, immediately reacted. Chapter 39 Lin Nuo shows his power. Sengoku, Garp is furious, asking for flowers. Asking for collection. Cool la 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 la, Sengoku, dare to be distracted while fighting me. Boom. Newgate laughed loudly, and with the power of shock fruit attached to the blade of Kong Yunchi in his hand, he slammed towards Sengoku at a very high speed. Don't give Sengoku the slightest chance to escape. Sengoku yelled inwardly, Newgate, this guy didn't know how to use martial arts to sneak up on the old man. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do, and then he activated his ability to block the attacking shock force. The same is true for Garp. Facing the rocks who are as strong as the abyss, he has no chance of getting rid of it. At this time, only Zephyr and Crane, who were fighting fiercely with Lin Nuo, had a chance. The Crane in the distance, after a long stalemate with Lin Nuo, was awakened by the panic of marine soldiers. Then he exchanged a glance with Zephyr beside him. Zephyr's face was serious, and he nodded slightly. Then Zephyr stepped forward, his wrists were covered by armament haki, and he went straight to Lin Nuo. At the same time, the Crane also seized the opportunity to flash, and shot towards the gold transport ship in the sky. Huh, want to stop Shiki, air me. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, already understood by Zephyr and his intentions. How could they allow you to get what you wish? If you want to support the transport ship of gold in the sky, you must pass my Lin Nuo level first. Lin Nuo raised his left hand, locked the distant Crane with his palm, and muttered to himself. Universal pull. An unstoppable gravitational force suddenly moved towards Hefei. In an instant, Crane's entire figure was instantly restrained by this gravitational force, and his whole body was frozen in midair as if being manipulated. It's not over yet. With Lin Nuo's right hand, he swung the supreme sword, Zanlong, and armament haki instantly covered the blade. One shot, instant slash. Buzz. An unstoppable slash of cold light, like a furious dragon, roared and flew towards the Crane. Seeing this, Zephyr's expression changed drastically, and he launched 6 moves at the same time. Shave, moonwalk, trying to block this terrifying slash. Advertisement. But how could Lin Nuo let Zephyr get what he wanted? Lin Nuo locked the black knife against Zephyr with his backhand, and the sword intent on the knife soared into the sky. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Call out. With one slash, the situation changes color. Countless slashes shot out, forming a storm of slashes tens of meters long. The bottom even touched the surface of the sea, and then the sea was directly separated, and it was cut in half abruptly. It happened. Damn brat. Crane, be careful. Zephyr's expression changed from horror to extreme anxiety, and he yelled a reminder at Crane. The slashing storm was extremely fast, and he did not give in to the natural storm. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him, and there was nowhere to hide. Little devil, stop looking down on people, this old man is Marine Vice Admiral Zephyr. Boom. Bang. In a hurry, Zephyr could only hard block, armament haki covered both wrists, and hit a few powerful blows. But only a small part of the slash was smashed, and his attack at this time was like a stone sinking into the sea. Ah! Zephyr let out a big snort, and rose up from the ground with all his might, rising to ultimate. The continuous armament haki in his body enveloped his whole body impressively, his body squatted halfway, his hands crossed in front of his chest. Boom. Clang. The next moment, the slashing storm devoured Zephyr like an ant. Clang. Clang. The sound of Jinjay keeps ringing. This is the crazy impact of slashing and armament haki. However, on the other side, the Crane that heard Zephyr's voice was bound by gravity, and couldn't let her move half a step. Suddenly, she felt a whizzing chill on her back, and a terrifying and extremely dangerous feeling filled her brain instantly. The observation haki kept ringing like the siren on the shoulder of a firefighter. He-Dun's expression changed drastically, and he frantically wanted to break free from the shackles of the universal pull, but she couldn't make it as she wished. No matter how she struggled, her body seemed to be controlled and stayed in place. Following the slashing strikes rushing in like a dragon, as he was about to approach the Crane's body was washed like a shower of force. Advertisement. At the same time, Lin Nuo frowned slightly, with a look of surprise on his face, aware of the gravitational force that restrained the Crane, as if he had lost control. Muttered to himself, she broke free from the shackles of universal pull, this is the first time. You must know universal pull, but even after Naruto went berserk and gave birth to a 6th tail, he couldn't get rid of it. I didn't expect that since it was resolved by the Crane, could it be her fruit ability? At this time, although Crane broke free from the shackles of universal pull, Lin Nuo's terror was attacking her rapidly. At this moment, Crane's figure was as unpredictable as a ghost. Marine 6 styles shaved and moonwalk were activated instantly, coupled with the ability to wash fruits, and quickly disappeared in place. But this is not enough, far from enough. This speed can only avoid the center of the slash, and it is still within the attack range of the slash. Compared with Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, Crane's combat power is weaker. At this time, Zephyr has been caught in Lin Nuo's slashing storm, and has no time to take care of her. In addition, she can only go all out, launching armament haki with all her strength, covering her upper body impressively. At the same time, the fruit washing ability was activated, and a water wave several meters high appeared, standing in front of the attacking slash. Boom. The two attacks collided abruptly, and after a stalemate for a few seconds, the water wave was cut off by the slash, but the power of the slash was already weakened to ultimate. Crane noticed that the slash was obviously weakened, bent his body, his right foot was instantly covered by armament haki, and shouted loudly. Tempest Kick. Buzz. Boom. As the crescent-shaped Tempest Kick collided with Lin Nuo's slash with an unstoppable momentum, a roaring explosion swept across the sea in an instant. The surface of the sea was broken into countless scratches by the aftermath of the two slashing, and it was in chaos. The crane was also injured by the aftermath of the explosion, and his figure gradually fell from the sky. Sharp thinking and calm judgment, I didn't expect that Marine Staff Officer Crane would smash his own slash in this way. Huh, this Zephyr guy. Lin Nuo looked at the crane that had lifted the crisis with a look of surprise on his face. Although Crane's own combat strength is slightly inferior to that of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, under such circumstances, he was able to make a calm judgment and immediately counterattack to resolve the crisis. Lin Nuo had to sigh. And it has the bondage that can wash away the universal pull, which makes Lin Nuo have to be on the alert. You must know that since Lin Nuo got this fruit, so far, no one has been able to directly break the absolute bondage of the universal pull. Chapter 40 The Key to Success, The Gold in the Sky. In contrast, Zephyr surprised Lin Nuo. Under absolute wisdom, Zephyr is obviously not at the same level as Crane. After Zephyr was swallowed by the slashing storm, he activated his whole body armament Haki to cover his whole body and resisted the slashing. Finally, he was fully attacked by the terrifying slashing storm, and the impact instantly pushed him down. It happened. Zephyr. Crane. Damn kid, is that rookie Lin Nuo's strength so terrifying? He beat Zephyr and Crane to the ground. Sengoku and Garp were shocked, their faces were full of worry, they turned their heads to stare at Lin Nuo, and their hatred exploded instantly. This damn brat, how dare you? The two of them were suddenly furious, gnashing their teeth in anger. The two of them have been fighting fiercely with the enemy, but Observation Haki has been keeping an eye on each other. And while Lin Nuo made consecutive shots, Sengoku and the two began to pay close attention. Seeing that Marine's life and death partners, Zephyr and Crane, were injured, the two of them wished they could rush over and kill Lin Nuo immediately. But this time Garp was not impulsive, he suppressed the anger in his heart and kept calm. Because the opponent in front of him is the New World Sea Overlord, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Zeke. Once he is distracted from supporting Zephyr, Crane, Rocks will definitely take the opportunity to suppress him completely. The same is true for Sengoku. Whitebeard Newgate's terrifying concussion force seems to have aggravated a bit, and he crazily bombarded towards Sengoku. A-hole. Get the hell out of me, Whitebeard Newgate. Boom. While Sengoku was roaring, the Golden Light's right palm condensed a terrifying shock wave. After forcing Whitebeard Newgate back with a powerful palm, he turned around and rushed straight towards the falling Crane. Cool la 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 la. Sengoku, your opponent is me, Newgate, don't try to escape. Newgate's fists were crossed and clenched tightly, and the two translucent halos of shocking power were condensed in the two fists, forming a half-squat body, struggling to fight towards the sides. Catch. Advertisement. Buzz. The shock fruit ability was activated, and White's cracks struck Sengoku along the air. Damn Newgate. Just turning around, Sengoku's complexion changed instantly, and a huge crisis could not help but arise in his heart, while Observation Haki quickly filled his brain with warnings. The violent air vibrations on both sides formed a pincer attack on him from both sides. Under such circumstances, even if Sengoku wanted to rescue Zephyr and Crane, there was no chance at all. At this moment, Sengoku can only activate the human fruit ability, the Buddha form again, condensing terrifying shock waves with his palms, and resisting the shocking force coming at a very high speed. White Newgate. Die. The terrifying collision of the two ravaged the entire battlefield. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, forming a huge Uzumaki. Thunder and lightning flashed in all directions, and the sea was abruptly pushed away by the waves generated by the explosion. Zephyr Vice Admiral resisted the enemy's attack and couldn't escape to rescue. The same is true for Garp and Sengoku Vice Admiral. Hurry up and rescue Staff Crane. Seeing that the Crane's figure was about to fall into the sea at a high speed, several general officers of the Marine launched the Marine 6 styles one after another and rushed out. They teamed up to catch the Crane and quickly sent it to the nearest Marine warship. At the same time, Sengoku, who was in a fierce battle with Rocks and Newgate, took a deep breath. In this case, if the Crane, which is a devil fruit, falls into the sea, the consequences will be disastrous. Although Zephyr on the other side resisted Lin Nuo's attack, his physical strength was exhausted, and he looked embarrassed at this time. Hurry up and send the Crane to the infirmary. He also retreated to the warship, looking at the comatose Crane, with remorse and anger on his face. After the battle with the Rocks pirates, the Rocks were not taken down, but the Crane was seriously injured and unconscious. Even the transport ship loaded with gold from the sky was also in crisis. It seems that this operation. Zephyr thought of this, suddenly a voice filled his ears, the worst thing happened. Gia ha 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 ha. Captain Rocks, the gold in the sky is here. Golden Lion Shiki's arrogant signature laughter resounded through the sky, whether it was Marine or Rocks pirates on the battlefield, they could all hear it clearly. In the distance, a transport ship loaded with gold from the sky was already floating in the sky. Advertisement. And Shiki's figure is standing on the second transport ship, slowly rising into the sky. There are no Marine soldiers on the transport ship to protect the gold in the sky. Hateful. Don't even think about it. Go. Kill the Golden Lion Shiki and take the gold from Revolving Heaven. Marine officers and soldiers saw that the gold from Revolving Heaven was taken away, and they were so angry that they wanted to rush over and take the gold from Revolving Heaven. Each of them is very clear about this mission, to protect the gold in the sky and defeat the Rocks pirates. But now that the gold in the sky has been taken away, this face has already been slapped by the Rocks pirates, and the dignity of all Marines has been injured at this moment. Now there is only one way to recover, and that is to regain the gold in the sky, but it is not that easy. Look over there, floating in the air, loaded with a gold transport ship from the sky. That's the Shiki officer. Heavenly gold is here. Shiki cadre, he made it. Come on, brothers, stop this gang of damn Marines, and never let him interfere with Master Shiki. Stop them all. The pirates of the Rocks pirates jumped up and cheered when they saw the transport ship floating in the sky. Driven by greed and desire, emotions run high. As if they had taken strong medicine one by one, they rushed towards the Marines to fight. Ha 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 ha, did you get it? All members of the Rocks pirates obey the order, don't love to fight, retreat the route. Captain Rocks, who had been suppressing Garp all the time, laughed loudly, and then gave the order to retreat towards the battlefield. At this time, the gold in the sky is in hand, there is no need to continue fighting with Marine. In addition, he doesn't know whether Marine's reinforcements have already rushed here, so he can only retreat to be on the safe side. After all, the robbing of the gold in the sky has been completed. As Captain Rocks' voice resounded throughout the battlefield, the pirates stopped attacking the Marine one after another, cheered, and rushed towards the pirate ship. First, under the conspiracy of Marine, the situation was reversed and the gold in the sky was taken away. The Rocks pirates cheered happily. On the other hand, Marine could only watch the retreating pirates with an extremely ugly face, but this time Marine lost all face. Chapter 41 is over. Garp chase. However, on the other side, the battle between the two had roared and had come to a complete stop. Whitebeard and Newgate stood in front of him holding Kong Yunchi, his aura exploded like a beast. After hearing Rock's voice, he looked at Sengoku in front of him, laughed, and said in a deep voice. Cool la 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 la, Sengoku looks like the winner of this battle has already been decided. Do you want to continue? At this moment, Sengoku looked gloomy, looking at the transport ship high in the sky in the distance, and fell into deep thought for an instant. At this moment, he is really hesitant. He knows that since the transport ship loaded with gold from the sky floated in the sky, the Marine has failed in this operation to encircle and suppress the Rocks pirates. If Marine continues to entangle and fight, it will only add more Marine deaths, which is futile. He underestimated it. Not to underestimate Rocks or Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, but Lin Nuo, the newcomer to the Rocks pirates. He didn't expect that Lin Nuo, a rookie who was only less than 20 years old, was so powerful, with a super combat IQ. Awaken the Conqueror's Haki, possesses the world's top-grade swordsmanship, and a strange ability that is no less than that of Whitebeard Newgate. While Whitebeard and Newgate took advantage of Sengoku's contemplation, he didn't make any moves, and turned away directly. He also doesn't want to fight with Sengoku anymore. The strength between the two is almost the same. Although he can suppress Sengoku, it is obviously not so easy to decide the winner. Lin Nuo looked at the tired Zephyr below, and said mockingly. Zephyr, once you rest, the battle will be over. Zephyr, who had a dignified face, immediately broke his defense when he heard Lin Nuo's words, and wanted to rush to fight Lin Nuo to the death. But how could Lin Nuo make him happy? Now that Shangjin has been obtained today, it also means that the task has been completed, and there is no need for him to continue the fierce battle with Zephyr. Immediately, his body was shaken, and he activated his fruit ability to fly high into the sky. Zephyr wants to use Marine's 6 styles to chase after Moonwalk, but there is no way, even if he catches up with Lin Nuo, there is nothing he can do. After all, Lin Nuo's combat power is there, even if he makes a full shot, he has no confidence. Advertisement. And Rocks dodges, distances himself from Garp, then turns around and walks away. Leaving Garp on fire, stepping on the Moonwalk and chasing in the direction of Rocks, retreat. The operation failed, the gold in the sky was taken away, and even the crane was seriously injured and unconscious, which made Garp furious. These made him unacceptable. Even if the mission failed, the Rocks pirates had to pay the price, otherwise Garp's hatred would be hard to get rid of. Garp. B****************** D. Come back. B************* D. Garp, are you crazy? Sengoku was also very angry in his heart, watching the Rocks pirates leave, his face showed unwillingness. But as Marine the resourceful general, his sanity was not consumed by hatred. At this time, chasing the Rocks pirates is meaningless, even if they catch up with the Rocks pirates, what can they do? Whether they can win or not is another matter. In this battle, I thought that with Crane helping Zephyr, no matter how strong the rookie Lin Nuo was, it would be difficult to get rid of the two of them. But Lin Nuo's combat strength far exceeded his imagination. He did not expect Zephyr to suffer such a big loss, and Crane was seriously injured by Lin Nuo. As a result, Marine's high-level combat power was lacking, and the Golden Lion took advantage of the loopholes and took away the heavenly gold. Sengoku's words, in the eyes of the furious Garp, were simply deaf ears, and he didn't take it seriously at all, and rushed towards the Rocks pirates at a very fast speed. On the other side, the Rocks pirates, Captain Rocks and Newgate, as well as a group of captains and crew members who survived the battlefield also all withdrew back. Under Sengoku's order, the marine soldiers also stopped chasing, but everyone's eyes were angry at the Rocks pirates in the distance. All marines obey orders. Return to their warships. Follow the pursuing Garp. Sengoku immediately issued the latest order, but his tone was full of helplessness. At this moment, he has no choice. Looking at the figure chasing high altitude in the distance, he can't just ignore Garp. Although Garp's move was too reckless, it was all for justice. In order to ensure Garp's safety, the marine warship has been chasing Garp's figure. Advertisement. Garp's figure has been chasing the Rocks pirates at an extremely fast speed, and the air under his feet is full of white ripples. Under Garp's full pursuit, the distance with the Rocks pirates gradually began to narrow. At this time, Garp didn't hesitate at all, and still rushed forward with that furious momentum. On the Rocks pirate group that was advancing in the distance, the captains and crew were cheering and excited for the victory in the battle with Marine, but they were also always vigilant. When everyone saw the figure of Garp approaching at high speed in the sky, and the Marine fleet chasing after him. Cool la 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 la. Isn't that guy Garp going to give up? Whitebeard Newgate stood on the splint, held Kong Yunchi, looked at the figure in the sky, and said with a big laugh. Jia ha 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 ha. Don't pay attention to this guy. When his physical strength is exhausted, he will naturally give up obediently. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki also returned to the pirate ship. The transport ship loaded with gold from the sky had already been controlled at high altitude by his lion fruit ability, and was heading towards the direction of the Hive Island at extreme speed. Captain Rocks glanced at him, and Garp, who was chasing after him at a high speed, did not speak. He also knew that Garp was just impulsive, and he would leave naturally when his physical strength was exhausted. However, as the overlord of the New World, Rocks felt uncomfortable being chased after him. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate's haughty and rich voice reached everyone's ears. Why does it feel like there is one less person? Where did Lin Nuo go? As soon as the words came out, Golden Lion Shiki slapped his thigh, immediately reacted, and said. That's right, I was still wondering just now, why didn't I see that kid Lin Nuo? Having said that, Shiki's voice stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he shouted in surprise. No way, kid Lin Nuo won't be caught by those guys from Marine. Whitebeard Newgate heard that it was okay, and immediately said to Golden Lion Shiki angrily. Shiki, shut your crow's mouth. When I retreated, I had already seen Lin Nuo get rid of Zephyr's pursuit and head towards the ship. How could he be caught by those Marines? Chapter 42 Lin Nuo's Garp asking for flowers. Asking for collection. Asking for evaluation. And with Lin Nuo's IQ and strength, Marine can't catch him so easily. When Newgate was arguing with Shiki, Captain Rocks looked at the sky, looking very calm. Where is Lin Nuo? Rocks is very clear, he has always valued Lin Nuo, from the battle to the retreat, he has been paying attention to Lin Nuo. As for that guy, Golden Lion Shiki, from the moment he snatched the heavenly gold, with dollar in his eyes, Lin Nuo had already completely forgotten about it. You look at it. Another figure appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the voices of the pirates on the Rocks pirate group ship sounded, their tone full of surprise. I saw Garp, who was chasing the Rocks pirates from behind, and the clouds shattered. An incomparably sharp slash fell from the sky, instantly locked Garp, and rushed over like lightning. No way. Is Lin Nuo so tough? Has Lin Nuo always been upset with Garp? Golden Lion Shiki followed the gazes of the crew, was taken aback for a moment, and said in shock. Shiki, who has been practicing with Lin Nuo, can't understand that signature slash. But Lin Nuo's move really shocked him. He didn't expect Lin Nuo to be so strong. Couldn't Marine be angry and chase us after we robbed him of the sky gold? Lin Nuo is too stingy, isn't he? Could it be that Lin Nuo has a grudge against that D Garp? Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo, what an unexpected move. Even Whitebeard Newgate was taken aback, and said with a laugh while being surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Nuo would make a move to stop him. The Garp who chased him was also a young man. Speaking of which, Garp, the person involved, wanted to hesitate whether to make a move, while attacking the Rocks pirates. The warning sound of observation Haki instantly filled his brain, and Moonwalk shaved in tandem, and his figure disappeared in place like an afterimage. The position Garp had just left was instantly ravaged by a powerful slash, piercing the sea below, and a bottomless ravine appeared. In just a split second, the sea was completely divided into two sides. Garp, who had just avoided the attack not far away, was stunned for a moment, and observation Haki gave another warning. Several slashes locked on Garp instantly, and flew over at top speed. Advertisement. Seeing Lin Nuo's shots one after another, Garp at this time couldn't bear the anger, his fists as big as sandbags were instantly wrapped by armament Haki. The sharp slash that flew towards him at an extremely fast speed hit him hard. Clang, clang, boom. Under the continuous collision of the armed hard iron fist and the slash lasted for only a few seconds before being completely crushed by Garp. Boy, now that you're here, come back to impel down with me and end the rest of your life. Garp's tone carried anger, looking at Lin Nuo in the sky. There was a look of surprise in his furious eyes, he thought Rocks would let Whitebeard Newgate or Golden Lion Shiki stop his pursuit. But he didn't expect Lin Nuo to stop him, which ignited Garp's anger instantly. After all, what Lin Nuo did before, as well as seriously injuring the crane, made him intolerable. Really? Try it if you have the ability. Perhaps you are always caught by me. Lin Nuo held the black knife in his left hand to slay the dragon, and his right hand was always ready to unleash the power of the fruit. His face gradually became serious. You must know that the man in front of you is Monkey D. Garp. The future marine hero is the man who personally put rocks into the altar in the decisive battle of the Valley of the Gods. But at this moment, Lin Nuo had to face it. Before that, when Lin Nuo wanted to withdraw the pirate ship, the system that was directly paddling the whole battle finally sounded and triggered the mission. Ding. Host, you have a new urgent task to complete. Facing the pursuit, the future marine hero Monkey D. Garp, as the supernova ghost leader of the Rocks Pirates, the host should shoulder the responsibility of stopping Garp. And I wish the host to face the blast. Lin Nuo looked at the task at the interface introduction point in the system, and immediately cursed secretly. Damn it, what kind of mission is this? Didn't you see that the mad dog Garp is getting angry? You actually asked labor to stop him. Also, I beat Garp's old friend before, Crane was severely injured, now you let labor and management face him, this will kill me alive. That system, do you want to discuss it again? Let's forget about this mission. When we go back to Hive Island, we can arrange other missions. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, Lin Nuo's mind was empty, and the voice of the system sounded instantly. Advertisement. Ding. Host. Once the task of this system is initiated, there is no chance to cancel the order. That is to say, host, you have to fight if you fight, and you have to fight if you don't fight. If the host insists on violating the tasks issued by the system, the host will be given the most severe punishment. Lin Nuo frowned and asked curiously. What punishment does the system have? Ding. Host, your little GG will be shortened by 2/3. As soon as the words fell, Lin Nuo shuddered all over his body, his hands involuntarily covered his lower body, his face paled instantly, and he said in fear. FK me, why don't you be so ruthless? This is labor capital money. Labor capital has never experienced it since I came to this pirate world. You want me to have no offspring? Snort. Facing Lin Nuo who was playing tricks, Garp stopped responding, and the anger in his heart continued to expand, leaving no room for Lin Nuo at all. With Armament Haki's iron fist attached, he hit Lin Nuo directly. Facing Garp attacking like a beast, Lin Nuo crouched. On the blade of the black knife Zonlong, an indestructible sword intent suddenly emerged, surrounding it, hard pressing the attacking Garp. And Garp was not to be outdone, the muscles all over his body tensed, and his fist as hard as iron slammed into Zonlong's knife. Nourish. The collision between Iron Fist and Zonlong splashed several black arcs, and the two stared at each other, refusing to give in to each other. Boom. Suddenly, the figures of the two were covered by light covering the sky and the earth. The violent explosion swept across the entire sea in an instant, like a huge white halo, completely separating the sky and the sea from the clouds. No way. The newcomer of the Rocks Pirates, Lin Nuo, was able to fight Vice Admiral Garp to such an extent. That kid, is he really only less than 20 years old? B**************, D, when Lousy is the same age as him, he is worthy of being a captain. Damn it. 2RG Chapter 43 Universal Pull. On the marine warship following Garp closely, the marine officers and soldiers stared intently at the huge explosion in the distance. There were streaks of cold sweat on his face, and he said in disbelief. That kid is an out-and-out monster. Zephyr crossed his arms, stared at the battle between the two, and muttered to himself. Sengoku on the side clenched his hands into fists, the meridians on his arms continued to expand, and his face was gnashing his teeth. Through those round glasses, if eyes could kill, Lin Nuo would have died countless times at this time. Sengoku's anger towards Lin Nuo is no less than that of Garp. Lin Nuo destroyed his meticulously arranged battle plan to destroy the Rocks Pirates. If it wasn't for Lin Nuo, they might have captured Rocks. But on the other side, Shiki and Nugate on the Rocks pirate ship were a little shocked when they watched the battle between the two of them in the sky. They didn't expect that Lin Nuo could fight Garp to such an extent. Lin Nuo can grow up fast. Even after seeing Lin Nuo's performance, Rocks couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and said. On the other side, in the smoke at the center of the explosion, a figure broke through the shackles shrouded in the smoke. Garp stepped on the moonwalk and stared at the other figure with an ugly expression. Lin Nuo fell from a high altitude, his body rotated and used his strength, and landed steadily above the pirate ship. At this time, Lin Nuo slowly retracted the black sword Zhanlong into its sheath. Slowly stretching out his left hand to Garp in the sky, he muttered to himself. Universal Pull. An incomparably terrifying gravitational force quickly struck Garp. Meanwhile, on a distant warship, Zephyr stares at Lin Nuo with observation Haki. When he saw Lin Nuo stretching out his left hand, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately yelled at Garp in the sky. Garp, get out of the way, and Zephyr's series of actions made Sengoku next to him puzzled, and said to the anxious Zephyr beside him with a puzzled face. What happened to Zephyr? Advertisement anxious Zephyr heard Sengoku's question and wanted to explain but it was too late. And Garp saw Lin Nuo put the Zhanlong back into the sheath in his hand, and thought that Lin Nuo would stop there. But who knew that in the next second, an extremely powerful gravitational force instantly enveloped his entire body. What happened? My body feels out of my control. Damn. How could the body be manipulated by a suction force to that kid? Garp was stunned for a moment, and wanted to shake his body, but his body seemed to be controlled by some kind of force, and he couldn't move. Even if his arms were covered by armament haki, it wouldn't help. And at this moment, Garp's figure, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, was flying towards Lin Nuo. Garp then launched observation haki to lock on Lin Nuo, with a serious look in his eyes. I saw Lin Nuo's left hand was enveloped by an invisible force. At the same time, Garp's body seemed to be attracted by the power on Lin Nuo's left hand. Garp kept trying to shake his body, trying to regain control of his body, but it was useless at this time, and the speed of his body flying towards Lin Nuo was getting faster and faster. What happened? How could my body be manipulated by that kid? A-hole. What exactly is the kid's fruit ability? Could it be that this kid was caught off guard by this strange ability under the cooperation of Zephyr and Crane, so that Zephyr and Crane failed in the hands of you Lin Nuo? No, you have to get rid of this weird suction quickly, or you might even get yourself into it, let alone trying to catch this kid. After seeing Garp's sign in the distance, Zephyr had no time to explain to Sengoku at the side, and immediately yelled at Garp loudly. Garp, be careful. The ability of that kid's left hand is to control the gravity of all physics. As soon as Zephyr's words came out, all Marines were amazed, even Sengoku beside Zephyr was also surprised. Zephyr, you said that kid Lin Nuo's fruit ability is to manipulate gravity? Advertisement Zephyr didn't look at Sengoku at the side, but nodded, his eyes were fixed on Garp in the sky in the distance, and he said in a deep voice. That's right. The strange ability in Lin Nuo's left hand, if my analysis is correct, it should be gravity. Once locked by the ability on that kid's left hand, the body will be completely controlled and unable to break free. With that gravitational force, the body will fly towards Lin Nuo at a very high speed. As Zephyr analyzed Lin Nuo's ability to Sengoku, Sengoku's face changed drastically, although Lin Nuo's fruit ability belongs to the Paramecia fruit. But the degree of gravitational weirdness is no less than Whitebeard Nougat's shock fruit. And in some cases, probably scarier than shock fruit. Sengoku thought for a while, seemed to think of something, and then said to Zephyr beside him. Zephyr, you fought Lin Nuo with Crane before, did you find the weakness of this kid's fruit ability? Hearing Sengoku's words, Zephyr seemed to have entered the previous battle with Lin Nuo, and reanalyzed Lin Nuo's fruit ability. At the same time, Sengoku was extremely anxious when he saw Zephyr thinking about how to find the disadvantage of Lin Nuo's fruit ability. Garp's situation at this time has reached a critical juncture, and his body is flying towards Lin Nuo faster and faster. Suddenly, Zephyr seemed to think of something, stretched out his hand and punched the railing of the deck, with a flash of remorse in his eyes, he said angrily. At this time, Zephyr's actions also made Sengoku on the side feel puzzled, and immediately asked. Zephyr, what's going on? Did you think of cracking Lin Nuo's ability? Zephyr suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice. I did think of a way to crack that kid's ability, but that way is not working now. Crane's fruit washing ability has a gravitational bond that can wash away that kid, but now Crane is seriously injured and unconscious. Hearing Zephyr's narration, Sengoku clenched his fists and tensed his muscles. At this time, it meant that no one of them except Crane could directly remove the boy's fruit ability. Thinking of this, Sengoku stared fixedly at the battlefield in the distance, as if he didn't want to wait any longer, knowing the importance of Garp to naval headquarters. It's no worse than Marine Admiral. Once something happens to Garp, Marine will lose a top fighter. This is what they don't want to see. But once they make a move, those guys from the Rocks Pirates will not stand by. Chapter 44 Garp. FK, your sixth son, what about a cut? Once a full-scale battle breaks out again, not to mention the casualties between Marine and the pirates, if the rest of the Rocks Pirates arrive to support them, they will be in danger of being wiped out. At this time, Sengoku suddenly fell into a dilemma. Can you control all physical gravity? I'm stupid, how'd I know these things when the old man was in the Marine training camp? Those things in the written test are the highest scores of the first zero egg in history. Ask who has the highest score. Then there is no need to ask, it was Sengoku of the four-eyed boy at the time. At this time, Garp has no intention of thinking about Lin Nuo's ability. Since Sengoku and the others can't figure out the ability to crack Lin Nuo's fruit at this time, he will do it in his own way. Although Garp's body is controlled by gravity, it doesn't affect his inability to activate Haki. With Garp yelling, the next moment, Garp's body erupted with a terrifying aura, and suddenly the surroundings seemed to be distorted, and the dark red arrogance wrapped Garp's whole body up and down, like a god of war. The shackles covering the body began to weaken gradually. It turned out that even with the powerful devil fruit ability, it still has the ability to restrain it. Garp covered his whole body with the powerful armament Haki, which also meant that Lin Nuo's gravity was completely separated from Garp's body, and he gradually began to regain control of his body. At this time, Lin Nuo had already discovered this, and increased the power of universal pull with his left hand, and took the opportunity to hold the black sword Zhanlong at his waist with his right hand. Garmented again by armament Haki, Lin Nuo's figure sank, and he didn't intend to keep his hand at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself. One shot. Instant slash. A destructive slash suddenly appeared, as if the sky and the earth were completely torn into two sections for a moment. The sky suddenly changed color, the sea kept restless at the same time, and waves superimposed ferociously. Facing the shocking slash that seemed to cut everything apart, even though observation Haki kept issuing warnings of speeding, Garp had no way out at this moment. But as the future marine hero Garp, how could he give up? With an angry face, he roared. Come on, Lin Nuo kid, let me see how far your kid's swordsmanship has reached under Shiki's teaching. How do you know? You have to ask that big mouth of Roger. Iron Body Mod King Kong. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Sengoku and Zephyr in the distance immediately exclaimed, their faces full of worry. They are very confident in Garp's strength. Although the two of them don't admit that Garp is stronger than them in physical skills and Haki on the surface, they have already recognized it in their hearts. Advertisement, but at this time, they didn't expect that Garp wanted to resist Lin Nuo's terrifying slash. You must know that the swordsmanship of a top swordsman is not comparable to that of some swordsmen. Garp is like a demon god, his eyes are fixed on the hell-like scene in front of him, his aura is getting more and more inflated, and the aura of dark red is like a flame. At this moment, Garp's body moved. That's right, Garp's terrifying aura combined with Haki's completely blasting Lin Nuo's universal pull power away. The steel-like armament Haki on the fist plus iron body, one of the 6 style reforms, is condensed in it. Shouted loudly. Come on, brat. This old man personally smashed your proud swordsmanship. Clang. 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 As the two terrifying forces collided together, the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant, and the thunder in the dark sky seemed to resonate, and countless lightning bolts struck in all directions. At this moment, it was like an instant doom. What happened? The power of this slash is gradually weakening? At this moment, Garp felt that the terrifying slash in front of him was gradually weakening, and the pressure on his fist decreased. This made him puzzled for a while. Such a powerful cutting power, it is impossible to have only this level. Could it be that the old man overestimated that kid Lin Nuo? What Garp didn't know was that the shape of the slash changed, and the huge slash was instantly shattered, turning into countless flying blades and madly attacking behind Garp. At this moment, Garp looked at the slashing blows that were fragmented into countless flying blades in front of him, and his eyes looked at Lin Nuo in the distance. And Lin Nuo was not annoyed because his slash turned into countless flying blades, but he was smiling, with a triumphant smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. What is this kid planning? Oops, Garp stared, seeing Lin Nuo's successful smile, his heart was shocked. Then he turned around quickly, only to see that countless sword slashes that filled the sky were heading towards the marine warship in the distance behind him. Damn it. I see, advertisement. This kid's target from the very beginning was not himself, but the marine warship behind him. Garp was obviously tricked by Lin Nuo. The countless slashes fell on the marine warship, and it was bound to be riddled with holes. The marine soldiers suffered heavy casualties and could no longer continue to chase the Rocks pirates. This is the purpose of Lin Nuo. Garp's heart was filled with anger, and he looked at Lin Nuo with terror and murderous intent. Facing the furious Garp, Lin Nuo folded his arms and smiled without saying a word. Damn brat! Garp roared, then turned around and rushed towards the sky-slashing flying blade with extreme speed. On the other side, the Marines watched the slashing flying blades flying towards them with extreme speed, their faces instantly covered with panic. Could it be that? Zephyr's eyes widened when he saw this scene, as well as Garp, who turned back after slashing all over the sky, as if he understood Lin Nuo's intentions. B********D. Damn brat. Quick, send me an order immediately, I'll retreat. Sengoku's expression changed drastically, and he directly gave the order to retreat. When the Marine soldiers recovered their senses, they panicked when they heard it. At this moment, they could already feel the aftermath of the sword energy in the air passing over their bodies, causing scratches. In a hurry, he controlled the warship and immediately changed direction. But it was too late at this moment. Countless sword blades filled the sky, like a storm, like a god descending from the earth, completely devouring the entire Marine warship, screaming on the warship, and fragments of limbs flying. Countless sword chi flew vertically and horizontally, and the entire sea surface was chopped into pieces like tofu. No way. Is this the true strength of Lin Nuo's cadres? It's like hell. It's broken when it meets water. It has all the terrifying sword skills of slashing and slashing. It doesn't give in to Shiki cadres. Do you feel that the wind and waves are as sharp as a knife? Who says it's not? My face, which has been maintained for several months, is really afraid of being cut by the wind and waves. Chapter 45 Narration of Whole Cards, The Essence of Fruit Ability. Let me tell you, what does it mean for you to be a little boy? We are the crew of the Rocks pirates, the vicious kind. You are ruining the belief of the pirates. Grass, you know a hammer. Labor and management need this face, so it's time to join Charlotte Linlin's boat. She is the goddess in my heart. As soon as these words came out, the pirates on the side were suddenly speechless. And I have to say that when she was young, Charlotte Linlin was simply one of the best beauties, especially her long legs. How would they feel if they knew that Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was as thick as a missile in the pirate comics? Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate had long been used to Lin Nuo's terrifying fighting power. At most a gleam of shock flashed in their eyes before they returned to normal. If it weren't for my uncle, how could that kid Lin Nuo's swordsmanship improve so rapidly? Shiki looked at the horrific marine in the distance, and at the same time was shocked, but also jealous. Cool la 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 la. Shiki, why are you jealous of Lin Nuo boy? Lin Nuo has fought you hundreds of times during this period, right? This is enough to prove that your talent is far worse than Lin Nuo's. Even if you're jealous, it won't help. Listening to Shiki next to him, Newgate looked like a bitter gourd, his eyes fixed on Lin Nuo in the air, envious and jealous. Then he laughed and said mockingly. Even Rock's eyes were extremely surprised. He didn't expect Lin Nuo's swordsmanship to grow to this point. He thought that Lin Nuo had just entered the level of a great swordsman. However, above the sky, Lin Nuo looked indifferently at the tragic situation of Marine in the distance. At this time, his goal had been achieved. He turned around and jumped down from the air, and landed steadily back on the pirate ship. Lin Nuo didn't care about everyone's gaze at all. He sat down on the deck, leaned against the guardrail, stretched his waist, exhaled, and said, "Advertisement, now those guys in Marine are no longer able to continue chasing, we can almost go back." While resting, the most important thing for Lin Nuo at this time is to look forward to what kind of reward the system will give this time. At the same time, Rocks glanced at Lin Nuo who was resting on the deck, and then waved to the pirates behind him, telling the pirates of the Rocks pirates to return to Hive Island at full speed. The atmosphere on the Rocks pirate ship was extremely cheerful. This time, they not only successfully snatched the gold from the sky, but also completely shattered Marine's conspiracy. The last trick, one knife flow and instant slash, successfully played Garp and the Marine guys around, which made the pirates on the Rocks pirate ship behave like idols to Lin Nuo one by one. This made some pirates who were dissatisfied with Lin Nuo shut their mouths. At this moment, the Lin Nuo Rocks pirate group has established its own prestige. Boy Lin Nuo, your strength has improved too fast. In terms of swordsmanship, you are only a little weaker than me. Although Shiki has always wanted to save face and acted as if he was no one to me, but while recognizing Lin Nuo, he did not forget to put on an X, which means that Lin Nuo is even worse than me. Facing Shiki's face, Lin Nuo will not be used to him. And Lin Nuo was finally able to be quiet for a while, and then heard Shiki pretending to be X in front of him again, trying to bear it, and immediately turned towards Shiki. I said, "Shiki, if you want to praise others, you can praise me well, why are you belittling me by yourself? If you want to be idle, you can go to Newgate to exercise your muscles and bones. I think you will be very happy." And Shiki is also a cheap bone. Faced with Lin Nuo's ridicule, his face suddenly twitched and he was a little embarrassed, but he didn't get angry. Pulling Lin Nuo was a fight. At this time, Whitebeard and Newgate also came over, gave Shiki a blank look and ignored it. Apparently Newgate had a panoramic view of their conversation just now, but he didn't care about it at all. What he cares more about is that since Lin Nuo's fruit ability combined Garp, if Garp hadn't launched a powerful armament haki to cover his whole body in the end and forcibly broke it open, the ending would be really obvious. Lin Nuo, since your fruit ability can restrain a strong man like Garp. So apart from possessing the powerful armament haki, once anyone is bound by your ability, they will not be able to break free. Newgate's question immediately attracted Shiki, and even Rocks beside him pricked up his ears. Advertisement, they have witnessed Lin Nuo's weird and powerful fruit ability, which can restrain a top powerhouse like Garp. And before Lin Nuo fought fiercely with Zephyr and Crane at the same time, it was this terrifying ability that severely injured Crane. Lin Nuo couldn't help but smiled. For his own fruit ability, it was his trump card. Regarding Newgate's question and Shiki's and Rock's gazes, he decided to speak out after a few seconds. Lin Nuo is not afraid to expose the essence of his fruit ability to them. Now that I am a cadre of the Rocks pirates, if I don't get to the bottom of it, Rocks won't be able to alienate him and treat him as a hidden danger. And even if it is exposed, the strength of labor and management will not stand still. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of small moves will be futile. The ability to bind Garp, named Universal Pull. It is indeed possible to instantly activate the opponent invisibly and completely control it. As Newgate said, the only thing that can crack the ability is obviously seawater, sea stone, and that is Haki. While Garp covers Haki all over his body, Universal Pull's shackles will be cut, breaking his own shackles. As soon as Lin Nuo said this, Newgate, Shiki, and even Rocks seemed to take a breath. After all, Lin Nuo's fruit ability is too weird. The ability can be activated instantly, restraining the opponent silently, and ordinary observation Haki is not difficult to catch. Newgate frowned, as if thinking of something, and asked Lin Nuo again. How do you say there is no limit to the distance of the launch ability? As Newgate's voice fell, the expressions of Shiki and Rocks became serious in an instant. Obviously the main event is coming. Lin Nuo frowned in response to Newgate's continuous inquiries. Seeing the heavy appearance of the three people in front of him, the atmosphere at this moment seemed to drop to freezing point. After several people looked at each other for a few seconds, a loud laugh broke the silent conversation. Chapter 46 Route. Marine out of trouble. Lin Nuo laughed out loud, and simply stopped hiding from Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki in front of him. Now the range of Universal Pull is activated, but at this time it is only a few hundred meters. But with the control of the fruit ability and the blessing of its own strength, the future will be farther. Hearing Lin Nuo confessing to them and telling them all, Rocks and others nodded, with a smile on their faces. Regarding their whole card ability, they did not expect Lin Nuo to reveal everything, and the three had to lament Lin Nuo's mind and trust. Shiki and Newgate immediately laughed and praised. Gia ha 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 ha, as expected of Lin Nuo kid, Marine is in a lot of trouble now. Cool la 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 la. I really want to see that guy Sengoku's face now. On the other side, the Marine warship, which was being attacked by flying blades all over the sky, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, enduring the ravages from all directions. The hull of the marine warship is already in tatters, even being flooded by seawater. The soldiers on the warship were like ants wanting to get rid of the swift attack, but these were all in vain, they only delayed the time of death. Hateful. Garp and Zephyr were gnashing their teeth in anger, the veins on their foreheads popped, and their fists were clenched. Looking at the marine soldiers under his hands, it is obvious that they can't last long. Damn it. Boom. Big Buddha shockwave. Sengoku directly activated the fruit ability and turned into a Buddha form, trying to completely break up the flying slash. The giant golden palm pushed forward, and a violent energy shockwave slashed all over the sky, blasting a hole suddenly. But at the next moment, the flying blades on both sides rushed in instantly, filling up the hole Sengoku broke open. Sengoku's face suddenly became more solemn, and the hatred for Lin Nuo in his heart became a little bit stronger. Advertisement: if it weren't for Lin Nuo, his carefully planned plan would not fail, the gold in the sky would not be robbed, and the crane would not be seriously injured, and they would not be in a desperate situation now. As for the marine soldiers who were dying, they saw that the way out that Sengoku had just opened was blocked again, and the last hope in their hearts was completely destroyed. Damn it. That brat Lin Nuo has planned carefully to use his ability to restrain Garp, just to prevent us from worrying about other things. In fact, this kid's goal all along is us behind Garp. Good boy. Such vicious thinking and battle deployment. Zephyr, who had been speculating on Lin Nuo's mind, gritted his teeth and said. But now that things have happened, we can only find the weak point as soon as possible, so as to break out, otherwise, even if we can survive this overwhelming attack, the marine warship and soldiers will definitely be wiped out. In addition, there are no islands around here, even if some marine officers who survived by chance launch moonwalk, one of the 6 styles, it is difficult to survive in the boundless sea. Damn brat, if he can withstand this sky-slashing flying blade, I will definitely kill him next time. Garp launched the combination of moonwalk and shave, smashing all the flying knives attacking the warship. Suddenly, Garp's words gave Sengoku a flash of inspiration, and then he roared and gave the order directly. All listen to the order. All marine officers and soldiers below Vice Admiral, non-demon fruit power helpers, avoid slashing and swimming out of the water. Then he turned his head to look at Zephyr and Garp, and shouted. Zephyr, go cover the marine soldiers and take the crane out. Garp and I block all attacks for you, act now. The marine soldiers, who were in a panic, immediately took action after hearing the order from Sengoku. And Zephyr and Garp nodded and moved. At the critical moment of life and death, the desire to survive is simply beyond imagination. In just a few tens of seconds, all marine soldiers jumped into the sea. Only a few Rear Admiral, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp and Crane, who was seriously injured and unconscious, remained on the dilapidated warship. Do as I command, Garp, let's go, cover them. Sengoku glanced at the crowd, and said in a low voice to Garp beside him. Advertisement, everyone immediately nodded heavily. The officers of the Rear Admiral rank have all awakened armament Haki and observation Haki, and they barely have the ability to protect themselves against incoming attacks, so there is no need to worry too much. And those marine soldiers in common didn't understand at all, so they could only make a bad move, let them dive into the sea, and try to avoid the attack and attack as much as possible. Originally, this operation failed and lost 1/3 of its troops. This has already caused Sengoku and others to lose face, which is a great shame. If the entire marine army brought out this time is wiped out, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold their heads up in naval headquarters in the future. Everyone launched armament Haki with all their strength and flew into the air, covering the whole body, smashing all the flying blades that struck, protecting the marine in the sea below and rushing towards the outside of the encirclement. Contact naval headquarters immediately and let them send a warship to pick us up. Sengoku looked at the marine soldiers surfacing one after another, his voice trembling. On the one hand, it is to celebrate the survivors of the marine soldiers, and on the other hand, it is the soldiers who died in this war. After the phone bug was dialed out, it also meant that their operation failed, and the Rocks pirates robbed the 2 Sky Gold ships. This is also the responsibility of all marines who participated in the operation this time. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, everyone's excitement about being able to escape alive suddenly dropped to freezing point, and everyone bowed their heads in silence. Seeing this, Garp grabbed Rear Admiral's phone bug and dialed it. The moment flies, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. 2 warships returned to Marineford carrying Sengoku and others. After the warship docked, the Marine of the headquarters quickly responded to the injured Marine. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and the Crane with bandages on his arms walked towards Kong's office with heavy steps in a disturbed mood. At this moment, the Crane was dragging its injured body, its face was weak. She has always been wise, resourceful and calm, but now recalling the scene of fighting Lin Nuo, she can't help showing fear, especially Lin Nuo's strange fruit ability. If she hadn't activated the fruit ability in time to wash off the shackles on her body, she would be in danger. Chapter 47. The 4 came to the marshal's office and looked at each other. Sengoku was about to knock on the door when Kong's voice came out. Enter. The strong voice obviously suppressed the anger. The 4 looked at each other, and finally opened the door and entered. As soon as you enter the door, you can feel that the air is filled with a heavy and very depressing atmosphere. Kong sat on the desk, put down the documents in his hand, held a pen in his right hand, and tapped on the table. His face was terribly gloomy. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, Crane, what are you eating? It's okay to fail this operation, even the heavenly gold that was paid to the celestial dragons was taken away by the Rocks pirates. Also lost 1/3 of the marine soldiers and several marine warships. Even your crane. You were injured. You 3 elders, you can't even protect the crane. As soon as the 4 of them entered the office, Kong's suppressed anger instantly ignited, and he yelled at the 4 of Sengoku in front of him. The 4 of them, who had already been mentally prepared, still couldn't stand the physical and mental shock. Facing Kong's bombardment like shells, the 4 of them just bowed their heads silently. They all understood Kong's anger in their hearts, even if Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp were beaten, they had to bear it silently. After a while, the office fell silent. After Kong's anger had vented, it gradually subsided. He took a deep breath to calm himself down completely, and said in a deep voice. How is your injury? No matter how much they reprimanded the 4 of them, they were still their superiors after all. The 4 of them were brought out by Kong, like half a teacher. Kong's condolences instantly eased the atmosphere in the office a lot. My body is fine, but the injured arm needs time to recover temporarily. Crane nodded, a little surprised by Kong's condolences, glanced at his arm wrapped in bandages, and replied truthfully. Well, during this period of time, you should take care of your wounds first, and stop the affairs of the intelligence department first. Kong breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. The 4 people in front of me are the future of Marine, and any accident to any of them will be Marine's loss. And Crane's answer reassured Sengoku, Garp, and the self-blaming Zephyr. For them, cranes are their important companions. Okay, sit down. Afterwards, Kong waved his hand and asked Sengoku and others to sit down obediently. Tell me, what is going on here? Is Lin Nuo, the new leader of the Rocks pirates, really as strong and weird as you say? Kong, who heard the news from the phone bug, still couldn't believe it. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. This time, Kong has repeatedly arranged for the action, in order to ensure that the Rocks pirates retreat after they find out that they have been tricked. They even arranged 2 Tianshengzhen ships as bait. Even if Rocks noticed it, he probably wouldn't retreat because of it. For this reason, Naval Headquarters was always ready for emergencies, but what they did not expect was the failure of the operation, and the Rocks took away the gold in the sky. Garp and Zephyr can't do anything about it. He and I have records in the video phone bug, and the whole process of the operation has been recorded. It's just that the image of the crane stopped after being injured, and I recorded what happened later. Sengoku glanced at the crane beside him, turned his head to look at Kong with a wry smile, and took out 2 delicate phone bugs from his pocket. Well, now play the battlefield. Kong tapped on the table with a pencil in his hand, and the anger in his heart slowly rose. The old man wants to see what Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Crane have done. Such a perfectly planned operation can be defeated and almost wiped out. And Lin Nuo, the new cadre of the Rocks pirates, is he as evil as you said? Video phone bug starts playing the video. At the beginning of the picture, the translucent halo covering the entire sky. This is Lin Nuo's weird fruit ability that you said. How is it so similar to Nugate's shock fruit ability? Kong narrowed his eyes, glanced at Sengoku and said. Advertisement. Yes, this kid's fruit ability is indeed similar to Nugate's shock fruit in some respects. But its weirdness is far more than that. Sengoku's eyes were fixed on the screen, the scene where Lin Nuo activated the fruit ability, his fists tensed involuntarily. Kong frowned, did not speak, and kept staring at the playing video. The picture flashed quickly. Lin Nuo suppressed Zephyr in the battle, and at this time, the crane that wanted to support the gold in the sky was restrained by some ability in the air and could not move, followed by Lin Nuo's terrifying slash. At the last moment, Crane activated his fruit ability to escape from the restraints, thereby avoiding the fatal attack. The wound on his arm was left at that time. The office was suddenly silent. Kong was deep in thought, and Sengoku and the others did not speak. Lin Nuo's fighting power really shocked Kong. He has super high swordsmanship and extremely weird fruit abilities, which makes people hard to guard against. Can a young rookie under the age of 20 do it? Just before joining the Rocks pirates, suppressed Akoku, the leader of the Rocks pirates. Although Akoku has a bad reputation, his strength is inferior to Nugate, Shiki, and Linlin. In the past battle with Akoku, although Garp and Zephyr failed to kill Akoku, it is not difficult to defeat him. In a short period of time, Lin Nuo's strength can improve so rapidly that he can suppress Zephyr and Garp evenly. Kong's face became more and more serious. Lin Nuo's threat was second only to Rocks. If given enough time, sooner or later the Rocks will be surpassed. This Lin Nuo is too much of a threat to Marine, we must kill him once we get the chance. Issuing a reward order, Kong stared at Lin Nuo's figure on the screen and said. With that kid's strength, only a strong man at the admiral level can kill him now. Marshal, where is Shenzhen that day? Sengoku asked helplessly. At the same time, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane's eyes also started to look at Kong. Snort. This matter can only be reported truthfully to the Holy Land Marinjoa. Kong glanced at the 4 of them, snorted coldly, and said. Advertisement Chapter 48 5 Elders Concerns, the first reward. I did not inform the 5 elders of this operation, but only reported that the Rocks pirates had robbed the heavenly gold. But paper can't contain fire, so find an opportunity to make up for it. Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. On the other side, Sanctuary Marinjoa. The Supreme World Government Headquarters, the seat of world authority. Inside the World Government Building, in a spacious office. Boom. What did you say? The Rocks pirates took away 2 sky gold ships. A-hole. What on earth do you Marines eat? The blonde old man in a dark red suit cursed angrily. And the faces of the other 4 old men were extremely gloomy, as if their anger would completely erupt in the next moment. Openly attacking the marine warship and snatching the gold from the sky, this is simply slapping the celestial dragons in the face of the world's most noble aristocrats, let alone the world government. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane stood in front of the 5 elders, confessed honestly, and lowered their heads when they heard the 5 elders' reprimand. Why is there no Garp? Garp has always hated celestial dragons, and is not at all happy with some things done by world government. In order to avoid conflicts between Garp and the world government, and Garp can't stand the arrogance and domineering character of celestial dragons, Kong agrees with Sengoku and others not to let Garp go to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The 3 were reprimanded by Kong at naval headquarters, and then came to the Holy Land Mariajoy to be scolded by 5 elders. But this is not bad. If the 5 elders and the others know that the planned operation failed, they will not only be scolded, but their ranks will be lowered if they are not guaranteed. Marine is the face of the world government. Now that the gold in the sky has been taken away, both of them have lost face. Now that the gold in the sky has been lost, even if you scold them again, it won't help. Now think about how to deal with the Rocks pirates. Advertisement. The Rocks pirates are growing stronger and stronger in New World. This threat has seriously affected the balance of the world, and the Rocks D Basique is a member of the D family. This kind of cancer must not let them continue to develop. There are nearly 10 cadres on board the Rocks pirates, plus the talented newcomer Kaido, and now there is another monster, Lin Nuo. The power of the Rocks pirates has surpassed naval headquarters, and if it continues to develop, it will definitely seriously threaten the world government. Well, that's right. There's also that kid named Lin Nuo. If he grows up, it's only a matter of moments to surpass Rocks. Let the Rocks pirates continue to grow and develop, and it will be difficult to deal with them. The 5 old men began to discuss, and after analyzing a few words, their faces became more and more serious. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane stood there silently, just like the air. During the conversation with 5 elders and others, the question of reprimanding Sengoku and others was gradually forgotten, and they talked about the issue of the Rocks pirates. As expected of the 5 old men standing at the pinnacle of world power, they are fundamentally the key points that will threaten the harm of the world government step by step. Today's Rocks pirates, in addition to the original veteran cadres, the newly joined pirates have gradually grown up. In terms of growth, it is even faster than the growth of the Marine Nova monster, which is not a good sign. If you don't find an opportunity to kill these guys, once these newcomers are fully grown, it will pose a huge threat to the rule of the world government. We will suppress the matter of gold in the sky for the time being. I believe celestial dragons will understand and will not let celestial dragons directly ask Marine to be held accountable. But, after this time, you Marines have to make up for your mistakes. The 5 old men looked at each other and nodded slightly. One of the bald old men calmly looked at Sengoku in front of him. Zephyr, he said in a deep voice. After all, Marine is the face of the world government, and Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane are the leaders of the new generation. If all the blame is placed on their shoulders, naval headquarters will cut off the new generation of pillars. This is what they don't want to see. Marine made a good decision some time ago, and has gradually shifted its focus to New World. But it's not enough. Go back and tell Kong to recall the 2 admirals, Dark Dragon and Broken Tiger, and contribute to the Marine and world government before they retire. As for the newcomer Lin Nuo of the Rocks pirates, the bounty is announced, and the bounty is 500 million Baileys. Advertisement. Among the 5 elders, the most majestic with long silver beards, said to Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane with a calm face. Afterwards, the 5 people explained to Sengoku and others, and then issued an order to expel the guests. Sengoku, Zephyr, and he walked out of the world government building. Their bodies were already drenched with sweat, and they seemed to take a breath in their hearts. They were also glad that the 5 elders and others did not blame them for their dereliction of duty this time, but gave them a chance for redemption. After the next day, naval headquarters issued a bounty order for Lin Nuo, the leader of the Rocks pirates. At the same time, Kong was at the news agency, publishing the news that Tiantianjin was robbed. This is also a helpless thing, although doing so will affect the dignity of Marine, but it is much better than failing the action. The news agency immediately published it, and let the news birds send all the newspapers to every corner of the sea. Newsbirds are looking for islands and ships to land on the sea. After some unknown little pirates were delivered to Bailey, Newsbird immediately looked for the next buyer. HMPH, what's the trivial matter? If this goes on, this news agency will become the richest man in the world sooner or later. A little pirate took the newspaper and couldn't help complaining a few words, obviously feeling sorry for Bailey who had just been delivered. Facing the boundless sea, although complaining about the news and newspapers delivered every time is a trivial matter, it can also pass the time for him. But naval headquarters and some pirates formed a habit. Suddenly, a handsome young man in the newspaper, about 20 years old, was printed on the homepage of the newspaper. When the pirate saw it, his eyes were shocked in place. Lin Nuo, a bounty, a 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000, 100,000, a million, a billion. Hiss, I'll go, 500 million. At first, he thought that he had read it wrong, but he didn't expect that this young man who was less than 20 years old actually offered a reward of 500 million Baileys. This made him gasp involuntarily. This is too scary. Chapter 49 Famous Shocking World 1. His eyes were fixed on the amount of the bounty, and his eyeballs almost fell off. The first time the reward was offered so much, what did he do? Who the hell is this guy named Lin Nuo? I couldn't help my curiosity and excitement, and then I opened the newspaper. No way. The Rocks pirates actually robbed the gold from the sky. And that young man who was less than 20 years old is Lin Nuo, the new leader of the Rocks pirates. Sitting on the position of a cadre at such an age, what kind of monster is this Lin Nuo? What caught his eyes immediately made him unbelievable, as if it was a dream. I used to complain that the news agency always only reported some trivial matters, but now I just slapped myself in the face. However, this scene, on the sea, is constantly being staged. The Rocks pirates successfully snatched the gold in the sky, and the rookie cadre Lin Nuo severely injured Marine Staff Officer Crane, suppressed Marines Zephyr who had the name of Black Arm, and was evenly matched with Monkey D. Garp. And the bounty of up to 500 million Pele and the handsome figure of Lin Nuo. I didn't expect naval headquarters to stumble one day. If it is in the first half of the Grand Line, no one would dare to think of gold in the sky. But in the second half of the Grand Line called New World Sea Area, that is an area with countless monsters. It is understandable for the Rocks pirates, who are known as the overlords of the New World, to dare to snatch the gold in the sky. After all, the ferocity of the Rocks pirates is spread all over the world. Captain Rocks, whose strength is unfathomable, has many top cadres in the world under his command. As well as tens of thousands of pirates, with such a terrifying formation, even I dare to grab the gold from the sky. The pirates turned pale with fright, and the Rocks pirate group and Lin Nuo instantly became the topic of conversation after dinner. New World Roger Pirates. Bullet, who took the Bird newspaper, suddenly had a look of shock on his face, and then the unyielding fighting spirit in his heart surged into his heart instantly. Fighting fiercely with the strong and defeating the world's top strong is exactly the goal he is pursuing. Huh, Bullet, do you want to fight again? Now you are not my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Roger possessed the top-level observation haki, and after noticing the change in Bullet's mood, he turned his head and let out a laugh, jokingly said. Snort. I think Rayleigh wants to fight more after reading this paper. Bullet's fighting spirit remained undiminished, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he threw the newspaper to Roger, and said. Roger was immediately puzzled by Bullet's actions, and then took the newspaper in Bullet's hand, his pupils shrank for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh, the news in this newspaper is for you. However, it's hard to avenge your revenge. Roger's laughter attracted Rayleigh and Jabba, and the two stepped forward, after reading the newspaper. No way. How is this possible? How long has it been? That kid is such a monster. Jabba was the first to exclaim, the contents of the newspaper made him a little unbelievable. The same was true for Rayleigh, a gloomy look suddenly appeared on his face. The Rocks pirates are getting stronger and stronger, and Rocks' ambitions are gradually exposed, and now they have begun to attack the world government. As the think tank of the Roger pirates, Rayleigh was not impulsive because of Lin Nuo, but analyzed the ambitions of the Rocks pirates, and said in a deep voice. But as soon as these words came out, everyone on the Roger pirates ship suddenly became dignified. Rayleigh frowned and looked at Roger, and said in a deep voice. The Rocks pirates are like overlords in New World. Roger, if you want to become one piece, you must get rid of the Rocks pirates. After Rayleigh's words fell, everyone in the Roger pirates present fell silent for an instant, and their eyes shifted to Captain Roger, as if they were waiting for his answer. Ha 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 ha. The Rocks pirates. Trust me, I will definitely become the man of one piece. Roger Haki let out a sideways laugh and said boldly towards the blue sky. Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. Advertisement. On the sea, as the news that the Rocks pirates successfully robbed the gold in the sky spread all over the world, everyone knew that the reputation of the Rocks pirates became more and more fierce, and the name of the new cadre Lin Nuo also spread across the sea in an instant. Lin Nuo, a rookie who offered a bounty for the first time, already has a bounty of 500 million. At this time, all the ships of the Rocks pirates were floating in the high-altitude clouds, which was obviously the masterpiece of Golden Lion Shiki. But all the members of the Rocks pirates gathered on the two transport ships loaded with gold from the sky. In the gold in the sky, in addition to a large number of shining treasures, there are rare treasures from various countries, fine wines, rare specialties, as well as devil fruit and famous knives. At this moment, Lin Nuo was in a great mood, drinking the fine wine in his hand, and eating the fruit that was tributed to the celestial dragons, with a gesture of enjoying like a king. But secretly, it is entering the void space of the system. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing this mission. The system will reward you. Marine 6 Styles Advanced Edition, the secret essentials of all-round physical skills. The reward has been automatically given to the host, no need to upgrade manually. When Lin Nuo heard about this award, he was ecstatic. It really is an excellent version of the sign-in system, every reward has never disappointed him, except for Erguodu and braised beef noodles. Marine 6 Styles. It is a secret physical skill of the world government. It has a physical skill that exceeds the limit of the human body. Once you successfully learn the 6 forms, you can improve your combat power to a higher level. This is the case of being proficient in the 6 forms. Marine body masters, Garp and Zephyr, and more marine powerhouses have already performed the 6 styles to perfection, and after a lot of practice, the level of the 6 styles has become even stronger. Garp and Zephyr are not fruit ability holders, but without fruit ability, they can cultivate their own combat power to the world's top combat power. In addition to Grandmaster Haki, Marine 6 styles takes half of the credit. There is no need to explain too much about the secrets and essentials of Teishu. At this moment, Lin Nuo, in addition to Devil Fruit ability, Great Swordsman swordsmanship, and Haki, has once again added physical skills, which can be said to have no shortcomings of Lin Nuo. Jia ha 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 ha. Boy Lin Nuo, you have done a great job this time. Golden Lion Shiki held the wine jar in his hand, gulped down the fine wine in the jar, and handed over the bounty in a newspaper. Printed on it is the handsome young figure of Lin Nuo, and the amount of the 500 million bounty. Chapter 50. Famous World 2. Cool la 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 la. Those marine guys are still the same. It's better to conceal the failure of their operation this time, and only reveal the fact that the gold in the sky was robbed by us. And Marine's first bounty on Lin Nuo reached 500 million Baileys. It seems that those guys in Marine are willing to go all out. Newgate was also like the Golden Lion Shiki, holding the wine jar and walking up to Lin Nuo, Shiki, scolding Marine and said. In order to bring Lin Nuo into the limelight, to kill him, Marine had to make public the news that Tianshengzhen was robbed. Oh, so my name is already famous. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth raised slightly, he didn't care about Marine's series of operations at all, and said with a chuckle. Marine issued a reward of up to 500 million for him, which is enough to prove that Lin Nuo's terrifying combat power is dangerous to Marine. Now the whole sea knows that the Rocks Pirates has a rookie cadre Lin Nuo who is less than 20 years old, talented and powerful. However, he didn't think that Marine exposed the news that the heavenly gold had been stolen for him. The thing about the gold in the sky definitely shocked the world government. Each of the 5 elders in the holy land of Mariajoy who hold the power of the world is a far-sighted existence. I'm afraid the target is not just him, but the entire Rocks Pirate group. After all, the tragic ending of the Rocks Pirates in the future is obvious to all in the comics. And Lin Nuo is only staying in the Rocks Pirates now. Maybe he is not the only one who has such an idea. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate and most other cadres are also like this. I didn't expect the reward to reach 500 million for the first time. You are worthy of being my Golden Lion Shiki's disciple. It seems that Marine has started to focus on you now. Golden Lion Shiki looked smug, and Lin Nuo said cheekily to Whitebeard Newgate. Lin Nuo's bounty really made him feel incredible. You must know that the reward he was offered by Marine for the first time was only 300 million, which is the highest besides Whitebeard and Newgate. Even Shiki and Newgate, and even the first bounty of Captain Rocks, are not as high as Lin Nuo. Advertisement. Regarding Golden Lion Shiki's thick skin, Lin Nuo didn't take it seriously, and didn't want to pay attention to it at all. He looked at the newspaper and the bounty in his hand, and said with some surprise. Is there a reward of 500 million Baileys? I'm really surprised. It seems that my head is quite valuable now. If you ever run out of money and sell yourself, then the money will be spent for a while. Now that there is a bounty of 500 million Bailey, he can be regarded as a world-renowned great pirate. World government and Marine have to admit their own strength and threat. At this time, every captain and crew member looked at Lin Nuo with even more respect. They watched Lin Nuo become stronger with their own eyes, from joining the Rocks Pirates to being worth 500 million bounties. Lin Nuo has now become the powerful pirate they dream of. Now in their eyes, Lin Nuo is their role model and goal. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations to Lin Nuo, his net worth has skyrocketed. Oh, Officer Lin Nuo, you are now a world-renowned great pirate. When will we reach the height of Lin Nuo cadres? Lin Nuo cadre is mighty. All of a sudden, the deck cheered loudly, all celebrating for Lin Nuo. At this time, Rocks walked out of the cabin, and towards Lin Nuo, Shiki, who was surrounded by Lin Nuo, Newgate said. Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate, come with me. After hearing what Rocks said, Lin Nuo and others wrinkled their faces slightly and nodded, then walked into the cabin with Shiki and Newgate. And the crew members on the ship watched the backs of the 3 enter the cabin with envious eyes. As expected of a transport ship carrying gold from the sky, there are 3 doors just to enter. Lin Nuo walked through the 3 security doors, and was immediately hit by countless golden lights in front of his eyes. Looking at the past, they saw countless gold and silver treasures presented in front of them. I'm going. Is this the gold in the sky? Good guy. These treasures are like the savings of a country. Advertisement. There was some shock in Lin Nuo's eyes, and he muttered to himself. I have to say, it is indeed a tribute to those guys from Celestial Dragons. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will never know. Poverty limits your imagination. The value of these treasures in front of him is probably worth dozens of his heads. Don't be surprised, these are just appetizers. I think the highlight should be in the back. Follow me to have a look. Rocks walked in the front, and said to the 3 Lin Nuo who followed behind without looking back. As Captain Rocks said, these treasures are only for the common crew, and ours is at the very bottom. Golden Lion Shiki put his hand on Lin Nuo's shoulder, with greed in his eyes, and said to Lin Nuo as he walked. Without exception, these treasures outside are just some crew members used to dismiss the Rocks Pirates. The number of gold treasures in the sky is very rich. What these high-level cadres really need is devil fruit, famous knives and things that can enhance the strength of their subordinates. The four continued to walk forward and entered a cabin wrapped in hard steel. Inside are the slaves given to the celestial dragons as slaves by those countries. Every time they are shackled with collars, their eyes are like walking corpses that have lost their lives. Among these slaves, there are not a few men and women, and there are also snake girls, murlocs, and even pirate leaders. Facing the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Lin Nuo didn't react at this time, but the scene before him really disgusted him. But Lin Nuo is not disgusted by these slaves, but by the so-called celestial dragons from the Holy Land Mariajoy. At this time, Rocks, who was walking in front, seemed to notice something and stopped, and then said to Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, and Lin Nuo behind him. You can decide what to do with these slaves. If you don't need it, leave it to other cadres or members. He scanned the iron cage in front of him, and finally looked at Shiki, Newgate, and Lin Nuo. The three of them immediately looked at each other and shook their heads. Rocks got 3 responses, nodded slightly, and continued to go to the center. Shiki and Newgate were on board, and there was no lack of such combat power. In addition, the expressions and demeanor of these slaves had already lost hope of survival, like walking dead. It must have been through something before. Chapter 51 Divide the spoils. Choose the shining diamond fruit. For this man-eating world, Shiki and Newgate have seen too much. Instead of accepting them, it is better to spend time recruiting some powerful pirates. The same is true for Lin Nuo, either because he is cold-blooded, or if Lin Nuo agrees to accept them, these people will be like machines without blood. After all, the world of One Piece is like this: if Lin Nuo's strength is only fighting 5 scum, then his end will not be much worse than these slaves. The three of Lin Nuo followed Rocks and continued to walk deep. When walking to the deepest part, inside a room, there are 5 boxes impressively placed, and there are 2 racks for placing weapons, on which are already hung various weapons and blades. Gia ha 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 ha, these things are what we need. Which one do you like, Lin Nuo? Shiki looked at all kinds of weapons in front of him, with a hint of greed in his eyes. He laughed and said. On the side table, there are boxes containing devil fruit and the expensive famous knives behind the box. These are very important for Shiki to establish his own power in the future, but thinking about it, he will naturally not let anyone know about the idea of building his own power in his heart, including the friendly Newgate and Lin Nuo. Some crew members with great potential on his ship, if they can eat the ability of devil fruit, their strength will definitely rise to a higher level. A good devil fruit can make the crew under his command quickly break through the bottleneck, which is also the key to making Shiki extremely excited. Devil fruit and famous sword. The precious fruits and famous knives in front of Lin Nuo and Newgate had a plain expression on their faces. Now both of them have extremely powerful fruit abilities, and they don't seem to be interested in the devil fruit placed in front of them. After all, each devil fruit can only eat one, and they can't eat a second one for life, otherwise they will explode. And to Lin Nuo, these devil fruits are obviously like garbage, with the supreme sign in system, obviously these things are no longer needed. As for famous knives, I don't have much interest. After all, no matter how good a famous knives are in front of me, how can they compare with my own supreme fast knife, Zonlong? As for Newgate, he has yet to establish a family of his own. The people on board were at best subordinates. They didn't have much feeling for these bloodthirsty and greedy guys, and they might break up soon. The 3 of you have contributed the most in this operation to snatch the gold in the sky, especially Lin Nuo. This battle made Marine lose all armor and become famous all over the world. Shiki and Newgate, you 2, each take a devil fruit and a weapon. Advertisement. As for Lin Nuo, 1 devil fruit and 2 weapons. Which one you like, you choose yourself. Rocks turned around and said to the 3 of Lin Nuo with a smile. This operation to snatch the gold in the sky is already a bumper harvest, and the person who contributed the most after the war naturally has the right. The cadres on the other side were out of luck and did not contribute much, so naturally they would not be considered. Shiki and Newgate each take 2, while Lin Nuo each takes 3. Gia ha 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 ha. I have no objection to the captain's arrangement this time. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo, these will have a huge effect on your upcoming crew recruitment. Shiki and Newgate spoke at the same time, and after a big laugh, they didn't have any opinion. After all, they all saw Lin Nuo's performance in this battle. He disintegrated Marine's conspiracy, seriously injured Marine Staff Officer Crane, suppressed Marine Black Arm Zephyr, and was evenly matched with Monkey D. Garp. Even Newgate and Shiki can't match this feat. It can only be said that Lin Nuo is really strong, no less than Shiki and Newgate. Lin Nuo also nodded, he didn't have any opinion on Rocks. Since Rocks wants to give more to Lin Nuo, I'd rather be obedient than respectful. Anyway, in the system inventory, no matter how many things can be installed. Okay, seeing that the 3 didn't have any opinions, Rocks nodded and led the way out. Sure enough, as we of the Rocks, the people under his command naturally dare not violate it. Lin Nuo, Shiki and Newgate came to the 5 boxes together and opened them one by one. They were not surprised because of the contents of the box. Along with 5 oddly shaped devil fruits wrapped in strange patterns, they appeared in front of everyone. On the top of the opened box, there is a devil fruit sticker. Advertisement. Don't you have a Logia devil fruit? Lin Nuo took the devil fruit chart in his hand, glanced at it, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his eyes. Among the 5 fruits without exception, there are 2 paramesha fruits and 3 zone fruits. After hearing Lin Nuo's words, Golden Lion Shiki twitched the corner of his mouth and said, I said Lin Nuo boy, you think Logia devil fruit is a Huxia cabbage, it all depends on luck. How is it? Lin Nuo boy, what fruit do you choose? Lin Nuo didn't respond to Shiki's words. Forget it, if you don't have it, you don't have it. Anyway, labor and management have a supreme sign in system, and they may not be able to get a really amazing devil fruit at that time. As for these things in front of me, they are obviously too common. Cool la 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 la, this paramesha fruit is good. I will take this fruit. Newgate smiled and picked up one of the 5 fruits, the paramesha fruit. Seeing this scene, Lin Nuo frowned slightly. Flash diamond fruit. Isn't this the fruit ability of Diamond Josie, the 3rd captain of the Whitebeard pirates in the future? It seems that it has already been doomed in the dark. During the Summit War, Diamond Josie alone blocked the slash of Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Really, the ability and defense of this fruit are really amazing. Seeing that Newgate had chosen the devil fruit, Shiki looked at Lin Nuo with a flash of vigilance in his eyes, and quickly took the devil fruit he liked, for fear that Lin Nuo would snatch the devil fruit he liked. Compared with paramesha devil fruit, Shiki prefers zone fruit. And Shiki's actions made Lin Nuo on the side dumbfounded, shook his head slightly, and picked up a zone fruit. Then the 3 of them came to the weapon rack. Lin Nuo stared at the famous knives on the knife rack, and felt a gleam of interest in his eyes. Although these famous knives were not as good as his own dragon slaying, they were also famous knives. Moreover, Lin Nuo is a top swordsman, and his love for famous swords is understandable. 9 famous knives, 6 good and fast knives and 3 great fast knives. Chapter 52. It's just that the level of these 3 big sharp knives is not among the 21 craftsmen. They should be newly forged by a certain knife smith master. Compared with the 21 craftsmen who have experienced thousands of tempers, there is still a big gap. Quote. Rocks looked at the 9 famous knives on the knife rack in front of him, and said calmly. Buzz. Lin Nuo held the handle of the knife, and gently pulled one of the big sharp knives out of the scabbard, and a cold light appeared. Clang. Lin Nuo flicked the blade with his fingers, and a soft moan resounded throughout the room. Indeed, these famous knives have not been tempered by swordsmen in Haki, and the hardness of the blade is not as strong as that of Zhongfang. However, the knife pattern on the blade body, as well as the light blue color of the blade body, really show its extraordinariness. If these big fast knives are tempered, I believe it will not be long before these big fast knives are likely to reach the list of 21 craftsmen. Shiki has quick eyes and quick hands, quickly took down a big sharp knife from the knife holder, and kept observing and gesticulating. Seeing this scene, Lin Nuo shook his head with a wry smile on his face, picked up the big sharp knife on the other side of the knife holder, and threw it directly to Newgate, while he chose a good sharp knife. After the distribution of spoils among the 3 was completed, the remaining captain, Rocks, was naturally included in his own pocket. Lin Nuo returned to his room, and put the devil fruit and the famous knife into his system space inventory. This operation is finally over. Today's check-in has not yet been punched. I don't know what I'm going to get this time. I hope it's not layout and sauerkraut beef noodles, or something useless. Lin Nuo breathed a long sigh of relief, lying on the bed with his whole body, and then consciousness suddenly appeared in the void of the system. Hey, system, come out and sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for receiving a reward, a strengthened weapon card. It can increase the level of the knife by 1 level. Lin Nuo, who had already been lying down, sat up immediately after hearing the system beep. Originally, Lin Nuo already didn't have much hope for this check-in, it was purely to complete the daily task. Coupled with the previous lessons learned, Lin Nuo's system inventory is full of erguotu, fire-roasted beef noodles, and the exclusive series of empresses. I didn't expect Lin Nuo to be so European this time. Could it be that the African luck in the past has been successfully shaken off? If the 2% burst out, I will naturally use it up, plus I just got a good sharp knife. Advertisement. System, I want to strengthen my weapon. Ding. Host, please choose the weapon you need to strengthen. Lin Nuo then took out the Liang Kuei knife from the inventory. My own supreme sword, Zanlong, is already a top-notch famous sword at this moment, and it needs to be strengthened and combined with certain materials. So Lin Nuo can only strengthen the good sharp knife obtained from the warehouse of heavenly gold. Holding a sharp knife in his hand, Lin Nuo said to the system in the void without hesitation. Strengthen. A few seconds later, the system's notification tone sounded impressively. Ding. Enhanced successfully. Congratulations to the host. Liang Kuei Dao has been strengthened and tempered, and has become a big Kuei Dao no less than 21 craftsmen. Lin Nuo was overjoyed when he heard that. The working efficiency of the system this time has greatly improved. Lin Nuo fixed his eyes on the famous knife in his hand, and slowly pulled out the scabbard. Nourish, nourish, nourish. On the blade, there is a trace of thunder and lightning, and it exudes a thunderous breath. Lin Nuo then attached his own sword intent to the blade, and the lightning bolts on the blade became more dense and terrifying. Yes, after strengthening, the power contained in this big sharp knife is much more terrifying than before. It is worthy of being a boutique produced by the system. If there is an extra one, there is no guarantee that this big fast knife can be strengthened to the supreme big fast knife. Now give it a name. The attribute of the blade is thunder and lightning, so I will call you Thunder. Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. Shiki controls the ability of lion fruit, and the speed of pirate ships and transport ships sailing in the sky is getting faster and faster. It didn't take long for the Beehive Island that came into view to appear in front of everyone. At this time, many pirates have gathered on the coast. The cadres of the Rocks pirate group are all there without exception, including Silver Axe, John, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shachi, Mr. Five and other densely packed crew members. And John, who has always regarded money as his life, has greedy eyes constantly appearing in his eyes. Advertisement. Although they didn't encounter the Skygold transport ship, Rocks snatched 2 Skygold ships. Although he didn't contribute much, and when he distributed the treasure, he couldn't get too much, but it was gold from the sky, and the things paid to celestial dragons were simply higher than ordinary treasures. But the faces of Akoku and Kaido became more and more difficult to look at. The news that the Rocks robbed the gold in the sky, Naval Headquarters has issued a reward order, has already spread across the sea at this moment, and they all naturally read the newspapers where the news came. Lin Nuo's record and bounty severely destroyed their self-esteem and self-confidence. Although it was hard to believe in their hearts, the two had to face reality. World government and marine will not make fun of their face and majesty. At this time, the clouds in the sky parted with a bang. 7 ships descended from the sky and slowly docked at the port. Those 2 ships are the heavenly gold in legendary. It's true. As expected, it is gold in the sky. The amount of its treasures should be countless. Such a huge transport ship, it seems that we are going to make a fortune. Seeing this, the pirates at the gathering place couldn't help but gasp in amazement, with infinite greed in their eyes. Captain Rocks steps down from the boat, followed by Lin Nuo, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate. Rocks looked at the densely packed pirates in front of him, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, shouted for a while, and said loudly. Little ones, move all the gold in the sky back to the castle. Of course, it is impossible to put such a huge amount of countless treasures on the ship. As the base camp of the Rocks pirates, Beehive Island naturally brings treasures into the Rocks fortress. Oh, Captain Rocks mighty. Long live Captain Rocks. Rocks waved down to the crew below, and gave the order. For a moment, the crew members showed excitement on their faces, dancing with hands and feet, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and rushed towards the 2 transport ships loaded with gold from the sky. Even John, who is a cadre, couldn't bear the temptation of treasure, and rushed into the golden ship in the sky with the pirates under his command. Chapter 53 Marine Admiral Underworld Dragon, Broken Tiger. Lin Nuo was a little speechless when he saw this scene. For John's character as a miser, it's no wonder that in the pirate comics, John even risked his own life for the treasure. John, you don't have to go in. Rocks also noticed John's actions, and immediately stopped him. For John under his command, he must know what kind of character he is. He doesn't want to talk about the treasures he usually robs, but this time it's different. Ha 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 ha. The captain is right, John, don't be ashamed of yourself, don't forget that you are a cadre. In the last meeting, Mr. Five, the cadre who laughed and looked down on John for being so greedy, immediately took the opportunity. After hearing what Rocks said, John paused, stopped, retracted his striding feet, and let out a dry laugh with some embarrassment. Grass. Mr. Five, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Then he glared fiercely, and Mr. Five, who had been gloating all this time, turned back angrily. Although Captain Rocks and Lousy don't dare to hate, but who are you guys? If it wasn't for Captain Rocks being here, Lao management will let you taste the taste of labor management swords. Huh, Mr. Five snorted coldly, and ignored John. Obviously it was a good feeling to run away after a wave of ridicule. Leave the task of transporting the gold in the sky to the crew under your command. Now all the cadres are assembled in the conference hall, and I haven't seen anyone absent. Rocks looked at the group of cadres in front of him, with majesty and hockey in his tone. As the words fell, the terror in his body slowly rose. Following Rocks' words, solemn expressions appeared on the faces of the group of cadres, watching Rocks' figure and chasing after him. As for whether the pirates who carry the gold from the sky will steal the treasure from the gold from the sky, Rocks will not worry about it at all. He has already arranged to supervise the men who carry the gold from the sky. Besides, whoever is so bold as to steal the gold from the sky will face the fate, arrange the funeral by himself. Beehive Island. In the conference hall of the castle, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate and other cadres were seated one after another. Advertisement. The 2 cadres who ridiculed Lin Nuo at the last meeting cast their approving glances. If it is said that Lin Nuo made no contribution at all, he was questioned and excluded during the meeting. And now after experiencing the incident of robbing the gold in the sky, Lin Nuo's prestige and strength have been recognized by everyone one by one. Disintegrate the marine conspiracy, suppress the marine Zephyr, severely damage the marine staff Crane, and even match Garp. This record is well deserved. Even Akoku, who has always been unhappy with Lin Nuo, silently did not dare to look contemptuously at Lin Nuo. In his opinion, Lin Nuo's combat power at this time is not much inferior to his own, and he may be even more terrifying than himself. After all, he has also fought against Zephyr and Garp before, and he is still clear about the explosive strength of the two of them. He thinks he is not the opponent of Zephyr or Garp, but Lin Nuo can suppress Zephyr and rival Garp. No matter whether Lin Nuo uses real combat power or conspiracy, he is not something he can provoke. Rocks didn't speak, and watched the crowd, and when they saw that Rocks didn't speak, they were also silent, and no one knew what they were thinking. For a moment, the conference hall suddenly became silent. After a long time, the atmosphere of silence reached its peak, and Rocks spoke slowly. Silver Axe, let's briefly talk about your actions this time. Silver Axe didn't dare to hide anything, and after slightly nodding to Rocks, he spoke. We encountered a marine fleet here, and the leader was several veteran vice admirals from naval headquarters. We didn't see the transport ship of gold in the sky. Following Silver Axe's words, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. If they can also snatch the heavenly gold, they can share more heavenly gold in this operation. Mr. Five's thin cadre's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. Except for Mr. Five, the other pedestrians present did not notice his strangeness. They felt that Marine had created 2 heavenly gold transport ships as a cover to deceive others. But these things, only the captains Rocks, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Whitebeard and Newgate know clearly. Advertisement. Among the 9 cadres present, perhaps one of them was Marine's undercover agent. You guys don't need to be disappointed, you will naturally have a share of the 2 heavenly golds that were robbed. After observing the 9 cadres in front of him, Rocks said generously. He didn't say what he suspected, one was to avoid arousing the enemy, and the other was to let the inner ghost show up automatically. Rocks and his group, who were ambushed by Marine, naturally don't need to suspect that if there was really an insider at that time, when they were robbing the gold in the sky. The inner ghost hidden in the Rocks group will definitely keep the Rocks group behind at all costs. Also, I just got the news that this attack on Tianshengzhen has angered the world government. The 2 admirals, Dark Dragon and Broken Tiger, have been ordered to be recalled. Rocks frowned, tapped his fingers on the table, looked at the 9 cadres, and said in a deep voice. Did the world government actually ask naval headquarters to recall those 2 old guys? As soon as these words came out, Akoku, John, and several veteran cadres including Silver Axe, their faces changed suddenly, and they said in a solemn tone. Dark Dragon, Broken Tiger, these 2 guys are admiral of headquarters. Its strength is terrifying. The 3 of them are the first veteran cadres to join the Rocks pirates. They still remember the strength of Minglong and Duanyu. In the past few years, it was these 2 who led Marine to fight frequently with them. Silver Axe's face became extremely serious, and he touched the 3 scars on his right chest with his right hand, as if he was in pain again. The same is true for Akoku. On the shoulder near the neck, there is a huge scar. If Captain Rocks hadn't pulled him away, maybe at that time, Akoku would not be here anymore. Until later, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane grew rapidly and became famous in Marine. Kong immediately decided to train these 4 people with all his strength, and Minglong, Duanyu, and the 2 Marine admirals are already old and approaching retirement age. Let Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane take over the tasks of the 2 admirals, Dark Dragon and Broken Tiger. What a tough old guy. Chapter 54 Recognition of Strength. Invitation. Please ask for flowers. Please collect. Please evaluate. Even John, who has always been interested in treasures, couldn't help but look solemn after hearing these 2 names. When he first fought against them, he thought that the strength of Dark Dragon and Duanyu was only a little stronger than some Marine vice admirals. But in the end, he was beaten so frantically that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was hunted down for 3 days and 3 nights, but finally Rocks arrived in time, and he barely survived. Compared with Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane at this time, there is still a lot of distance between them. The reason why the world government is doing this is that its target is undoubtedly us, Minglong, Duanyu, plus Li Bao who has been sitting in naval headquarters. Marine's high-level combat power has all been assembled. As soon as Rocks' words came out, it undoubtedly touched the nerves of every cadre. Even Rocks himself had a heavy look on his face. Gia ha 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 ha. Captain, don't forget, the strength of those 3 old guys has already reached its peak. HMPH. Even at the peak, this uncle has long wanted to experience the strength of that dark dragon. Let's see how much combat power this old dragon can display. Golden Lion Shiki was not afraid of naval headquarters at all, he let out a heroic laugh, and the fighting spirit in his heart suddenly rose. Playing against Admiral of Headquarters, that kind of oppression and unfathomable combat power, so that he can put pressure on him and make him stronger. Otherwise, he would get tired of fighting Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane every time. And Shiki's target is Marine Admiral. Shiki is right, how can you use other people's aspirations to destroy your own prestige? The Rocks pirates are the strongest existence, how could they be afraid of those garbage Marines? However, Marine is heavily guarded at this time, and it is not easy to find a breakthrough. Also, don't underestimate those guys in Marine. In the next time, everyone, go back and improve your strength. Get ready for the decisive battle with Marine. Rocks looked at the cadres leaving one after another, tapped his fingers on the table, and a hint of evil flashed at the corner of his mouth. Has Marine's inner ghost already infiltrated this step? Advertisement. Let's prepare a surprise for you next. Marine. Rocks laughed, his face turned ferocious. As the overlord of the new world, how could he, Rocks, let it go? Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. After Lin Nuo and others came out of the conference hall. Under the guidance of the head of the big money fan John, according to Rocks' instructions, the looted heavenly gold was divided. And Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate, in addition to the things they got before, still have their treasure. Lin Nuo folded his arms and watched how they distributed. Lin Nuo didn't seem to be interested in these, but his share with Shiki and others was several % higher than that of other cadres. Comma 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 comma. Dusk is coming. The Beehive Island has already ignited the flames. In the huge power of the Rocks pirates, how can we not hold a banquet to celebrate the plundered gold from the sky? This banquet was much more casual than last time, and it was not distributed according to strength and status. All the cadres, the captains and crew members under their command sat casually by the bonfire, eating and grabbing Sea King's meat, drinking fine wine, blowing the cowhide to the sky. Lin Nuo sat down with Newgate and Shiki, talking and laughing happily. Jia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo boy, this time you snatch the gold in the sky, your contribution is the greatest. Look at the faces of those other cadres, don't they dare to show contempt for you. This is the recognition of strength. Golden Lion Shiki, gulping down the fine wine from the altar in his hand. For Lin Nuo, from an unknown person who was not favored, he is now a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million, which makes him appreciate Lin Nuo even more. The same is true for Whitebeard Newgate. Both he and Shiki have seen Lin Nuo's growth, and they are happy for Lin Nuo's world-renowned reputation. Advertisement. Cool la 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 la. Shiki is right. In the conference hall just now, the reactions and expressions of those guys are far different from Lin Nuo's contempt, and underestimation last time. Gulu, Gulu. Whitebeard Newgate directly poured a jug of fine wine, and said loudly and boldly. You must know that when we were in the conference hall last time, several cadres were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Nuo's becoming a cadre. After Lin Nuo's record and bounty in this operation spread, their attitude changed. Especially Akoku, who has been looking at Lin Nuo unhappy. After seeing Lin Nuo, he no longer looked down upon him. This made Newgate, who is a good friend of Lin Nuo, very happy and secretly happy. It's just a group of guys who bully the weak and fear the tough. Now it's nothing more than my strength and combat power. Otherwise, these guys don't know what they are going to do. After Lin Nuo heard these words, he picked up the wine glass and said with a faint smile. Shiki and Newgate nodded to Lin Nuo's words. After all, in this world, only the strong can be respected by others. Lin Nuo has a strong talent and strength from the beginning to the end, but Lin Nuo is usually relatively low-key, and he is too lazy to have the same knowledge as these guys. Until he took advantage of this operation to snatch the gold from the sky, and showed everyone his monster-like combat power. Lin Nuo, I don't think you are too lazy to build your own fleet, or stay on my boat. After I set up my own pirate group in the future, you will be my deputy captain. At this time, Shiki, whose face was as rosy as a dragon fruit, sent an invitation to Lin Nuo in a low voice. That's right. For Lin Nuo's terrifying combat power, he does not give in to Golden Lion Shiki at all, and with his intelligent mind, with Lin Nuo's help, he may be able to achieve his dominance. At this time, Lin Nuo is already a world-renowned great pirate. If he doesn't speak again, when Lin Nuo has grown to be stronger than himself, what qualifications does he have to invite someone stronger than himself to board the ship? Shiki, sorry, thank you for your kindness, but I still choose to refuse. I still have my own ideas. Facing Shiki's invitation, Lin Nuo would not consider it at all, and said with a serious face and a tactful tone. I have to say that he, Shiki and Newgate have really helped him a lot during this period, whether it is in swordsmanship, hockey, or the development of physical skills and fruits. Chapter 55 Trigger Mission, Fighting Shiki. Now at this moment, he is a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. He chose to join before because he came here to improve his own strength, and use this as a springboard to set foot on the pinnacle of the sea. Now Lin Nuo's strength is no less than that of Shiki or Newgate. But Lin Nuo also promised in front of Shiki that he can stay on Shiki's fleet until the Rocks Pirates are disbanded. But after the Rocks Pirates disbanded, Lin Nuo was ready to do his own thing. What's more, Lin Nuo came to the world of pirates, but he hasn't fully experienced the strangeness of this world. He thinks of time to walk around, so that he won't be inferior to others for a long time. Jia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo boy, you are still the same, you refused so simply. While Shiki laughed, a ray of loss and regret appeared on his face, but it only took a moment to return to normal. In Shiki's view, there is still a chance. Lin Nuo's rejection this time does not mean that there will be a long time in the future. Before Lin Nuo surpassed himself, he still had his own self-confidence. How could he easily give up Lin Nuo who was so talented and terrifying? Once Lin Nuo boards his own boat, there is no doubt that the next era must be his golden lion Shiki. Shiki, you are as shameless as usual. Lin Nuo will surpass you and me sooner or later. Could it be that you will give up the captain's position to Lin Nuo and you will be the deputy captain? If that's the case, is the pirate group still your pirate group? Shiki, don't you understand? There is only one king in a boat. While Whitebeard Newgate sneered, he said to Shiki in a deep voice. He didn't underestimate Shiki, but let him see clearly the fact that Lin Nuo's future achievements are bound to surpass the two of them. Newgate, on the other hand, doesn't have as much ambition as Shiki. His inner dream is to have his own family and take in some sons, so as to form a pirate group like his own homeland. Hearing Newgate's words, Shiki did not refute this time. After all, Lin Nuo's talent is there. Shiki was lost in thought for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Shiki, don't be discouraged. When you defeat me, I will agree to board your boat. Advertisement. Seeing this, Lin Nuo reached out and patted Shiki on the shoulder to comfort him. The current Shiki is not sure to defeat him, let alone the future. Lin Nuo, come on. Let's fight. Hearing Lin Nuo's words, it seemed to touch Shiki's nerves, staring at Lin Nuo with endless fighting spirit, and sending an invitation to Lin Nuo to challenge. Shiki is extremely confident in his own strength, at least for now Lin Nuo's strength is only as strong as his own. It is still very difficult to defeat himself, but this is also his opportunity. Once Lin Nuo loses to himself, his dream of supremacy will be one step closer. FK. No way. Shiki, you are serious. Lin Nuo was stunned for a moment. He wanted to comfort Shiki himself, but he didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. Suddenly, Lin Nuo wanted to slap himself on the mouth, who made his mouth so cheap. As for Shiki's words, Newgate was also stunned, and slowly put down the wine jar in his hand. He also didn't expect Shiki to invite Lin Nuo to challenge him suddenly. Of course, but don't forget what you said before, if you lose, you will join my pirate team. Jia ha 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 ha. Shiki threw away the wine gourd in his hand and stood up, laughing loudly, with a serious face, his momentum and fighting spirit gradually soared. Lin Nuo was speechless for a while, and was about to reject Shiki, but on second thought, it's okay. That being the case, then completely cut off Shiki's thoughts, and let Shiki not always bother himself in the future. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Nuo's ear. Ding. Trigger a temporary mission. Host is about to fight the Golden Lion Shiki. Condition. Successfully defeat the legendary level pirate Golden Lion. After completing the task, a mysterious gift will be rewarded. Lin Nuo's eyes lit up. This system came at the right time, and it seems that it has coincided with him. That being the case, let's make a big fuss with Shiki. Lin Nuo still has confidence in his own strength, so he took this opportunity to break Shiki's mind. Shiki, since that's the case, then as you wish. Advertisement. What's more, I also want to see how far your true strength has reached. Lin Nuo stood up. The momentum on his body rose slowly, the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger, and his voice resounded through the audience. He also wants to know how strong Shiki is at this time. With this, Lin Nuo is also training himself. After this battle, Lin Nuo's strength may be improved again. The huge movement made by Lin Nuo and Shiki immediately attracted the attention of the members of the Rocks Pirates. Did you hear that? What's going on? I seem to have heard Lin Nuo cadre versus Shiki cadre just now. I'm going. No, this is a duel between cadres, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have to go and see. Hey, don't you eat the barbecue. Eat a hammer. Barbecue is not as attractive as fighting between cadres. You say. Lin Nuo and Shiki cadres, who is stronger between the two? Cut. You don't even need to ask. Of course it's Shiki cadres. You have to know that Shiki cadres are the world's top swordsmen, and they also have the ability of lion fruit. The fruit ability in one hand is simply overwhelming and can destroy the world. That's why we Shiki cadres. Bah, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Lin Nuo's strength is something that even Marine cadre Zephyr can suppress, after he successfully snatched the gold from the sky. When Marine Garp pursued him at all costs, it was Lin Nuo who took the initiative to stand up and fight fiercely with Garp. The confrontation between the two was like a world-changing color, evenly matched. I think the cadre Lin Nuo is even better. The crew members of the nearby Rocks Pirates talked a lot and began to argue fiercely. The faces of each crew member were looking forward to the battle between the two. Life in the world of pirates is a struggle between you and me, this is nature. Their usual conflicts are resolved through bloody battles, which often happens under the Rocks Pirates. But duels between cadres and cadres rarely happen. How can they not be excited about such a rare confrontation between strong men? They have been looking forward to it for a long time. It's about to be put on the shelves. Thank you for your great support. Your reading aloud is the motivation of the tiny author. And if you have any suggestions on the protagonist's fruit ability, you can leave your distinguished words in the comment area. Chapter 56 Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling. As Lin Nuo stood up to accept Shiki's challenge, Shiki seemed to see the moment when Lin Nuo would lose to him. And the picture of becoming his deputy captain in the future. Shiki, this guy is as proud as ever. Newgate shook his head, sighed, looked at Shiki in the sky, and muttered to himself. He looked at Shiki, who was full of excitement, and there was a sympathy in his eyes, but it flashed away in an instant. Shiki guy, still can't see it. Lin Nuo is no longer the little boy who just joined the Rocks Pirates. Has grown to be no weaker than these veteran cadres. Jia ha 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 ha. I have been waiting for this moment for some time. Lin Nuo, let me see your strength. Shiki's voice is strong and powerful, and he looks confident. Still pretending. Shiki. Lin Nuo frowned, and couldn't help but challenge Shiki's face. As soon as Lin Nuo said this, the pirates who were paying attention to the battlefield looked at Lin Nuo. I go. Is Lin Nuo cadre so rigid? To be so provocative to the Shiki cadres? They know that Lin Nuo's strength is not weaker than Shiki's, but if they want to decide the winner, they have to prepare food and drinks for 3 days and 3 nights. Newgate also twitched the corner of his mouth at Lin Nuo's words. Could it be that Lin Nuo is following that idiot Shiki? It seems that the strong smell of gunpowder is inevitable. At this time, the battle between Lin Nuo and Shiki quickly spread throughout the Hive Island. The atmosphere, which was already extremely lively, boiled instantly. The pirates who received the news flocked to the battlefield between Lin Nuo and Shiki. All the cadres have been alarmed. At the same time, Rocks, who has been in the castle, is also attracted by the movement outside. Is Shiki starting a duel with Lin Nuo? The shouts outside reached Rocks' ears, with a look of surprise and curiosity on his face. Advertisement. Isn't Lin Nuo always on Shiki's boat? And these two people have been getting along well, why did they suddenly start a duel? With doubts in his heart, Rocks launched the top observation haki he was proud of, covering the entire Hive Island in an instant. HMPH. These two guys seem to have a lot of time to spare. After a while, Rocks suddenly realized. After perceiving through observation haki, it became clear that the two of them were there for some goosebumps on the ship. It's not yet possible to let the Rocks know about what the two are talking about. Comma 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 comma. Comma 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 comma. At this time, the pirates kept rushing in and surrounded the center one after another. I can't use it here, let's go. The old place. Seeing this scene, Shiki finally took a sip of strong wine and said to Lin Nuo. At the same time, Lin Nuo also nodded, and walked away with Shiki. The onlookers watched this scene and stepped aside one after another. At this time, the two came to the seaside, looked at each other in unison, their figures were ejected like cannonballs, and quickly headed towards an uninhabited island. That is the venue where Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate often compete and train, outside the Hive Island. Usually, the three of them would go to this uninhabited island even for training. The three of them erupted with terrifying power. If they exploded directly on the Beehive Island, it would be no wonder that Rocks would not stop peeling their skins. Known as the New World Pirates' Paradise, the base camp of the Rocks Pirates, if they are destroyed by the battle between the two, all the pirates will not forgive him. At this time, the coast of Hive Island is densely packed with weaker pirates, each of them screaming with enthusiasm. Some followed in the pirate ship, and some pirates with the ability to fly fruit soared into the sky. In this duel between cadres, almost everyone in the Rocks Pirates came. Dozens of pirate ships are watching the battle around the uninhabited island. More than 10 figures flashed across the sky, and landed steadily on the frontmost pirate ship. It is the Captain Rocks, the strongest cadre under his command John, Akoku, Silver Axe, Mr. Five and the long-legged Charlotte Linlin, as well as the captain-level monster Kaido and other talented monsters. Advertisement. Hiss. That's Captain Rocks. Not only that, all the cadres are here. The terrifyingly talented Kaido who appeared behind the cadres, and several monster-level captains. For the confrontation between the Lin Nuo cadre and Shiki, do the captain and the cadres attach so much importance to it? With the arrival of all the senior members of the Rocks Pirates, the atmosphere rose again. Rocks and a group of cadres stared intently at every move on the uninhabited island. In addition to Rocks, these cadres also want to see whether this monster Lin Nuo, who has offered a bounty of up to 500 million for the first time, is as rumored and has extraordinary combat power. Especially Akoku and Kaido, who have been looking at Lin Nuo unhappy, fixed their eyes on Lin Nuo's figure in the distance, clenched their fists involuntarily, and their face became extremely dignified. As a strong man on the sea, he is never afraid of any opponents and enemies. But facing Lin Nuo's terrifying aura directly can make the two of them realize the gap, and thus bear the pressure and suddenly become themselves. On the uninhabited island, the breath of Lin Nuo and Shiki rose slowly. While watching each other, it seemed that the two auras were gradually colliding. As the momentum emanating from Lin Nuo and Shiki became stronger and stronger, the sky above the uninhabited island seemed to be frozen by these two forces. All members of the Rocks Pirates watching the battle trembled in their hearts. Is it about to start? Lin Nuo Kid. Golden Lion Shiki activated the fruit ability instantly, and his whole body soared into the air at a high speed. While speaking, the ground began to tremble, and the entire uninhabited island seemed to be shaking. That's right. Shiki activates the fruit ability, and everything on the island is controlled by it. Shiki, stop moaning. Come on if you want to fight. Lin Nuo was not to be outdone, and said back. Facing Lin Nuo's provocation, Shiki frowned, put his hands on his waist, and slowly pulled out the dead wood with the big sharp knife Sakura 10 that he was proud of. The body forms a half squat, two big sharp knives are blocked in front of the chest, forming a cross shape, muttering to himself. Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling. Chapter 57 Conqueror's Haki Collision. As Shiki's words fell, the entire battlefield trembled instantly, and a terrifying attack formed by countless boulders and slashing storms rose from the ground. Roar. The deafening roar of the lion resounded through the sky. Impressively, 3 giant lions condensed and formed, instantly surrounding Lin Nuo's figure. Facing Golden Lion Shiki, the world's top powerhouse, even Lin Nuo is confident, but he dare not relax his vigilance. A cold light flashed in Lin Nuo's serious eyes. I saw Lin Nuo slowly opening his hands to the sides, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At this moment, between Lin Nuo's palms, a fruitful ability gathered. A translucent invisible air envelope is enveloping Lin Nuo in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Is this the fruit ability of Lin Nuo Kid? As a result, although Shiki has always had a good relationship with Lin Nuo, they usually fight with swordsmanship, and Lin Nuo rarely activates his fruit ability. All Shiki has not fully understood Lin Nuo's fruit ability, only knows that Lin Nuo can manipulate gravity. When Shiki saw this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he returned to normal in an instant. But he will not let go of any opportunity, because it is related to the opportunity to dominate the entire world in the future. Call out. The double knives kept waving, and the observation haki was activated instantly, locking Lin Nuo instantly. As the two swords slashed down, an extremely ferocious slash slashed towards Lin Nuo at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the three giant lions surrounding Lin Nuo suddenly opened their mouths and bit Lin Nuo. There was a sword attack in front of him, and three giant lions were attacking behind him and on both sides. At this moment, Lin Nuo seemed like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But at the next moment, Lin Nuo raised his head and seemed to glance at Shiki, with an evil smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Muttered to himself, God Luo Tian sign, boom. Release the invisible translucent air mask, as if ordered by Lin Nuo, it expands towards the surroundings at a very high speed. Unleash the madness with absolute invincibility and release the terrifying repulsion. Boom. Advertisement. A deafening explosion resounded through the entire uninhabited island. The island's gravel and miserable trees were splashed, and sand and stones flew all of a sudden, and the sky was covered with dust. And filled in the dust, a pair of eyes flashed a red light. Lin Nuo activated observation haki, with his right hand resting on the handle of the dragon-slaying knife at his waist. His whole body was like a cannonball in a very fast situation. Locked on Shiki's position in the diffuse dust and rushed over. Jia ha 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 ha. As expected of Lin Nuo Kid, he broke through the attack of my uncle so easily. Shiki's observation haki also captured Lin Nuo's figure. While admiring, his whole body was full of sword intent. Lin Nuo's fighting spirit was high, and the dragon slaying in his hand hummed continuously. The speed of the two was as fast as lightning, piercing the sky. The two speeds of light collided impressively. Clang. There was a crisp crash in the sky. The supreme big sword Zonlong collided with the big fast sword Sakura 10 and Dead Wood. Two terrifying streams of sword energy entangled wildly, and the powerful sword intent impacted all around. Call out. Call out. Countless slashes and torrents ran wildly, and the area covered continued to expand. The plants on the original island became riddled with holes in an instant. No way. Lin Nuo and Shiki cadres have completely changed the topography of the island. It's not over yet. Look at the sky. Good guy. The sky was cut off. FK, don't talk if you don't understand. It means that the cloud layer has been completely divided into two halves. Is this a duel between cadres? It's a fight between gods. On the pirate ship docked on the distant sea, countless crew members of the Rocks pirate group stared at everything that happened on the island. Like a shocking visual impact, they all showed shocking looks. Some little pirates who have never experienced a big scene have never seen such a shocking fierce battle scene. Comparing with each other, the battles of these little pirates, in front of these big men, are nothing more than play games. Advertisement. Is this the duel of top powerhouses? The eyes of Akoku and Kaido have never left since the fierce battle between Lin Nuo and Shiki. It has to be said that the collision between the two possessed such terrifying energy fluctuations. But from this point of view, the collision just now was just an appetizer, and the two haven't exerted their full strength yet. The strong fluctuations set off a terrifying air current, and Lin Nuo and Shiki were deadlocked in the air, maintaining a confrontational momentum, refusing to give in at all. Afterwards, the two of them frowned slightly at the same time, and both of them withdrew Zonlong and Sakura 10, the Dead Wood, who were fighting against each other at the same time, and retreated a certain distance from each other, but their eyes never left each other. At this moment, the pupils of the two shrank at the same time. That's right. Conqueror's Haki. An earth-shattering terrifying aura erupted from the bodies of the two of them. With the two of them as the center, the entire uninhabited island was instantly covered. At this moment, the sky shook, and the situation changed. The sky, which had just recovered to be stable, turned gray the next moment, and above the clouds, there was a bottomless chasm. At this time, Lin Nuo and Shiki's Conqueror's Haki is probably already at a high level, under full release. The power is so great that the scope gradually wants to break through the uninhabited island. After covering the entire uninhabited island, the power remained undiminished, sweeping towards the surroundings outside the island. In just an instant, the waves rolled continuously, setting off a huge wave of tens of meters. This is, no way, a collision between Conqueror's Haki. Such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, only Captain Rocks and a few cadres can do this, right? Many pirates on the pirate ship looked at each other with extreme envy, talking with each other. Suddenly, a huge wave several meters high swept in, and everyone panicked for a while. In the cab, when trying to avoid the incoming huge waves, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki came over like Mount High, and suddenly some little pirates on board foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness instantly, and smashed heavily into the plywood. Even some veteran pirates covered their necks with their hands, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. The pirates, who were still talking about it, suddenly became quiet. It's about to be put on the shelves. Thank you for your great support. Your reading aloud is the motivation of the tiny author. And if you have any suggestions on the protagonist's fruit ability, you can leave your distinguished words in the comment area. Chapter 58 Lin Nuo must be taken down. The people who watched the battle for a while were completely silent. Cool la 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 la. It's really earth-shattering. It seems that Shiki really didn't hold back at all in order to let Lin Nuo join his fleet. And Lin Nuo is not bad. Conqueror's Haki is a bit more intense than when he robbed the gold in the sky before. On the pirate ship ahead, Newgate, holding the supreme sword Kong Yunchi, clenched his muscular right fist while laughing. Impressively seeing above the fist, it was instantly enveloped by a translucent halo. Facing the huge waves tens of meters high in front of him, he punched the air in front of him, crack, and the air continued to shatter one after another. A terrifying shock force suddenly hit the huge waves. In an instant, the waves turned into a puddle of water and fell back into the sea. The originally rough sea has returned to calm. On the uninhabited island, at this moment Lin Nuo collided with Shiki's Conqueror's Haki crazily. Thunder and lightning flashed one after another, constantly hitting the island. The golden light airflow and the black airflow split the entire island into two without any compromise. This guy Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki is even scarier than before. How does this guy cultivate? You must know that it is extremely difficult to improve the level of Conqueror's Haki. Kaido's pupils shrank, unable to believe the high-level Conqueror's Haki launched by Lin Nuo at Xinyuan. Before that, he had personally experienced Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki. Although it was powerful, it was even more terrifying than the Conqueror's Haki that was unleashed at that time and now. The Conqueror's Haki collided with the center, thunder continued to strike, and at this time Lin Nuo and Shiki Conqueror's Haki were clearly on equal footing. Sudden, Shiki's figure moved, dual-wielding Sakura 10, dead wood, and slashed towards Lin Nuo. And Lin Nuo was not to be outdone, his figure was like an afterimage, dodging the attacking blows, and his backhand was like Shiki. Boom. Call out. The figures of the two kept colliding. In the gray sky at this moment, there was only the sound of two beams of light colliding with the earth-shattering sword. Advertisement. However, the sword slash was flying all over the sky, cutting the island below into pieces. The crisp sound of Jin Jie rang continuously from the pirates outside the island. At this moment, some pirates could no longer see the two of them clearly. Even the captain-level pirates can only activate the first-level observation Haki, and it is extremely difficult to see the shadows of the two of them turning into lightning. At this moment, only Captain Rocks, Newgate and other cadres can clearly observe the specific battle situation. Good boy, I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, my strength has taken another step forward. During the stalemate, Shiki's Sakura 10, the dead wood suddenly exerted force, forcing Lin Nuo back, and said in a deep voice. At this moment, Shiki didn't dare to relax his vigilance, his originally calm expression turned serious now. This time, the battle was not like in the past. At this time, only when he really fought with Lin Nuo, can he feel the pressure of Lin Nuo like a mountain. Snort. Not only your strength has improved, but so have I. Shiki. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, raised the corners of his mouth, and turned back. Talking to you kid is really annoying. But the real battle has just begun. Golden Lion Shiki's face darkened, and he said displeased with Lin Nuo's unpleasant mouth. Do you really think that I, Golden Lion Shiki, are not as good as you? Don't forget, I have already figured out your kid's swordsmanship. You will have a good time next time, Lin Nuo boy. He looks very low-key on weekdays, but when he speaks, he becomes so unreasonable. Now he can't wait to rub Lin Nuo on the ground to relieve the anger in my heart, but Lin Nuo still has to be defeated. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Shiki has realized that he and Lin Nuo are evenly matched in terms of overlord or swordsmanship, and it is difficult to tell the winner. Shiki can only rely on his proud lion fruit ability to defeat Lin Nuo. And this time Earth coiling is incomparable to the previous ones. During the launch of lion fruit, Shiki added sword-like slashing, and the number of giant lions increased from the previous 3 to more than a dozen. Lin Nuo frowned tightly, and in his hand was the supreme sharp knife, Zanlong. He was instantly wrapped in armament Haki, and then he launched his body to form an attack. Advertisement. As a cold light flashed across Black's blade, his vision lost all color in an instant, turning into a streak of white light. Boom, boom, boom. The island is crumbling and the air is shaking. The sea water around the island keeps churning. Strong. Too strong. Lin Nuo's strength can reach this step. After this time, I will definitely take Lin Nuo down. Charlotte Linlin watched the fierce battle on the island, and the dessert cake in her hand suddenly became stale, with shock in her eyes. She originally thought that Lin Nuo's strength was just superior to Akoku's, but who knew that Lin Nuo's current strength was no worse than her own. Before, she was underestimating that Marine made such a big move, but she saw through Lin Nuo's unlimited potential, raised Lin Nuo, and killed him. Presumably if I have a child with Lin Nuo and inherit his terrifying talent, maybe the future era will belong to me, Charlotte Linlin. Cool la 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 la. Linlin, your ideas are going to be shattered. Lin Nuo is not good at you, you should give up your heart. And now Lin Nuo, can you beat it? Newgate, who heard Charlotte Linlin's words on the side, couldn't help laughing, completely shattering Charlotte Linlin's fantasy, and complained. Snort. You don't need to remind me, Newgate. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly. Newgate's words made her feel uncomfortable, so she turned her head and ignored Newgate. Newgate is right, Now that Lin Nuo's strength has reached the top level in the world, even if she faces Lin Nuo, her chance of winning is not more than 30%. Akoku and Kaido stood aside, the two of them didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but their hearts seemed to be turned upside down, with ups and downs. From the beginning of the war to the present, Lin Nuo has shown sword skills, super Conqueror's Haki, and that fruit ability. If Lin Nuo's opponent is the two of them, I don't know if they can withstand Lin Nuo's fierce attack. At this moment, the two of them seemed to sigh inwardly, shook their heads slightly, and sighed. At this moment, Lin Nuo is no longer a rookie who just joined the Rocks Pirates, and has grown into the world's top powerhouse. But at the same time, Akoku and Kaido, who have also experienced many battles, can also see that Lin Nuo and Shiki have not used their full strength yet. It's about to be put on the shelves. Thank you for your great support. Your reading aloud is the motivation of the tiny author. And if you have any suggestions on the protagonist's fruit ability, you can leave your distinguished words in the comment area. Chapter 59 Shiki. Mistake. Originally before this, Akoku wanted to wait for Lin Nuo and the others to come back after they snatched the gold from the sky, and then they would look for a chance to avenge their shame. But before Lin Nuo came back, Lin Nuo's astonishing record came out from the sea, which made him have to look at Lin Nuo again, and now when he saw that figure on the uninhabited island with his own eyes, it was like a thunderbolt blow. The same is true for Kaido, who thinks that Lin Nuo is not worthy of the position of cadre, so he wants to defeat Lin Nuo and replace him. Now it seems that he is too naive. Ever since Lin Nuo showed his fighting strength, the distance between the two seems to be very far away. And other cadres who have read the newspapers but have not seen Lin Nuo's strength with their own eyes, John, Mr. 5, Silver Axe and others, their faces are full of surprise, and even a little stunned. There is no doubt that this kind of strength is obviously stronger than his own, perhaps even stronger. Lin Nuo's current combat strength has already been able to draw with Shiki, at least among the cadres, except for Captain Rocks, his strength is second only to Newgate. While shocked, the faces of John and others sank instantly. As the number one force in the New World, the Rocks Pirates, they pay attention to strength and rank first. Everything needs their own strength to speak. For Rocks, who has great ambitions to overthrow the World 477 government and the rule of celestial dragons, his powerful subordinates make his goal a step further. Whitebeard Newgate is an example, as the cadre second only to Captain Rocks in the Rocks Pirates. His status was almost the same as that of the deputy captain. It can be said that compared with other cadres, Newgate's status was higher than them. Originally thought that Lin Nuo's combat power was at most on par with them. Now it seems that they were wrong. Now Lin Nuo already has the strength to be evenly matched with Shiki. If he continues to grow, he will definitely reach the ranks of Newgate and directly step on top of them. As a result, their status in the Rocks Pirates will decline again, and their benefits will be even less. Each of these cadres and others has their own thoughts. But on the uninhabited island, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Lin Nuo's figure was like an afterimage, unpredictable, but Shiki summoned a dozen giant lions and chased after him. While Lin Nuo was approaching Shiki, his right hand suddenly activated the fruit ability. Self-mumbling. Advertisement. God Luo Tien sign. Suddenly, the terrifying repulsive impact, furious-like ferocity, struck the giant lion in all directions and shook it. All of a sudden, the situation on the entire island changed, thunder and splashes struck, and the strong wind kept raging to create uneasiness. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky in an instant, and the land and trees under the island were suddenly separated by this blast. At this time, in the smog that filled the sky, Lin Nuo did not intend to stop at all. His left hand condensed gravity into a claw, and grabbed the boulder on the island. Tossed towards Shiki. A cold light flashed in Shiki's eyes, Lion Fruit's ability was activated, dual-wielding Sakura 10, dead wood, and a slash with one knife, breaking the fast-moving boulder in half. Immediately there was a burst of shouting, and the fruit ability was attached to Sakura 10, the dead wood, and it was activated instantly. Lion Majesty Flame Earth Coiling. The next moment, an instant embarrassment. There was no move that Shiki yelled on the battlefield, only Shiki was seen floating in the air while maintaining an attacking posture. A few seconds. A black line appeared on the foreheads of countless people. Lin Nuo, who was waiting for Shiki's moves, suddenly looked confused, with question marks all over his forehead. What about the agreed move? Swallowed. What the hell did Shiki do? This is a decisive battle, can you be more serious? And Shiki, who was blowing cold wind in the sky, suddenly blushed from embarrassment, as if he knew that he had lost face. CBBC said quickly. Mistake. I just forgot to condense the fruit ability. My uncle will come again 10 times. Lin Nuo boy, just wait. On the other side, beyond the deserted island, the pirate master is on board. Cool la 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 la. Is Shiki doing monkey tricks? Advertisement. Newgate, who was watching the match, burst out laughing when he saw Shiki's embarrassing appearance. Even Akoku and Kaido, who have been serious from the beginning to the present, were almost biased by Shiki Bosao's operation. Even Captain Rocks, who always had a majestic face, suddenly had question marks on his face, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitched, but he didn't speak. Where is my powerful and terrifying vision? Why not? What's going on? Shiki-sama, what did you do? Could it be that Master Shiki has lost? Damn, I have endured you for a long time. Mr. Shiki is the idol of labor and management. If you talk nonsense to me, I will let you know why the flowers are so popular. Stop arguing. This might be Master Shiki's tactic. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Did you hear me? If you're slandering Mr. Shiki, I'll take your skin off. Some little pirates who don't know the situation are constantly arguing. But Shiki already realized the problem, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Self-mumbling. The surrounding flames are not enough to support. Is this the move that this uncle is proud of? It's bad luck. Forget it. If you don't make a move, you will lose your face. Shiki's face changed, and then he gathered his fruit ability, and his two knives locked on Lin Nuo in the distance, and fully activated the lion fruit ability. Lin Nuo also seemed to understand something. Shiki tried to integrate the fruit ability with the flames on the island, and released a new move. The flames on Healy Island seemed not enough. This made Lin Nuo a little dumbfounded. A duel of top powerhouses. Now Shiki made it look like a game. Seeing Shiki rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, Lin Nuo took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and headed forward with the black knife Zonlong. At this moment, Shiki, who lost his face, just wanted to defeat Lin Nuo quickly, end this battle, and return to his ship to stay for a few months. Suddenly, two large knives, Sakura 10, dead wood, were covered by armament haki, and the blades of the two knives flashed black's edge. Slash wave. Chapter 60 Silver Axe. What the hell is Shiki doing? Don't tell me you want an intermission. While Shiki was moving at high speed, observation haki locked onto Lin Nuo and slashed, and a crescent-like terrifying slash rushed towards Lin Nuo. Thanks to the blessing of armament haki and the sword intent of the great swordsman, the horror and power of this slash is even more terrifying than before. The black knife in Lin Nuo's hand swept out, directly smashing Shiki's slash. Boom. Shiki's slash wave instantly turned into countless small rain of swords and rained down, on the island. It's not over yet, Lin Nuo boy. Thousand Slice Valley. Seeing that his slash was easily crushed by Lin Nuo, Shiki was furious, and the double swords blessed by armament haki kept waving away. Each slash was sharper and more terrifying than before. In an instant, countless slashes spread across the entire island. The sky slashing target instantly locked onto Lin Nuo, and shot towards Lin Nuo like a storm. Seeing the countless slashing blows like a storm in the sky, the pirates outside the island instantly screamed. In just an instant, the figures of the two fighting fiercely in the sky were overwhelmed by countless slashes. One-shot flow, instant slash. Lin Nuo's figure sank, and he held the black sword Zonlong with armament haki attached to it in his right hand. With a soft shout, everything in front of him instantly turned into a white beam of light. Immediately afterwards, the huge slash instantly turned into countless slashing sword blades and rushed over. Call out. Boom, boom, boom. Directly smashed the countless slashes close to him, and then attacked Shiki in the distance. The slashing storm set off a terrifying air tumbling, rolling up countless smoke, dust, and yellow sand, completely covering Shiki in it. Shiki's vision instantly turned blind, but he has the perception of observation haki, and responds to it at the same time. Armament haki dual wields Sakura 10, dead wood, in a cross shape, and pushes away the incoming attack with all his strength. At this point in the battle, a thin layer of sweat continued to emerge on the foreheads of the two of them, and their breathing became slightly panting. Lin Nuo, this kid is really hard to deal with. Advertisement. If you want to win this battle, it seems that you have to spend a lot of money. Shiki panted slightly, thinking about how to defeat Lin Nuo in his mind. Although Shiki is full of confidence in his own strength, but he knows in his heart that he wants to defeat Lin Nuo, this level is not enough. On the other hand, Lin Nuo is sure to win. When Shiki fended off his own attack, Lin Nuo didn't stop shooting, and launched Moonwalk, one of the 6 moves, using the sky full of smoke and dust as a cover. Shiki raised his arms and gently wiped the sweat from his temples. Immediately, observation haki issued an early warning. In the smoke and dust before his eyes, a slash was flying towards him. Immediately, Shiki reacted, activated the lion fruit ability, and his body soared into the sky at top speed. It was hard to avoid the attacking Shiki, but how could Lin Nuo in the smoke let go of this opportunity? The left hand condensed the fruit ability and then stretched out, locking on Shiki who was flying high into the sky. Muttered to himself, Universal Pull. With the activation of Universal Pull, Shiki, who was flying at high altitude at this time, was shocked suddenly and stopped in the high altitude instantly. Shiki was stunned, not knowing what happened to his body. Damn it, what happened to my uncle's body? Why can't I move? Wanting to break free from the shackles of Universal Pull, but to no avail, at this moment Shiki is like a lamb in Lin Nuo's hands. Shiki's complexion changed drastically, and his body struggled vigorously. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Nuo's left hand in the distance, locking on him straight away. Shiki suddenly understood that this is Lin Nuo's unique fruit ability, and he was careless at this moment. While dodging the slash just now, he didn't always guard against Lin Nuo's fruit ability. That's right. In the battle with Shiki, Lin Nuo activated the fruit ability only once to block his own attack. This allows Shiki to reduce his defense against Lin Nuo's fruit ability, thus being bound by Lin Nuo. Prior to this, Lin Nuo's fruit ability was described to Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki. With Lin Nuo's fruit ability, His right hand can launch an invisible repulsive force, which can bounce back all physical attacks, while his left hand has a strange gravitational force, which can control all physical attacks. And Shiki is bound by Lin Nuo's gravity, making him unable to control his body. Advertisement. Shiki's eyes fixed on Lin Nuo in the distance, his body wanted to break free, but to no avail, he gritted his teeth and said regretfully. Ask for flowers. Damn it, how did I forget Lin Nuo's fruit ability? But at this time Lin Nuo moved, holding the black knife to slay the dragon, the tip of the knife locked on Shiki who was bound in the sky, and said calmly. It's over, Shiki. As soon as these words came out, the terrifying aura on Lin Nuo's body soared like a beast, that's right. Lin Nuo planned to completely defeat Shiki, and he didn't plan to drag Shiki any longer. The purpose of the previous series of attacks was to force Shiki to dodge his own slash, so Lin Nuo took the opportunity to activate the fruit ability to restrain Shiki. After all, the disadvantages of the fruit ability have been described to Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki before, so when fighting, Shiki must strictly guard against launching universal pull by himself. However, on the other side, countless pirates outside the island saw Shiki's figure high above the sky, and they froze in the air without moving. All of a sudden, there was discussion among the people. What happened? Why is Shiki-sama not moving again? Shouldn't it be brewing a big move like last time? But it doesn't take so long to prepare a big move, right? If it were someone else, they would have already run away. FK, you know what a fart, Mr. Shiki, as the top powerhouse in the new world, has countless swordsmanship moves or fruit moves. There are too many moves. Of course, it takes time to think about which move to use. This is called tactics, do you understand? It looks like you just joined our Rocks Pirates. Hey, boss, how do you know? I just joined the Rocks Pirates last month. If Shiki heard these words, would he kill these pirates, and then say, your grandma, this uncle is bound by Lin Nuo boy. At the same time, some cadres and captains on the main ship were full of doubts about Shiki's delay in taking action. Silver Axe looked at the motionless Shiki high in the sky, frowned, and said doubtfully. What the hell is Shiki doing? Is there a 10-minute intermission? Do you want to fight or not? If you don't fight, let's end it early, because you have an appetite. Ask for the first order. Ask for flowers. Yes. Chapter 61 Lion Majesty. Thousand Slice Valley. Ask for the first order, please flowers. Following Silver Axe's words, some cadres nodded to each other. It seems to be saying Shiki, how can you fight like this? You need a 10-minute intermission, right? The next time you fight Marine, you will ask someone to give you a 10-minute break. And countless pirates and some cadres don't know what happened to Shiki at all. This time, Newgate didn't open his mouth to laugh at Shiki who was high in the sky, but his eyes were fixed on the figures of the two. He knew that it wasn't that Shiki didn't want to fight, but that he couldn't. At this moment, Shiki is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, unable to move his body. If he is right, Shiki has been bound by Lin Nuo's fruit ability at this time, just like Crane and Garp when they robbed the gold in the sky before. Sighing lightly, he muttered to himself. After all, I was careless. Shiki. Lin Nuo's 930 combat deployment is really amazing. From the beginning to the end, this kid only activated his fruit ability twice, in order to dispel Shiki's fruit ability to defend himself. If Shiki can't get rid of Lin Nuo's fruit ability, then this battle will come to an end. Rocks on the side raised his brows and nodded. Shiki was indeed careless. After all, Lin Nuo had already told them about Lin Nuo's fruit ability, and they could all be recruited. It could only be Shiki's own problem. Said calmly, once Shiki loses, Newgate, will you bring Shiki back? Newgate nodded upon hearing what Rocks said. On the dilapidated island, Shiki, who was restrained high in the sky, struggled hard, trying to get rid of the damn restraint. His face became ferocious, and he cursed. Damn, how could this uncle lose to Lin Nuo boy? I am Golden Lion Shiki. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Nuo sank, with his right hand resting on the handle of armament Haki attached to his waist, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said to Shiki. It's time to end. Shiki, one sword flow draw the sword and slash. As Lin Nuo pulled out the black sword Zonlong, the sky and the earth seemed to lose their color, and a white on filled everyone's eyes. The slash seemed to cut off the space, and the air and space around them became distorted wherever they went. At the same time, countless pirates shouted loudly after seeing this scene. Is this the strength of Lin Nuo cadres? Advertisement. It's too scary. Is Lin Nuo's swordsmanship so strong that it affects nature and the air? So the outcome has been decided. How is this possible? How could Master Shiki lose? How is it impossible? You must know that Lin Nuo's cadres' talent and strength can be called a monster. Hey, it's not a shame to lose to Lin Nuo, it's just that Lin Nuo is too strong. Right. On the main ship, a group of cadres and captain-level pirates sighed after watching this scene. The faces of Akoku and Kaido became more and more dignified. They are Shiki's terrifying strength. If Shiki is really defeated, it also means that Lin Nuo's strength is comparable to that of Newgate. The two looked at Lin Nuo in the sky who looked like a god of war, and there was a look of loneliness in their eyes. At this time, Lin Nuo was no longer something they could provoke. High in the sky, there was a shout that resounded through the sky, suddenly. The bound Shiki broke free, and his whole body was wrapped by the powerful armament Haki. I saw Shiki holding the double swords hardened by armament Haki and standing in front of him. The Conqueror's Haki on his body erupted loudly, and the two knives struggled to get ahead of the incoming slash. Clang. When the two collided, countless sparks splashed around. Shiki's figure was abruptly forced to take a few steps back, his face became ferocious, and he roared angrily through gritted teeth. Break. Hu. Boom. The two black knives abruptly cut Lin Nuo's terror, separating them abruptly. I saw the terrifying slash cut through the gray sky in an instant, and flew towards the clouds until it disappeared. At this time, Lin Nuo also stopped and continued to attack Shiki. It seemed that he was not surprised that Shiki was able to resolve his own crisis. After all, his fruit ability was mentioned before. And with previous convictions from Garp, Shiki will not unknowingly break his own universal pull. On the other side, all the pirates, as well as some captain-level pirates, were sweating for Shiki just now. If it wasn't for Shiki's last shot, Lin Nuo might be the winner of this battle. Advertisement. But why Shiki stayed at high altitude for so long before doing nothing, they still don't know, and some cadres are also like this. Of the countless people watching the battle, only Captain Rocks and Newgate knew about it. Newgate looked at the embarrassed Shiki in the sky, laughed out loud, and teased. It seems that Shiki has enough brains. There is a lesson from that Garp guy before. If you can't get rid of it, then you can only say that Shiki is too stupid. The corners of Rocks' mouth raised slightly, his eyes looked directly at the sky, and the two of them did not speak. Shiki gently wiped off his fine sweat, a little embarrassed, thankful that if he hadn't remembered how Garp got rid of Lin Nuo's fruit ability, he might have lost to Lin Nuo now. But now Shiki doesn't have time to think about these issues, because Lin Nuo's figure has already moved. Observation Haki felt that a sharp slash broke through countless smoke and dust and was attacking him. Subconsciously, the reaction speed was very fast, causing G to activate the lion fruit ability to dodge. A slash flew out from the dust, passed under Shiki's feet, and the dust was blown away abruptly. Lin Nuo's figure appeared, chasing after Shiki. He launched the repulsive force without hesitation, and when his figure reached the attack range, an invisible repulsive force blasted out. The strong invisible airflow blows up the sand and dust, gradually covering Shiki. At the same time, Shiki activates the fruit ability, scattered those 3.2 to dust, and condensed them into several giant lion heads. Bite towards Lin Nuo from all directions. A pointless struggle, Shiki. If there is no more powerful means, then this battle will be over. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, feeling gradually lost in his heart. If Shiki had no whole cards, then he could only end the battle quickly. The condensed invisible repulsive force forms a gas mask, and the area is spreading at the fastest speed. I saw Lin Nuo waved with one hand, smashing several giant lions that were attacking into pieces. But Shiki is not vegetarian either, under his control. The giant lion's head that was blasted into pieces was immediately reassembled. Shiki, who avoided Lin Nuo's attack range, seized the opportunity and swung two black knives, Sakura 10, and Deadwood at the same time. Chapter 62 Intense Stage. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Dozens of sharp slashes flew out, forming a group of slashers that covered the sky and sun, and rushed towards Lin Nuo. Facing such a fierce attack from top to bottom, Lin Nuo's thoughts flickered. It seems that Shiki is on the offensive and wants to fight a war of attrition. Although this kind of attack does not pose any threat to him, this offensive is endless. But this guy has learned to be smart, and keeping a distance from himself also means that he wants to avoid his own gravitational constraints. His brain is not bad, and he has learned to be smart. Anyway, Shiki can't win. Instead of spending 3 days and 3 nights with Shiki, it's better to reveal the cards and end the battle as soon as possible. After thinking twice, Lin Nuo decided to make a quick decision. In the next moment, Lin Nuo's momentum skyrocketed like a beast. Just as the slash was approaching the giant lion's head, Lin Nuo's figure disappeared in place like an afterimage. Shave. In the 6-style body art, the combination of moonwalk and shave is used. The premise of this move was imitated when fighting Zephyr and Garp. Lin Nuo turned into a meteor, rushed out from the gap between the 221 attacks, and hit Shiki. This kid won't have learned Marine's 6 moves. Lin Nuo's action made Shiki's jaw drop instantly, and he reacted immediately. He has frequently fought against Marine Zephyr and others, and he can tell the powerful physical skills of the 6 forms at a glance. However, this was not the time to be shocked. Shiki immediately launched Observation Haki with all his strength when seeing this, even though his body tensed up. He doesn't want to be bound by Lin Nuo's weird fruit ability again. If it happens again, this battle will really come to an end. But Shiki was wrong. Lin Nuo didn't intend to activate gravity at all. Lin Nuo soaring into the sky, his power remained undiminished. While his figure was flipping 180 degrees, a terrifying slash no less than that of a great swordsman condensed on his right foot. Tempest Kick Change Hyphenation Point Destroy. The right foot was covered by armament Haki, and with the power of somersault, he kicked from top to bottom. Boom. In a hurry, Shiki could only resist with the double swords covered by armament Haki. Clang. The strong and sharp slash hit the blades of the double knives. Shiki was at a disadvantage by the powerful terrifying force, and was forced to retreat, but fortunately he carried it down. Advertisement. This is what your kid said, a slight improvement in physical skills. This strength and moves are comparable to that guy Zephyr. Who at Meow gave birth to you freak? Even the secret skills that Marine is proud of have been learned by you. The hands holding the black knife began to tremble slightly, and at the same time his face was extremely solemn, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help cursing secretly. How could he not recognize it? This is clearly Marine 6 styles, and it's an enhanced version. Even in Marine, there are very few people who can master the enhanced version of the 6 forms. As this Marine 6 styles. During the battle outside the island, John couldn't help exclaiming after seeing this scene. He often deals with Marine, and he is no stranger to Marine 6 styles, and he has also comprehended 1.5 moves for 6 styles after countless fierce battles with Marine. But compared to Lin Nuo, it is simply a world of difference. Not bad. It's indeed Marine 6 styles. No. It should be an enhanced version of the 6 forms. Silver Axe on the side was a little shocked, and said in a deep voice. In the past, he also studied Marine 6 styles in order to advance his physical skills to the next level. However, after the initial mastery, he stopped practicing. He found that the improvement of the 6 styles is very slow, and if he wants to cultivate to the state of great success, he must go through a lot of tempering. And Lin Nuo has never seen him cast Marine 6 styles before, could it be that he mastered it recently? Silver Axe thought that Lin Nuo's first fierce battle with Marine was the battle with Zephyr and Garp a few days ago when he was fighting for the gold in the sky. It just so happens that both Zephyr and Garp are top players in Grandmaster Marine 6 styles. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and then his eyes widened, not daring to continue thinking about it. After all, it's unbelievable. Silver Axe's words undoubtedly touched everyone's nerves. They just realized at this moment that until now they had seriously underestimated Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo's talent is too scary. The cadre Mr. 5 couldn't help but sighed with emotion, seeing that the crowd didn't speak, and his eyes were fixed on the 2 figures in the sky, he simply didn't speak anymore. While Akoku and Kaido were shocked, their bodies seemed to be on their shoulders like a jack. On the way to surpass Lin Nuo, it seems that there is no hope in sight. After all, Lin Nuo is too pervert. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo kid finally wants to reveal his whole card. Advertisement. I don't know how to deal with Shiki's thick skin. Newgate was a little gloating. Shiki's look deserved to be beaten. He had long wanted to witness the feeling of being beaten. High in the sky, facing Shiki's scolding, Lin Nuo didn't take it seriously. At this moment, he just wanted to end this battle early and receive the rewards from the system. The figure disappeared in place again, fighting towards Shiki. The black knife slashing dragon in his hand gathered a cold light and cut it over. One sword flow reverse dragon slash. The violent slashing roared, turning into a dark black slashing dragon. Roar. The black dragon roared, shaking the entire island, and threw it towards Shihengwo with its bloody mouth. FK, come again. Is it too late? 790. Shiki had just stabilized his figure, and his face became extremely heavy when he saw the black dragon slashing attack with a bloody mouth in front of him. Now Shiki's advantage has long since ceased to exist, and he is overwhelmed by Lin Nuo. For him now, no matter whether it is to activate the fruit ability or to counterattack with swordsmanship, it is already too late. If this slash hits him, then this battle will come to an end. Also talk about what makes Lin Nuo join his pirate group and become his deputy captain. I have to say that it has been a long time since no one has been able to push this uncle to such a point. Lin Nuo. As soon as Shiki thought about it, a roar sounded loudly, and the terrifying aura on his body instantly rose to the peak state. No, it was more terrifying than the peak state. Armament Haki pushed with all his strength, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Sakura 10. The black edge on the withered wood sword became more and more prominent, and the 2 swords formed a cross shape, and stood in front of her impressively. Clang. Longko collided with Sakura 10 and the dead wood, and countless sparks splashed in all directions during the collision. At this moment, high above the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, drizzles fell continuously, and strong winds raged. In the collision between the 2, Shiki's figure has already been lost. Only the black giant dragon was left flying down, falling towards the broken uninhabited island below. Chapter 63 The Persevering Shiki, please order first. Please flowers. A big hole was smashed into the ground. As the smoke continued to dissipate, the figure of Shiki lying in the big pit emerged. Cough. Thought he was dead. As expected of Lin Nuo, the tricks and cards are endless. But this blow is obviously not enough. Shiki held the 2 knives, slowly propped his body up, panting heavily, and said. The whole person was a little embarrassed. The clothes on his body became torn. Holding Sakura 10, the tiger's mouth on the dead wood's hands was shattered by the huge force just now, and blood dripped on the handle of the knife. In order to preserve his strength, Shiki covered his whole body as much as possible. But his hands were numb. Holding Sakura 10, the dead tree began to tremble uncontrollably. And Lin Nuo's figure slowly descended, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he said. How about Shiki? Isn't this move powerful? Lin Nuo said such words in order to let Shiki retreat in the face of difficulties. If he continues to fight, he can't guarantee the life and death between the 2. After all, Shiki is one of the few friends he has had until he came to this world, and he doesn't want to make a choice between life and death for this matter. Boy Lin Nuo, I have to say that the speed at which you grow up is beyond my expectations. But if you want to defeat this uncle, this strength is far from enough. Shiki took a deep breath, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the Conqueror's Haki on his body rose slowly, and all the small pieces around him were swept up by this Haki. If he could defeat Lin Nuo so easily, he wouldn't hold on to Lin Nuo anymore. For his own ambition and future hegemony, how could he lose Golden Lion Shiki here? At this moment, he is already ready to do his best. Cool la 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 la. Is Shiki still not giving up? No wonder. After all, the importance of Lin Nuo in Shiki's eyes. Newgate, who had been watching the battle, saw Shiki refusing to give up and insisting on fighting to the end. A flash of admiration flashed in his eyes, but only for a moment. Is power really so important in Shiki's eyes? It seems that the ambition deep in Shiki's heart is too persistent. Do I think about my future? Advertisement. What? Master Shiki was suppressed by Lin Nuo. How is this possible? You must know that Shiki-sama is the world's top powerhouse. How is it impossible? Didn't you see Master Lin Nuo suppressing Master Shiki? Where did you look? FK, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight? A group of pirates who couldn't see the specific situation of the battle exploded in an instant. While one by one couldn't help exclaiming, they started arguing. Then some pirates made an appointment with each other, and even the pirates watched the broken uninhabited island in the distance and kept talking. On the broken island, Lin Nuo was a little surprised by Shiki's powerful voice. Damn, Shiki, UF G meow, getting more and more addicted. There is also labor and capital, but you are a man, you must be pestering labor and capital to your death. But looking at the determination on Shiki's face, is this the will of the strong? It is still the attitude that only the strong should have. This is not only a fierce battle between him and Shiki, but also a duel between the strong. Now that Shiki has clearly shown his strong posture, then I have no reason to refuse. In this case, let's go all out. I believe that regardless of the result of the victory or defeat, after this time, Shiki will be given a final result. Ha 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 ha. That's the Golden Lion Shiki. A worthy opponent. Then the final round officially begins. This time I will let you lose heartily. Lin Nuo looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, as if he understood something from Shiki, and the strong fighting spirit in his heart erupted like a flood. In his mind, the questions that have been troubling Lin Nuo for a long time seemed to have been answered. Lin Nuo put the black knife Zonlong back into its sheath with a serious face. At this time, the aura on Lin Nuo's body gradually increased, and small electric currents surrounded Lin Nuo's body. The broken ground, smoke, dust and gravel are slowly rising. Advertisement. At this moment, Shiki came to his senses, staring at Lin Nuo in front of him with two black knives in both hands. Although he didn't know why Lin Nuo took the Zonlong back into its sheath. But he is the same great swordsman as Lin Nuo, plus the strong warning of observation Haki. This had to make Shiki vigilant, knowing that the combat power of the man in front of him was not weaker than his own, perhaps in some respects, he had already surpassed him. Shiki's face was heavy. Facing Lin Nuo at this moment, he dared not relax his vigilance. Since the beginning, Lin Nuo's demeanor and aura seemed to have changed, and he didn't know exactly where it changed. The endless sense of crisis made Shiki have to make a move. If Lin Nuo made the first move, he might be completely suppressed by Lin Nuo again like before. Coupled with the strong warning of observation Haki, it makes him completely uneasy. Making up his mind, Shiki swung the two black knives in his hand and slashed towards Lin Nuo. Slash wave. The golden slash almost condensed into substance, turned into a sword light, and rushed towards Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo looked at the fierce attack with a calm face, without changing his face. The next moment, Lin Nuo moved, with his right hand resting on the hilt of the knife, an instant of terror-covered armament Haki, and there was a shocking sword intent in his eyes. Suddenly, from Lin Nuo's body, an earth-shattering sword intent rose up, like a beam of light straight into the sky. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky exploded, and under the strong sword intent, Zhao Nuo's guidance, a huge Uzumaki hole appeared in the eyes of countless people. Pillar of light. Look. The clouds in the sky seemed to be smashed, and the huge Uzumaki that appeared. No way. Is this still made by humans? It's a god. This is sword intent. How is this possible? Can sword intent alone turn the entire sky into an endless hell? Donkey. This scene, like everyone's dream, the world collapsed in an instant, and some pirates who used swordsmanship froze instantly after feeling the sword intent. Where is the figure of Master Lin Nuo? Isn't it there just now? Why did it suddenly disappear? Just as everyone was paying attention to the terrifying scene in the sky, someone exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, everyone quickly shifted their eyes, trying to find Lin Nuo. Chapter 64 God's Rebellion. Draw a sword and slash. Please order first. Please flowers. At the same time, the beam of light that pierced the sky was compressed at the speed of flesh, turning into a sword glow surrounded by black-red thunder. The tip of the knife moved towards Shiki in the distance, and rushed over at a thunderous speed in an instant. Like black lightning, wherever it goes, it completely shatters the surroundings. Shiki's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his admiration. At this moment, only one word comes to Shiki's mind, that is escape. The faster the escape, the better, he is sure, even if he launches armament Haki all over his body to block this blow, the end result will be a near-death situation, he dare not bet on it. Even if he gave up his dignity this time, he would not hesitate at this moment. It is true that he is full of great ambitions in his heart, but he must have his life. But that black lightning was getting faster and faster, even observation Haki couldn't capture its trajectory. Hurry up, it's too fast, this speed is simply beyond common sense. At this moment Shiki wants to avoid the attack, but even if he uses his lion fruit ability at full strength, it will not help. Shiki stopped immediately, looked at the space distortion scene in front of him, gritted his teeth, and let out a loud shout. The terrifying armament Haki on his body instantly covered his whole body, and pointed two black powers at the attacking black light. Roared, "Come on, Lin Nuo boy." The next moment, his body lost its response. Boom. There was the sound of drawing a knife, and then, the black lightning jumped through Shiki instantly like a space jump. And Lin Nuo's figure appeared, holding a black knife and said lightly, "God's rebellion /./." There is only Lin Nuo's voice in the silent sea. The pirates who were watching the battle from a distance had their eyes glazed over, stunned, and froze in place. Including the captain level and some cadres, except Newgate, Rocks. Just at that moment, they were in observation Haki, they had lost their function, and they couldn't even catch Lin Nuo's figure, only saw a black light passing by. Pull, draw the sword and cut. Akoku was pale, covered in cold sweat, muttering to himself. This move draws the sword and slashes, if it were him, he would be disabled even if he did not die. It's a monster meowing. Shit, labor and management want to get their revenge. I'm crazy about meowing, CBFJ. I didn't expect Lin Nuo's swordsmanship to be so powerful. Advertisement. Rocks at the front of the main ship couldn't help admiring Lin Nuo's figure in the distance. As the captain of the Rocks pirates, his strength has reached a certain level, and he rarely admires the fierce battles of ordinary strongmen, except for Lin Nuo this time. Newgate, what do you think of Lin Nuo's sword-drawing move? Rocks' voice sounded, pulling everyone out of shock. This move is really powerful, if it were me. Getting injured is a foregone conclusion. Newgate recalled Lin Nuo's drawing sword just now, and said after a moment of silence. Hearing this, all the cadres frowned and looked at Newgate. Even Newgate admitted that this slash was terrifying. If they met, they would have lost at least half their lives. Hey, look at the sky. No, it's cracked. The sky, the sea, and the deserted island. Isn't the Lin Nuo cadre a god? All the pirates followed, and some of them sat down on the deck in shock from the terrifying sight. This is the scariest scene they have ever seen, as if the sky is collapsing. In the sky, the endless clouds were completely divided into two halves. It's like opening a door to heaven. On the sea, a huge gully stretches endlessly, with no end in sight at a glance, and the sea cannot be closed for a long time. Sea kings that had been chopped into two sections came out of the sea constantly, and the sea was stained with blood, like a ghostly land. On the uninhabited island, the place where Lin Nuo crosses is the center line, which divides the entire island into two. Lin Nuo turned around slowly and looked at Shiki, who was standing still. Blood dripped continuously from the black knife in his hand. Tick. Blood slid down the tip of the knife to the ground. Shiki feels like a lifetime away from what just happened. However, the severe pain in his chest made him vomit a mouthful of blood. Subconsciously, I have been beheaded by Lin Nuo. Plop. Suddenly, Shiki knelt down on one knee, two black knives supported the ground, not letting his body fall down. Cough. Advertisement. Not bad, Lin Nuo boy. This trick is really powerful. I was almost killed by you. Shiki kept panting heavily, his chest was stained red with blood, and the blood from the corner of his mouth dripped to the ground. A look of shock finally flashed across his solemn face. Stretching out his hand to caress the sword wound on his chest, this is the long-awaited pain. For Lin Nuo's swordsmanship, Shiki felt that it was no less than himself from the beginning to the end. But after Lin Nuo's fierce battle, he felt the tremendous pressure. However, it was the first time Shiki was terrified when he drew his sword and slashed. If Shiki hadn't covered armament Haki all over his body, he might have pierced his chest with the blow just now, but it's also uncomfortable now, the slash broke his armament Haki. A line that only sticks to the zero distance cuts through the bones. Even so, it should not be underestimated. To know that his own armament Haki has reached a high level. Under the double defense of hardening and winding, Lin Nuo's swordsmanship was still able to break through his own armament Haki and cut him. If it is Shiki's swordsmanship, he is not absolutely sure to break through the hardened winding of high-level armament Haki. It is conceivable that this move is so ferocious. Kneeling on one knee, Shiki's aura weakened a bit. Blood dripped slowly from the wound on his chest. Lin Nuo's swordsmanship made him feel a brief throbbing. But it was replaced by a strong fighting spirit in just a short time. Jihahaha Lin Nuo boy, I was almost killed by you. Shiki put away the two black knives supporting his body, and stood up faintly. While standing up, his face gradually became grim. After Shiki stood up, the scar on his chest appeared in everyone's sight. Did you see that? Master Shiki was cut on the chest. No way, I didn't expect Shiki-sama to be cut, what a joke. Master Lin Nuo is so scary. Even Master Shiki armament Haki can break through. Except for Rocks and the cadres, everyone felt incredible when they saw this scene. That's how it feels. Chapter 65 Armament Haki released, ask for the first order. Ask for flowers. Shiki looked down at the wound on his chest and muttered to himself. It looked like blood was dripping on the chest, but no bones or internal organs were injured, only skin trauma. But this pain didn't affect Shiki in the slightest. On the contrary, I feel nostalgic, the feeling of being hurt for a long time. With Shiki's current strength, the amount of damage he can get in the sea is no more than 2 slaps. But he also grew from a weak person to a strong person step by step. Lin Nuo stared at Golden Lion Shiki with his back facing him, his face wrinkled slightly. After all, I still underestimated Shiki, originally thought that this blow would cause a lot of injuries to Shiki. Unexpectedly, it was just causing some skin trauma. It's right to think about it, as a legendary level big pirate powerhouse, in the future, he will forcibly break into naval headquarters Marineford alone in the future, forcing Senguo and Garp to join forces. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, Shiki was captured. If Shiki wanted to leave at that time, perhaps Garp, Sengoku would not be able to stop him. Not at all, I thought this attack would cause you a lot of injuries, but it seems like I'm overthinking it. Besides, if you die, I will just build a tomb for you. Lin Nuo raised his mouth slightly, shook his head, and said jokingly. As an opponent, Lin Nuo respects Shiki's decision and believes that Shiki agrees with the same. Lin Nuo's response made the injured Shiki twitch. Lin Nuo in battle is really annoying, but we are friends too. Shiki turned around slowly, faced Lin Nuo in the distance, and couldn't help but praise. Lin Nuo, I have to admit that you are the scariest talent I have ever seen. The improvement of strength is as simple as drinking water. But possessing the talent and strength of an evildoer does not mean that you can defeat my uncle, the Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki grinned and shouted loudly, his eyes full of fighting intent. The momentum on his body exploded again, and he returned to the peak in an instant. This is not over yet, breaking the original peak state and reaching new heights. Advertisement. Huh, I have to say Shiki, you are really persistent. Then I can only risk my life to accompany the gentleman. Hearing this, Lin Nuo frowned, looking a little surprised, but his eyes immediately became heavy. Lin Nuo noticed that Shiki's aura is more terrifying than the previous peak state, or it has reached a certain height. Originally standing at the top of the sea, it would be even more difficult to further improve one's own strength. But this situation has already appeared in front of Lin Nuo. At this time Shiki moved, and since he was injured by Lin Nuo, he launched an offensive against Lin Nuo again. At this time, Shiki's whole body and the 2 big sharp knives in his hands, Sakura Ten and Dead Wood, are covered by high-level armament haki, and both hardening and winding are activated simultaneously. Lin Nuo's observation haki sensed that the armament haki on Shiki's body seemed to be thicker than before. Shiki Guy's armament haki has become stronger. Lin Nuo muttered to himself, with doubts attached to his tone. Although Shiki suffered from Lin Nuo's loss before, this injury has little effect on him. It gave Shiki some sort of boost himself. From the beginning to the end, Rock's observation haki never left the 2 people on the broken ground in the distance. After noticing the strangeness, he opened his mouth rarely and analyzed. He still has a fairly good understanding of Shiki, and this kind of attack is not enough to make Shiki lose his combat power. The decisive game between the 2 depends on the next battle situation. That guy Shiki's aura has become stronger than when it was at its peak. While Whitebeard Newgate observation haki observes the 2, he also feels the terrifying aura from Shiki, which is getting bigger and bigger. When Rocks heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he stopped talking. He also has a lot of expectations for the decisive battle between the 2. Slash wave. Shiki, who broke through the peak, crossed the 2 black knives, and the terrifying sword intent was attached to the knives. At the same time, the 2 black knives shrouded in black arrogance, instantly cut 2 slashes. The slash turned into a black on, instantly crossed the distance, and came to Lin Nuo. Although the speed was not as fast as Lin Nuo's sword slash before, it was more than twice as fast as Shiki's slash. Advertisement. Even the sword intent and momentum became more and more fierce. Lin Nuo felt a powerful impact rushing towards his face. Asking for flowers. The most important thing is that slash wave has changed from the previous gold to the black in front of it, and the lightning-like haki around it is almost the same. Lin Nuo didn't have time to think about it, so he raised his hand and made 2 slashes to block the incoming slashes. But Lin Nuo's slash hadn't touched it yet. When the 2 black slashes were struck, Lin Nuo's slash was instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing that Shiki's slash was getting faster and faster, he was already approaching him. A solemn look appeared in Lin Nuo's eyes, and armament haki instantly covered the blade of the dragon-slaying saber and stood in front of him. Boom, boom. In the terrifying collision, Lin Nuo's surroundings were like a storm of more than 10 levels, setting off countless gravel and residual wood. 0. In an instant, cracks appeared on the ground in all directions of Lin Nuo, and at the center point where the 2 collided, the ground began to collapse like tofu. As for Lin Nuo's figure, he was forcefully forced back a dozen steps, and felt the pressure of the slash on his body, which was several times stronger than the sword intent Shiki slashed out before. While looking at Shiki in shock, it seems that he has guessed something in his heart. These 2 slashes not only contained Shiki's sword intent, but this guy actually strengthened armament haki on the slash. Reminiscent of his 2 slashes just now, he was instantly shattered before touching the black slash wave. Armed color release. No. You can also say the armed color emission. Lin Nuo's face became extremely serious. This is Armament Haki's high-level combat skill, and it is a terrifying power that can only be displayed if Armament Haki is cultivated to that level. And such a terrifying power, only a few people in the New World can do it. Even in the One Piece comics, Monkey D. Luffy, the son of time, learned to bear the burden of humiliation in Wano Kuni's prison. Release Armament Haki and turn it into substantial attack and defense. Hit a powerful impact to knock the enemy into the air, and it can also form a protective wall covering the body, which can even defend against non-existent attacks. In Summit War, Marine 3 Admiral knocked Whitebeard Newgate into the air with the concussion force. Chapter 66 Shiki's face, ask for the First Order. Ask for flowers. When this scene appeared in front of the eyes of all the cadres, their jaws dropped in shock. This is. Mr. 5 couldn't believe it, he didn't expect Shiki to raise Armament Haki to such a stage. In this scene, only the two of Marine Admiral and Rocks, who was at the front of the main ship, said with a smile. As Armament Haki out, looks like Shiki has raised Armament Haki to this level too. Newgate frowned and said slowly. Armament Haki uses high-level skills, and only when Armament Haki reaches a certain level can he achieve the power. As one of the Rocks pirates, he is one of the few who can master Armament Haki's advanced skills. On the other hand, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin and others felt the crisis and anxiety of 080 in their hearts. Their own Armament Haki can only be hardened and entangled now, and it is far from enough to be like Shiki, with armed colors outside. Cool la 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 la. Shiki is hiding a lot. That's right. After all, Lin Nuo's strength lies there. If he still has a strong hole card, then there is no doubt about the outcome of the battle between the two. However, Lin Nuo is in trouble now, I don't know how he will deal with it. Newgate looked at the figures of the two fighting on the dilapidated deserted island, and said expectantly. As the number one player in combat power other than Rocks, Newgate has mastered Armament Haki's high-level combat skills shortly after he joined the Rocks pirates. On the dilapidated desert island, Lin Nuo took advantage of the gap that Lin Nuo had just blocked Black's slash. Golden Lion Shiki swung Sakura 10 again, dead wood, and slashed several black slashes. Lin Nuo was panting slightly, Observation Haki was always on guard against Shiki. Immediately counterattacked, holding the black knife to slay the dragon, he made more than a dozen slashes in a row, and went head-on. But with Lin Nuo's more than 10 strikes, he could only crush 2 black strikes. The remaining 2 were rushing towards him at top speed. Shave. Advertisement. Lin Nuo did not continue to slash and counterattack, but chose to evade, and launch Marine 6 styles in a blink of an eye. The figure disappeared instantly, and Black slashed like a ferocious lion roaring past. Wherever it went, a bottomless ravine was suddenly broken on the ground, directly running through the entire deserted island, rushing straight to the sea outside the island, until it disappeared into the endless sea. In order to avoid the influence of Black's slash, Lin Nuo constantly launched Marine 6 styles, and also took advantage of this gap to quickly approach Shiki. The speed is like an afterimage, and it is difficult to capture even ordinary observation Haki. But Shiki's observation Haki was also upgraded to a high level, and Lin Nuo's figure was instantly captured by Shiki. Immediately, he activated his Proud Lion Fruit ability, his figure was close to the ground, and the next moment the ground seemed to be under his control. Wielding the black sword Sakura 10 with both hands, the dead wood, countless tiny lightnings entwined with powerful black ons. Countless slashes rushed towards Lin Nuo. Jia ha 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 ha, how are you going to dodge this time? Give up. Become a member of my uncle's ship. Shiki looked at Lin Nuo who kept dodging, and couldn't help laughing triumphantly. Under the absolute strength of my uncle, even Lin Nuo, who is as talented as a monster, can only become the deputy captain of my command. Shiki, is your face really annoying? Lin Nuo looked at Shiki's smug face and couldn't help complaining. Do you really think that with the high-level combat skills of armed color, I can't do anything to you Shiki? Even if Shiki's defense and attack power have increased several times, Lin Nuo still has a whole card if he wants to deal with it. He just wanted to test the extent to which Shiki's armed color had been released. What's more, if you release Armament Haki with all your strength, the consumption of stamina and Haki is twice the usual. Once Haki and his physical strength are exhausted, he will be at the mercy of others just like Luffy at that time. But Lin Nuo couldn't bear to see Shiki's embarrassed face all the time. God Rebellion Point Dragon Hunter. As the sound fell, Lin Nuo's figure was like an afterimage, dodging the countless attacks. The figure leapt into the sky, and the black knife in his hand locked Shiki and chopped him off. With a fierce slash, it suddenly turned into a ferocious black dragon, opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Shiki. Advertisement. The black dragon was like a broken bamboo, and was smashed by several black slashes from Vice Admiral. After all, it's Lin Nuo, who is so difficult to deal with. Shiki's face was serious, and then he activated the lion fruit and disappeared in place. Although Lin Nuo's slash was ferocious, it wasn't too strong for him to resist, but Shiki didn't intend to confront Lin Nuo head-on. Shiki knows in his heart that in the current state, he has been activating Armament Haki and continuously attacking Lin Nuo, which will consume too much of his own physical strength and Haki, and he will not be able to save it for a long time. As a matter of urgency, he can only preserve his strength as much as possible so as to defeat Lin Nuo as soon as possible. Lin Nuo in the sky is about to launch Observation Haki to capture Shiki's next attack. Who knows that Shiki didn't intend to fight back, but chose to dodge. Choose to run away. It's a bit out of Shiki's way. Lin Nuo was a little surprised. After all, according to his previous fighting habits, it was impossible for Shiki to choose to dodge. At this moment, Lin Nuo observation Haki issued an early warning. An afterimage quickly rushed towards him. That's right, it was Shiki. In a blink of an eye, Shiki's figure appeared above Lin Nuo. Successful. Shiki had a ferocious face, and aimed at the top of Lin Nuo's head with two black knives in his hand, cutting 3.0. Fortunately, Lin Nuo's observation Haki had already noticed it and responded immediately. The black sword Zanlong was held horizontally above the head, and the blade was covered by the powerful armament Haki. Boom. Boom. Shiki would not miss this opportunity, and immediately exploded with armed color, and the two black knives were wrapped in a terrifying arrogance. The powerful burst of terror instantly chopped Lin Nuo flying, and Lin Nuo's body was like a cannonball, falling from the sky at high speed. The already dilapidated ground exploded again and sank severely. The powerful impact force set off a burst of sand and dust, completely covering the surrounding area. And Shiki's extremely powerful blow made some pirates who supported Shiki jump for joy. Chapter 67 Lin Nuo. It's great, but it consumes a little mana. Please subscribe. Please flowers. Look, that's our Shiki-sama, invincible. Let me just say, how could Master Shiki lose? Which brat said something bad about Master Shiki just now? Stand up and see if labor and management don't beat you out of shit. Ah, Master Lin Nuo is too young after all. Zhang is still old and spicy. These pirates who supported Shiki felt unconvinced for a while when they saw Shiki was injured. Now I have seen Master Lin Nuo being knocked down from a high altitude by Master Shiki, and they are rushing to justify Shiki's name. At this moment, the giant pit slowly dispersed. The figure of Lin Nuo is revealed, and the whole body is covered by the powerful armament Haki. The whole body is in addition to being a little embarrassed. No injuries. Damn, it's labor and management who said something bad. What's wrong? The bullhead over there, why do you want to fight? Bullhead, UF asterisk 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 G meow, proud of a hammer. See if you see, our Lord Lin Nuo, even if we were knocked down by 21, we were not injured. It's not decided yet, you call a hammer. Long live Master Lin Nuo. The pirates who supported Lin Nuo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they had put their entire fortune on Lin Nuo. If Master Lin Nuo loses, we will have to eat the northwest wind next. Lin Nuo. Shiki. Damn. Rocks, Newgate and others quietly watched what happened on the desert island. Lin Nuo can always surprise people. No one knows how much Lin Nuo has hidden, but they have never seen it from the beginning to the end. Lin Nuo is going all out. So, regarding Lin Nuo's strength, they dare not assert. This armament Haki is really powerful. But you should also be aware of the disadvantages of this state. Lin Nuo looked at Shiki floating in the air, and said lightly. In the series of offensives just now, he seems to understand a lot about armament Haki's external skills. To release the armed color, you need to be proficient in the subtle control of Haki. Advertisement. Although it can be turned into substantial strengthening of one's own attacks and moves, as well as defense. But it has a fatal flaw, excessive consumption of Haki and physical strength, which will shorten the lifespan. Gia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo boy, are you sympathizing with me? Shiki laughed and didn't care about himself at all, because this battle is related to his future ambitions. Even if the excessive consumption affects life, Lin Nuo's value is far beyond this lifespan. No, not at all. I'm just analyzing the disadvantages of putting out armed colors. So think about how long you can last. Lin Nuo shook his head, looked at Shiki and said calmly. Your mouth is really annoying. Lin Nuo kid, as for how long I can last, let's see who falls first. Shiki frowned, and Lin Nuo's words made him extremely unhappy, but he didn't get angry, instead he replied. You brat, let's see how I rub you against the ground later. When you are defeated by this uncle, you will board my boat at that time, and see how this uncle will train your annoying mouth. Shiki, this battle should be almost over. This move is the most powerful sword technique I have so far. Once it is shot, it cannot be stopped. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. Lin Nuo's eyes were deep, his expression became indifferent, and the terrifying sword intent rose up all over his body. While he was cultivating the great solution of swordsmanship, although he didn't develop his own sword moves in a short period of time. However, before this fierce battle between Roger and Whitebeard Newgate, Roger's swordsmanship and divine avoidance gave Lin Nuo a lot of openness in swordsmanship. In addition to the mastery of swordsmanship, he re-specializes in the synthesis. The comprehensive moves that combine body skills and Haki, swordsmanship and fruit abilities are combined and launched at the same time. Its attack range, speed, and power are several times stronger than the previous one. But the only disadvantage is that it consumes too much mana, stamina. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and his tone became indifferent. Shiki's pupils shrank, and when he heard Lin Nuo's words and the terrifying arrogance surrounding him, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help becoming nervous. Advertisement. For the strongest move that Lin Nuo said, Shiki is convinced. The battle between the two of them has been done at this moment, and countless whole cards have been revealed in the battle, and it has reached the final round. Gia ha 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 ha. In this case, let's use the last move to decide the winner. The muscles of Shiki's whole body were tense, and the Sakura 10 in his hand, the dead wood was gripped even tighter. Taking a deep breath, the Conqueror's Haki was activated instantly. In an instant, a world-shattering momentum was set off around Shiki, countless gravels, residual wood, smoke and dust splashed, the clouds in the dark sky were shaken away, and thunder after thunder beat against the deserted island. While the two looked at each other, they were ready to gather their strength to launch the final blow at any time, and the ground under their feet was filled with cracks. Lin Nuo held a black knife to block the dragon in front of his chest. The next moment. Rumble. Lin Nuo's calf exerted force suddenly, and the ground under his feet exploded. The ground sank in, and began to spread and explode. In an instant, the fruit ability domain quickly enveloped the entire 540 island at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the invisible gravity in the domain was several times stronger than when it was robbing the gold in the sky before. The broken ground was shrouded, and gradually began to subside, with potholes and pits appearing all over the entire deserted island. Kacha, kacha. In an instant, the dilapidated deserted island became disintegrated and fragmented. Look, the island is shrouded in some power, and the island is starting to explode. It appears the island is reaching its end of life. It's terrible. The battle between Master Shiki and Master Lin Nuo completely destroyed the entire island. After many shocks, the pirates in the distance seemed to have gotten used to it. Looking at the scene of the deserted island gradually disintegrating in the distance, he sighed one after another. Just when everyone thought that the deserted island was about to sink completely, the surrounding seawater suddenly began to stir. As if having life, it began to recede rapidly, and the next moment, the entire sea level began to drop. Countless creatures in the sea were stranded in place before they had time to recede with the sea water. At this time, the sea surrounding the center of the deserted island instantly turned into a continent. The pirates who watched the battle only had shock in their eyes and they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Chapter 68 Fighting to the last moment. Ask for the first order. Ask for flowers. Big, the sea is gone. How is this possible? Yes, my eyes must be hallucinating. How could the sea become land? I feel like something big is going to happen next. My heart is inexplicably feeling extremely uneasy. How about you? I think so too, but I don't know why. At the same time, the cadre Silver Axe looked at the scene in front of him, and at the same time he was shocked, and seemed to feel that this scene seemed familiar. He unintentionally glanced at Whitebeard Pure Gate in front of him. It's terrifying. Lin Nuo's fruit ability can do this. Newgate stared at the disappearing sea in front of his eyes, and was shocked by Lin Nuo's fruit ability. Intense uneasiness welled up in my heart. Being able to completely disappear the sea means. Rocks, who stood at the front, crossed his arms and stared ahead, with a serious expression on his face, as if he had sensed something. In the field, the dilapidated destruction scenes all shocked its horror. At this moment, Shiki's shoulders were like an invisible jack pressing down on his whole body, and he was extremely shocked in his heart by the terrifying realm displayed by Lin Nuo. Even if the whole body is wrapped in armament haki, the pressure is still heavy, and it even makes him feel like he wants to suffocate. Lin Nuo, you really want to kill yourself? Shiki looked at Lin Nuo with a calm face in the distance in horror. The terrifying invisible gravitational oppression made his body start to become dull, but he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But immediately, he looked down at his feet in disbelief. Just when Shiki took 2 steps back, there were footprints on the ground that collapsed. At this moment, Shiki felt a tinge of fear in his heart, the first time in a long time. As the gravity in Lin Nuo's domain still slowly rising, it seems that Lin Nuo is not going to let himself avoid it. Shiki smiled wryly and shook his head self-deprecatingly. Whether it's an instinctive reaction or his own psychological effect, he must not sit still at this moment. He is very clear about what he will face next. Advertisement. Shiki's gaze became determined, and he immediately launched an attacking posture. A large number of gravel and earth clods scattered around the body gathered into the air, because of the terrifying gravity in Lin Nuo's domain. This made Shiki couldn't help cursing inwardly. You're crazy. This boy's fruit ability is intended to restrain my Uncle Lion fruit. These gravels and wooden things are actually several times heavier than before. Although the intensity of manipulation has increased and the physical strength consumed has doubled, but now it is too late for Shi to take it into consideration. Countless clods of soil and gravel quickly formed dozens of majestic giant lions. The densely packed giant lions moved towards Shiki in all directions, seeming to be consciously defending Shiki. Looking at this scene, Lin Nuo suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. The sharp sword intent of the great swordsman soared into the sky, and the black knife Zonlong in his hand hummed violently, and there was a resonance between the two. On Black's blade, armament haki entangled, and the sword energy condensed crazily. At this time, the invisible repulsive force in Lin Nuo's hand was like flowing water, covering the entire black blade. The four are superimposed, and the power soars, unprecedentedly terrifying and powerful. It's almost time to end. Lin Nuo's body was shaken, and he fell with the voice. With full force, Marine 6 styles shaved, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. So fast, faster than before. In the distance, observation haki focused on Shiki. Even though he was guarded by dozens of giant lions, the hairs all over his body exploded, and his pupils shrank sharply. In an instant, use observation haki to capture Lin Nuo's figure frantically. Similarly, Lin Nuo activated the Marine secret skill, which is more proficient than before. Previously, Lin Nuo was not yet fully proficient in the shaving flow, but once, after Lin Nuo thoroughly mastered it, the speed reached ultimate, and he controlled the airflow meticulously, leaving no trace at all. Suddenly, Shiki moved, and waved the Sakura wood in his hand, dead wood, with the earth-shattering roar. Roar. Dozens of giant lions opened their jaws wide, biting towards the position where Lin Nuo's figure was captured just now. But if you want to rely on this attack, it is far from being able to stop Lin Nuo. Advertisement. Of course Shiki also understands this, those attacks just now are just a way to kill Lin Nuo. Lion Twin Swords Thousand Slice Valley. The next moment, Shiki's aura soared, his arms danced like demons. Countless thunderous black slashes covered the sky and covered the sun, completely blocking the trajectory of Lin Nuo's actions in just an instant. Lin Nuo didn't care about the countless black cuts all over the sky, his whole body turned into a sword light, and his figure was like a perfect posture of drawing a sword. It seemed to be an indestructible protection, facing countless slashing blows, it did not break a trace of defense. Quote. Armed color release. Shiki's face changed drastically, and he hastily launched an armed high-level combat technique, but this time it was not a slash that was strengthened, but directly covered the entire body. With a sound of, dang, Shiki's body seemed to be wrapped in burning gas flames, holding two black knives standing upright in front of his chest. Lin Nuo's body formed a sword-drawing posture, and the four forces condensed on the black sword slaying the dragon. That's right, before that, Lin Nuo used the fruit ability as the basis, and compressed it onto the black sword-slashing dragon with invisible repulsive force. In a way, the calendar of cohesive destruction is no match for the concussion force of Whitebeard's new cover. The card is the powerful Wu Wei Qi hardened winding and Lin Nuo's terrifying sword intent like a great swordsman. The next moment, the nearby air wailed, nose seemed to have encountered something terrible. Shiki couldn't help taking a step back, staring at the black knife in Lin Nuo's hand with horror on his face. The aura emanating from it made him flinch. It felt as if his soul was trembling. On the main pirate ship at the front, Rocks noticed that the black knife on Lin Nuo's waist exuded a strong killing intent, his face was extremely dignified, and he said with some reproach. What nonsense. It was just a duel, but it turned into a battle of life and death by these two guys. If Lin Nuo cut him down with this knife, with Shiki's current state, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Whoever gets into an accident or is seriously injured between the two will undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the Rocks pirates and seriously affect his future plans. A terrorist operation that gave Marine crazy revenge, and Shiki played a crucial role. Chapter 69 Fighting to the last moment 2 Please order first. Please flowers. Even if all the common pirate crew members of the Rocks pirates are dead, nothing will happen to Shiki. What's more, Shiki is one of the high-level combat forces of the Rocks pirates, and its strength is weaker than that of Whitebeard and Newgate. The ultimate goal of Rocks is to overthrow the world government. No matter what the situation is, Shiki himself can't do anything. The Rocks won't let that happen either. Rocks stared solemnly at Lin Nuo's figure in the distance, as if he had made up his mind. This kid Lin Nuo is really an out-and-out monster. Even he himself can feel the terrifying power contained in that black knife and the threat it brings. At this moment, Rocks moved, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stepped out and disappeared from the bow of the ship, heading straight for the dilapidated island. As for Rocks' actions, shock appeared in the eyes of the cadres. They didn't expect that Rocks would actually make a move to completely resolve the battle between the two. Even Newgate's face changed drastically, he didn't expect the battle between the two to develop to this point. Seeing Rocks rushing towards the island, he immediately chased after him with the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi in his hand. Lin Nuo's right hand rested on the handle of the knife at his waist, and the whole body and the black knife exuded a destructive aura. 457 At this moment, his face looked pale, and his originally steady breathing became heavy. At this time, Lin Nuo's state was almost the same as Shiki's. From the beginning of the fierce battle to this moment, countless hole cards were frequently played, and the consumption of physical strength had reached the limit. If Shiki cannot be defeated by this knife, then the winner of this battle will be completely hopeless with him. But Lin Nuo firmly believes that after this knife, there will be the result he wants. Gia ha 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 ha. S asterisk 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 Y and ferocious laughter resounded throughout the island, and so did Shiki. If he couldn't block Lin Nuo's trick, he wouldn't say he could survive, but serious injuries were unavoidable. And the significance of this battle, he has bet on his future ambitions, he must not lose here. Lion Majesty. Govern place Earth coiling. Countless huge black lions condense, this move is dozens of times stronger than all the previous moves, and it is also one of Shiki's last trump cards. Advertisement. At this moment, his physical strength is running out, and the armament Haki covering his body has dissipated. Only the dual-wielding Sakura 10 and the dead would maintain it. The two men moved, and shot at the same time. Lin Nuo clenched the handle of the black knife at his waist, and pulled it out at this time, drawing a golden light sword aura that could penetrate the entire sky. At this moment, the entire sky was shrouded in a golden light. At the same time, Shiki crossed his swords and cut out two black lights, soaring into the sky, guarding countless giant lions around Shiki, roaring and trembling the entire sea area, and followed closely behind. At this time, the space between heaven and earth and the sea seemed to be completely frozen. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Nuo and Shiki seemed to disappear, leaving only two ultimate terrorist attacks. Buzz. Clang. The collision between the two created a terrifying aftermath that rushed in all directions, and the dilapidated island was shattered, and sand and stones were splashed. After the two attacks were in a stalemate for a few seconds, Heizan was completely torn apart and disappeared instantly. And the countless lions that were chasing after him were also crushed mercilessly at the moment Heizan was completely crushed, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Shiki looked at this scene. His heart was like a thunderbolt, unwilling to reconcile. He wanted to crazily gather the whole body's strength to fight back or avoid the terrifying attack. But his physical strength has long been exhausted, not to mention Shiki wants to counterattack and dodge. Even if he wants to launch lion fruit, he can't do it. Shiki's body is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His figure pauses in the air, waiting for endless death to come. At this time, a lightning-like figure flashed past him. A man, CBEI, with flowing hair and afro stood in front of Shiki. The dark flames constantly emerging from his body were like an endless abyss, devouring everything and filling the entire battlefield. Rocks frowned slightly, covered the powerful armament Haki with clenched fists, and pushed forward slowly. Suddenly, it was like a slash that cut through the sky, but it was stopped abruptly. Countless sparks flew, but it was impossible to move forward half a step. Rocks narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands burst out with a desperate abyss ability, and his hands trembled. An invisible impact erupted, and the slashing bullets that forced Shiki to despair flew out. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, another burly figure appeared behind Rocks in an instant. A semi-transparent halo was attached to the fist of bursting muscles, and then it smashed towards the air in front of it. Catch. Cracks suddenly appeared in the space and continued to spread in all directions, followed by the power of terrifying shocks. Completely shatter the remaining slashing sword energy, storm, thunder and the upcoming tsunami hundreds of meters high. The originally crumbling island began to sink at this moment, and was quickly submerged by the endless sea water at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only some broken stones standing on the sea were left, and 4 people were suspended above the sea. What nonsense, you two. Rocks glanced at the two of them, and said in a low tone while looking relaxed. Captain Rocks. Lin Nuo looked at Rocks inexplicably, and was able to react. At this time, Rocks made a shot at a critical moment, which was clearly protecting Shiki. If you think about it, Shiki is one of the few Rocks pirates, and his strength ranks at the forefront of all the cadres. If Shiki has 3 advantages and 2 shortcomings, it will undoubtedly be a great loss for the Rocks pirates. If it were a group of pirate crew members, Rocks would definitely not intervene because of this, die anyway, there are many crew members anyway. Lin Nuo narrowed his eyes, and kept looking at Rocks, who was bursting out with a bottomless momentum. Even Lin Nuo didn't expect that Rocks could blow away one of the biggest hole cards he was proud of so easily. Rocks' strength really exceeded his expectations. Really, Lin Nuo was not the only one who was shocked. Shiki was also the same, looking at the back of Rocks in horror, muttering to himself. He personally experienced the horror of Lin Nuo's slashing attack. He released armament Haki and attached his own sword intent. And supplemented by the fruit ability, countless methods and whole cards were played together, and Lin Nuo's slashing attack was instantly defeated with absolute crushing momentum. Chapter 70 Rocks strikes. The battle ends. Ask for the first order. Ask for flowers. And Rocks can block it so easily and bounce it off just by using the auxiliary weapon. How strong is Rocks' strength? Even Newgate, who came along with him, had a look of shock in his eyes. He originally thought that his strength should be slightly inferior to Rocks, but after seeing the scene just now, he re-evaluated Rocks' strength in his heart. Newgate understood that even Lin Nuo had to spend a lot of effort to get out of the danger just now with Lin Nuo's attack with all his strength. Under the fierce battle, the consumption of physical strength and Haki was extremely huge, and the exhaustion was extremely impressive, eroding his whole body. Lin Nuo's figure slowly landed on the broken boulder, and he couldn't help kneeling on one knee, holding the black knife Zonlong in his right hand to support his body. Not only that, but Shiki's condition was more serious than Lin Nuo's. His chest was cut open by the aftermath of Lin Nuo's slash, and his whole body was stained red with blood. In addition, Shiki's continuous activation of armed colors will consume more physical strength. At this time, Shiki seems to be spinning. If it is not supported by a strong will, he will faint in the next moment. And Whitebeard Newgate noticed Shiki's strange, big, muscular hands, and immediately grabbed Shiki, who was about to fall. After Shiki felt Newgate's breath, he forced his will and wanted to break Newgate's hand, but his body was too tired to let him move. Cool la 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 la. If you don't want to die, don't move. I don't recommend throwing you into the sea. Newgate looked at the Shiki in his hand who was about to hold on, laughed loudly, and said. After hearing Newgate's words, Shiki no longer struggled, but just let out a cold snort and let Newgate grab him. Taking advantage of this time, Shiki began to recover his physical strength. After all, after this battle, his physical strength was severely depleted, and even his vitality was drained. Lin Nuo was much more relaxed than Shiki. Taking advantage of the time just now to recover a little strength, Lin Nuo slowly stood up. What a terrifying talent and strength. Ha 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 ha. It seems that in a few years, my strength will catch up with me. Rocks stared at Lin Nuo, who stood up slowly, and said with satisfaction. Advertisement. Talent is like a monster, and he is less than 20 years old. Even Rocks, he can't compare with Lin Nuo. Rocks is a little fortunate that Lin Nuo is under his command. If he joins the Marine camp, he may become a cancer in his heart. Until now, Rock's hands still feel the pain from that slash. Hearing Rock's approval, Lin Nuo just wanted to respond, but Shiki, who was held by Newgate, spoke with some difficulty. Captain Rocks is right, now you have surpassed me. Lin Nuo boy, I declare. The winner of this battle is you. Shiki broke Newgate's big hand. Lion Fruit started, his body floated in the air, and floated towards Lin Nuo, with a disappointed face on his face, he said with a little emotion. He really wanted to bring Lin Nuo under his command and become his vice captain, but now it seems that his dream has come to nothing. However, for the strength shown by Lin Nuo, Shiki was convinced by the defeat without any complaints. If it weren't for the Rocks and Whitebeard Newgate's shots at the last minute, he might be on the board now. Shiki, you're not too bad, you're actually in full control of your armor. Lin Nuo looked at Shiki's bitter face, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said slowly. At this time, rich laughter sounded, and Whitebeard Newgate patted Shiki's shoulder that seemed to be falling apart, and said. Cool la 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 la, not bad Shiki. I have mastered the high-level combat skills of armed color release so quickly. This shot was so good that it almost shattered Shiki's entire body. Newgate is endless, isn't it? Get your paws off my uncle. Shiki resisted the pain coming from his body, gritted his teeth angrily, and looked at Newgate with a fierce look on his face, as if saying, if I can beat you, I will blow your dog's head off. Newgate heard the words, threw Shiki from the big hand, and ignored it. Mainly Shiki looked so beaten up, just regained some strength, didn't want to hit him again. Advertisement. *7. It's almost time. Lin Nuo go back and have a good rest. You are Shiki too, let's heal your injury first. There are still important things for you to do next. It's time for those marine guys to bear the wrath of my Rocks. Rocks stared at Shiki, then glanced at Shiki, Lin Nuo, and Newgate, and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate all became serious. Even Lin Nuo, Shiki began to approach Rocks, wanting to hear what Rocks will do next. Originally, Captain Rocks didn't mention the ghost hidden in the Rocks pirate group, and they wouldn't open their mouths to ask. But now, since Rocks mentioned it, he must have some clues about the inner ghost hiding in the Rocks pirate group, and he plans to take crazy revenge on Marine. At the same time that the three of them were serious, Rocks also noticed that the three of them were strange, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, that Mouse and Marine will surely bear my crazy revenge. The three of them see through, but after looking at each other, they follow in Rocks' footsteps one after another. Rocks did not convene an advanced cadre meeting, but instead told the matter to Lin Nuo in private. Obviously Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate are not on the list of Rocks' suspicions. It is also to make them ready after that, which is beneficial to the next action. Rocks' thoughts are running. Judging from the current situation, the friction between the Rocks pirates and naval headquarters has begun to intensify. I think it's not far from the Battle of the Valley of the Gods in the pirate comics. Lin Nuo clenched his fists, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Before that, he had to improve his own strength. Not to mention being able to surpass Rocks at that time, at least he had to have enough strength to rival Rocks. As for the ghost in the Rocks pirates, he doesn't care at all. As long as you have absolute strength, no matter how big the conspiracy is, it will be useless. All the pirates who watched the battle saw that the battle was over, so they didn't stay any longer, and returned to Hive Island one after another. Chapter 71 Haki Ascension. Rocks come, but the news of the shocking battle between Lin Nuo and Shiki continued to spread throughout the Hive Island. Undoubtedly, this battle was nothing short of a natural disaster. The entire deserted island completely sank into the sea and disappeared on the map of New World. This battle is deeply imprinted in their minds. John, Ochaku, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and other captain-level pirates didn't say anything. But the lingering slash in their minds made them deeply feel Lin Nuo's terror. Especially Ochaku and Kaido, they have always been very dissatisfied with Lin Nuo, but this time after seeing Lin Nuo's horror, Lin Nuo's back is like a mountain that cannot be crossed. Lin Nuo, the party involved in this battle, fell asleep after returning to the Hive Island. Until the next morning, I dragged my exhausted body. 153, ding, congratulations to host for successfully completing the task. Congratulations to host for receiving the rewards of this mission. Advanced Armed Color Utilization Skills, Armed Color Release, emission. Ding. This mission reward cannot be stored in the inventory, the system will directly give it to the host. Lin Nuo opened his eyes, and the system notification sounded in his mind. Immediately, I felt that my own armament haki was improving, and the strength of armament haki had far surpassed before. And the skill of using the armed color externally covers the whole body like a terrifying arrogance. Compared with the previous winding and covering, Haki's strengthening and defense power have directly doubled several times. The problem that has been puzzling Lin Nuo before has been solved at this time. Lin Nuo couldn't help laughing. Although his whole body was sore and his back was sore, the battle with Shiki allowed him to get armament haki, which was obviously a huge profit. At this time, Lin Nuo has already caught up with Golden Lion Shiki in the strength of armament haki. If he fights Shiki again, Lin Nuo will have the upper hand, and the outcome will not be as difficult as yesterday. Lin Nuo opened the personal void panel that she was proud of. Host. Lin Nuo. Devil Fruit. Gravity Fruit. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced. Armament Haki. Advanced E-Mission External. Advertisement. Observation Haki. Intermediate. Physique. A. Swordsmanship. Great Swordsman. Weapons. The Supreme Sword 12 crafts dragon slaying. Just when Lin Nuo was feeling emotional when he first came to this world, the little guy panel who fought against the 5 dregs has now become the world's top powerhouse. At this time, Lin Nuo remembered that he hadn't checked in at work every day today. System. Come out to work. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for obtaining Advanced Observation Haki. Oh, I forked. Do you want to hang like this? Lin Nuo was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help bursting out the mantra he learned from that monkey. He couldn't believe it, the critical strike of destiny in the midst of thousands of arrows. The system really gave Lin Nuo a big surprise. Could it be that our system has discovered it? I just got armament Haki, and now it's high-level knowledge and knowledge. Coupled with the previous high-level Conqueror's Haki, now Lin Nuo has already reached the high-level Conqueror's Haki. A ray of red light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and the high-level observation Haki was launched, covering the Hive Island in all directions in an instant, covering the entire Hive Island completely in just an instant. On the streets of Hive Island, among the countless crowds, a young man stretched towards the pocket of a big man, who was in the house on the other side. A beautiful woman with a hot figure is taking a bath, but on the window of the room, several figures are looking at her, their jaws covered with saliva. At this moment, the door of Lin Nuo's room was slowly opened, and it was Rocks who came. Lin Nuo, your Haki breakthrough. Prior to this, Rocks frowned after realizing this powerful observation Haki, and then looked for the source of this powerful Haki, but after knowing that this Haki was emitted from Lin Nuo's residence. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, his figure disappeared into the castle, heading towards Lin Nuo's residence. And when Lin Nuo also sensed an abyss-like, unfathomable aura coming towards him, there was a look of solemnity in his eyes, but he returned to normal in an instant. Advertisement. He is very familiar with this aura like a giant beast in the abyss. It is the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks Basique. Yes, observation Haki has improved. Seeing Rocks coming in person, Lin Nuo got off the bed, nodded and said. Now that Rocks has spoken, it also means that he was noticed the moment he launched the observation Haki, so there is nothing to hide. Lin Nuo's talent is unique before this. I remember that before this, your observation Haki strength was only at the middle level. Rocks looked at Lin Nuo with some surprise on his face, and even couldn't believe it. In the previous snatching of heavenly gold and the fierce battle with Shiki, he noticed that the observation Haki displayed by Lin Nuo reached the middle level. Although it reached the stage of consummation in the end, it was also under the condition of relying on Lin Nuo's fruit ability to activate that field. Well, Lin Nuo scratched his head, gave a dry laugh, and looked at Rocks. Regarding how he raised observation Haki to a high level, he couldn't say that he was a jerk. In this regard, Lin Nuo did not make any answer. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Rocks squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Nuo without speaking, and the atmosphere in the whole room became heavy for a moment. And Lin Nuo has been stared at by Rocks, and suddenly his body became a little hairy, just when Lin Nuo thought that Rocks would force him to say how to improve observation Haki. Rocks withdrew his gaze, touched his chin with his right hand, came to Lin Nuo's side, put his left hand on Lin Nuo's shoulder, and said in a low voice. Lin Nuo, there is something you need to do. Since Lin Nuo fought Shiki, countless people on Hive Island 0.6 are discussing the battle between the two, which also makes the atmosphere on Hive Island a lot easier. Why did Rocks not speak out about the lax vigilance on the island? This is also the pavement for Rocks' next plan. And why Rocks chose Lin Nuo to complete the secret mission among many cadres. The first point is that now Lin Nuo's strength has surpassed the veteran cadre Golden Lion Shiki, and it is not an exaggeration to be among the top in the world, second only to Rocks and Newgate. The second point is that Lin Nuo has an IQ of calmness and super high combat command ability. In terms of ability, it is very suitable for hiding. If Whitebeard Newgate is sent to do it, the hide like a small titan and the signature vibration power will make him feel better. Just look at it. The inappropriateness of Golden Lion Shiki also lies in his arrogant character. Chapter 72 Rocks, Revenge, Swords at Celestial Dragons. Secret mission. Captain, look at this, I don't have a crew member under my command, it's not too much to say that I'm alone. Hearing what Rocks said, Lin Nuo seemed relieved, thinking that Rocks would force him to tell the secret of how to improve observation Haki for a short time. But when he heard what Rocks said next, he was taken aback for a moment, and his face looked a little bewildered. You don't need to bring any crew, you can do it alone. I originally planned to let Newgate go, but he is too tall and his fruit ability is too easy to expose. Shiki's arrogant character is not suitable for this mission. Rocks narrowed his eyes and said slowly with a little mystery. At the same time, assigning Lin Nuo also means trusting Lin Nuo for Rocks. Well, I see, what task? Lin Nuo didn't delay any longer, and then looked at Locke with a tense expression and said. He suddenly remembered what Rocks said at the end when he stopped Lin Nuo from fighting Shiki. Combined with what I just said, the key to the matter is already obvious. Rocks only mentioned him, Shiki, and Newgate in his words. It is clear that it is the next crazy revenge against Marine, and there are 21 connections. In this regard, this secret mission can only be selected from among the three of them. And Lin Nuo is the lucky one chosen by the Rocks. One is tall and easily exposed, and the other is arrogant and easily exposed. Ha 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 ha. About celestial dragons. Rocks laughed loudly, then stared at Lin Nuo with a low tone and broke out the breaking news. Lin Nuo's heart was shocked, and his face was a little shocked, but he recovered in an instant. Sure enough. Did the rocks make a move on the celestial dragons after all? Advertisement. What a lunatic, if I'm not mistaken, in the pirate comics, only Monkey D. Luffy, Son of Time, and Zeke, the Rocks D in front of Lin Nuo, dare to attack celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Interesting days ahead. Lin Nuo came to this world and joined the Rocks Pirates for many days. In the Rocks Pirates, crew members are spread all over the world. He has seen all kinds of human races, but he has never met celestial dragons, the number one noble in the world. How ugly and disgusting the so-called number one nobleman in the world is, Lin Nuo only described it in the real-life pirate anime in his previous life. According to the information I have secretly obtained, the celestial dragons were extremely enraged by the 2 heavenly gold ships we robbed before. The 5 elders have ordered that the naval headquarters be held accountable and that the celestial dragons be held accountable for the marine. But it's not over yet. The celestial dragons point the blame at those alliance nations that pay tribute to the heavenly gold. They will send representatives to New World in the near future to punish those members of the alliance. And your target is exactly those guys. Although those guys have strong people around them to protect them, their strength is far from the same. I want you to kill them. At the same time, it can also divert the attention of Marine and the Inner Ghost. In the past few days, Marine's secret investigation team has appeared in the waters near Hive Island. While Rocks was speaking, there was a breakaway smile on his face. It has to be said that the ruthlessness of Rocks cannot be compared with the conspiracy against Marine, even the 4 emperors of New World in the future. But this is why Rocks has never been able to become the most powerful overlord in the New World. And Lin Nuo was about to speak after listening to Rocks' plan, when suddenly a long-lost system prompt sounded in Lin Nuo's ear. Ding. Trigger an emergency mission. Please host to go to the allied countries and kill the celestial dragons, the source of evil in history. The system will present an unexpected reward to host. Good guy. The system is letting me go all the way to the dark. It's not enough to do Marine, and now I'm offering a bounty for the heads of celestial dragons. But this task is just what I want, and I also want to know if the head of celestial dragons is as hard as legendaries, which can resist Monkey D. Luffy's full blow. The venue is smashed, and no one is dead. At the same time, Lin Nuo has recently discovered that the system is becoming more and more user-friendly. Good things come one after another. Advertisement. I will go to the franchise country tonight. Lin Nuo stared at Rocks, nodded and said. Coincidentally, he also wanted to take a look outside, although he had traveled to many places with merchant ships when he first traveled to the pirate world. But he never had the opportunity to get off the boat and look around. After all, before that, he was just a war scum, and he didn't dare to walk around for the one who cherished his life. It's different now. New World has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but Lin Nuo has the world's top combat power. Even if he encounters the top combat power of Marine, or the monsters hidden in New World, won't he run away if he can't beat labor? Anyway, Lin Nuo has had enough time in Hive Island, so he happened to go out for a stroll. Lin Nuo, as a cadre, if you want to form your own fleet, you can take this opportunity to go out and find a few crew members with good potential. Rocks watched Lin Nuo stay with Shiki's fleet all the time. When he was promoted to cadre, Lin Nuo didn't have a crew member beside him, so he simply reminded Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo nodded, but Rocks' words didn't make him 337 take it to heart. Lin Nuo has never thought of building his own fleet. After all, the open and secret fighting among the Rocks pirates made him extremely unhappy. In short, let's talk about these later. After all, the days are still long. After seeing Lin Nuo nodding in agreement, Rocks stopped talking and turned to leave Lin Nuo's room. After Lin Nuo watched Rocks leave, he continued to lie back on the bed, holding the back of his head with his hands, and looked at the ceiling above his head. The strength of Rocks really makes people feel suffocated. He caught him the moment he activated observation Haki just now. And after Rocks entered the door, the high-level observation Haki sensed that the aura on Rocks was like a bottomless black hole. No wonder in the original book, since the Rocks pirates can monopolize New World, naval headquarters and the world government are helpless. At the same time, Lin Nuo's thinking was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lin Nuo stood up and walked out of the room, heading for Golden Lion Shiki's main ship. As soon as he boarded the boat, countless eyes turned to Lin Nuo. Master Lin Nuo, you are here. Yes, Master Lin Nuo, have you eaten yet? How about asking the cook to arrange some appetizers for you right away? Like a swarm of bees, the crowd rushed towards Lin Nuo quickly, asking each other how he was. Chapter 73 Shiki was hit hard. Lin Nuo went to the franchise country. Lin Nuo was surprised when he saw such a scene, then he waved his hands and refused with a smile. He headed towards Shiki's room, pushed the door open without knocking and entered. At this time, a burst of fragrant barbecue and wine smelled. Shiki was wrapped in a bandage, and White's bandage was stained red from the wound. Sitting on the bed, he was eating barbecue and fine wine, and he was devouring it. If he hadn't looked at the blood-stained bandages on his body, he wouldn't have been injured. Yo, Shiki, you're recovering pretty quickly. Lin Nuo smiled and reached out to pick up a wine jug and drank. Jia ha 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 ha, so it's Lin Nuo boy. Seeing Lin Nuo coming in, Shiki laughed and said after swallowing the barbecue in his mouth. Shiki's habit is carefree, and there are not many so-called rules on the ship. When Lin Nuo came in, he thought it was the crew who brought the food. Lin Nuo was not surprised when he saw Shiki's lively appearance. After all, as a person in the world of pirates, the urination, physical resilience, eating habits and consumption are simply not at the same level as in real life. Moreover, Shiki is still a legendary level powerhouse, so as long as he doesn't die, there shouldn't be much problem. For example, Monkey D. Luffy. Isn't Newgate in? Just before Lin Nuo came in, he heard the discussion among the crew outside and heard that Newgate had come, so he started to ask. That guy was called away by Captain Rocks. Shiki ate the barbecue, and said in a vague way. Sure enough, Lin Nuo secretly thought after hearing Shiki's answer. Presumably Rocks has asked him to go and arrange the training of these crew members. How is it? This battle has gained a lot, right? After this battle, I became more proficient in the high-level skills of armament haki. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Conqueror's Haki can be upgraded to the winding stage. Advertisement. After eating and drinking, Shiki picked up a towel and wiped his mouth, and said proudly. The disappointment of losing to Lin Nuo yesterday was gone from his face. Although there is jealousy in the face of Lin Nuo, the friendship between the two will not turn against Lin Nuo for their own ambitions. Of course, this is only for now. Really? Then congratulations, Shiki. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, then he returned to normal and congratulated Shiki. Has this guy Shiki touched the threshold of Conqueror's Haki winding? You must know that Conqueror's Haki entanglement is a top-level skill that is more difficult than armed color release. The difficulty of armament Haki's external release is relatively similar, just like his younger brother. Being able to entangle Conqueror's Haki is a must-have symbol for a king. In the original One Piece, Roger and Whitebeard Newgate are fighting against each other, and it is precisely the Conqueror's Haki that was launched. When the two collided, the sky changed color, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki overturned the entire island in an instant. Natural disasters are so terrifying. It can be seen why some strong men with Conqueror's Haki make Marine and countless strong men fear 3 points. Well, I haven't made any progress. Just gain a little bit from this battle. Lin Nuo scratched his head, stroked his chin and said slowly. But the next moment, Lin Nuo locked the vase on the table with his right finger, and the vase shattered instantly. Jia ha 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 ha, Lin Nuo, you are juggling. Just when Shiki thought Lin Nuo was teasing him, he suddenly noticed something. In an instant, the sound stopped abruptly, and the expression froze in place. This is armed color release. FK, is it true? Immediately, Shiki reacted, and with a loud curse, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. The original complacent look disappeared in an instant, replaced by shocked and unbelievable gazes. Yo, advertisement. So this is armament Haki external release. It doesn't seem so difficult to control. Lin Nuo had a smug look on his face, and there was playfulness in his voice, as if he was an Oscar winner, and he looked like he deserved a beating. Shiki recovered from the shock, listening to Lin Nuo's playful words, the corner of his mouth twitched. His fists were clenched silently, his eyes fixed on Lin Nuo and he gritted his teeth. I can't wait to press Lin Nuo on the ground and rub him hard, beating him into a pig's head. But Lin Nuo is not so easy to deal with. In the previous battles, even if he used his armed color to release all his strength, he lost to Lin Nuo. Shiki glanced at Lin Nuo resentfully, sighed deeply and loosened his fists, stretched out his palms and wanted to slap himself twice. As if to say again, shit, what kind of ex is this uncle pretending to be in front of this monster, he deserves it. Pretending. Lin Nuo slapped me in the face again. Alas, he originally taught Lin Nuo the high-level skills of armament Haki after he recovered from his injury, but now it seems that he is self-indulgent. HMPH. Lin Nuo boy, you didn't come to see me just to show off, did you? Shiki snorted coldly, his face extremely dissatisfied, then he picked up the roasted leg and ate it, venting his dissatisfaction fiercely. After all, Shiki lost to Lin Nuo in the previous battle. If Lin Nuo proposed any conditions, or let Shiki become Lin Nuo's command, Shiki could not refuse. No, and I don't want to build my own fleet just yet. Also, you still have your own way to go. Lin Nuo waved his hand, not taking the previous bet to heart at all, and said. From what Rocks said before to Shiki, Lin Nuo has no ideas and ambitions in this regard for the time being. Golden Lion Shiki is the future legendary class big pirate, following him as a kind of bondage instead. Only as in the original book can the Shiki Shine be released. The world-shaking admiral of the flying pirates was one of the scariest new worlds before the establishment of the 4 emperors. Shiki was a little shocked by Lin Nuo's words. He didn't expect that Lin Nuo was not interested in the bet at all, which also meant that Lin Nuo didn't have his strong ambitions. This made him feel relieved. After all, his talent and strength are there. Even if Lin Nuo doesn't need him to fulfill his bet, if he has as strong ambition as he does, he won't have any confidence in going against Lin Nuo in the future. Okay, it's almost time for me to go. Chapter 74 known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. Lin Nuo glanced at the clock on the wall, waved his hands, and turned to leave Shiki's room. Lin Nuo took out the eternal pointer given to him by Rocks from his pocket, and set the route to the franchise country. After staying in the evening, I greeted Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki, and then went alone. Lin Nuo came to the beach alone, and saw that there was no small boat on the sea except for large ships. This immediately made Lin Nuo a little speechless. It's good for you, let the labor and management do the task, and don't prepare a ship for me, it's too stingy. It's useless to complain now, why can't I go back and let taxes prepare it for me? Lin Nuo shook his head, pulled out the eternity pointer from his pocket, and shook his body. Immediately, the fruit ability was activated, slowly rose to the sky, turned into a meteor, and flew away from the sea surface at high speed. The target of this mission is the celestial dragons of the allied countries. Although the guards guarding the celestial dragons are not as powerful as Marine Sengoku, Garp Zephyr and others, they should not be underestimated. A few days flew by, and in the clear blue sky, a streamer 850 flew past. Lin Nuo's figure slowly landed in the kingdom of Corinth. At this time, the figure landed on a high tower, looking at the port and the streets where countless people were busy, as well as the extremely luxurious and huge palace. A red light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and the high-level observation Haki was activated instantly, quickly covering the entire building. Is it here? But why is there only one? Lin Nuo was a little confused when he received the information from observation Haki, and muttered to himself. According to the information held by Rocks, there are not one but 3 celestial dragons traveling from the holy land of Mariajoy to the alliance countries. And now Lin Nuo's observation Haki perceives that there is only one celestial dragons in the palace. So where did the other 2 celestial dragons go? Forget it, one by one, let's deal with him first. Lin Nuo stared at the huge palace in front of him, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, and the killing intent in his heart gradually increased. The figure is like an afterimage, flying towards the palace. Advertisement. There are quite a few soldiers guarding the palace, and they were prepared to protect the celestial dragons. On the outskirts are some CP organizations, sub-intelligence personnel and combatants who protect the celestial dragons from the holy land of Mariajoy. In terms of strength, it is much stronger than the guards of the palace, and its strength should be at the Marine Rear Admiral level. But compared with Lin Nuo, it's like a small shrimp. The palace occupies a huge area, and the location of the celestial dragons is the most heavily guarded central palace. The level of luxury, made of countless gems and treasures, is spread all over, resplendent and magnificent. Lin Nuo didn't care to appreciate it, so he used observation Haki to find the palace where the celestial dragons lived, and his figure disappeared instantly. At this time, the guards at the gate of the palace and the CP organization saw Lin Nuo's figure appearing in front of everyone, immediately became vigilant and shouted to stop. Who? You don't know that no one is allowed to approach here. Immediately catch up and accept the inspection. At this time, the members of the CP organization were shocked and surrounded Lin Nuo. The movement that happened here was immediately noticed by the patrolling soldiers, and they quickly moved towards the palace. Yo, it's quite well protected, Lin Nuo said playfully, ignoring the surrounding CP organization and palace soldiers. When the CP organization saw Lin Nuo's face, they were sweating coldly, and the fear in their hearts surged into their hearts instantly. As a CP organization directly under the world government, with basic intelligence capabilities, don't be too familiar with information about New World and major sea areas. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Sea of rocks. Just as the CP organizations were terrified, a terrifying aura swept them over in an instant. The CP organizations that hadn't finished speaking, foamed at the mouth, lost consciousness, and fell to the floor. Not only the CP organizations, Lin Nuo's powerful Conqueror's Haki directly enveloped the entire palace completely in just a moment, but anyone who does not have strong strength and spiritual power can't bear Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki to fall to the ground in an instant. Advertisement. Lin Nuo is sure about cleaning up the miscellaneous fish. This is also the most effective attack, avoiding the fish that slip through the net to contact naval headquarters. Lin Nuo ignored the unconscious people in front of him and walked slowly into the palace. 2 white figures appeared in front of him, blocking Lin Nuo. Wearing a white suit, a white cloak, and a mask. Yo. It seems that the world government is very careful about the protection of celestial dragons. The highest cipher pole, the official directly under the world's noble celestial dragons, who is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, has been sent out. Lin Nuo didn't stop, and walked towards the 2 of them, muttering words. The entire mysterious organization directly under the world government can only be regarded as the strength of the CPU, so that Lin Nuo can barely see it. As for the CP1 CP9 arranged in sequence, in Lin Nuo's eyes, they are simply vulnerable. In the original book, Rob Lucci, known as the strongest man in the past 800 years, only 2 years later in the original book, the last chapter of the plot, his strength can make Lin Nuo look up to him. The supernova cadre of the Rocks Pirates has a bounty of 500 million Baileys, Lin Nuo. Why are you here? The heavy tone of the 2 CPO members showed that their bodies were constantly tensing up as if they were facing a big enemy. No one expected that Lin Nuo, the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, would appear in the Corinthian country. If there is no purpose, neither of them will believe it. Although Lin Nuo in front of them, his terrifying strength is not inferior to Naval Headquarters Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. But now the 2 of them have no choice. After all, the celestial dragons are behind them. If something happens to the celestial dragons, it will set off a wave of terror in the world, and at the same time, the two of them will be obliterated. Oh, I came here just to see if celestial dragons, the world's most noble, looks like the pig next door to my house. Kill him by the way. Lin Nuo scratched his head in embarrassment, and said with a murderous look in his eyes. Don't think about it. Die. Lin Nuo. Chapter 75 Lin Nuo. Why is this mouth harder than a certain way? But just as Lin Nuo's words fell, the two of them suddenly moved, and their rage surged violently. Both fists were covered with armament haki at the same time, and they rushed towards Lin Nuo in an instant. 6 styles Tempest Kick, 6 form Finger Pistol. Pointing and kicking, the two rushed towards Lin Nuo's sides. Facing Lin Nuo, who is like a monster who is spreading like crazy in the sea, they dare not take it lightly. With a sound of, dang, the two attacks were separated by an invisible air shield, and even if the two of them stepped up their efforts, they could not be shaken by half a step. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a powerful impact bounced the two of them away. Known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, is this the strength? Universal pull. Lin Nuo withdrew his right hand, and stretched his left hand forward into a claw, locking the two of them instantly. In an instant, the figures of the two flying upside down stayed in the air for an instant, completely controlled by gravity. Cough. But, damn it, call out, no. The two vomited blood, the blow just now had severely injured them both, just as they were about to use their last strength to get rid of the restraint, a cold light instantly enveloped the two of them completely. The powerful slashing strike swallowed up all of them, leaving only a pile of stumps and fragments. I really can't get excited. Terra. Lin Nuo looked at the bloody scene, shook his head, retracted the black sword Zonlong into its sheath, turned and left. Lin Nuo, who fought with Zephyr, Garp, Shiki and Newgate, these top powerhouses, the strength of these guys is really not enough. In the depths of the palace, due to the arrival of the celestial dragons, as well as countless soldiers, CP organizations, and CPO guards, no one dared to disturb. Lin Nuo looked at the middle-aged celestial dragons lying down on the ground, dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a bubble air mask on his head. Advertisement. Have you been stunned? It's really rubbish like in the original book. I thought you'd have to torture me when you were awake, but it doesn't seem necessary. Lin Nuo looked at the celestial dragons, who were foaming at the mouth, runny nose, ugly as ultimate, and felt a wave of disgust. Even Conqueror's Haki can't resist, and he is ashamed to be called the noble of the world. However, lying on one side was a beautiful woman who was covered in blood and had already lost her breath. At this time, Lin Nuo noticed that the woman was dressed gorgeously and should be a member of the royal family. And her appearance is already very obvious, being sacrificed by the royal family to the celestial dragons. It is not difficult to see that she was tortured to death by celestial dragons in her body covered with scars and messy and torn clothes. Lin Nuo's face was slightly wrinkled, he flicked his fingers, and released his armed color bully. Instantly shattered the bubble hood on Velos Saint's head. At the same time, a scream sounded, and the shock and pain woke Velos Saint awake. My bubble hood shattered. Damn. This dirty air, I actually breathe the same air as these low-level slaves. Realizing that his hood was completely shattered, he yelled loudly and grabbed his neck, almost wanting to strangle himself to death. As a noble celestial dragons, how can they compare with those low-level creatures? If they let their kindred know that he breathes the same air as those slaves, then he will not be able to lift his head when he returns to Zindi Mariajoy. Pig. Just stop breathing forever. Lin Nuo frowned slightly, looked at the screaming celestial dragons on the ground, with disgust in his eyes, and said in a cold tone. Looking at this guy, I lost my appetite for dinner tonight. Ah, what do you say, pariah? Until then Velos Shin finally paid attention to Lin Nuo. Anger welled up in his heart, and he took out a delicate pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Lin Nuo, ready to shoot. But Lin Nuo was faster, stretched out his finger and aimed at the celestial dragons, and an impact of armed color sent Velos Saint into the wall in an instant, and a large mouthful of blood continued to flow out of his mouth. This is really the same as in the original book, although Lin Nuo only uses his fingers to attach the armed color to attack the celestial dragons, but this power is not weak, it is more than enough to kill the powerful pirates and marines in a second. Unexpectedly, the pig was seriously injured and not killed, which allowed Lin Nuo to verify the constitution of the celestial dragons. No wonder in the original book, Luffy punched with all his strength, and even smashed the entire auction venue, only to be seriously injured. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Cough. Damn low-class pariah, how dare you take action against me? B****************** D. Those CPO guys, where did they die? Quick, catch this damn pariah quickly, I'm going to cut him apart. Velos Saint who was stuck in the wall kept spitting out blood, showing a painful appearance. However, his attitude was still very arrogant and domineering, and he wanted to take advantage of the arrival of the CPO to kill this damned low-class pariah with his own hands. But even if celestial dragons yelled out his throat, no one came to save him. After all, just before, Lin Nuo had chopped the so-called strongest shield of celestial dragons into meat paste. Yo, are you trying to recruit soldiers? Are the two guys you're looking for wearing white suits? So sorry, the two of them have already gone to heaven before you. The sound of celestial dragons' pigs' feet was really annoying, and Lin Nuo couldn't help digging his ears, feeling a little impatient. You, who the hell are you, who gave you the guts to kill my guards? Don't you know celestial dragons, the #1 noble in the world? Lin Nuo's words really woke him up. He didn't expect that the untouchable in front of him would dare to kill his bodyguard, and dare to do something to him. It is unforgivable. Well, this is the one who snatched the gold from the sky before that. It's also the one who killed you. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth raised slightly, looking at the celestial dragons trapped in the wall, the killing intent in his eyes slowly rose. Kill me. Ha 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 ha. I'm celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. How ridiculous it is for a pariah to want to kill me. Untouchable, you dare to attack me, I must tell Naval Headquarters the news, let Marine send Admiral to kill you Untouchable. Untouchable, if you don't want to die, put me down immediately. After hearing Lin Nuo's words, Velo's Saint restrained himself a little, but he couldn't get rid of the Untouchables. This Untouchable dared to attack Ben Sheng, and even wanted to kill himself. This is simply a great insult to being a celestial dragons, but just moved out of the Marine Admiral to frighten the Untouchables first. Advertisement Chapter 76 Lin Nuo. It's not called stealing, it's called taking, understand? Wait until this pariah sets himself free, or those guys from Marine come. At that time, the Saint will surely crush this pariah to ashes. As expected of celestial dragons, it's really worrying to be so stubborn at this point. Worthy of being a pig. Lin Nuo really made celestial dragons completely speechless, and he couldn't help complaining. Do the opposite in this case. Okay, I, Lin Nuo, will call it for you, the strongest barber. This mouth is really tough. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Nuo's patience has gradually been exhausted, and he came to Velo's Saint in a flash, and hit him on the face continuously, making crackling noises. Ah, B asterisk 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 D. Damn it. Smack. Untouchable. This sage will definitely beat you. Crack. 453. Ah. Don't hit. Please, please hurry, let me go. Originally celestial dragons had such a sharp mouth, but under Lin Nuo's gentle teaching, they began to beg Lin Nuo for mercy. At this time, Velo's Saint's face was already bruised and swollen from the beating, like a pig's head. Lin Nuo nodded, looking at the bruised and swollen face of celestial dragons in front of him, he was very satisfied. It's much more pleasing to the eye, and it fits the image of celestial dragons in my heart. And why did this guy beg for mercy? You were so tough just now, your mouth is not even comparable to ours, a certain tooth. Viagra. Hey, don't play dead. I ask you, where are the treasures on this list? Lin Nuo picked up the treasure list that fell out of Velo's Saint, which was full of countless treasures, and then slapped celestial dragons on the face, saying, the celestial dragons came here, the first point is to beat the allied countries, and the second is to let the allied countries retribute a batch of treasures to the holy land of Mariajoy. Lin Nuo looked at the pictures on the list. Although the treasures were much less than the one he robbed before, there were a few good things. Still in the king's treasure curry. At this time, Velo's Saint was completely scared by Lin Nuo. After being slapped, he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Nuo in front of him, and said honestly with his head down. Advertisement. Although telling the location of the treasure house made him feel a little distressed, after all, it was countless treasures, but compared with his life, of course he chose the latter. Is Po Curry, pig head, come with me. Lin Nuo's eyes lit up immediately, and he said to the celestial dragon stuck in the wall. The treasury of a Confederate state. That would be a good place. The treasures inside are probably not comparable to the gold in the sky. After all, it is the savings accumulated by a country over the years. With such a huge amount of treasures, even Lin Nuo, who has money like dung, can't help being tempted by it. If it were the Rocks pirates, wouldn't the door of the treasure house be removed and moved away? Treasure. The location of the treasure house, Ben Sheng doesn't know where it is. Quote. Velos rolled his eyes, with a look of unwillingness on his face, trying to get away with it. He was sent here by those guys from the holy land of Mariajoy, for these treasures, and he ran all the way here, and now he has not fished even a hair, and was beaten up by a pariah, how could he tell where the treasure room is? It seems that you don't want to talk about it. Finger pistol. Lin Nuo's gaze instantly became cold, and he stretched out his index finger, muttering to himself. Like a sharp sword edge on the index finger, it instantly pierced the chest of celestial dragons. Ah, stop it, Ben Sheng will take you there, I remember where it is. The punctured chest was instantly dripping with blood, and the severe pain filled celestial dragon's brains impressively. His face began to become weak, if Lin Nuo poked it further, he might not be sure to die in his hands. Fear and death enveloped Velo's Saint instantly, and now he didn't dare to speak hard, and confessed honestly. Didn't it be over if I said it earlier? Give back his grandma's stubbornness. Lin Nuo pulled Velos out of the wall and threw it on the ground. Velos Shengjong hit the ground, his complexion began to slump, he held his bloody chest, and struggled for a while before he could barely stand up. Who told you to stand up? Advertisement. Kneel for me. Lin Nuo frowned, and then shot 2 impacts, shooting at Celestial Dragon's legs, piercing his calf in an instant. Ah! Velos Saint screamed, and the body that had just stood up knelt straight down, blood continued to flow from the calf, and the severe pain made him want to die. As the noble celestial dragons of the world, when had he been abused like this? At this moment, Velos Saint even has the heart to die. Lin Nuo didn't care about this. He grabbed Velo's Saint who was kneeling on the ground, asked him to tell the direction of the treasure house, and walked out with him. With the guidance of Velo's Saint, Lin Nuo and others came to the main hall of the palace. The treasury is in the deepest part of the main hall. Velo's Saint tremblingly looked at Lin Nuo who was holding him in his hands. His eyes were full of fear and awe of Lin Nuo's abyss, for fear that Lin Nuo would start to torture him again in the next second. Really? Lin Nuo glanced at Velo's Saint, who was held in his hand, and said in a cold tone. Yes, I swear by this saint, the treasury is really here. Velo's Saint was instantly frightened by Lin Nuo's cold tone, and nodded quickly. At this moment, his legs were crippled by Lin Nuo. Even if Lin Nuo let him go, he couldn't run away, and he didn't dare to play tricks anymore. Lin Nuo didn't speak, and then dragged Velo's Saint towards the depths of the main hall. Lin Nuo activated observation Haki from the very beginning, and Lin Nuo had a panoramic view of the entire huge palace. Inside the palace, there were many unconscious soldiers lying on the 0.7 ground. It should be the guard guarding the treasury, but it has already been stunned by Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki. Lin Nuo came to the steel gate and kicked it open. I saw the steel-like gate, like a kite with a broken string, being directly crushed to pieces. When Velo's Saint saw Lin Nuo, he kicked the steel-like door and flew out, and was so frightened that his body trembled. Lin Nuo walked into the countless golden vaults, and threw Velo's Saint in his hand to the ground. Then the treasures were gradually counted, along with some high-quality weapons and several devil fruits. Unfortunately, these devil fruits are all zone, not even a paramesha. Chapter 77. Rubbing the celestial dragons on the ground. I think these devil fruits are going to be a tribute to celestial dragons. Lin Nuo can't care about so much. Anyway, don't grab the white or grab it, and simply put all these things into the system inventory. There is nothing left, just evacuate the treasury directly. After collecting and cleaning up the treasury, Lin Nuo turned and left, grabbed Velo's Saint, and disappeared in a flash. The celestial dragon's ship gallops towards the harbor. Lin Nuo learned from Velo's Sheng that the other two Kailong people are on the ship in the port. The two sons and daughters of Velo's Saint disdain to live in a palace full of low-class untouchables, so they have been living on ships, waiting for Velo's Saint to return with their share of treasure. Lin Nuo quickly approached the celestial dragon's ship with Velo's Saint. Suddenly, there was a gunshot on the ship. Ah, it hurts. No, please let Carl go. The source of the voice is a child, with a clear and childish voice, kneeling on the ground, begging. Slaves are like slaves, how dare they contradict me? A young but extremely vicious woman, holding a delicate pistol in her hand, aimed at the child on the splint. After Lin Nuo heard the movement, he immediately activated observation Haki perception. In seconds. As expected of celestial dragons, it's still annoying to do something like this. A killing intent flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and on his disgusted face, he couldn't wait to get rid of this garbage completely. A boy on the deck barely propped up his injured body, his expression was very painful, and tears kept rolling in his eyes. The leg had already been hit by the gunshot just now, and the splint was stained red with blood. See, this is the fate of daring to contradict Bengong. Little b********************************** don't pretend to be dead. Did you hear what I said? Wei Gong's expression is ferocious, and even a bit of beauty can't conceal her ugly heart and face. Advertisement. Walking towards the boy, kicked the boy who had just sat up, and stepped on the boy's face fiercely. Ah, it hurts. Please let go of Carl. The boy who was kneeling and begging couldn't bear it any longer, and he rushed over like crazy with a worn-out sword in his hand. But these were futile after all. The young man was kicked out by the guards within a few steps after he went out. Bang! Like a cannonball, fell hard on the deck. The young man held on to the Tadao in his hand, and with difficulty propped up his body and stood up. Give me, let go. Carl. While the body trembled violently, he resolutely raised the Tadao in his hand. Inferior pariah. Don't you want to save him? Come here. Wei Weigong looked at the boy who had just stood up with a ferocious expression, then raised his feet, and jumped down towards Carl's head under his feet. Looking at the boy who just stood up in front of him, showing an extremely painful and collapsed appearance, Wei Weigong felt unprecedented excitement, and his expression became extremely distorted. She is a hobby of torturing slaves. The more fierce the slaves resist, the more excited she is. Buster. No. Leave me alone. You. Run. Carl at the foot of the maintenance palace, his calf was already dripping with blood, his whole body was covered with injuries, his face was stepped on by celestial dragons, and he said to Buster with difficulty. At this time, Carl's consciousness gradually began to blur, and the terrifying breath of death was covering him. Carl. Buster roared in the distance. He knew that Carl would die at any time if he didn't get treatment now. Ha 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 ha. The maintenance palace ignored Carl who was about to die under his feet, and Buster's cry of collapse, and his calf was ready to crush Carl's head with force. Sudden. Two weak auras suddenly appeared, and disappeared after only a few seconds. And just for a split second, Wei Gong's movement stopped. I was in a trance and almost passed out, only feeling severe pain in my brain. Advertisement. It seems interesting. Lin Nuo's face was a little surprised, and then he stared at the two teenagers in his eyes, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Conqueror's Haki. This is absolutely unmistakable, although it only lasts for a few seconds, it is indeed Conqueror's Haki. The boy with the potential to be a king, unexpectedly met him, and there were two of them. Because the momentum is too weak and short, the maintenance Mia has recovered from the two strands of Haki. At this moment, he couldn't help becoming angry, and vented his anger on Carl at his feet. With a bang, a heart-piercing scream sounded. Ah! Lin Nuo kicked Wei Wei Gong flying out with one kick, her body was kicked into the air instantly with great force, and she rotated 360 degrees and slammed down on the splint hard. The strong force made her vomit blood, lying on the splint and constantly wanting to curse, but she couldn't speak out due to the severe pain, her body curled up into a ball, and her eyes glared at Lin Nuo extremely. Damn it, who the hell? The only CPO guard immediately reacted, his face changed instantly, this sudden mutation even he didn't react just now. At this time, he didn't care about so much, his figure immediately disappeared in place at 830, and helped the maintenance palace up from the ground. This guy actually attacked the celestial dragons under his nose, and he must never forgive him. This damn guy must be completely beheaded. Celestial dragons was injured, which means that the CPO, who is the strongest shield of celestial dragons, is a great insult. If he doesn't handle it properly, he will face punishment from the high-level officials of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Whether he can save his life is another matter. But now he has no chance of surviving without beheading whoever attacks the celestial dragons. Because of Lin Nuo's extremely fast speed, they didn't even see Lin Nuo's shadow, and the CPO didn't notice the person who attacked celestial dragons when he launched observation Haki. At this time, the door of the luxury cabin was opened, and VJ Saint heard the words and hurried out. Seeing that his sister was beaten so hard to stand, with blood continuously flowing out of her mouth, she said angrily. Who did it? Who dares to lay hands on the noblest celestial dragons in the world? And what is your CPO doing? You can't even protect the maintenance palace. When you return to the Holy Land Mariajoy, you must tell 5 elders about it. Also, if we don't know who the murderer is, then this country and these low-class pariahs don't need to exist. Chapter 78 Lin Nuo, can you see the situation clearly? The CPO, who was constantly reprimanded by VJ Saint, did not speak, but lowered his head, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and launched observation Haki with all his strength to find the murderer of celestial dragons. His aura continued to explode, and he urgently wanted to find the murderer, win the crime and make meritorious service, and strive to return to the Holy Land of Mariajoy to give him a chance to survive. Da, 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 there was a sound of footsteps, and Lin Nuo's figure slowly appeared and walked in front of them. Ah, throw Velos San on the plywood. That's Velos Saint. At this time, the CPO's eyeballs almost fell off, and his face turned pale with fright. Isn't Velos Saint in the palace? How did it become like this? Damn, this is the end of the calf. The guy in front of the emotion not only beat Wei Wei Gong, but also beat Velos Saint into a pig's head. There are also those guys who protect Velos Saint, what are they doing for food? They don't even know that Velos Shin was taken away. Circa, CPO, hurry, save me, and get rid of this damned pariah. I want to tear him into pieces. Velos Saint grabbed the life-saving straw and screamed frantically. In his eyes, Lin Nuo is simply a devil, and he doesn't take his identity as celestial dragon seriously. He even broke his legs, and his chest. In the hands of Lin Nuo, he was really scared before, but he was completely beheaded by Lin Nuo in the next instant. A-hole, let me go, Velos Saint, otherwise, along with your family, everyone related to you will. Huh, this guy is Lin Nuo. CPO's strongest guards' fists were wrapped by armament Haki, and observation Haki opened up, ready to attack at any time. No matter how to rescue Mr. Velos Saint from this damn lunatic first, then even if he returns to the Holy Land Mariajoy, his guilt will be reduced a lot. Advertisement. Suddenly, when the CPO saw Lin Nuo's appearance, his face suddenly became extremely heavy, as if he was an enemy. How did you come here? The CPO guard trembled all over, and said with a trembling tone. At this moment, his heart was like a turbulent sea. You must know that the man in front of you is Lin Nuo, the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, the overlord of the New World. Before this, Lin Nuo's name has shaken the world. In the previous robbing of the gold in the sky, Lin Nuo's terrifying strength was suppressed in the battle with Marine Zephyr, and Marine's staff officer was seriously injured. Taika was evenly matched. Damn, do you want to be so ruthless? This is the first time that Lousy travels with celestial dragons. He met Lin Nuo, the cadre of the Rocks Pirates. This guy's combat power is no less than that of his instructor. It seems that Velos Saint was arrested. Those guys didn't do anything, they should have been beheaded by Lin Nuo, right? This is tricky. But he cannot fail the arduous task of defending the celestial dragons, and he will die anyway. If he can save the celestial dragons in the hands of Lin Nuo, then even after returning to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, not only will he not be punished, but he may even be promoted. Thinking of this, the two-color Haki of the CPO guards drove together, gritted their teeth and rushed towards Lin Nuo. I'm really not afraid of death. Lin Nuo originally wanted to use his Wii to frighten this guy, and let him choose to give up the celestial dragons and escape. And the series of actions of CP0 is enough to prove his choice. Lin Nuo saw the figure of CPO disappear from sight, and immediately launched observation Haki to capture it. A red light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and Armament Haki attached a hard fist, turned around and hit the position where the CPO was attacking. Boom. The next moment, CPO's body was instantly blasted away by Lin Nuo's fist, blood dripping into the sky, his figure flew out like a cannonball, and hit the sea heavily. Ah, don't kill me. On the other side, Velo Saint, who was standing at Lin Nuo's feet, was splashed with blood on his face, and then knelt down and begged Lin Nuo desperately for mercy. The bloody scene made him physically and mentally broken and trembling. The cruel reality severely shattered his hope from fantasy in an instant. Yo, advertisement. Are you scared? It wasn't made of steel before, but compared to that mouth. Bah bah bah. Anyway, I want to kill you directly. Lin Nuo's right hand slowly grasped the black knife Zonlong at his waist, pulled out the knife and pointed it at Velo Saint. There was ridicule in the tone, but without losing the strong and cold killing intent, this moment made Velo Saint feel as if he had fallen into hell. Quote. You damn untouchable, what are you doing? Not only did you dare to injure Ben Gong, but you also killed Ben Gong's father. Who gave you the courage? We are the noble celestial dragons of the world. I order you to release my father as soon as possible. Maybe I can spare the life of you, a pariah. VJ's Saint helped Wei Gong up, and the two of them looked up at Lin Nuo in a haughty posture, and shouted at Lin Nuo with anger on their faces. Buster on the side quickly ran to Carl. Since Carl was shot and couldn't stand, he had to be supported by Buster. And the two of them stared at Lin Nuo closely, looking a little puzzled, with question marks all over their heads. They didn't understand when Lin Nuo appeared here, and the guy who was beaten into a pig's head. Is this dude also the same nasty guy who hurt me, Carl? Forget it, these seem to have nothing to do with us, we'd better stay away, or these villains will Nuo Lee's attack us again. Buster and Carl looked at each other, and then Buster helped Carl back to the side. The actions of the two were noticed by VJ's Saint, and he pointed at them and yelled. Don't even think about leaving, you two little bastards, if you move again, I will kill you immediately. The two little bastards dare to contradict our nobles of the world, and we will clean up all of you together later, and when the time comes, we will break all of them limbs and bring them back to the prison in the holy land of Mariajoy. This is what happens when you contradict the celestial dragons. At this time, let's deal with this damn lunatic in front of him, who dares to attack Ben Sheng's father and sister. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** moment, Velo's Saint heard his children say this to the hell-like man in front of him. Suddenly, my heart almost jumped out of fright. You must know that this man exists like hell. Chapter 79. I'm begging you two piggies, shut your mouths quickly, I don't want to die. He has seen Lin Nuo clearly now, this is simply a master who is fearless. Even if he used the name of Admiral of Headquarters before, it didn't work. What noble celestial dragons are nothing to this guy. You two piggies, do your F*** G best and don't PS this guy off. Ants, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Lin Nuo turned to look at VJs and Saint, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Damn, these two piggies are even more stupid than lousy. Don't you understand the situation? Or did they kill the CPO guy too fast and they didn't see clearly? Of course, what kind of lousy? The celestial dragons of Velo's Street had a hard mouth. Untouchable, what did you say? B******************************** D, you dare to ask me to kneel down. The two people from VJ's Saint and Weiwei Palace who had been stopped by Velo's Saint stopped. But after hearing Lin Nuo's words, Weiwei Palace ran away like a wild horse running wild. A-hole. Didn't Weiwei Gong think of what this lord said? Come here and kneel down obediently. When Velo's Saint heard his daughter's words, his anger broke out instantly, and he yelled at Weiwei Gong. At this moment, he wished he could hang Weiwei Palace up and beat him. If you want to die, get out, don't hurt you lousy. Father, what's wrong with you? We are the most noble celestial dragons in the world, how can we give this? VJ's Saint and Weiwei Gong stared at their father Velo's Saint in shock, with question marks written all over their heads. They didn't expect that their father would say such a thing. They are celestial dragons. Once they kneel down to the pariah in front of them, they will give to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Celestial dragons know that our world's noble position is deprived of by ethnic groups. At the same time that the two are tangled and don't know what to do. Advertisement. It seems that the two made the same decision. After looking at each other, perverted thoughts appeared in their minds. Velo's Saint, if you want to kneel down to this pariah, just kneel, and I will not serve you. Velo's Saint, you are a lowly pariah, I am ashamed of you, you are not worthy of being treated as nobles by celestial dragons. After I return, I must report this matter to the ethnic group truthfully. Remove your celestial dragon's identity completely. VJ's Saint and Weiwei Gong looked fierce, and their faces began to become distorted. Ah, damn it, piggy, I'm your father. Hearing what the two of them said, Velo's Saint ran away in an instant, wishing to slaughter these two things that were inferior to pigs and dogs. It's really not as good as a beast. Lin Nuo had lost his heart at this time, and his killing intent gradually increased. He held a black knife to slay the dragon, and instantly chopped off Velo's Shin's head. Boom. The bloody head rolled down from the neck to the feet of the two of them. Looking at Velo's Saint with his eyes wide open, the two of them collapsed on the splint in fright. Dead. Minjun killed his father. Weijia Si Sheng and Wei Wei Gong's eyes were stunned for a moment, and they muttered to themselves, unable to believe everything in front of them. And Lin Nuo spends so much time talking nonsense with these pigs, he should deal with the two celestial dragons as soon as possible and return to Rocks to hand in the task. At this moment, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task. Congratulations to host for getting the reward, Advanced Conqueror's Haki Entangling. Since this reward is not an item, it will be directly and automatically given to the host. The use of Conqueror's Haki's winding skills quickly integrated into Lin Nuo's body. Huh, didn't I, CBED, just kill one celestial dragons? And that's it. No need to kill the other two. Lin Nuo was a little surprised at once, and then reacted. He remembered that it was indeed the same as the mission released by the system, it only said to kill celestial dragons, but he did not say how many he needed to kill. Advertisement. Lin Nuo didn't want to think about it at all. Anyway, he had already got the Conqueror's Haki winding, so he just wanted to try the effect. You must know that this Conqueror's Haki entanglement is a high-level skill that only top powerhouses can do. Even if a lot of powerful kings are awakened, they may not necessarily be able to achieve the high-level combat skills of Conqueror's Haki, and its destructive power. You can see Roger and Whitebeard's swords. I will not explain too much for this idiot up. Before Lin Nuo could react in shock, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Trigger the main mission. Recruit 2 with the qualifications of the king, and 2 teenagers will become crew members. As the system prompt fell, the corners of Lin Nuo's mouth rose slightly. This is exactly what Lin Nuo wants. Although he does not have great ambitions like Rocks and Shiki and others, he has seen a lot of intrigue in the Rocks pirates. Kill each other for profit and greed. But now the 2 teenagers in front of them faced the threat of the celestial dragons without flinching, which really made Lin Nuo think about accepting them. And also awakened Conqueror's Haki. There is one talent with millions of talents. These 2 teenagers Lin Nuo will definitely not let it go. Universal pull. While Lin Nuo was thinking, he stretched out his left hand to the 2 celestial dragons, and the terrifying gravitational force bound them instantly, unable to move, and muttering to himself. Damn untouchable, what did you do? Why can't I move my body? Don't think that by killing Bengong's father, you can shoot at Bengong, B****************, D, let Bengong go. I order you. VJ's Sheng and Wei Wei Gong realized that their bodies were out of control, and they panicked. They tried their best to get rid of the restraints, and raged at Lin Nuo. And the 2 teenagers hiding aside saw that the celestial dragons seemed to be controlled by some kind of force. They gritted their teeth and seemed to decide something. The 2 teenagers looked at each other, and Buster helped Carl to Lin Nuo, bowed in front of Lin Nuo, and said respectfully. This big brother, can I solve this woman by myself? He just almost gave Carl 2. While Buster was speaking, his eyes were fixed on the 2 celestial dragons, with a killing intent in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, Weijia Si Sheng and Wei Wei Gong were immediately frightened into cold sweat. Chapter 80 Accepting Buster, Carl, Ability Upgrade. At this moment, both of their lives are in Lin Nuo's hands, and they can only pray that this pariah will not hand them over to these 2 little bastards. Do you know what you're talking about? The 2 of them are celestial dragons of the world's nobles. You want to kill them with your own hands, have you thought about the consequences? Lin Nuo was a little shocked when he heard Buster's words. You must know that these 2 are celestial dragons, and these 2 brats actually want to kill celestial dragons with their own hands. It also means that 2 brats are challenging the Marine and World Government Majesty. At that time, Marine and the World Government will continue to chase and kill them endlessly. I'm afraid that even if the 2 of them escape to Tianya High Kakuzu, it will be useless. Hearing Lin Nuo's words, Buster didn't know how to make a choice for a while. Carl, who was being supported, looked at the respect in Lin Nuo's eyes and said slowly. Brother, you should be a pirate, my name is Carl, and his name is Buzz. The 2 of us were originally captured by these 2 guys, and all our family members have been wiped out by these damn guys. We have nothing to worry about, even if we still die in the end, it is better to solve our hatred. Buster and Carl looked at each other and made a decision. Even if he still died in the end, it would be better to kill these 2 damned guys with his own hands and avenge his parents and relatives. And once Lin Nuo leaves, they will never have a chance and can only be slaughtered. Lin Nuo's strength is terrifying, and in his eyes, he can decide the fate of these 2 celestial dragons at will. Celestial dragons can be left to you, but now is not the time. Of course I have one condition. You 2 have to follow me from now on. Lin Nuo nodded, seeing that it is time, these 2 little devils must be dragged onto the boat, not to mention the future achievements, of course it is also for our mission. As soon as these words came out, Buster and Carl were stunned, their faces were full of shock, they did not expect that Lin Nuo would accept them both. This also means getting the shelter of Lin Nuo, so you don't have to run around after beheading the celestial dragons. In the next second, expressions of gratitude appeared on the faces of the 2 of them, and they knelt down in front of Lin Nuo crying and said. Advertisement. They are willing to follow you, no matter whether there are mountains of swords or seas of fire, or adults want our 2 lives, we are obliged to do so. Lin Nuo nodded with a smile, the task assigned by this system is still easy. Is this considered child abduction? Forget it. Anyway, this is pirate world, and there are no such rules. As for these two celestial dragons, I'd better take them back to Hive Island and let Rocks deal with them. If these two celestial dragons are of no value, it doesn't matter if they are killed at that time. Anyway, the task assigned to him by Rocks has been completed. Yes, my lord, we are willing to wait. Buster and Carl wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes, and nodded heavily. After the two of them thought about it, getting the protection of this lord was much more cost-effective than beheading the celestial dragons. Even if they can't kill celestial dragons in the end, the two will follow Lin Nuo. What's more, they can still afford to wait for a mere month. Ha 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 ha. Buster, Carl, let's start with the trainee crew. Lin Nuo laughed with some relief. These two people have the aptitude to be kings, and maybe they can become his right and left hands in the future. Yes, boss. Buster supported Carl and came to Lin Nuo's side. At this moment, Lin Nuo seemed to see the future of the two of them. Lin Nuo stroked her chin, feeling extremely excited, but it was time to subdue her younger brother. Hey, system, these two little brats are calling me boss, should your reward prompt sound be more sensitive? As Lin Nuo's words sounded in the emptiness of his mind, the system notification sound came immediately. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Congratulations to host for getting a reward, a fruit ability proficiency card. The reward has been issued, and it will be automatically given to the host. As the system sound fell, the fruit ability in Lin Nuo's body became crazily agitated, as if it became more terrifying and weird. Cracks continued to appear on the deck under Lin Nuo's feet. Advertisement. The two celestial dragons who were restrained were so scared that they were sweating coldly, thinking that Lin Nuo had changed his mind and wanted to kill them both. Not only the celestial dragons, but even Buster and Carl beside Lin Nuo were taken aback by Lin Nuo's series of actions. Moreover, the figures of the two seemed to be knocked down by momentum, their eyes were fixed on Lin Nuo surrounded by invisible forces, and they stayed in place. Asking for flowers. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth rose slightly, feeling that the gravitational and repulsive forces in his body were several times stronger than before. The fruit ability is divided into 4 levels from the initial stage to the final awakening: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and awakening, which is why Lin Nuo can't achieve the hopeless power of Hokage Zongtian Dao Pain that destroyed the entire Konoha village. Said that the super god Luo Tian has conquered it, don't even think about the 6 paths level planetary devastation. But the emergence of the proficiency card this time allowed Lin Nuo to shorten the time for how to cultivate the fruit, and after the addition of the proficiency card just now, Lin Nuo's control over the fruit ability has been raised to the middle level. The system's rewards this time are a bit beyond my imagination. If I develop fruits based on my own ability, I really don't know how to achieve Pain's invincible posture in the year of the monkey. Lin Nuo ignored celestial dragons and Buster who were frightened by him. Da, da, da. At this moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps sounded on the street. Are you awake already? Lin Nuo signaled Carl and Buster to back off. After all, the strength of these two boys is not too much compared to the 5 scumbags. At this time, a large wave of palace guards galloped over mightily. Lin Nuo, who just got off the luxury ship with 2 celestial dragons, and Carl and Buster who followed behind surrounded him. At this time, the guards moved out of the way in an orderly manner, and a man dressed in gorgeous clothes came over, with horror on his face and shouting angrily at the same time. Bold pirate, do you know how big a crime you have committed? Say, where is Velo's Saint? Hearing the question from the man in front of him, Lin Nuo didn't take it seriously, manipulated the fruit ability, and threw Velo's Saint's bloody head in front of him. You're looking for him, here. I'll see you off. The king of the Corinthian kingdom looked at the rolling heads on the ground, his mind went blank, and cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead, pointing at Lin Nuo and roaring angrily. Ah, damn pirate, how dare you kill Velo's Saint? It's over now. Celestial dragons die in my country, perish. Chapter 81: The Arrival of the Guards, Lin Nuo's Identity. The body fell backwards, his face instantly turned pale, and he was muttering to himself. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* If only we had come a step sooner. The leader of the guards quickly supported the king to prevent him from falling down. He fixed his eyes on Lin Nuo, the murderer of the celestial dragons, with an extremely gloomy face and gritted his teeth. He was on patrol at the time, and didn't know what happened, so he passed out. When he woke up, he found that the celestial dragons were gone. He was shocked and immediately organized the guards to search. Before, I still had a fluke mentality. Even if celestial dragons were captured, I didn't dare to attack celestial dragons. Who knows? Oh my god, the celestial dragons were killed. Damn pirates, bastards. The death of the celestial dragons, do you know what 047 means? It's over, this country is going to be completely over. We will definitely wipe it out. The bloody, unrepentant head caused the guards to panic. They didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a trick to celestial dragons. Although these celestial dragons are extremely hateful, at least save their lives, so they won't be killed directly. Now it's useless to say more, the heads of the celestial dragons are placed in front of everyone, and the matter is irreversible. In an instant, the morale of countless guards collapsed instantly, and their bodies couldn't help but retreat. They knew about the death of celestial dragons, and in the end, they would definitely not be able to escape the allied countries that blamed the Corinthians. Whether it was the Marine or the world government, they would definitely destroy everything here. If you don't want your homeland to be destroyed, cheer up the labor and management. First have informed Marine before that, as long as we catch this damned pirate or drag him to naval headquarters for support, our country still has a chance to not be wiped out. After seeing the actions of the guards, the leader of the guards handed over the king to his subordinates to take care of him. With an extremely gloomy face, he yelled at the guards behind him. After hearing the commander's words, the guards cheered up immediately. As long as this damned pirate is taken down, our country will definitely have a chance to relax and not be wiped out. And even if this pirate is powerful, as long as we drag him to the support of naval headquarters, even if he has wings, it will be difficult to leave him alive. Advertisement. The guard commander simply gave them a shot in the arm. For the homeland. For the homeland. At this moment, the morale of the guards soared, the weapons in their hands pointed at Lin Nuo instantly, and their faces became extremely ferocious. If eyes could kill, then so many guards would have killed Lin Nuo countless times. Seeing the morale of the guards under him soaring, only the commander standing at the front stared at Lin Nuo. What he said to the guards was just a way to slow down the troops. Marine is coming really fast, but you have to catch or hold this guy in front of you. At this moment, the guard's commander's heart kept beating, because he knew that the strength of the pirate in front of him was even more terrifying than he imagined. So many of them fainted for no reason before, and as the commander of the guard army of the allied country of Corinthians, he knew all about it. Conqueror's Haki. Only 1 out of 1,000,000 people in Legendary will appear as a king. And this Conqueror's Haki is much more terrifying than the big pirates passing by or making trouble in the past, if it is the usual Conqueror's Haki. He can still bear it. This time, even he was stunned, it can be seen. How strong is the man in front of him? By the way, why is his face so familiar? Where did he seem to see it? Who cares? It's a second if you can delay it for a second. I can only pray that those guys in Marine can come quickly. The commander of the guard army was tense all over, ready to give orders at any time, muttering to himself. Lin Nuo frowned slightly upon hearing the words of the guard commander. The broken morale of the army was cheered up by this guy. Do you want to hold me back and wait for Marine support? The death of the celestial dragons, the Marine guys will never just send some Marines to deal with it, they will definitely send Marine strongmen or Marine admirals. Would you be stalling for the Marine to arrive? Labor and management have no time to waste. Advertisement. Lin Nuo's face became a little serious, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. The aura erupted in an instant, and red airflow appeared around the body. That's right. Lin Nuo intends to launch Conqueror's Haki to get rid of all these unsightly guards, and he has no time to waste it. This Conqueror's Haki, if I'm guessing right, has reached the middle level or even higher. Damn it, go on like this. For a moment, the guard commander's entire body was like a jack, pressing heavily on his shoulders, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his breathing gradually began to become heavy. Alright. So strong Conqueror's Haki, just release a little bit, this kind of terrible oppression makes my body. With such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, what the hell is this guy? Wait, he's less than 20 years old, and the knife on this guy's waist, could it be him? The Rocks pirates have a reward of 500 million supernova cadre Lin Nuo. The guard commander looked at Lin Nuo in front of him, his eyes widened, and he blurted out an exclamation. He didn't expect that the terrifyingly powerful person in front of him was actually Lin Nuo, the supernova leader of the Rocks pirates. No wonder this strength is so strong that it can't compete. The face of the commander of the guard army turned extremely ugly in an instant, and he cursed secretly in his heart. It's grandma's, it's still dragging a hammer, labor and capital's gang, it's not enough for someone to look at it. Finished 0.6, this has not dragged on to the arrival of Marine reinforcements, it seems that we will have to wipe out the whole army. When the guards heard the words, their faces also turned pale, and their bodies couldn't help but take 2 steps back, just like Lin Nuo in front of them is like a Shinigami. The reputation of the Rocks pirates covers the entire New World, which is even more terrifying than the deterrence of Shinigami. What's more, the man in front of him is not some crew member of the Rocks pirates, or a captain-level pirate, but Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks pirates. He was still the man who defeated Zephyr and severely injured Marine staff Crane when he was robbing the gold in the sky, and he was able to match Garp. After knowing Lin Nuo's identity, the guards and commanders had fear in their eyes, and they didn't dare to shout at Lin Nuo at all. Buster, Carl, let's go. Chapter 82 Celestial Dragons Mount, Marine Attacks. After Lin Nuo noticed the abnormality of the guards and others, he ignored them. If someone wanted to die, he didn't mind getting rid of all the guards. Buster supported Carl, nodded to Lin Nuo, and immediately followed Lin Nuo's pace. But when Lin Nuo saw Carl who was injured on his foot, Lin Nuo turned his head and stared at the terrified celestial dragons and said, "Come over." Lin Nuo's tone was extremely cold, and a faint killing intent continued to appear in his eyes. This made the 2 celestial dragons crawl over immediately after being frightened by Lin Nuo, kneeling at Lin Nuo's feet. They had witnessed the scene of their father being beheaded by the lunatic before them. If you don't obey Lin Nuo's words, there is no guarantee that the bloody head over there will be the fate of the 2 of them. Buster, Carl, ride on. Lin Nuo pointed to the kneeling celestial dragons, and said slowly. Boss, they are celestial dragons, you want us to ride on them, this. As for Lin Nuo's words, Buster and Carl were shocked instantly. What's the point? You two are walking so slowly, don't hurry up. Lin Nuo ignored everyone's shock and said impatiently. Facing Lin Nuo's order, Buster and Carl did not dare to disobey, and then Buster supported Carl to ride up, and then turned around and rode on the maintenance hyphenation point heavy. VJ's Saint and Wei Wei Gong wanted to cry, but being celestial dragons was ridden by two little bastards. This was an incomparable shame, but the two of them dared not resist. Life is still more important than being humiliated incomparably now. Let's go. Lin Nuo walked away without looking back. VJ's Sheng and Wei Wei Gong could only crawl behind Lin Nuo with tears in their eyes. It is the first time for Buster and Carl to carry celestial dragons as mounts, and it has never appeared before. This made Buster and the two feel excited, and secretly said, "This boss is right, it's so cool." With the protection of a boss as strong as a monster, he has to lift his chest when walking. Advertisement. ... The guards and commanders who had been afraid to do anything in the rear were warmed in place by Lin Nuo's series of operations. The aloof celestial dragons actually kneeled down to the pirates one day, and had to let two children ride on them. This is a role swap. Incredible. This is the first time they have seen such a scene in their lives. While everyone was horrified, Lin Nuo and the others had already returned to the luxury ship of celestial dragons. The ship of celestial dragons is really luxurious, much more luxurious than the main ship of our Rocks pirates. However, this ship has returned. Lin Nuo looked at the shining golden luxury ship and couldn't help but marvel. Then he turned his head to look at some people huddled in the corner, looking at the torn clothes. These people should be the slaves of celestial dragons. What are you doing sailing in a daze? When you reach your destination, you can leave on your own, and you don't have to be slaves to these celestial dragons. Lin Nuo said to the greeting. Hearing Lin Nuo's order, these slaves immediately ran into the driver's cab in a panic. There was a roar. The huge luxury ship left the port and sailed slowly towards the sea. With Lin Nuo's departure, the atmosphere of the guards and others eased a lot. The invisible oppression on the body also disappeared, and everyone collapsed directly on the ground, panting heavily. It's over now, this pot can't be shaken off. The commander of the guards heaved his chest and looked at the distant luxury ship with extremely complicated eyes. Of the three celestial dragons, one was beheaded, and two were kidnapped by Lin Nuo, the leader of the Rocks pirates. Now New World is about to set off a huge wave, naval headquarters and world government will never let it go. Their franchisor countries are no exception, we can only pray that the world government and naval headquarters will not completely match their franchisor countries. At this time, advertisement. White's phone bug in the pocket of the commander of the guards began to ring. Moxie. At this time, a strong and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. The Marine G1 branch is the first to arrive, and His Excellency Admiral will arrive later, and now immediately report the location of Lord Celestial Dragons. Hearing this, the commander of the guard army seemed relieved, and immediately explained everything. We're at the port of the Corinthians, and that damned pirate has just set sail on Lord Celestial Dragon's ship. As soon as this remark came out, the tone of the phone bug changed, and he immediately blamed him. What are you talking about? Let that damned pirate run away, what are you trash doing? Damn crap. After working for a long time, these rubbish didn't hold back that damned pirate, but let Master Celestial Dragons be kidnapped. What's the use of you idiots? If something happens to the three celestial dragons, there's no need for this Corinthian country to exist. Master Marine, you can't blame us, because the guy who kidnapped the celestial dragons is too terrifying, and he is also Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks pirates. Facing the crazy accusation from the marine officer on the other side of the phone bug, the commander of the guard army suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and responded weakly. It's useless to blame us, it's not that we don't protect celestial dragons, but that the other party is simply a monster and a cadre of the 333 Rocks pirates. What the hell do you want labor and capital to do? Go up and deliver food to Lin Nuo. What? You mean that it was Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks pirates, who kidnapped Lord Celestial Dragons? How could that guy appear in the franchise country? He is not. By the way, what happened to Master Celestial Dragons before he was kidnapped? After the phone bug heard that the culprit was Lin Nuo, his voice became extremely heavy, eager to know the situation of Celestial Dragons. Since it was the Rocks pirates who kidnapped Celestial Dragons, it also means that the Rocks pirates may be planning some big conspiracy, but now Celestial Dragons is the most important thing for people's safety. The commander of the guard army was speechless for a while, not knowing how to tell the marine general on the other side of the phone bug. You are really embarrassing me. Labor and management can't just say that Mr. Velo's Saint was killed by Lin Nuo, right? But the matter has already happened. If he conceals it, he will not be able to afford it. After a few seconds of silence, the guard commander gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Velo's Saint has been beheaded by that Lin Nuo, and the other two celestial dragons have been taken away by him. Hearing the words of the commander of the guard army, the other end of the phone bug became silent for half a minute. Chapter 83 Accusation. Marine Interception. You are on standby. Completely blockade the country of Corinthia, and check all the people in this country, so as not to be escaped by those Lin Nuo's accomplices. Full speed ahead. The target is Corinthian country port number 1 line, pay attention to all passing ships. Following this strong voice, the order was issued, and the phone bug hung up immediately. After seeing the phone bug in his hand hang up, the commander of the guard army almost collapsed to the ground. He let out a deep breath and felt much more relaxed. It's almost over. Alas, the next thing can only be left to Marine. After all, like that monster, even if labor and management led all the guards in the franchise country, they just lost their lives in front of that monster Lin Nuo. The commander of the guard stood up, looked at the guards behind him, and then ordered Leng. Listen to my instructions, completely blockade all ports, and enter the country for population screening, not a single one will be let go. If anyone dares to defy, kill them on the spot. The guards immediately responded, yes, Commander. On the sea, 8 marine warships are sailing at full speed. Looking ahead, through the telescope, you can already see the land of Carinthia. I have seen the country where Corinthians have joined, I hope there is still time. The marine chief of the G1 branch squinted his eyes and looked ahead, muttering to himself. He was very aware of the importance of this mission. Of the 3 celestial dragons, 1 was beheaded and 2 were taken away. This incident undoubtedly challenged the bottom line of the marine and the world government. Although he thinks he is not Lin Nuo's opponent, as long as they persist until Lord Admiral's arrival, there will be a turning point in that battle, and even the 2 kidnapped celestial dragons can be rescued. Report, sir. Lord Celestial Dragon's ship has been spotted. Just then, the marine soldiers on the watchtower spotted the celestial dragon's ship. Listen to my order. All warships lock on Lord Celestial Dragon's ship at full speed, surround it for me. Never let them get away. Advertisement. Chief Marine's body shook suddenly, and he couldn't help but tense up, but he gave the order immediately. The 8 marine warships adjusted their direction and headed towards the Celestial Dragon's ships at full speed. On the other side, Lin Nuo, who stood in front of the Celestial Dragons, looked at the 8 black spots that appeared on the sea in the distance, with a slightly wrinkled face. In fact, before that, Lin Nuo had discovered Marine through observation Haki. Controlling the observation Haki, he kept scanning the 8 marine warships. Although there are many marine powerhouses on the warships, their strength is still 10 miles behind that of Lin Nuo. Old boss, look quickly, there are 8 marine warships ahead. Buster stood next to Lin Nuo, and after seeing the 8 marine warships in the sea, he immediately reported to Lin Nuo. At this moment, his face gradually turned pale. You must know that those are 8 marine warships. If a war scum like him goes directly to war, wouldn't his life be evaporated in an instant? Don't worry, it's just some marine. How is Carl? Lin Nuo patted Buster's young shoulder to make him less nervous, and said slowly. The blood has stopped and the wound has been bandaged. There shouldn't be any major problems. He is resting in the cabin right now. Stir looked at the big hands on his shoulders, and his tense body began to relax. Please look at Lin Nuo, with admiration and envy, if he can also possess powerful and terrifying strength like the boss. Then my fate will be my own choice. At this time, as the 8 marine warships gradually approached Lin Nuo's ship, a majestic and powerful voice resounded. Listen to the pirates ahead, you are already surrounded by us, release Sir Celestial Dragons immediately, and surrender. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. 8 marine warships completely surrounded the Celestial Dragons' ships in an instant. Because of the Celestial Dragons, they dare not attack the ship at will. As for the marine officer, since he approached the Celestial Dragon's ship, he kept his eyes fixed on Lin Nuo, who was standing at the front of the ship, and was always vigilant. He didn't know if Lin Nuo would directly launch an attack in the next moment. Advertisement. There is also the terrifying strength that Lin Nuo showed before that, even in the face of Zephyr, he, and Garp and others, he is not to be outdone. How can he, a small branch chief, be Lin Nuo's opponent? His task at the moment is to find ways to hold Lin Nuo back and wait for His Excellency Admiral's support to arrive. Did Marine just send these guys to stop me? It seems to be underestimated. Through observation Haki, Lin Nuo perceives that the strength of the top general on the warship is only at the level of Common's Marine Vice Admiral. This made Lin Nuo a little disappointed. He thought it was Marine Admiral, or Sengoku and others who blocked him this time, but now it seems that there is no Marine strong worthy of Lin Nuo's full shot. Lin Nuo stared at the highest officer on the marine warship, holding the black knife Zonlong at his waist with his right hand and slowly pulling it out. A cold light flashed across the blade, and as Lin Nuo swung the black knife to kill the dragon and locked on the marine warship in front of him, a cold light slash appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. The speed was extremely fast, and Yi Rui's slash shot towards the marine main ship in an instant. Quote. Damn, have you noticed the breath here? Let this guy not have the slightest fear. Seeing Lin Nuo make a move, the face of the top general of the marine warship changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Nuo to make a move without any hesitation. It should be that Lin Nuo has also noticed that on these 8 marine warships, there are no powerful pairs that he can fear. At this moment, the incomparably sharp slash had come to the main ship, De Jiao Hao, in an instant, and if he didn't make a move, the warship would be completely sunk by Lin Nuo. With a loud shout, the momentum on his body exploded instantly, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. The fists were instantly wrapped by armament Haki, with veins popping up in both arms, and the fists hit the slash directly. Okay, powerful slash, is this the guy who can compete with Zephyr and Garp? The countless sparks generated by the collision splashed all around, and the powerful slash oppressed him, causing his figure to be gradually pushed out a few steps. After a few seconds of stalemate between the two, General Marine's aura was slowly rising amidst the turbulence. General Marine stubbornly resisted the oppression of the slash, and fought back frantically. In the next second, General Marine's muscles exploded in an instant, and under the burst of huge strength, he pushed Lin Nuo's slashing blow away, flying towards the blue sky. 3RG Chapter 84 and his figure was also blown away by the powerful sword intent, flying backwards towards the main ship. The figure was like a cannonball, and it hit the deck of the main ship heavily. A burst of smoke rose from the main ship, and a human-shaped pothole appeared in front of everyone. A long time. General Marine climbed up from the pit full of embarrassment, panting heavily, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Lin Nuo's casual slash would have such terrifying power. Even though he broke out with all his strength in the end, although he successfully blocked this slash, the terrifying sword intent actually made him. General Marine looked at the hands covered by armament haki, who were cut and drawn densely with sword marks, staying in place. Is this the strength? If naval headquarters didn't send strong men to intercept, then I don't need to waste any more time with you guys. Seeing that his slash was successfully blocked, Lin Nuo did not show any shock on his face. After all, the slash just now was just a wave of his hand. But regarding the strength of this Marine's top general, he can't bring up any fighting spirit at all. Although he can resist his slash, his strength is far behind Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp. Buster, who stood behind Lin Nuo, stared at Lin Nuo with eyes of admiration. He had witnessed the whole blow just now. The boss's casual blow beat General Marine 997 into a mess. Such a strong strength, even if Marine Admiral came to intercept, it should not be our boss's opponent. And Lin Nuo's sharp slash made him hold the Taidao in his hand tighter, as if he had made a secret decision in his heart. Then I'll open the way. Vessel sailing at full speed, don't worry about these Marines. Lin Nuo immediately issued an order, and the sailors started to act after hearing Lin Nuo's order, and the speed of the ship became faster and faster. Sir, what should we do next? They are rushing towards us. Seeing the speed of the luxurious ships getting faster and faster, the soldiers on the warships suddenly became restless and asked General Marine for instructions. As Marine soldiers, they have heard of Lin Nuo's terror. As one of the supernova cadres of the Rocks pirates, Lin Nuo's combat power cannot be stopped by these little shrimps. Advertisement: all warships, aim and fire shells. The Marine general, who was all in a mess, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and glared. The luxury ship that came at full speed immediately issued an order, CBEF. As soon as these words came out, the muzzles of the 8 Marine warships locked on the ships one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells spread across the sky of the luxury ship like a meteor shower, and quickly fell towards the ship. Buster looked at the densely packed shells in the sky, and was immediately frightened, while the hands of the sailors began to tremble constantly. Damn! This is the end! Lin Nuo jumped up and flew to the sky above the luxury ship, ignoring the cannonballs falling down from the sky, and slowly stretched out his right hand, muttering to himself. God Luo Tien sign. With a wave of Lin Nuo's right hand, a translucent air shield instantly expanded in all directions, and the powerful repulsion force blasted all the incoming shells out, smashing them into the sea. Lin Nuo slowly landed back on the ship, and faced all the Marine warships with the black knife Zhanglong. At this moment, Buster opened his mouth wide in shock at this shocking scene. He, a brat, has never seen such a scene. This is almost like a god. This boss is not losing money, he is too strong. A-hole, don't stop, throw all the shells. The Marine general on the opposite main ship watched countless shells being easily disintegrated by Lin Nuo, and before he could be shocked, he immediately issued orders to his soldiers. He doesn't believe how many times Lin Nuo can block. Even if all the shells are exhausted, Lin Nuo and others must be blocked. But how could Lin Nuo do what he wished? General Marine hadn't finished speaking. Lin Nuo's figure had already disappeared in place, and Lin Nuo came to the sky above the Marine warship. The right hand is slowly stretched out. Since Lin Nuo got the proficiency card, the fruit ability has been strengthened unprecedentedly, and the coverage of repulsion and gravity is several times stronger than before. Advertisement: as the translucent air shield continued to expand in all directions, the 8 Marine warships were completely within the attack range. Boom! A white light that covered all the Marine warships looked into the eyes of everyone in Marine. The terrifying repulsion completely shattered the 8 Marine warships. The entire sea was instantly separated, and a bottomless crater appeared in front of the luxurious ships. In an instant, the Marine warship, which was like an iron wall, was disintegrated and disappeared into the vast sea. New world. Somewhere in the sea. Kong is a real kid. I'm almost retiring, and I'm going to give this old man some trouble. On a mighty Marine warship, a man wearing a justice cloak with his arms folded was complaining dissatisfiedly. This man is tall, but already old. Not bad. This is one of the Admiral of Headquarters, Max, known as the Broken Tiger, is also a top swordsman in the world. I was already close to retirement, and I was able to spend my old age peacefully in the Marine branch as an instructor training newcomers, as well as some idle tasks. But because of the Rocks pirates, he was transferred back to naval headquarters by World Government 5 elders and others, as well as Kong. Now that celestial dragons were taken away by pirates, after Kong got the news, he immediately sent him to New World to rescue celestial dragons and capture the pirates who took celestial dragons away. Even if it can't be caught, that pirate must be wiped out completely. The majesty of the world government and Marine is not allowed to be trampled on. Although Max had some conflicts in his heart, but because he was carrying the Marine Justice, he immediately accepted the task of Kong asking him to go to the Lilin Alliance country in the New World to rescue the Wylong people. Ahehe. Max's adjutant at the side, hearing Admiral's words, laughed dryly and didn't know how to speak. I am afraid that Naval Headquarters only dares to complain about Marine Marshal and Celestial Dragons like Dinhue Admiral? No wonder, His Excellency Admiral will complain. After all, Dinhue Admiral is approaching the age of retirement, and the headquarters is still so tossed. There are also these words, you can't say them out, or you may lose your life. Adjutant, how long is the journey to the country where the Corinthians join? Max picked out his ears, although he didn't care about the situation of Celestial Dragons on his face, but his body and conversation were very honest. Chapter 85 Marine Admiral Broken Tiger Attack. After all, as Admiral of Headquarters, naturally understand the importance of Chu Tien Dragon people. If something happens to Celestial Dragons, when they go back to Naval Headquarters, not only will they be scolded by that Kong guy, but the world government and Celestial Dragons will come to give him mixed doubles. Your Excellency Admiral, we are still an hour away from the Corinthians. It's the people from the G1 Marine branch, who should have already arrived in the Golan Alliance country. The adjutant looked at the eternal record pointer in his hand and said slowly. Well, this is good news. Even if the people in the branch can't beat them, they can hold back the damn pirates and wait for my support. Okay, so as not to change things, you order the sailors to move forward at full speed, and the goal is to join the country of Golan. Max stroked his chin and said with a serious face. Ben Admiral would like to see which damn pirate dares to attack Celestial Dragons and completely ruin the old man's retirement life. At this moment, the sea in the distance began to become choppy, and layers upon layers of superimposed waves were attacking the marine warship. This made the soldiers on the warship start to cheer up. After the adjutant saw this scene, his face gradually became serious, as if something bad happened in his heart. He said in a deep voice. The direction of the waves is the Corinthians. On the other hand, Admiral Max stared straight at the waves in the distance, and his eyes became serious. As the adjutant said, this wave is coming from the direction of the Corinthians, which also means that the Marine of the G1 branch has already fought against the pirate. And the other party is likely to be a certain New World pirate. Thinking of this, Max's complexion changed, and the secret path was not good, so he immediately told the adjutant beside him. Follow up at full speed, the old man takes a step first. Max realized the seriousness of the situation, and after instructing his adjutant, he immediately launched moonwalk and galloped away stepping on the air. Quick! Adjust the direction quickly and sail at full speed. Be sure to keep up with the pace of the Broken Tiger Admiral. The adjutant also realized that the people from G1 had already fought against that pirate, and looking at the scene on the sea, the pirate who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons must be a certain sea pirate in New World. Which guy? Advertisement. Max rushed towards the direction of the turbulent waves, thinking about who would be against the Celestial Dragons in his mind. On the other side, the turbulent sea slowly returned to its original state, but at this moment, there were a lot of debris and floating objects on the sea, as well as the bodies of many marine soldiers floating around. Lin Nuo slowly landed on the deck of the luxury ship, ordered the stunned sailors to set sail, and then turned to look at Buster, who was staring at him with admiration. Boss, is this your strength? This is too scary. I said, boss, are you a monster? Buster recovered from the shock, and said to Lin Nuo with a full face of admiration. Originally, when Lin Nuo heard this kid praising his strength, Lin Nuo was quite smug. After all, it was his younger brother's compliment to him, but after hearing the last sentence, Lin Nuo's face darkened in an instant, and he slapped Buster's face and said seriously. Have you seen enough, little devil? If you want to have great power, you have to give labor and management crazy training? And after Carl's injury heals, the two of you will start receiving labor management hell training. Did you hear that? Jay-Tae was slapped by Lin Nuo and screamed. His two right sides were swollen by Lin Nuo, and he responded indifferently. Yes, boss. Damn, I want to report the boss for child abuse. This slap almost made me stupid. Just as Buster was about to say something, he looked up at Lin Nuo. But at this moment, Lin Nuo's face became extremely solemn, and his eyes were looking directly at the sea ahead. Suddenly, a strong breath, like lightning, struck towards the luxury ship, where the figure passed. The terrifying momentum cut through the sea. Seeing this, Lin Nuo immediately pulled out the black sword Zhanlong from his waist, and rushed out. Clang! The two swords collided impressively, and the sword energy burst out at the same time, and the sword intent of both sides swept all directions. When the two terrifying auras collided, a big wave was set off. And the two were evenly matched and stalemate in the air, without giving in at all. Hey, did it come so suddenly? Marine Admiral, advertisement? Lin Nuo smiled and stared at the man in front of him. He had seen the photo of Admiral of Headquarters when he was in the Rocks Pirates. Coupled with such a powerful aura and combat power, it is not difficult to guess that the man in front of him is Marine Admiral Dinhue. Lin Nuo, the supernova officer of the Rocks Pirates. You are doomed today. Obediently go back to Impel Down with Ben Admiral for retirement. Max's face began to become serious. After the fight just now, he felt that the opponent's combat power did not seem to be weaker than his own. At the same time, under the perception of observation Haki, Lin Nuo's sword intent and slash were slightly stronger than his own. But as a Marine Admiral and even a great swordsman, Max was not afraid at all, but the fighting spirit in his heart gradually increased. Although he is a mortal enemy, Lin Nuo in front of him seems to be only about 20 years old, and he already possesses such terrifying combat power at this moment. If he continues to grow, he may be even more dangerous than Rocks. Max frowned. Although he had already passed his prime, Lin Nuo's talent and fighting power made him make a decision in his heart. Arrest me? Try it if you can, Your Excellency Admiral. Lin Nuo didn't take Max's words seriously. He didn't underestimate the Marine Admiral in front of him, but from his own self-confidence. Marine's intelligence should still be at the time when he was robbing the gold in the sky, but now his combat power has increased several times compared to before. Not to mention mastering armament Haki high-level combat skills, and Conqueror's Haki winding. Now Lin Nuo's strength, even if he can't beat Marine Admiral, then he can't help himself. Of course, the premise is that the Marine Admiral in front of him has absolute beat power. Lin Nuo kicked his calf with the help of the air and rushed towards Max, and the black knife Zhanlong in his hand slashed down with all his strength. Extreme dragon hunting. Roar. A huge dragon's head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and the roar shook the sea. With an extremely strong sense of oppression, he bit towards Max. Boy, let me show you what is the most powerful naval headquarters. Chapter 86 Lin Nuo. What a humanoid monster. Seeing this, Max snorted coldly. As a great swordsman, he was not afraid at all, and slowly pulled out the sword from his waist. At this moment, the aura on Max's body soared instantly, and the muscles of his whole body continued to swell. Tiger-like hair grew all over his body, 2 long sharp teeth grew on both sides of his mouth, and a black and yellow tail swayed at the end. That's right, although Max is a great swordsman, he is also the owner of the Devil Fruit ability. Zone Ancient Species Cat Fruit Saber-Toothed Tiger Form. Tiger Roar hyphenation point fall. Max waved the unknown famous knife in his hand, and also slashed a blow, but it was very different from Lin Nuo. A ferocious and violent giant tiger suddenly appeared, with 2 sharp fangs on its mouth. Compared to Max himself, there are 4 layers of inaccuracy. In an instant, the two collided together in 763. The confrontation between the dragon and the tiger. The aftermath of the battle raged in all directions, and there was a loud explosion of bang. It exploded suddenly, and the sea kept rolling and surging in an instant. The strength of Marine Admiral is really extraordinary. But isn't this combat power enough? While admiring Max's strength, Lin Nuo said slowly with a provocative smile. I don't know when. Lin Nuo has developed the habit of provoking and mocking his opponents in battle. Even Golden Lion Shiki, who is a good friend, had a move of wanting to kill Lin Nuo during the battle with him. Snort. It's just an appetizer, the battle has just begun, kid. As the Admiral of Headquarters, Max was a man who had experienced countless storms and escaped death. He didn't show any anger at Lin Nuo's provocation. It seemed to him that he was used to it. At this moment, his goal is to arrest Lin Nuo. If not, he must be kept completely. His decision is not for the celestial dragons, but for the future of the Marine. Lin Nuo stopped talking nonsense. Although he has absolute confidence in his own strength, don't forget that behind him are the 2 younger brothers who have just been recruited, and the task of bringing the celestial dragons back to the rocks. Advertisement. He didn't want to drag on with Marine Admiral, because he didn't know how many people were sent by Naval Headquarters. The sword intent in Lin Nuo's body soared into the sky, and the powerful sword force affected the surroundings. The high-level armament Haki is attached to the black sword Zhanlong, and the blade instantly bursts with terrifying arrogance, making the blade even darker. Slash wave. A crescent-shaped black light slash cut through the sky impressively. In addition to the incomparably sharp blade, the slash is entangled with dense electric sparks. In addition, wherever the slash passed, the space seemed to become distorted. Armament Haki emission. This kid has mastered high-level armament Haki combat skills. Max squinted his eyes, his expression became dignified, and at the same time, there was a hint of shock. He felt very clearly that this slash contained the energy released by the high-level armament Haki. Having experienced countless battles with powerful players in the sea, it is impossible for him to perceive mistakes, and he also has the ability to master armament Haki. And Lin Nuo's combat power displayed in this series, compared with the information he has, is far from Yiping. At the Naval Headquarters Advanced Meeting, Zephyr and Garp personally stated that Lin Nuo is extremely powerful both in terms of talent and combat power. But Lin Nuo has a shortcoming, that is, Lin Nuo's strength in armament Haki and observation Haki is average. Ding Potion armament Haki and observation Haki have also reached the peak level of the middle level. Otherwise, Zephyr would not just be suppressed in the battle with Lin Nuo. But what is going on with the high-level armament Haki displayed by Lin Nuo at this time? It's meow. Could it be that you told the old man that this kid has mastered armament Haki's high-level external release within this period of time? Grass. Do you want to be so scary? Is it his family who opened Pirate World, or is the author stupid? With such a pervert talent and combat power, you can tell me how to fight. Advertisement up to now, no matter how much question marks are on Max's head, it will not help. The key point is that this terrifying slash has already rushed towards him. Max is holding an unknown famous knife, and the powerful armament Haki is wrapped around the blade like an air current. Slashing towards the fierce slash in front of him, he muttered to himself. Tiger Roar Wu, also by Max's powerful armament Haki, entangled in the slash, and at the same time added its own powerful sword intent. Lin Nuo watched Max's terrifying slash, and immediately frowned, and then swung the black sword in his hand again to slash down. Lin Nuo didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, what he was facing in front of him was a broken tiger from the Admiral of Headquarters. Although he was already old, he couldn't be underestimated at all. Although Lin Nuo is slightly better than Lin Hu in terms of swordsmanship, it is only a sliver. As a veteran admiral, in terms of combat experience, his qualifications far surpass Lin Nuo. More than a dozen black light slashes entwined with armed colors followed closely. And at the same time that Lin Nuo slashed this blow, the two violent slashes of the former collided impressively. A huge collision created a powerful storm all around, and the aftermath of sword wisps flew towards the sea. What followed immediately was the terrifying explosion that resulted from the stalemate between the two, which instantly shattered the surface of the sea, and the smoke from the explosion enveloped the figures of the two in an instant. However, this was not over yet. More than a dozen black lights in the smoke penetrated the smoke layer in an instant, and headed towards Marine Admiral at a very high speed. Boy, you're still a little bit behind with your weapon-colored display skills. Max snorted coldly. As the Lin Hu of Naval Headquarters veteran admiral, he didn't panic at all in the face of more than a dozen sudden slashes in 1.1. At the same time, he retracted the unknown famous knife in his hand into its sheath. His arms suddenly burst out with veins, and armament haki covered both arms. This is not over yet. Dao Red's arrogance condensed on his fists. With a sudden force under his feet, he shot out like a cannonball in an instant, and his fist like steel smashed hard on the slash. With a powerful force shaking the sea, he smashed the slash forcefully, followed by the second and third slashes. In an instant, Lin Nuo slashed out more than 10 powerful slashes, and was completely crushed by Max. Broken. Swordsmanship, devil fruit, haki, even physical skills, are so powerful, it is worthy of being one of the admirals of headquarters. Even though he is already old, his strength can still be displayed to such a degree. What a monster. Chapter 87 The Battle Between Swordsmanship and Haki. Lin Nuo saw that Max completely smashed his attack without any effort, and while marveling at the strength of Marine Admiral, his face became a little dignified. He didn't expect Lin Hu to be a master of physical arts besides Grandmaster Swordsmanship, Devil Fruit, and Haki. If such a monster was at its peak, how terrifying would it be? No wonder when Rocks mentioned Marine Admiral Underworld Dragon and Broken Tiger at the advanced meeting, the complexions of some veteran cadres turned pale in an instant. At this time, Lin Nuo felt subtly that Max's armament haki was released so proficiently. In terms of actual combat use, he is much better than himself. That's right, after all, Max has practiced haki for decades. It would be abnormal if he is not proficient. Moreover, he has only been proficient in armed weapons for a few days, so there is nothing to envy. Is this Lin Nuo, the supernova officer of the Rocks Pirates? If you only have this strength, then spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Max was surrounded by a terrifying aura, and it was still rising. Although Max was shocked by Lin Nuo, he was able to control the high-level combat skills with his armed forces, but for him, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to take Lin Nuo down. Yo, send me to Impel Down for a day trip? Are you really afraid that labor and capital will overturn it? HMPH. It's still the same as I said just now, try it if you have the ability. Facing Max Haki's side leak, like a god of war, Lin Nuo replied with a provocative tone while not forgetting a deep voice. It seems that it is impossible to solve this guy in a short time. Max didn't talk nonsense anymore, although Lin Nuo still has a distance compared to himself under the combat skills of armed color. But from what Zephyr and Garp said before, Lin Nuo was not strong before armament haki, and it took only a long time to control it, which shows how dangerous Lin Nuo is. This monster boy must be taken down. Otherwise it is very likely to grow into the existence of rocks in the future, maybe even stronger. Max's thoughts came to the same line as Lin Nuo's, and the two had clearly made up their minds. At this time, Max's figure moved, exerting force under his feet, moonwalk combined with shaved 6 styles, and his figure instantly disappeared in place like an afterimage. Advertisement pulling out the unknown famous knife at his waist, armament haki was enveloped in an instant. At this moment, Max is like returning to his peak days, Admiral, the broken tiger who made countless pirates in the world fearful. In a blink of an eye, he who turned into the speed of light appeared in the sky above Lin Nuo. The black knife condensed terrifying power, the tip of the knife locked onto Lin Nuo below, and slashed straight down. With the terrifying combination of speed and power, the air seemed to become distorted, and the sound of the explosion was deafening. Roar! Lin Nuo observation haki opened, and in the perception, above his head, it was like a terrifying beast was rushing towards him. At this time, it was too late to avoid it. Lin Nuo's body was shaken, and the power in his heart burst out suddenly. Armament haki released it with all his strength, condensing on the Black Saber War Dragon. He also wanted to see how far he could reach with the blessing of his sword skills and high-level armament haki. Clang! Ohm! The two knives collided together, and countless aftermaths of sword energy splashed. When the two collided, two powerful barriers suddenly appeared, and they were fighting frantically. Immediately, the energy generated by the collision became more and more intense, and a burst of explosion shook the entire sea area. Boom! At the same time, Lin Yu and Max were instantly ejected by the powerful explosion. Lin Nuo's figure was like a beam of light, falling extremely fast, and when he was about to hit the sea, Lin Nuo turned over to stabilize his figure, activated the fruit ability, and floated on the sea. But the sea surface under his feet was directly squeezed and sunken by this impact force, and the waves continued to roll in all directions. The same is true for Max, who was pushed high above the sky, and managed to stabilize his figure with moonwalk and shaving. Where Max passed by, the clouds under his feet were pierced instantly, forming a scratch. This old guy, even though his strength is no longer at the peak, he still possesses such terrifying combat power. Lin Nuo felt a pain in his body, which was the pain caused by the impact of the armed color. If it wasn't for the strong point of his constitution, the collision just now might have been shocked by this burst of armed color. Advertisement: this fight let Lin Nuo know a lot about Marine Admiral's combat power. Not to mention the other Marine Admiral, at least the Broken Tiger Admiral in front of him, Lin Nuo, knows the general idea. Although Max is not as good as Lin Nuo in terms of swordsmanship, his strength and proficiency in armament haki is slightly better than Lin Nuo. Strictly speaking, he is already in the top group in the world, but this is not all. The important thing is the Denhu Admiral in front of him. He is famous all over the world for his devil fruit ability, not swordsmanship, haki and physical skills. And so far, Broken Tiger Admiral has not used the combat skills of devil fruit ability. While Lin Nuo was thinking, his eyes did not leave Max for a moment. In the battle between the strong, just a slight negligence can determine the outcome. And this time I don't want to fight with the previous Golden Lion Shiki. Max watched Lin Nuo defuse his offensive again, and suddenly became a little impatient. He secretly said in his heart, "Damn boy, every attack 890 saved him from danger. If he can't be dealt with in time, once the support from the Rocks pirates arrives, all efforts will be in vain. Even the plan to rescue the celestial dragons is on the verge of falling apart, and now it's time to do it." Max's face instantly became heavy, and the breath surrounding his body became more and more intense, almost affecting the air around his body. In the next second, Max's figure quickly disappeared into the sky. As the figure continued to approach Lin Nuo, the figure became faster and faster, and it was already invisible to the naked eye. But Lin Nuo reacted immediately, looking around with his eyes, and the observation haki was fully opened. As there, Lin Nuo noticed the position of Max's breath through observation haki. However, it was impossible to accurately capture where Max's next position would appear. But at this moment, a flash of light flashed, and Max had appeared on the right side of Lin Nuo, and the famous knife in his hand made several slashes in an instant. Call out. As dozens of slashes appeared, a storm of slashes instantly formed. In an instant, countless sword intents filled the air, and even the sea far below began to be affected. The powerful slashing storm instantly turned into a terrifying tornado, and the seawater was cut off by the powerful force and eroded down. Chapter 88: The Powerful Max. Lin Nuo breaks out at this moment. It is like a natural disaster above the sea. Seeing this, Lin Nuo slowly inserted the black knife in his hand back into the scabbard. He looked solemnly at the storm that struck like a natural disaster. Slowly stretch out his right hand. That's right, at this time, Lin Nuo no longer hides it privately, and activates the fruit ability that he is proud of. Call out. Boom. At this time, the storm slash had completely engulfed Lin Nuo, and countless extremely sharp slashing blades rushed towards Lin Nuo like a hornet's nest in an instant. Did the collision just now armament haki bruise this kid internally? HMPH. The outcome has been decided. It seems that the old man overestimated this kid's combat power, but that's right. Although the old man's strength is no longer at the peak, it is not something that some youngsters who have just debuted can compete. After rescuing celestial dragons, give Zephyr, Garp and others emergency special training. This kind of kid can't handle it. How will they be able to carry the spine of naval headquarters by then? In the sky, Max watched Lin Nuo's figure being completely devoured by the storm attack, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing a smile, and said with some complacency, "Looks like it's over." Max folded his hands and watched the storm like a natural disaster, and waited for the storm to disappear. Then he took Lin Nuo's body back to shock the majesty of the naval headquarters and the world government, which cannot be trampled on. And at the very center of Storm Slash, a translucent air shield completely wrapped Lin Nuo, and countless sharp flying blades were blocked outside, unable to shake a bit. Suddenly, Lin Nuo's hand moved, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. God Luo Tian sign. Boom. Buzz. The terrifying repulsive force blasted out in all directions like a squeezed balloon. The countless flying blade slashes and the countless storms disappeared in an instant. This is not over yet. The storm that was as powerful as a natural disaster before was completely disintegrated like pieces of paper. In just a few seconds, the sky and the sea suddenly returned to their original state. Max, who had been witnessing from high in the sky, suddenly showed shock on his face. He didn't expect that Lin Nuo would gradually disintegrate his offensive again. You must know that this trick, even the big pirates in the New World, can't resist it, and it was actually broken by this kid. Boy, advertisement. This made Max couldn't bear the pride in his heart, and for a while Max's face became extremely ferocious, although he didn't want to believe that Lin Nuo had the slashing storm that he was proud of. However, his anger was aroused, and the unknown black knife in his hand disappeared into the sky, and he killed Lin Nuo at a high speed. Don't get too complacent, Marine Admiral, and Lin Nuo was not to be outdone, and launched the 6-style enhanced version of the shaving flow, and his figure also disappeared in place. Boom. Boom. Clang. Clang. There was a burst of clashing and clashing sounds, constantly reverberating in the ministers of the sea area. The figures of the two can no longer be captured by the naked eye, and even ordinary observation haki can hardly perceive the trajectory of the two. Two jets of streamer collided continuously in the air. The aftermath of countless sharp slashes splashed high in the air. The speed is getting faster and faster, and its offensive has not diminished at all, but has intensified. This old guy's strength is really terrifying. Compared to Zephyr and Shiki, the golden lion that we fought against before, he is even stronger. Lin Nuo was holding the black saber slaying the dragon, and Max, whose wrist was constantly hitting hard steel, began to tremble a little under the repeated collisions. This is also the guy that Lin Nuo finds extremely tricky for the first time. Every attack was completely resisted by Max, and he counterattacked immediately. Give me back. Damn, this old guy is so hard to kill. In Max's ferocious offensive, apart from slashing and the enhanced version of Marine 6 styles, there is also ferocity like a beast. If you don't kill the opponent, you have no intention of giving up. Lin Nuo couldn't hold back for a while with his desperate fighting style like a falling meteor, and his figure was constantly forced back, and he began to show a losing trend. Bang, clang, boom. Every strike of Max carries heavy force, and the speed is extremely fast. The old guy is too fierce, can't go on like this. Lin Nuo stood in front of him with the black knife Zonlong, constantly resisting the incoming attacks, and his body was shaken back by the terrifying force. Advertisement. At this time, a red light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and the observation Haki was fully opened, launching the 6-style enhanced version of the shaving flow, constantly avoiding the incoming terrorist attacks, thereby reducing stress. Max just frowned. A pair of black iron fists were shrouded in peach-red arrogance. Compared with the previous confrontation with Lin Nuo, the armed color displayed is even stronger, ultimate. Each punch comes with a powerful impact. Sooner or later, this old guy will find a flaw if this continues. A pair of armed ones released a powerful impact force, constantly impacting the black saber Zonlong blocking Lin Nuo, with an extremely heavy expression on his face. If you want to defeat this old guy, you must show stronger power. It's not that Lin Nuo doesn't want to activate his own fruit ability at will, but the fruit ability also has its own flaws. In every fierce battle, why does Lin Nuo seldom activate the fruit ability, and only activate it at critical moments? Because repulsion and gravity also have a 5-second cooldown like pain, this is also Lin Nuo's deepest secret. In the next second, Lin Nuo's aura changed, and the fruit ability was activated, and an invisible air mask surrounded Lin Nuo completely. Boom. Under the air shield of the invisible repulsive force, countless incoming impacts were abruptly blocked. The next moment, Lin Nuo stretched out his right hand to control the invisible repulsive force, and muttered to himself. God Luo Tian sign. The invisible repulsive force is like a volcanic eruption, raging in all directions Nuo Jiaohao. In the area covered by the repulsive force, the space begins to distort instantly, and the air is partitioned and expanded. Max's countless attacks were disintegrated by this invisible repulsive force in just an instant. Is this kid's fruit ability? The storm slash should have been destroyed by this ability before. Max, who was moving rapidly like an afterimage, paused and stopped. But Max didn't appreciate Lin Nuo's fruit ability, but put on his steel fists, and once again added armed colors to let out arrogance, ready to give Lin Nuo a fatal blow. It's a pity that the god Luo Tianzheng's speed is extremely fast. After destroying Max's offensive in an instant, he quickly moved towards the bombardment. The moment Max's figure was touched by Shen Luo Tian's sign, his burly figure was blown away by this powerful repulsive force. The figure directly crossed the sea surface, and an invisible scratch appeared on the sea surface. Chapter 89 Swordsmanship. Sword Slash. Max, who was sent flying by the Shen Luo Tian sign, was flying backwards at a super speed. A thread of blood was stuck at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Max had been injured by the terrifying repulsion just now. Max gritted his teeth and exerted force on his feet, turning his whole body 180 degrees in the air, bursting out with a powerful aura, stabilizing his body, and standing upright on the sea. Cough. Brat. Max stared at Lin Nuo in the distance, his face became extremely ferocious, and the anger in his heart burst out instantly. Recalling the scene just now, and what Zephyr, Crane, and Garp said at the meeting, this kid's fruit ability is indeed as weird as the three of them said. But what he felt just now was not the strange gravitational force that the three of them were talking about, but the strange power that was the opposite of gravity and could bounce everything away. If Zephyr and the others are talking about gravitational force, then what was able to bounce themselves back just now is repulsive force. Good boy, with the ability to resist all attacks and create an absolute defense, he can be completely invincible. What a tricky kid. This is going to be difficult. Max's eyes were full of complexity, and while he was shocked, he seemed to feel that the newcomer 223 in front of him was not so easy to solve as he imagined. But, every fruit ability has its own flaws, there is no problem that Haki can't solve. While Max was thinking, Lin Nuo looked down at Marine Admiral Max and said, Yo, I was almost killed by Lord Admiral just now. When Max heard this, he immediately came back from thinking, his face was extremely ugly. Advertisement. Lin Nuo is simply insulting Admiral himself, which makes Max, who is already hot-tempered, unbearable, and the opponent in front of him is still a rookie who has just debuted. Roar, roar. A roar of tigers shook the entire sea, and Max activated his proud fruit ability. The whole body began to swell continuously, and the original height of more than 2 meters grew tens of centimeters in an instant. Tiger hair grew on his body, and sharp fangs grew from both sides of his mouth, turning into a half-human half-animal form. That's right. This is Max's zone, Ancient species, cat fruit, saber-toothed tiger form. Under the human beast form, Max's strength, speed, resilience, etc. have all been enhanced several times. In the muscular tiger's hand, he tightly held an unknown famous sword. The mighty armament Haki erupted, and the pink arrogance enveloped the whole body and the Tadao. The entire body was also covered by armament Haki, turning into a hard black, shiny. Max had to defend against Lin Nuo's strange repulsive force. After the impact, he clearly felt the horror from this force, so he completely covered armament Haki all over his body. Lin Nuo's figure moved. This time he took the initiative to launch an offensive, and his figure disappeared instantly. With such a high-speed movement, even ordinary observation Haki couldn't capture his movement trajectory. In just an instant, it appeared on the left side of Max. Lin Nuo slowly stretched out his left hand, and Vientiane started. An invisible gravitational force locked on Max completely. The moment the gravitational force touched Max, Lin Nuo's face became a little dignified. You must know that Max's whole body was covered by the powerful armament Haki at this time. At this moment, it is difficult to restrain Max. You must know that armament Haki is the nemesis of fruit ability. Lin Nuo immediately increased the intensity of gravity, and the fruit ability has reached the middle level under the strengthening of the system. At this moment, Max, whose whole body was covered by armament Haki, suddenly paused, and his body became uncontrollable. Max noticed the abnormality in his body, frowned, stared at Lin Nuo, feeling CBFC, shocked and muttered heavily to himself. Is this what Zephyr et al. Said, the gravitational force that binds everything? But as Zephyr, Garp and others said, under the cover of armament Haki, this kid should not be able to restrain himself. Advertisement. And Max realized that even though his body was restrained by this kid, he had the protection of armament Haki, so he could completely smash it to pieces. Thinking of this, Max smiled slightly, looked at Lin Nuo and said mockingly. Boy, don't forget that armament Haki is the fruit ability nemesis. As soon as the words fell, Max's restrained body began to move, and the restrained gravitational force began to gradually collapse. It is obviously impossible to completely restrain Max. Lin Nuo launched Universal Pull just to temporarily restrict Max's actions. Lin Nuo has already realized this. When he activated the Universal Pull, Lin Nuo held the handle of the black sword at his waist with his right hand. Blade. His body sank, and he was in the posture of drawing a knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the terrifying momentum and sword intent all over his body rushed straight into the sky. The blue sky immediately turned into gray, and the thunder hidden in the clouds continued to flicker. God's rebellion hyphenation point draw the sword and cut. Suddenly, Lin Nuo moved, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. His figure turned into a beam of light, and shot towards Max. Wherever the streamer went, the space instantly became distorted, and the air was completely cut off. Even the sea below began to be restless and rolling. Max broke free from the shackles of gravity, and when his eyes turned to Lin Nuo's position, his complexion changed instantly, and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. He swallowed and muttered to himself. This posture is, drawing the sword and chopping. It's actually possible to condense such an attack. No, this kid can't hit it, otherwise even I will have difficulty parrying it. Observation Haki keeps warning in Max's mind, which shows how powerful Lin Nuo's move is. Max immediately launched the 6-style enhanced version, trying to avoid the coming attack. But how can Lin Nuo make Max happy? Lin Nuo's speed is like a falling meteor, and he appears in front of Max in an instant. As Max was fleeing, Observation Haki sensed this terrifying power in front of him. His eyes widened suddenly, and he watched as the sword in Lin Nuo's waist was about to be drawn out. Max, who was covered by the mighty armament Haki, gritted his teeth and said secretly, since it is impossible to avoid it, the only way is to block it. Chapter 90 Return of Life. Max's figure sank, and his swollen, black arms with luster stood in front of him, and he said heavily. Come on, boy. As Max's words fell, Lin Nuo pulled out the black knife at his waist to slay the dragon, and the world turned into a white light in an instant, covering Max and the surroundings. This strike is what Golden Lion Shiki feared, but with the improvement of Lin Nuo armament Haki, the power of this sword slash is incomparable compared to before. It is much stronger. Buzz. Call out. As Lin Nuo appeared behind Max with his sword drawn, Lin Nuo seemed to stop time for a moment. Half a sound. The gray and thunderous sky returned to blue, and the sea also stopped restlessness. The two stood in the air, still maintaining their original posture. But in the next second, Max, who was covered by the powerful armament Haki, couldn't help spitting out blood, his face shriveled. The figure couldn't help but half kneel down, his right hand was covering the dark chest, the knife wound that was cut to the bone, blood continued to flow down through the right hand. Gritting his teeth, Max looked at Lin Nuo behind him, exuding a strong killing intent, his anger burned instantly, and he roared. Damn boy. Max didn't expect that the boy from the Rocks pirates in front of him could completely break through his absolute defense, and even the powerful armament Haki defense that he was proud of was broken by him. It is a shame that Marine Admiral, who has killed countless enemies, was injured by a kid who just debuted. On the other side, on the luxury ship in the distance, Buster supported Carl, the crew, and the two celestial dragons tied to the splint were watching the battle between the two, each of which was shown by the two with terrifying strength. He froze in place in shock. Buster, is this the strength of our boss? This is too scary. Look, even Marine Admiral is no match for the boss. Hee hee. Advertisement. We are so lucky to be accepted by the boss. That's right. We also have to work hard to cultivate, and then help the boss solve everything. Hearing Buster's words, Carl nodded in a deep voice. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have made up their minds. And Celestial Dragon's VJ Street, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, looked at Admiral Broken Tiger half kneeling in the sky with his hands on his chest in the distance. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he yelled loudly. No. How is this possible? That is Marine Admiral, how could he not be the opponent of that damned pariah? I count on him to save me, how could he lose? And it wasn't just Vija's Saint who was roaring, the same was true for the bound maintenance palace next to him. In their eyes, Marine Admiral was a top powerhouse in the world, how could he lose to this damned lowly democracy? Such a blow made VJ Street and Wei Wei Gong immediately unable to see the hope of being rescued, and they stood there in a daze, their faces pale. And hearing Celestial Dragon's insults, Buster and Carl would not let the two of them get used to it. A-hole. Since you dare to be the boss, Carl, let's beat him twice. Buster helped Carl to come to the front of the Celestial Dragons, and he fisted and split his legs to serve continuously, making the two Celestial Dragons scream. The sailors on the boat saw everything, they didn't help to beat them, but they didn't try to stop them. They were also full of hatred for Celestial Dragons, but they didn't dare to beat them. They just looked at Celestial Dragons who had been beaten with a pig's head all over his face, and the corners of his mouth revealed smile. And Lin Nuo, who was behind Max, took the black knife Zonlong back into its sheath with a heavy breath, and stared at Max who was seriously injured, as if thinking about something. Max resisted the severe pain in his chest and propped up his whole body again. Although Lin Nuo's blow did severely wound Max, even Max's aura began to weaken gradually, and the body covered by armament Haki had disappeared. Max has the recovery power of Zone Cat Fruit Saber-Toothed Tiger form, and it didn't take long to stop the blood flowing from his chest. But it's not over yet. Max launched the most difficult cultivation in Marine 6 styles, and the return of life at the cost of life consumption. In an instant, the sword wound on Max's chest began to emit white smoke, and the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Asking for flowers. And this scene was also seen by Lin Nuo, and he frowned immediately. Taking advantage of Max's injury, he was best at helping to beat the dogs in the water. Advertisement. The left hand launches universal pull and locks towards Max. And the sword wound on Max's chest, with the zone fruit and the 6-style secret skill of returning life, has recovered, leaving only a sword scar. With Max observation Haki fully open, he sensed the huge crisis behind him and reacted immediately. How could Lin Nuo succeed? His figure flashed, disappeared in place, and appeared on Lin Nuo's head in an instant. I saw that Max's fist was wrapped in armed flames, and he punched Lin Nuo's chest. Before Lin Nuo could react, he was blown away by this powerful force. It's not over yet. Max disappeared in place again, turning into a streamer and rushing towards the position where Lin Nuo flew backwards. Boom. On Max's pitch-black fists, surrounded by armed flames, he punched Lin Nuo continuously. The huge impact instantly made holes in the sea, and Lin Nuo's entire body was quickly knocked down, like a shell generally fell into the sea. Old boss. Quote. A-hole. Damn Marine Admiral. On the luxury ship, Buster and Carl witnessed Lin Nuo being thrown into the sea by Max. The faces of the two changed drastically in an instant, and they shouted towards the location where Lin Nuo fell. At the same time, the faces of the sailors on the luxury ship turned extremely pale. They were originally captured by the Celestial Dragons as slaves. It was because of the appearance of Lin Nuo that they ignited the hope of freedom, but now seeing Lin Nuo being thrown into the sea by Marine Admiral, it seems that the flame of burning hope has been extinguished in an instant. On the other side, VJ Street and Wei Wei Gong, who were tied to the splint, laughed arrogantly after seeing this scene. The damn untouchable is finally dead, it's just a pity that my short-lived father can't see this scene. But father, please rest assured that this Saint VJ's Saint will definitely inherit everything from you, including the countless beauties you raised in the palace, and carry forward our family. Chapter 91 Conqueror's Haki Winding. HMPH. Let Duanyu pick up the corpse of that pariah later, I want to crush this pariah to ashes, smashing his body to pieces, the same. I will not let these two little bastards go, everyone on board must die. That look is as disgusting as it is. VJ's Saint stood up, looking up at everyone on board as if condescending, laughed and said. Ha 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 ha. The damn untouchable was finally beaten to death by Admiral. You bloody pariahs, see, this is what happens when you fight against the Celestial Dragons. The Wei Wei Gong on the side didn't lag behind, and kept cursing at everyone like shrews. See, this is the fate of going against Bengong. Two little bastards, quickly crawl over to me and untie the rope between me and my elder brother. Maybe. 540. Bengong is in a good mood, and my mercy will allow you two to live a little longer. And you slaves, hurry up. Faced with the condescending curses of the two Celestial Dragons, all the sailor slaves on the ship showed panic and endless panic on their faces. Some slaves even knelt down towards the Celestial Dragons, and slowly climbed up according to the instructions of the Celestial Dragons. Past. While all the slaves were wearing ashes, following the Celestial Dragons' order. Buster and Carl on the side wiped tears from the corners of their eyes, and the sadness on their faces turned into endless anger, staring at the Celestial Dragon's murderous intent gradually revealed, holding the sticks they didn't know where to get. Buster supported Carl and walked slowly towards the two Celestial Dragons without speaking. Seeing Buster and Carl walking towards them, VJs and Wei Gong yelled at Buster and Carl even more aggressively. Damn you two little bastards, I am the one who crawled here, not letting you go. Since you dare to disobey my orders. As soon as the marine warship arrives, I will let you two bastards have a taste of my signature wolf hot. Damn B asterisk 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 D. The angry shouts of VJ's Saint and Maintenance Palace resounded throughout the luxury ship. And Buster and Carl seemed to be unable to hear the words of the two celestial dragons, and went straight to the front of VJ's Saint and Maintenance Palace. Advertisement. At this time, seeing Buster and Carl holding sticks in their hands, VJ Street and Wei Gong instantly sensed something was wrong, and their faces instantly became terrified, saying, Little B asterisk 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 D, what do you want to do? Don't forget that damn pariah is dead, no one to protect. It's not what I said, why did you hit me? Then he raised the stick in his hand and beat the two celestial dragons continuously. For a moment, the condescending curses on the luxury ship turned into heart-piercing screams. And the slave sailors on the ship were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that these two brats would be so ruthless. Even though their boss was beheaded by Marine Admiral, he beat celestial dragons madly without any panic or fear. Anyway, it's all about death in the end, so it's better to beat up the celestial dragons before they die, and don't forget the bullying, they have been tortured all the time. Die, go, FK it, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get started. The sailor slaves immediately looked at each other, as if they had made some decision. They all stood up and walked towards the celestial dragons. Join Buster and Carl. Standing in midair, he is tall and burly, with tiger hair all over his body, and his tail is constantly swinging behind him. With a dignified face, Max stared fixedly at the position where Lin Nuo fell into the sea below, and muttered to himself. Finished. No, it shouldn't be that simple. Max was very aware of his fierce attack. Although Lin Nuo was caught off guard and fell into the sea, he vaguely felt that this kind of attack was not enough to completely kill Lin Nuo. Even Lin Nuo, as a devil fruit, is restricted by the sea, but the strong still has his own cards, such as. As soon as Max's words fell, the bubbles on the sea surface continued to rise and become more and more intense. Advertisement. In the next second, the sea exploded suddenly, and an invisible repulsion surrounded a figure, completely cutting off the sea water. Lin Nuo reached out to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then held the black knife Zonlong tightly. The black knife Armament Haki hardened, and the arrogance surrounding the blade was terrifying. Armament Haki, who condensed sword intent and strength, rushed towards Max, and at the same time slashed. Seeing that Lin Nuo was only slightly injured, Max looked a little dignified. Although he realized that it was impossible for Lin Nuo to be killed by himself under the offensive just now, at least he would cause serious injuries to Lin Nuo, but the result did not meet his expectations. This kid's fruit ability is really difficult to deal with, as if it is an invisible wall, making Lin Nuo invincible in the battle. What a tough kid. As one of the Marine Admirals, Max has reached the pinnacle of physical and sword skills, and Haki has reached the pinnacle, facing Lin Nuo and rushing towards him. He greeted him with an unknown black knife in his hand. Boom. The two collided, and the powerful armed forces collided violently, setting off huge waves, and the aftermath of the collision swept around like a storm. At this time, the two men were in a stalemate, with no room for retreat. The two continued to increase armament Haki. The two black knives collided, and lightning flashed continuously, the airflow surged, and the wind and waves raged. At this time, a beam of light flashed across Lin Nuo's eyes, and a terrifying and powerful aura burst out, and a dark red aura appeared, wrapping around Lin Nuo's body. The blue sky instantly became gray and covered with dark clouds. Thunders falling from the sky continuously hit the surrounding sea area. The whole sea area instantly became choppy. Layers of waves continued to superimpose. Countless creatures under the sea began to gradually reveal their white bellies, drifting 1.6 floating on the sea. It is like a great change in the world. And Max, who was in a stalemate with Lin Nuo, couldn't help taking a few steps back. His face changed instantly. Cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. His brain was under the impact of conquerors. Even he, who was Marine Admiral, lost his mind, his pupils shrinking. I have a bad feeling in my heart. This is Conqueror's Haki. And this Conqueror's Haki, not the usual Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki has reached a high level. Damn, where did this monster come from? It's too exaggerated. This is a high-level Conqueror's Haki. Even with the aptitude of a king, it is difficult to achieve this level. Even with his many years as Marine Admiral, there are only a handful of guys with Conqueror's Haki who can do this. Chapter 92. Extreme Dragon and Tiger Hunting. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki is not like Observation Haki and Armament Haki, which have undergone a lot of practice and improvement, but have been accumulated over the years through constitution, courage, and the will of a strong man. And Lin Nuo is only 20 years old, and he can surpass the level that countless strong men dream of. Lin Nuo is not a monster, he is simply a cheater. And what are those mentally handicapped in the Marine Intelligence team doing? There is a terrifying guy who can control the high-level Conqueror's Haki, but he doesn't even have any information. Max felt this extremely powerful and terrifying aura, which made his burly and tall figure heavy. Although he was shocked that Lin Nuo was able to raise the Conqueror's Haki to a high-level, it was really terrifying, but don't forget that he is Duanyu, one of the world-renowned Marine Admirals. How could he be frightened by this Conqueror's Haki? The next moment, Max's aura continued to rise, like a beast in the abyss, and this terrifying aura was several times stronger than before. That's right, Max feels a strong sense of crisis on Lin Nuo at the moment. If he doesn't make a full move at this moment, it is very likely that the end of this battle will end with the loser's MVP ending 21 games. The black knife in his hand condensed a powerful pink-armed color, and without any hesitation, his body was shaken, and the whole person disappeared in place, and went straight towards Lin Nuo. Facing Max's fierce and terrifying offensive, Lin Nuo showed no emotion on his face, and blocked the black sword in his hand against his chest. At this time, the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki, instead of the high-level armed color, began to continuously wrap around the blade. Wrapped with the terrifying Conqueror's Haki airflow, it makes Black Saber Zonlong terrifying. Just as Max was approaching Lin Nuo moved, and the black knife Zonlong in his hand rushed towards Max. Boom! The two knives collided with each other, suddenly. A halo of energy condensed around the two, spreading towards the vast sky. A series of black lightning bolts exploded in all directions. Suddenly, in the energy aperture, a figure was blasted out of it. After flying upside down for a certain distance, Max managed to stabilize his burly figure in human and animal form, his whole body became embarrassed, and he kept panting heavily. Advertisement. The moment Max was blasted out just now, Max immediately launched the powerful armament Haki to cover his whole body, so that no damage was caused, but he was a little embarrassed. And Lin Nuo obviously wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and disappeared in place with a shock. He wanted to kill Marine Admiral in one go. The enhanced version of Marine 6 styles shaved the flow and turned into a dark red meteor, rushing straight towards Max. At this moment, Lin Nuo exudes a powerful Conqueror's Haki all over his body, raging in all directions without reservation. Sweeping around in an instant, dark red air currents filled Lin Nuo wherever he went. The black sword Zonlong in his hand was entwined by Conqueror's Haki, and his aura had reached its peak. Extreme dragon and tiger hunting. Roar, roar. Conqueror's Haki wraps around the blade, Lin Nuo completely locks Max's figure, and cuts out twice with all his might. The two slashes immediately turned into dragons and tigers, rushing towards Max from the left and right sides. And Max, who had just stabilized his figure, suddenly changed his face. Facing the dragon and tiger attacking from the left and right sides, if he was hit, even if his whole body was covered with armament Haki, he would definitely be severely injured. Scary boy. At this moment of the battle, Max already felt the horror of Lin Nuo from him, but he felt aggrieved so that he couldn't help but greet Lin Nuo and his family. This kid's strength is like a bottomless pit, there is no limit. Whenever Mike wanted to take down Lin Nuo would always diffuse his strength at critical moments, and he could clearly feel that Lin Nuo was getting stronger every time he fought each other. It's hard to save the celestial dragons from this kid. And now, Max's brows were furrowed into deep lines, and he clearly felt that this dragon and tiger slash was accompanied by sword intent and terrifying Conqueror's entanglement. Max's observation Haki is like an alarm clock, constantly ringing in his mind. Advertisement at this moment. He can only rely on his own fruit ability. The half-beast form can't stop him, so he can only transform into a beast form. This is also Max's strongest trump card. In the animal form, it will consume its own physical strength several times at a very fast speed, and even its own vitality will be lost. You must know that Max is already old at this moment. If he consumes his vitality like this, he is afraid that he will face death next time. But now being flanked by terrifying slashing attacks, Max couldn't afford to hesitate. Moreover, Max also made a choice in his heart. If such a terrifying kid is allowed to continue to live, see in the future. No, even the whole world will be turned upside down. Even if you die in battle, pull Lin Nuo back. This kind of monster must not let him live. Max didn't dare to continue thinking about it, and a loud shout resounded through the sky. Roar. 217 The tiger roared across the sky, shaking its power in all directions, and its powerful and incomparably loud roar shattered the clouds in the sky. Max's body began to swell continuously, turning into a ferocious saber-toothed tiger in an instant. The body is 10 meters long, and the fangs are as sharp as swords, exuding a violent aura. At this time, Max's ferocity reached an unprecedented peak. With a kick of the powerful tiger legs, it went straight to kill the transformed dragon and tiger. The two huge and sharp tiger claws are covered by the dark and powerful armament Haki. The already hard and sharp tiger claws seem to be able to tear apart space. The powerful tiger's claws collided with the dragon and the tiger in an instant, and the violent fluctuations oscillated in all directions. With a sound of boom, when the two collided, the explosion produced suddenly set off waves, and the aftermath raged. Under the strong impact, Max's huge tiger body was forced back hundreds of meters before he managed to stabilize his huge body. Lin Nuo took advantage of the gap when Max was forced to retreat, and his figure turned into a beam of light, directly attacking Max in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. Lin Nuo appeared directly above Max with a black knife in his hand, and at the same time he chopped down the huge tiger's head. Chapter 93 Injury to Marine Admiral Max's observation Haki had already captured Lin Nuo's aura, and he suddenly raised his ferocious tiger head. His sharp fangs were instantly covered by armament Haki, facing the black sword in Lin Nuo's hand. Clang! The black knife collided with the sharp fangs, and there was a sound of golden swords clashing. Although Lin Nuo didn't succeed in this blow, Lin Nuo disappeared in place. Lin Nuo held his nose with his hand, and couldn't help cursing secretly. Shit. How long has this old guy not brushed his teeth? The smell of this tiger's mouth is even worse than that of a shithole. Broken Tiger, one of the majestic admiral of headquarters, just passed? Is this kid not going to fight hard? When Max saw Lin Nuo hastily retreated from the offensive range, he was a little puzzled. After the sharp fangs collided with the black sword Zhanlong for a moment, Lin Nuo immediately distanced himself from him. Could it be that in his strongest state, with his powerful strength, even Lin Nuo, who is entwined with Conqueror's Haki, can't compete? The old man is so handsome. On the other side, if Lin Nuo heard what Max was thinking, he would be so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Nuo removed the hand covering his mouth, and slowly inserted the black saber Zhanlong back into the sheath around his waist. Although Max turned into a saber-toothed tiger, his strength was several times stronger than that of a half-beast, but his speed began to decline gradually. At this point, Lin Nuo can see enough from the confrontation just now that if he wants to completely resolve this battle, he must start from the middle and lower levels of speed. After all, the battle has dragged on for too long, and the Marine fleet led by Max headed straight for the kidnapped Celestial Dragon's ship, so the operation ended in failure. And even the two little brothers he just took in are likely to encounter accidents. The moment Lin Nuo put the knife back into its sheath, a terrifying sword force flashed past, as if the sleeping murderer was slowly waking up. Although it was only for a moment, when Max noticed the beast-like terrifying sword move just now, the huge tiger's body shook, and he couldn't help becoming tense. What happened to the breath on this kid just now? How could there be something that made the old man feel afraid? No. The feeling just now is definitely not wrong. We must stop this kid after he condenses his next attack. Lin Nuo's body sank, and his right hand rested on the hilt of the black sword Zhanlong at his waist, the sword intent on his body, and the conquerors began to condense. Advertisement: this is not over yet. A translucent force seeped into the blade from the handle. The momentum on his body began to change, and the clouds in the sky above his head were gradually washed away. Like a beast slowly waking up, the wind speed intensified, and the waves kept churning, layer upon layer. Not good. Max's heart trembled. His eyes became extremely dignified, and the powerful and huge tiger body couldn't help but began to tense. At this time, the aura emitted by Lin Nuo, in his observation Haki perception, is the scariest thing he has ever fought against Lin Nuo. He didn't dare to be careless. For Max, who had experienced hundreds of battles and experienced countless desperation and death, the trump card of the final battle began to be gradually revealed. At this time, the two looked at each other, which made Max more sure of what he was thinking. To be able to fight against him to such an extent, it can be seen that Lin Nuo's strength is terrifying. Its terrifying combat power is more than a little bit stronger than what is stated in the Marine intelligence. It is almost like a big pirate who has experienced many battles. At this time, Max has no way out, and as a Marine admiral, he will never retreat in front of pirates. This is also the pride and justice in his heart. Roar. Max's powerful tiger body raised its head to the sky and let out a tiger roar, which resounded through the sky. Using powerful strength, Armament Haki covered his entire body with a huge tiger body, and his hair, which was originally yellow and black, instantly turned into pitch black. The entire huge tiger exudes a strong aura, and peach red's arrogance surrounds the whole body, which is Max's armed color in the strongest state. Razor. With a boom, the air exploded instantly. Max's huge tiger body disappeared in place, turned into a huge streamer, and rushed towards Lin Nuo. The terrifying power is like a meteor falling from the sky, full of impact and oppression. The moment Max rushed out, Lin Nuo also started to move. A pure sword intent rushed straight into the sky, piercing the clouds in the sky instantly. The sword intent on Lin Nuo's body continued to rise, and the sword power burst into bloom. With the strength of both legs, the air under his feet exploded instantly, and a muffled thunder flashed across. Lin Nuo's whole body turned into a dark red beam and disappeared into the sky. What? Advertisement. Max's eyes were horrified. Lin Nuo disappeared, and then he stopped his tiger pace, and the observation Haki was fully opened. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, trying to find out the trajectory of Lin Nuo. Suddenly, Max's observation Haki keeps issuing high-intensity warnings, and it's time for Max to counterattack. Boom. The armor covering Max's body was instantly torn apart, the entire huge tiger body was hit instantly, and the huge figure flew backwards like a cannonball. Just as Max endured the severe pain from the huge tiger body, observation Haki warned again, and the terrible crisis of death filled Max's mind. Roar. The sound of dragon chant faintly resounded in the sky, and a bright light flashed in the dark and thunderous sky. God's rebellion. Crying dragon. There was a crisp sound of drawing the knife, like a dark red sword light, flashing across Max's huge tiger body. In an instant, Max felt that his confidence was torn apart, and he was on top of Fang's body. With a puff, blood gushed out continuously, and the severe pain from the huge tiger's body constantly filled Max. Cough. How can this be? Max could no longer maintain the animal form, and his body gradually became smaller until he returned to the half-beast form, holding his bloody right, the king's good, chest tightly with his hands, and barely stabilized his body. She stared at Lin Nuo with shock in her eyes. Lin Nuo maintained the posture of withdrawing the knife, and appeared in the distance, with his back to Max. The translucent power on Suo's black knife Zhanlong dissipated, and Lin Nuo suddenly shook off the blood on the knife. Hateful. While Max was shocked, he fixed his eyes on Lin Nuo and gritted his teeth. Shocked Lin Nuo's terrifying swordsmanship, why is it so powerful? In terms of swordsmanship, although Max is not as good as Fruit, he is also a rare great swordsman in the sea. But compared to Lin Nuo, it's not enough, and Lin Nuo's swordsmanship at the moment is second only to Captain Rocks in the Rocks pirate group. Max clutched the naked sword wound on his right chest and upper body, and then used the zone fruit to restore it. This is not over yet. Max once again launched the 6 moves and finally returned life to heal the wound. Chapter 94. But there was a scene that shocked him. After the wound stopped bleeding, the effect was greatly reduced, and there seemed to be some obstacles on the wound. Whenever he made the wound heal, there would be a tearing pain. How? Damn it. Max's face was extremely gloomy, and he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Lin Nuo seemed to have some kind of power attached to the sword just now, which hindered his wound from healing. Although he had been wary of Lin Nuo's fruit ability, he was still tricked. Lin Nuo turned his back to Max, with a slight smile on his face, obviously aware of Max's situation. At this moment, Observation Haki sensed that Max's aura was gradually fading. Under Lin Nuo's slashing attack, an invisible repulsive force was added, which also made Mike think about recovering the strength of the injury, and was gradually repelled by the repulsive force in a short period of time. But Lin Nuo was not relaxed, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his face became a little tired. Obviously, this whole card has consumed Lin Nuo's huge strength. If the opponent in front of him is so difficult, Lin Nuo will not be forced to this point. Even in the battle with Golden Lion Shiki, this move was never used. And at this time, the marine warship led by Max is heading towards here rapidly. Seeing this, Lin Nuo 520 immediately shouted towards the luxury ship in the distance. Buster, Carl, you go first. At this moment, Lin Nuo has already seen the formidable combat power of Marine Admiral, and the most urgent task is to leave here as soon as possible. Boss, we really want to leave, but the guns on these warships have already locked us in. Buster supported Carl, with a wry smile on his face, looking anxiously at the marine warship in front of him. Lin Nuo's words also awakened the people on the marine warship, and then aimed all the forts at the luxury ships. As long as there is an order, countless shells will completely baptize the luxury ship. Don't worry about these full speed ahead, these warships will give me. Lin Nuo's figure disappeared in place in an instant, and he flew straight to the sky above the warship, slowly raising his right hand. Advertisement, God Luo Dien sign. The translucent gas mask burst out instantly, and the invisible repulsion instantly opened the warship in the sea, separating the luxury ships from the threat of the warship. Seeing this, Buster immediately ordered the sailors to leave immediately, CBFA. As for the 2 celestial dragons who were tied up in the corner, after being severely beaten just now, they barely woke up. Seeing the support of the marine warship, they immediately called for help. When Buster saw this scene, he was a little panicked. If these 2 bastards were to shout again, those guys in marine would be desperate. Immediately, he picked up the stick and quickly ran towards the 2 celestial dragons, knocking the stick twice on the head and knocking them unconscious. But Lin Nuo didn't care about it anymore. The marine warship and Admiral Max were ready to return to the luxury ship. Damn boy, don't try to escape, cough. Seeing this, Max immediately propped up his body and wanted to chase Lin Nuo, but the pain in his chest made him stop. The wound didn't hurt the lungs, but the repulsive force has been repelling the power to heal the wound, making it impossible for him to recover from the wound for a short time. Your Excellency Admiral, take care of yourself. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo glanced at the seriously injured Max, laughed loudly, and disappeared into the sky. Snort. Max snorted coldly. At this moment he could only watch Lin Nuo leave. And even if he is not injured, he is not sure to keep Lin Nuo. What's more, the current combat power is damaged, so it is impossible to keep Lin Nuo. He knew Du Ming very well, but he was very unwilling to watch Lin Nuo leave. Accepting Kong's task at naval headquarters, he promised to bring the celestial dragons back safely. And let the guy who attacked the celestial dragons pay the price. But now, not only did he not bring back the celestial dragons, but he was seriously injured by Lin Nuo. On the way of retreating, Lin Nuo was always on guard against Admiral's broken tiger. Prevent him from attacking him desperately. If that is the case, then the next step will be tricky. Advertisement. Lin Nuo thought of this, holding the black knife in his hand to slay the dragon with a little more force. Because Lin Nuo has consumed a huge amount of physical strength under the blow just now, Haki. At this moment, he must maintain a normal state. If Dan Hu, an old guy, notices and chases after him desperately, he may really fall here. Damn it. That guy Lin Nuo wants to run, why doesn't he chase after Lord Admiral? On the marine warship that was just thrown out by the god Luo Tianjung, the adjutant's face changed, and he was very puzzled. But seeing Lin Nuo's figure, he was about to return to the luxury ship. The adjutant couldn't bear it anymore, he gritted his teeth, showing a determined look. Since he was able to fight with His Excellency Admiral at this moment, Haki must have consumed a lot of Lin Nuo's physical strength. At this moment, he should not have much physical strength. Armament Haki covered his whole body in an instant, and he planned to strike with all his strength to give Lin Nuo a fatal blow. With a sound of bang, the adjutant's body was ejected and rushed towards Lin Nuo. Come back. Don't be impulsive. When Max saw his adjutant rushing towards Lin Nuo, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted. And this shout touched the wound on his chest, and it began to hurt continuously. The blood stained Max's hand red, and began to ooze from his chest. Following his adjutant for many years, Max naturally knew what he wanted to do. But Lin Nuo's strength is not as simple as it appears on the surface and in intelligence. Lin Nuo's real combat strength is stronger than his own. Although Lin Nuo consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle with himself, Haki, but it is not something the adjutant can shake the ground. And Lin Nuo's observation Haki also noticed that a breath was coming towards him. Resolutely pulled out the black sword Zhanlong at his waist, and released the powerful armed color, enveloping the black sword Zhanlong vigorously. The adjutant under the command of the incoming Marine Admiral, Shin Riwan. Call out. What? Seeing such a powerful slash, the adjutant's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Nuo to fight Dinhu Admiral for so long, and still have such terrifying physical strength. Haki. Chapter 95 Defeating Marine Admiral Broken Tiger, Fruit Enhancement Card. He manipulated his body to avoid the fast and fierce slash, but he couldn't dodge after all. After all, the slash was too fast, and he didn't even have the qualifications to dodge. Boom. Boom. The figure flew upside down with a bang, like a cannonball. It slammed into the sea from the air. The soldiers on the marine warship were stunned and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. No way. Your Excellency Rear Admiral, he was defeated. How is this possible? You must know His Excellency Rear Admiral's strength. Among the many Rear Admirals, his combat power ranks at the forefront. Is the pirate who kidnapped the celestial dragons really so powerful? FK. What a fool, waiting for a feast. Hurry up and save Your Excellency Rear Admiral, come up. Hearing Commodore on the side reminding the soldiers on the warship, they jumped off the marine warship one after another, and quickly dived into the sea. Rubbish. On the other side, Lin Nuo, who was high in the sky, glanced at him and snorted coldly. His eyes were full of disdain, and he quickly returned to the luxury boat with a shock. At this moment, Lin Nuo's physical strength was exhausted too much, and even his combat power began to gradually decline. If not, the slash just now would have killed that Marine Rear Admiral. After seeing this scene, Max was not surprised. After all, Lin Nuo's combat strength is there, even if he was severely injured by Lin Nuo, let alone a small Rear Admiral. What's more, a tiger loses its teeth, but it is still a tiger, and these little ants cannot shake it. But fortunately, his adjutant was still alive, and Max could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Max stopped the blood on his chest and returned to the marine warship. The adjutant Rear Admiral who was shot down into the sea was also rescued by marine soldiers. But at this time, the adjutant was out of breath, as if he was just waiting for a meal. The bloody chest was cut off by the slash just now, the ribs were cut off, and the internal organs can already be seen. If he can't get treatment, the life of Lieutenant Rear Admiral will be lost. Seeing this scene, Max became furious, and immediately gave orders to the soldiers beside him. A whole advertisement, send the adjutant to the medical room quickly, go. And aim all the turrets at that ship, let the old man Wolf blast them to death. Following Max's order, the soldiers aimed their forts at the luxury ships in the distance. Boom. Although this attack did not cause any damage to Lin Nuo, Max's anger was there. Even if Lin Nuo could not be captured, he still wanted to give Lin Nuo a drink. The marine soldiers on the ship were shocked when they saw the injuries of Admiral who was as strong as a monster and Admiral's adjutant Rear Admiral. They have never seen that His Excellency Admiral is also seriously injured, and his opponent is the pirate who kidnapped the celestial dragons. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to rescue the celestial dragons. Even their own Marine Admiral has lost. Even if they catch up with the luxury ships, they will still scrape them. Some righteous Marine veterans watched the enemy leave, clenched their fists and remained silent. And some timid soldiers seemed relieved in their hearts. After all, the enemy couldn't even deal with Admiral, so what could they do? Boom. 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 Countless shells hit the luxury ship. At this moment, an invisible air envelope shrouded the entire luxury ship impressively. Boom. Completely bounce off the countless shells coming from the sky. That's right. Lin Nuo activated the fruit ability with his right hand, bounced all the shells that hit them, and smashed them into the sea. After seeing the marine warship in the rear, it has disappeared at the sea level. Huh, it's over. Lin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief slowly, put the black sword Zhanlong back into its sheath, sat cross-legged on the splint, and concentrated on recovering his physical strength, Haki. Lin Nuo was not seriously injured in the battle, but Max's powerful shockwaves did prevent Lin Nuo's internal organs from being damaged, but compared to Max's injuries, the difference is too far. Furthermore, the physical exertion is too great. If Max persists in chasing Lin Nuo may be the loser in this battle. Seeing Lin Nuo sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, Buster, Carl and the others did not dare to disturb them, ordered the crew to leave, and quietly waited for Lin Nuo to recover. While Lin Nuo closed his eyes to restore his physical strength, he activated his own control of the armed color release, gradually becoming more nuanced. Ask for flowers. Oh, it seems that the battle with Marine Admiral this time is not fruitless. Advertisement. After a long time, Lin Nuo slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully defeating Admiral of Headquarters Broken Tiger. Congratulations to host for getting the reward, Fruit Ability Enhancement Card. Hearing the system beep, Lin Nuo regained his spirit. Standing up and exercising, he ordered the sailors to turn the direction of the luxury ship and head towards the Beehive Island. Lin Nuo went to the deck to look at the distant sea, but his consciousness had already entered the void of his mind. Lin Nuo was in the inventory, looking for the devil fruit obtained from the treasury of the allied countries of Corinthia. That's right, Lin Nuo intends to use this fruit for the fruit enhancement card he just got. System, strengthen this devil fruit. With a thought, Lin Nuo took this devil fruit in his hand and said to the system in the void. Ding. Okay, host, strengthening for you. As the system beeped, a faint white light appeared on the outer layer of the devil fruit in Lin Nuo's hand. Ding. Strengthening complete. In the end, Lin Nuo's devil fruit turned into a snow-white devil fruit, and the Madara pattern on the fruit became more compact. Congratulations to the host, this devil fruit has been strengthened by the system, from the original Zone Cat Fruit Tiger form to Zone Phantom Beast White Tiger form. As the system prompt sounded in Lin Nuo's ears again, Lin Nuo was shocked and smiled slightly. He didn't expect that the ability of this zone fruit, after being strengthened by the system, would be directly promoted to the White Tiger form of the Eudemons. He originally thought that this enhanced card could at most restore this fruit to the ancient species, and it was over. But the system clearly exceeded his expectations this time. You must know that in the original work of pirates, there are only a few who possess the ability of the Phantom Beast fruit. Like the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, the Phoenix Marco has the form of Zone, Bird Fruit, and Phoenix. During the Summit War period, super strong combat power was displayed, kicking Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and resisting E. Chapter 96 Zone Phantom Beast Mao Fruit White Tiger Form. On the Ghost Island of Wano-Kuni, help Luffy block Jin, the leader of the three disasters under Beast's pirates, and Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors. It can be seen that his strength is only slightly worse than the four emperors. Buster, help Carl over here. Lin Nuo stared at the devil fruit in his hand and thought about it. After a while, Lin Nuo didn't look back, and loudly ordered Buster and Carl to the side. Phantom Beast, Cat Fruit, White Tiger Form. The ability of this fruit is no less than that of Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. But now I have already eaten the Fruit of Gravity, and I can't eat a second one, at least not now. If you give this devil fruit to these two boys. At this time, Buster and Carl on the side heard Lin Nuo's order, and Buster immediately helped Carl over and asked with a puzzled face full of 260. Boss, what's the matter? Lin Nuo stared into the eyes of the two, and the observation haki was activated. After a few seconds of silence, he said slowly. The situation was in a hurry, I forgot to introduce, my name is Lin Nuo. Since Lin Nuo decided to accept these two brats, he must tell his identity. Of course, although these two little devils have the qualifications of kings, their talents should not be much different, but just to be on the safe side, they decided to launch observation haki to assess them. If these two brats don't have the will and determination that a strong person possesses, Lin Nuo will send them to another place without hesitation, and let them spend the rest of their lives in peace. What? Boss, you are Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks Pirates. Boss, you are our idol, your name is spread all over the world, Lin Nuo, the supernova officer of the Rocks Pirates. In robbing the gold in the sky, first fought against Marine Zephyr, Crane, and Monkey D. Garp, who was known as Iron Fist. Later, in the first reward, the amount directly reached 500 million. Also, and this time kill the Celestial Dragons, take 2 of them, and defeat the Marine Admiral Dan Hugh. Boss, next, your bounty will skyrocket. Buster and Carl were shocked when they heard Lin Nuo's words. The man who killed Celestial Dragons and defeated Marine Admiral in front of him turned out to be his idol. Advertisement on the contrary, Buster and Carl were not intimidated by Lin Nuo's identity, but respected and admired Lin Nuo even more. They have long wanted to join Lin Nuo's command, but they are too young, and the Corinthians have their own hometowns and relatives, but now after the brutal baptism of the Celestial Dragons, their relatives are all gone. Now that you know my identity, you know that in the Rocks Pirate Group, only the strong are eligible to live, and the pirate competition at the bottom is either you die or I live. And if you attack the Celestial Dragons, you will be regarded as sworn enemies by the world government and naval headquarters, and will be hunted down endlessly. 2 ways. One is to return to the Rocks Pirates with me, and fight a bloody way in the bottom level fight. Second, choose to remain anonymous, and I can send the 2 of you to a mountain village far away from Marine's pursuit. Lin Nuo's face became serious at this time, and the aura on his body rose slowly, and he said seriously to the 2 of them. Obviously, Lin Nuo also gave them 2 choices to see if the 2 of them have the determination to become stronger. If not, Lin Nuo would rather send them away than stay. Boss. We dare to beat Celestial Dragons, why are we afraid? Please, boss, accept us. Hearing this, Buster quickly knelt down towards Lin Nuo, his eyes full of desire for strength and determination. Boss, you also said that Marine and the world government will not let us go. Buster and I want to control our own destiny more than lingering on. And the calm Carl also knelt down with a plop and said with a firm face. The clenched fists and the bandages on the legs were gradually bleeding, but Carl didn't care at all, and there was even a murderous intent in his eyes. Recalling the scene where my hometown and all my relatives were beheaded by Celestial Dragons, the hatred for Celestial Dragons in my heart increased rapidly. And if Lin Nuo hadn't rescued them before, the 2 of them would have been killed by the Celestial Dragons, so for the 2 of them, Lin Nuo is their greatest benefactor. Same. The opportunity to change their destiny is in front of their eyes, how can Buster and Carl miss it? Carl, eat it. Lin Nuo threw the devil fruit in his hand to the injured Carl and ordered. Buster and Carl, Carl is more stable than Buster, and in the Celestial Dragon's explosion, almost died, but also called Buster to run away, which shows the love in Carl's heart. Advertisement. In addition, Lin Nuo has just noticed that Carl's eyes are full of killing intent. This devil fruit is undoubtedly suitable for Carl. Boss. Is this devil fruit? Buster and Carl stared at the devil fruit in their hands, with shock on their faces. They've heard of devil fruit before, but this is the first time they've actually seen it. Carl stared at the devil fruit in his hand and thought, looking at Buster from time to time. There is only one devil fruit. If he eats it, what about Buster? Might as well. Buster also seemed to be aware of Carl's thoughts and nodded heavily towards Carl, motioning for him to eat it. He didn't envy Carl for getting this devil fruit, because Carl was his brother who was born and died, and in the sword fight between Lin Nuo and Marine Admiral, he secretly made. Certainly, he will definitely work hard to become a swordsman in the future. He didn't care much about this devil fruit, catch. Seeing Buster's 1.3 signal, Carl seemed to understand something, picked up the devil fruit in his hand, and directly bit down. In the next second, I saw Carl's face turn livid, and the taste of ascension filled Carl's sense of taste constantly. This scene seems to remind Lin Nuo of the scene of eating devil fruit, which is vivid in his memory. Following the devil fruit, Carl felt a terrifying energy in his body, spreading throughout his body, and began to merge perfectly. Huh? Carl, the wound on your leg has healed. At this time, Buster, who had been looking at Carl, saw that the wound on Carl's calf was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and exclaimed, his voice revealing excitement. Sudden. Roar. Chapter 97 Big Quick Knife Thunder Swordsmanship Cultivation Explanation. There was a howling sound like a beast king, and the situation was shaken, and an inherent oppression shook all directions. As the white light slowly dissipated, Carl's original figure of more than 1.5 meters soared to 1.8 meters in an instant, and the hair combined with white and black all over his body was extremely cool. And there is a terrifying arrogance around him, just like the Phoenix Marco of the Whitebeard pirates in the future, but the arrogance that surrounds Carl is white. Wow, this is too handsome, Carl, it's so cool. Buster looked at Carl, who was taller than himself, with cool hair all over his body, and a cool style. His eyes immediately lit up with envy, but it was just envy. Lin Nuo at the side watched indifferently. Carl transformed into a half-beast, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, silent. At this moment, Carl suddenly panted heavily, his face was covered with sweat, and he couldn't help but half-kneeled on the ground. At the same time, Carl's phantom beast half-beast form began to gradually dissipate, and his figure continued to shrink, returning to his original state. Boss. What's wrong with Carl? Buster looked at Carl covered in sweat, half-kneeling on the plywood, panting heavily, and asked Lin Nuo worriedly. In the final analysis, the constitution is too weak to bear the constitution and physical strength required by the fruit ability. Seeing this, Lin Nuo patted Buster on the shoulder and said comfortingly. Carl is fine, it's just that the constitution is too weak to maintain the phantom beast half-beast form. Immediately, Buster helped Carl up, and said with some seriousness. Carl doesn't become a strong devil fruit because he has a strong devil fruit ability. If his constitution and will can't keep up, no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to exert his mighty strength. Hearing Lin Nuo's narration, Carl nodded heavily, clenched his fists, and responded in a deep voice. Yes, boss, I will not let you down. Like a master, Lin Nuo nodded in satisfaction, facing Carl's answer. Lin Nuo was in a good mood at the moment, laughed and said. Ha 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 ha, work hard, Sao Nian. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Lin Nuo changed the topic and slapped Carl seriously. Persist in tempering your constitution and will, and only then can you better develop the power of this fruit. Lin Nuo was a little surprised. Just when Carl activated the fruit half-beast form, the terrifying fruit aura in Carl's body was even more domineering and terrifying than the fruit of Marine Admiral's broken tiger. Even Lin Nuo is moved by this powerful fruit power, but since he has decided to accept the two of them, no matter how strong he is still his little brother. Yes, boss, don't worry, I will work hard to become stronger. Carl suddenly felt a little ashamed, but then became firm. In the form of a half-beast, Carl's body is so hard that even a sword can't break through it, but it's not enough. After all, what he will face next is the monster on the Rocks Pirates. Buster, I see that you have been holding this to Dao, how much do you know about swordsmanship? At this time, Lin Nuo turned his head to look at Buster, pointed to the broken knife on Buster's waist and said. Ever since I met Buster, I have been carrying this broken knife. Boss, this knife is for self-defense, to protect yourself and you. I can only do some basic movements, not even moves. Of course, this was taught by an old man in my hometown, but he has been killed by the celestial dragons. As Buster remembered that his hometown was completely obliterated by the celestial dragons, Buster couldn't help but glance at the two celestial dragons in the corner, with a murderous look in their eyes, and he wished he could chop them into pieces sauce. Lin Nuo felt Buster's killing intent towards celestial dragons, reached out and patted Buster's shoulder, and said. Don't worry, when the time comes, the boss will let you kill them both. Revenge for your hometown. Lin Nuo looked at the broken knife that Buster pulled out, the knife was covered with cracks, and said. This knife is given to you, and I will teach you how to practice swordsmanship later. Bang! Lin Nuo immediately took out the exquisite big fast knife from the system's inventory. This knife was obtained from robbing the gold in the sky. After the system has been strengthened, it is no less than any big fast knife 21 crafts. Advertisement. The name of the knife. Thunder. Buster raised his head suddenly, his eyes were full of excitement, and then he took the big sharp knife Ming from Lin Nuo's hand, and couldn't put it down. For Buster, this knife is the best quality knife he has ever seen. And the moment he touched the handle of the knife, a thunderous thought was impacting Buster's mind. It's not over yet. Lin Nuo rubbed his index finger on Buster's forehead. System, teach the kid how to practice swordsmanship. Ding. Alright, host. The teaching is over. Lin Nuo had already consulted the system before, and most of the items he got could be bestowed. Lin Nuo doesn't have so much time to personally teach Buster the practice of swordsmanship, so why not do it for the system to have this function? The great solution to swordsmanship includes 4 stages from becoming a swordsman, and great swordsman. 447 In this way, even if Buster doesn't have time for Lin Nuo's guidance, he can completely practice by himself. Lin Nuo withdrew his fingers and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Regarding the functions of the system, Lin Nuo felt very humane. Boss, this is. Buster looked at Lin Nuo with a face full of shock, and he felt a method of practicing swordsmanship suddenly appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, in addition to rewarding himself with a big sharp knife, Ming, his boss actually passed on the practice of swordsmanship to himself. Buster then closed his eyes and felt the method of swordsmanship training that appeared in his mind. Not long after, Buster's aura rose slowly, as if he would break through the ranks of swordsmen soon and become a real swordsman. The great solution to swordsmanship training, including the lifelong practice of countless great swordsmen, don't be lazy. Work hard. Lin Nuo looked at Buster with some relief, and then said to him seriously. As for Buster's aura that has just risen slowly, it seems that this kid's talent in swordsmanship is quite good, only slightly worse than his own. Monster. Maybe. Chapter 98 World Shock, Shiki's Jealousy. Yes, boss. When Buster heard Lin Nuo's words, he seemed to be full of energy, and he looked at Carl at the side, and smiled in unison. Afterwards, Lin Nuo ordered the two of them to practice separately, and at the same time asked the sailors to hang the pirate flag of the Rocks Pirates. After all, if you enter the territory of the Rocks Pirates, if you don't have a pirate flag, you are not allowed to be attacked by those patrolling pirate ships. However, the other side is not calm. Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks Pirates, fought fiercely with one of the Marine Admirals in New World, and the world exploded in an instant. In this battle, one of Marine Admiral's broken tigers was severely injured, but Lin Nuo, the culprit, escaped. As soon as this news came out, the entire New World set off a huge uproar. However, Lin Nuo beheaded the celestial dragons and kidnapped 2 celestial dragons, but there was no news, as if it had never happened. Beehive Island, the overlord of the New World. The base camp of the Rocks Pirates. In the main hall of the castle, Captain Rocks, sitting on the main seat, is watching with a freshly baked newspaper in his hand. In the next second, the solemn look on Rocks' face instantly turned into a faint smile. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo is really surprising, his combat power is already able to seriously injure that old Marine Admiral. It seems that Lin Nuo's strength is no match for Newgate. Rocks slapped the newspaper on the table, stood up and laughed heartily. Originally, this secret mission was supposed to be entrusted to his subordinate Newgate to capture the celestial dragons, but because of Newgate's figure and easily exposed fruit ability, Lin Nuo was allowed to do it. He knew the danger of this mission. Once the celestial dragons were taken captive, the Marine and world government would definitely send powerful men to stop them, but what he didn't expect was that naval headquarters would actually send Duanyu, who was about to retire, to New World. Although Duanyu's combat power is no longer at its peak, its combat power cannot be underestimated. Even an old tiger is an existence that cannot be shaken. And since Lin Nuo was able to hit Marine Admiral hard, it can be seen that Lin Nuo's growth rate is amazing. According to Lin Nuo's growth rate, that plan is not far away. Advertisement. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly, and there was an instant silence in the conference room. At this moment, Rock's eyes were full of fierce killing intent, and his face became free. Those 5 old fellows in the Holy Land, do you really think that covering up the celestial dragons got the death of the celestial dragons? Thinking that there was no news about celestial dragons being taken captive in the newspaper, Rocks snorted coldly, and a gleam of coldness flashed in his eyes. The only one who can kill and take celestial dragons into captivity is Mariajoy, the Holy Land, and the 5 elders who control the pinnacle of world power. Rocks is very unhappy about this. If the news of the death of celestial dragons is added, the sea may completely boil, which can make Marine and the world government lose face. It seems that those 5 old guys used naval headquarters as a shield to at least cover up the face of world government. Ha 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 ha. The fun has just begun. Rocks grinned grinningly to himself, with excitement in his eyes. However, on Beehive Island, the people of the Rocks Pirates cheered loudly after seeing this newspaper. What? Lin Nuo's cadre actually fought against Marine Admiral. This is too scary. I heard that the battle between the two of them almost spread to the surrounding small countries. It was like a world collapsed, and the sea water poured back and finally cut Marine Admiral into serious injuries. I also heard that Lin Nuo cadres hung up Marine Admiral and beat him up. I'm stupid. Who did you listen to? I guessed it myself. Who told us to be fans of Lin Nuo cadres? Can't labor and management help Lin Nuo cadres to raise their reputation? Damn, which side are you on, kid? Don't tell Laozi that you are a fan of Lin Nuo's cadre. If so, then Laozi will tell you that it's over. Brothers beat you up first. Come on. Wait, don't call me first, I was wrong, I was just asking casually. Ah, wait, I am not a black fan. The scene where the pirates gathered for a while became a mess in an instant, and the original discussion turned into a one-sided gang fight. Not long after Lin Nuo defeated Golden Lion Shiki, the wave within the pirate group has not yet dissipated, and even more explosive news ushered in. For a while, the pirates of the Rocks pirate group exploded. Exciting. Originally, they recognized and even admired Lin Nuo, but after the news broke out, they were filled with awe of Lin Nuo in their hearts. Advertisement. That is Broken Tiger, one of the Marine Admirals, one of the highest battle strengths in naval headquarters. Even if he is old, there are only a handful of people who can defeat him. Has Lin Nuo improved? What a pervert kid. Even Marine Admiral can beat this time out. Golden Lion Shiki held the newspaper in his hand, his face became a little dignified. Cool la 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 la. Has Lin Nuo's strength improved? Every time he makes a shot, it can shock people, but it's good to get used to this kind of thing. After all, this kid is a monster. Whitebeard Newgate laughed out loud, and while lamenting Lin Nuo's fighting power, a fighting spirit emerged deep in his heart. He vaguely realized that Lin Nuo's strength was no less than his own. This speed of progress is really terrifying, leveling up is like drinking water. Although Marine Admiral's strength is no longer at its peak, but even if he makes a move, it is still somewhat difficult to completely resolve the battle. By Leela, if Lin Nuo's fighting power goes one step further, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to defeat him. Humph by. It's true that people are better than people, die. Don't compare. My uncle will never compare with this kid again. What the hell, my uncle has never seen a guy with such terrifying talent. It's like opening and hanging. While the Golden Lion Shiki shocked Lin Nuo, he snorted coldly. Facing Lin Nuo's damned monster, he was so angry that he put his arms around his chest and turned his head away. Cool la la la, Shiki, you are still far behind Lin Nuo boy. When Newgate saw Golden Lion Shiki sulking, he never forgot to belittle Shiki, laughed and said mockingly. Although Shiki's strength is not as good as Lin Nuo's, but he controls the high-level armament Haki, and he is not afraid even in the face of Marine Admiral. Snort. Newgate. Chapter 99 Five Elders Rampage, Marine Top Conference. Hearing this, Shiki's face immediately turned ferocious, and his aura gradually rose. Facing Newgate's ridicule, how could he bear it? Immediately wanted to fight Newgate, but thinking of Newgate's incomparably powerful combat power, the anger in his heart was instantly extinguished. With a cold snort, he activated the Lion Fruit ability to keep a distance from Whitebeard Newgate. At this moment, this uncle has mastered the high-level armament Haki external release skills, and the next step is Conqueror's Haki winding. Once this uncle masters it, it will be a matter of time before you surpass the two of you. Bear with it first, and the fire will be counted together at that time. Thinking of this, Shiki glanced at Newgate inadvertently, with a provocative look in his eyes. And Newgate also noticed Shiki's provocative gaze and obviously didn't care. For Newgate, even if Shiki masters the Conqueror's Haki winding, he has the confidence to defeat it. However, Akoku and Kaido on the other side had as ugly faces as they wanted, and their eyes were fixed on the newspaper in their hands. Only then did they taste the sweetness from their hard work and their newly rekindled fighting spirit, and they were immediately beaten back to their original form by Lin Nuo's record. 823 Lin Nuo is like a nightmare for the two of them, making them doubt life again, and their hearts are full of tears. Lin Nuo, you should give us a way out. Sanctuary Mariajoy, World Government Building. In the seemingly peaceful building, there were constant scolding inside. After Max reported the news of the Celestial Dragons to the world government, all the Celestial Dragons were furious when they learned of the situation. The Celestial Dragons who are the world's nobles don't care about the life and death of Marine Admiral, but the killing of Celestial Dragons is an unforgivable crime. Let Celestial Dragons kneel in front of these low-level untouchables, and use Celestial Dragons as slave-like mounts. This is undoubtedly not paying attention to the world government and the world nobles Celestial Dragons. This naked provocation and shameful humiliation must be completely wiped out and cut to pieces. And Veloz's family was also boycotted by other Celestial Dragons' families. Celestial Dragons knelt down to the Untouchables and gave them mounts, completely insulting them to ultimate, and obviously lost their qualifications as Celestial Dragons. Advertisement. At this moment, countless Celestial Dragons are coming. Lin Nuo must be completely obliterated in the meeting room of 5 elders, or a joint meeting will be held to resist the incompetence of the world government. Under the pressure of Celestial Dragons in all walks of life, 5 elders used strong means to wipe out all the sources of news that Celestial Dragons were beheaded and insulted. The purpose is to preserve the majesty of the world government and Celestial Dragons. Afterwards, 5 elders and others reached an agreement with the representatives of the Celestial Dragons and a satisfactory response plan, which calmed down the anger of the Celestial Dragons. After the meeting ended, a large number of world government personnel, as well as members of CPO-CP9, went to New World one after another. Even the CPO directly under Celestial Dragons also took action. On the other side, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Marshal Kong held an admiral meeting. Marine Admiral Broken Tiger Max, Admiral Dark Dragon Nalenk, and the other Leibao Luo Faith, who was preparing to be Marine Admiral, sat on both sides of Kong. Max's upper body was bare, his abdomen was tightly wrapped by layers of white bandages, and he obediently lowered his head. Just now, World Government 5 elders and others called, scolding Kong bloody, and Kong himself held back his anger, listening to them pouring guilt and face directly on naval headquarters. No way, who told me that he was just a wage earner? He had to listen to what the above said. But the actions of 5 elders and celestial dragons really made him feel angry. Squeeze all the bad news about celestial dragons and the CB World Government and let naval headquarters carry it. Even if the naval headquarters split apart, they cannot offend the majesty of the celestial dragons. Max, the killing and kidnapping of the celestial dragons has been suppressed by the 5 elders. But the thing about you being defeated has spread all over the world. Bang, Max, you can't get rid of the guilt of this incident. You didn't even arrest Lin Nuo, a newcomer to the Rocks Pirates, or even kill him. Can't save the remaining 2 celestial dragons, what are you doing? Advertisement. Kong slapped the table with his palm, he was obviously on the verge of losing his mind, and stared at Max full of anger. This is not over yet. Kong's anger turned to the Marine Intelligence Team, and he would be mad at the Intelligence Team's intelligence. Information has eaten shit, even Lin Nuo's real combat power can't be accurate. Lin Nuo, as the focus of Marine, is the most important thing in terms of combat power, and there is no room for sloppy. Since the battle of the Rocks Pirates to snatch the gold in the sky, Kong has issued an order to make the Intelligence Team focus on Lin Nuo at all times. At that time, Lin Nuo's combat power was second only to Admiral's level, and it was not at all equal to or surpassed by Admiral. But this time, Lin Nuo's fighting strength was almost slapped in the face of naval headquarters. Due to the intelligence team's oversight, this time there were serious consequences. The gold in the sky was robbed before, and there was no time to make up for it. Now Marine Admiral is defeated by the pirates, and even the remaining 2 celestial dragons cannot be rescued. This is simply a shame for naval headquarters. Marshal, I am willing to accept the responsibility for this operation. However, Lin Nuo who fought against this old man is really tough, no matter in terms of swordsmanship, fruit or hockey, this kid has perfectly reached the admiral level. Especially that kid's fruit ability is really weird, the right hand controls the ability to resist all physical attacks, and the left hand is the gravitational force that combined. Lin Nuo's control over the fruit's ability is becoming more and more refined, and that power can actually hinder the healing of wounds. And the old man feels that this kid is hiding a stronger whole card. Max recalled the scene of the battle at that time, and his face became more and more dignified. Max stood up slowly, and untied the bandage on his chest, revealing a hideous wound. Max didn't recover from his injuries until Lin Nuo's power dissipated, and the scars on the wounds had just grown new flesh. This, Lin Nuo's method. Norank was taken aback for a moment, then frowned, and looked at Lei Bao at the side, the two looked a little astonished. Chapter 100 The bounty has skyrocketed, urgent training. The two of them have worked with Max for many years. As a zone ancient species cat fruit saber-toothed tiger ability user, he has seen Max's vitality and resilience. Under normal circumstances, this kind of injury should have already healed and scarred, but now it has just begun to heal. Is Lin Nuo's fruit ability really so weird? It can actually hinder the recovery of physical injuries. Dark Dragon Admiral Norank and Admiral's substitute Lei Bao frowned, staring at the wound on Max's chest, their faces gradually became dignified. When Kong saw this scene, it was the same, his face became serious, and he was extremely shocked. Indeed, ever since Lin Nuo activated his fruit ability, Crane was the first to be seriously injured, Zephyr, Garp and others were hit one after another, and now even the Duanyu who is Marine Admiral is also. Kong has never underestimated Lin Nuo's fruit ability since the last Heavenly Gold battle. What really shocked him was Max's last sentence. Stronger. As the Marine Marshal, Kong was shocked, but his face became extremely gloomy, and he muttered to himself. Regarding Max's words, it will never be guesswork out of thin air, and as a Marine Admiral, he will not easily speak nonsense. Besides, Lin Nuo really brought endless obstacles and threats to them. First, it turned out to defeat Zephyr, severely injured the Crane, and was evenly matched with Garp, and now it defeated the Marine Admiral Duanyu. This powerful combat power already has any admiral in Marine, and maybe even a little bit stronger. Oh, so far, Kong sighed deeply, but at the same time, he felt a little restless in his heart, he always felt a kind of uneasiness. This kid Lin Nuo has grown up too fast, and this cancer has faintly penetrated into the souls of naval headquarters and world government. Marshal, 5 elders, do you want to kill Lin Nuo? Max knew that the call just now came from 5 elders and others in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and perhaps the order to kill Lin Nuo had been issued. Advertisement. Solve Lin Nuo. How to solve it? This kid may have returned to the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates. If you want to kill that kid, you must face the entire Rocks Pirates. Of course, Marine will definitely take some action, but for details, we still have to wait for the order from above. Kong glanced at Max, and said lightly. But Kong's inner anger could not be released. After all, in order to maintain the majesty of celestial dragons, 5 elders decided to use their Marine as a shield for this incident. Even if naval headquarters decides to launch a counterattack, 5 elders will refuse without hesitation, and will not let Marine act, waiting for the order of the world government. Kong instantly felt that the Marshal of Naval Headquarters was really aggrieved, like giving others a punching bag. Marshal, if the next action is to be taken against the Rocks Pirates, please let this old man participate. Max seemed to understand something, stood up and looked at Kong seriously and said in a deep voice. At this time, there was a ray of murderous intent in Max's eyes, and his hatred for Lin Nuo deepened. As Marine Admiral, he was defeated by a rookie who had just debuted. How could he swallow his breath? Moreover, if the rescue operation failed, he must seize the opportunity to make up for his mistakes. Okay, before the order is issued from above, the three of you are temporarily on standby. And increase Lin Nuo's bounty to 1.3 billion. In addition, let Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and the others hurry up and practice. After Kong ordered everything, the two admirals and one admiral's substitute, Lei Bao, walked out of the conference room. Ji Yu Kong looked at the figures of the three, rubbed his temples, and continued to organize the documents in his hands. Indeed, what happened during this period made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. Originally, before the appearance of Lin Nuo, the Rocks pirates were relatively comfortable in New World, without large-scale actions. For this reason, after obtaining the consent of 5 elders and others, Kong retired the 2 marine admirals, as well as Lei Bao, who had been admiral's substitute for many years. Why Lei Bao is not admiral, this is also the decision of the world government. Advertisement. Let Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, the most talented and powerful of this generation of marines, and the resourceful Crane, take up the backbone of naval headquarters. Asking for flowers. And the 4 of them faced the small-scale operations of the Rocks pirates before, and they could complete them perfectly every time. During this period, they fought frequently with the cadres of the Rocks pirates, which allowed them to improve their strength in a short period of time. According to Kong's plan, as long as Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are given some time, their strength will surely break through the original limit and reach the admiral level. At that time, naval headquarters will definitely increase in strength, and even the Rocks pirates can obliterate them in history. But who would have expected that Lin Nuo's birth in the sky would disrupt Kong's entire plan? 0.00. This is simply a blow to Marine. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Crane were defeated for the first time. Kong's dream suddenly disappeared. As the Rocks pirate group became stronger and stronger, it was difficult for Sengoku and others to support them alone, so they could only call back these 3. Now it seems that 2 admirals plus 1 admiral alternate is a bit reluctant, unless the strength of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr further reaches the admiral level, Marine can turn the tide. Hey, I hope this urgent training can make the strength of the 3 of them go one step further. At the same time, in the secret training ground of naval headquarters, Zephyr, who was shirtless, muscular and covered in sweat, looked at the newspaper that the soldier had just brought over, with a dignified expression on his face, and said in a deep voice. Damn it, is Lin Nuo's fighting power already this strong? Although Lin Nuo is strong, they are not invincible. If they were not careless at that time, they would not have been suppressed and beaten. If they had shot with all their strength at that time, they would have been able to defeat Lin Nuo. After Garp heard the news about Lin Nuo, he immediately ate the donut in his hand, stretched his head in front of Zephyr, stared at the contents of the newspaper carefully, his face was serious, and he suddenly lost his playfulness. Is it already so strong that even Senior Duanyu can't defeat it? What a monster. Chapter 101 Lin Nuo arrives at Beehive Island. Garp recalled the scene when he robbed the gold in the sky. Although Lin Nuo's fruit ability is weird, but he still has the confidence to defeat Lin Nuo, what a pity. The old man actually fell into Lin Nuo's big bully later, the old man can't wait. Alas, how long has it passed? Even Senior Max was severely injured. They have experienced the strength of Max, not only swordsmanship, hockey, but also physical skills, as well as a terrifying resilience. Even if the 3 of them work together, they will be severely suppressed. Although they won't be defeated, the 3 of them can hardly shake the mighty Admiral Duanyu. Garp, you kid stole Labor's donuts again, shit. How much is this month? Your salary and overtime pay for next month will be gone, and then I will ask the accountant to transfer your salary directly to me. September 20 inches. The current situation is not optimistic, we must raise our own combat power. Garp, don't be lazy. Seeing Garp eating with relish and the familiar donut brand, Sengoku's anger was instantly ignited, and he yelled at Garp. No wonder the donuts saved by Laozi for 3 months suddenly disappeared so much. I feel that you are the guy who went to Laozi's office to steal my inventory. Hey, Sengoku, don't be so stingy, you just took a few packs of donuts. 2 brothers, why are you so clear? Also, I can't give you the wages of labor and management. My kid is still waiting for me to get my wages and go back to buy milk powder. How can you be so chic like a single dog like you? Garp ate the donuts and didn't care about Sengoku's scolding, instead he kept mocking Sengoku. Lin Nuo's progress is so fast, I didn't think of it, this can defeat Senior Duanyu, it's useless if you urge me, can I kill Lin Nuo? Also, you are a single dog with such a high salary, what's wrong with labor and management stealing your donuts, and you can't bring them back 10 miles by then. Hearing this, Sengoku's muscles continued to swell, his veins bulged out, and the golden light kept covering Sengoku's body, as if he was about to transform into a Buddha form in the next moment. And Garp is not to be outdone, his aura rises slowly, no less than Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku and Garp at war, Zephyr was taken aback immediately, then put down the newspaper in his hand, stood in front of the 2, and said hastily. Wait, you 2 are crazy, you want to attack without scruple, do you want to destroy the entire secret training base and naval headquarters? Advertisement. You 2 forgot, Marshal Kong's fist. As soon as these words came out, the aura of Sengoku and Garp gradually began to dissipate, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. You must know that the thorns of the two of them have been dealt with by Kong. If they really broke this place in naval headquarters, Kong would have to hang them up and hammer them. Snort, snort. Sengoku and Garp glanced at each other, their faces showing dissatisfaction with each other, then they snorted coldly and threw their heads away. Okay, it's time for us to practice. Zephyr couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the two were misfired, and said slowly. After the three of them realized the gap between their combat power and Lin Nuo's, they seemed to be working hard to train hard. On the other side, the New World Sea Area, the sea area controlled by the Rocks pirates. For several days, the luxury ship driven by Lin Nuo has been approaching the Hive Island. On the regional island near the Hive Island, Lin Nuo released the Celestial Dragon slaves on the luxury ship, and many slaves asked to join the Rocks pirates to become Lin Nuo's crew after knowing Lin Nuo's identity. But this request was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Nuo. First, Lin Nuo didn't want to form his own fleet. Second, these people were too talented to meet Lin Nuo's requirements. Lin Nuo will only recruit elites, as his own crew, forget about them. As for the so-called cannon fodder, sorry, Lin Nuo doesn't need it, at least for now. But in the end Lin Nuo stayed, several sailors, cook and doctor, and the rest all disembarked. As for Buster and Carl, after these few days of non-stop practice, they have initially mastered the fruit ability and basic sword skills. The originally skinny figure has gradually become thicker. Luxurious ships sail through the waves, and Beehive Island has come into view. Boss, is this the Hive Island, the base camp of our Rocks pirates? Advertisement. Carl looked far away, and an island appeared in his sight, with a huge skull at the top of the island. Beehive Island is known as the paradise of countless pirates, and the huge landmark skull building is the symbol of the Rocks pirates. Anyone seeing such a scene for the first time can't help but be shocked. Is it finally here? What a grand. Buster clenched his fists and his expression became agitated. The port on the coast of Beehive Island is larger than the ports of the Corinthians. There are also pirate ships docked at the port, which are simply countless. Lin Nuo stood at the forefront of the luxury ship, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he did not speak. At this time, the pirates near the port of Honeycomb Island were the first to discover the Haihua ship that Lin Nuo was on. All of a sudden, they flocked to the port, and in a blink of an eye, many pirates gathered. Hey, look, that ship is approaching here. Huh, indeed. Who is so courageous to drive directly towards our Rocks base camp? Did you see that the pattern on this luxury ship is actually the logo of Celestial Dragons? That's right, it's indeed the pattern of Celestial Dragons. I've seen it on Sabayati Island before, but above the sail is the pirate flag of our Rocks pirates. The faces of the pirates who kept gathering for a while were full of doubts. If the pirate flag of the Rocks pirates was not hanging on this luxurious ship, they would have already made wild moves, but with the flag of their own pirates, they stopped thinking. At this time, as the luxury ship approached, the pirate finally saw Lin Nuo clearly on the luxury ship. Look, that's Officer Lin Nuo. Officer Lin Nuo is back. Ha 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 ha. Let me just say, who has the ability to drive back the luxury ships of the Celestial Dragons? It's a good thing we didn't make a move just now, otherwise Lin Nuo's cadre would have killed us all. The newspaper said Lin Nuo cadres actually defeated the Admiral of Headquarters. Chapter 102. That's Marine Admiral, as expected of our Lin Nuo cadre. What a monster. I remember that Lin Nuo has not joined our pirate team for a long time, and now Lin Nuo cadre is already a top man in the world. I really want to join the Lin Nuo fleet. Bah, how can Lin Nuo's cadre like you? If you want to be elected, I have to come. Damn, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Let's see if labor and management don't beat you. The cheers that greeted Lin Nuo were overwhelming, whether it was the old crew members or the new crew members who had joined the Rocks pirates not long ago, all of them were full of admiration. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the luxury ship docked at the port, and Lin Nuo stepped down first, followed by Bass and Carl. Lin Nuo nodded when he saw the crowd greet him. At this moment, the gang of pirates immediately gave way. Lin Nuo smiled slightly, and headed towards the skeleton castle in the center. At this moment, an incomparably arrogant laugh came. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo, you really gave me a surprise at 21, a big gift. Even the old guy Admiral of Headquarters Duanyu was defeated by you. This is a slap in the face of the Marines and the reputation of our Rocks pirate group. A gust of wind whizzed by, and the figure of Captain Rocks appeared in front of Lin Nuo. For this secret mission, Rocks originally wanted Lin Nuo to kill the Celestial Dragons. As for Marine's pursuit, Rocks didn't worry too much. Even if Lin Nuo lost to Marine Admiral, he would be able to retreat unscathed. But Lin Nuo's performance was beyond Rocks' expectations. Unexpectedly, Lin Nuo actually broke Marine Admiral with hard steel, and also severely injured the old guy who broke Tiger, and finally left gracefully. This is something that even Rocks himself did not expect. With the appearance of Rocks, all the pirates fell silent instantly. While they are in awe of Lin Nuo, Rocks is the captain, and the deterrence cadres cannot compare. And among the cadres who returned from missions, only Lin Nuo was greeted by Captain Rocks himself. Advertisement. Hey, Captain, it's better not to praise me, I was almost killed by that old guy at that time. Lin Nuo smiled, scratched his head and said in embarrassment. Shocked in his heart, Lin Nuo didn't expect Rocks to greet him in person, and just now Lin Nuo observation Haki couldn't sense the presence of Rocks. This speed is so fast that even Max is even faster. It seems that Rocks' strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo boy, this time I go out, my strength has improved a lot, and I am almost surpassing this old man. At this time, Newgate's figure appeared beside Rocks, looked at Lin Nuo and laughed, and at the same time he praised Lin Nuo. He noticed that the aura on Lin Nuo's body became stronger. Gia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo is not bad. This trip, your bounty has skyrocketed again, directly reaching 1.3 billion shells. Immediately afterwards, Golden Lion Shiki, who was floating in the air, came to Lin Nuo and handed a reward list to Lin Nuo, saying, has the value skyrocketed again? The head of labor and management is really valuable, it has reached 1.3 billion Baileys. If you sell yourself, wouldn't you get rich? Lin Nuo took the bounty offered by Shiki, and was a little dazed. You must know that this is 1.3 billion Baileys. At the beginning, I worked hard on a small merchant ship to get a few Baileys. And Lin Nuo has been on the boat for the past few days, enjoying the blue sky and the refreshing sea breeze all day long. As a person involved, he is completely ignorant of the news released at sea. Lin Nuo boy, look at you, do you dislike the fact that marine guys give less? Seeing Lin Nuo's calm appearance, Golden Lion Shiki thought that Lin Nuo was dissatisfied with the low rewards issued by naval headquarters, and said with a helpless face. Isn't a skyrocketing net worth exciting? Why is Lin Nuo so calm here? Hate how little naval headquarters gives. What a greedy guy. In fact, Lin Nuo's bounty has increased, he has already guessed it. After all, he has killed 1 celestial dragons, kidnapped 2, and the hard steel marine admiral. If the bounty does not increase, then it will be strange. Shiki, can you stop for a while? Whitebeard Newgate looked at Shiki with dissatisfaction on his face. The bounty is just a matter, why are you so excited? It's the first day I came out to mess around, I don't know much. Advertisement. Listening to Shiki and Newgate's words, Lin Nuo suddenly showed a look of helplessness and scratched his head. Every time these two people meet, they will look for conflicts with each other. You say something, and he says something, which makes Lin Nuo completely unable to interject and respond. It's not you. Shiki's bounty has skyrocketed, you look so excited, it's like yourself. At this time, just as Lin Nuo was about to speak, Captain Rocks, Rich Haki's voice sounded. The increase in the bounty also means that you feel more threatened by the marine guys. Of course, this time naval headquarters has lost face and also raised the prestige of the Rocks pirates. Rocks walked towards Lin Nuo and the other three slowly, interrupting their conversation. There are more important plans, he has no time to listen to Lin Nuo and others chatting. Hearing what Rocks said, Shiki and Newgate naturally understood what Rocks meant, they frowned slightly and nodded. They are different from Lock 347's. Rocks regards Lin Nuo as his subordinate, and what they care about is Lin Nuo's talent and powerful combat power. But Shiki and Newgate regard Lin Nuo as their friends. After all, they have been watching Lin Nuo grow into a world-renowned big pirate. As friends, they are naturally happy for Lin Nuo. Well, come on board. Lin Nuo frowned tightly, drawing the seriousness in Rocks' eyes. Lin Nuo guessed that Rocks should have something important to discuss with the three of them. Rocks didn't respond, just nodded lightly, and then launched observation Haki to scan the surroundings, lest the undercover agent hidden in the Rocks pirate group take advantage of it. Let's go. There are a lot of fine wines on this luxurious ship. Lin Nuo understood, smiled and turned around to lead the way. Gia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo boy, this boat is not bad, it's quite luxurious. Why don't we exchange it? My uncle's ship will be given to you, and you will give me this luxury ship snatched from the celestial dragons in front of you. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki noticed the luxury ship in front of him, and with gold stars in his eyes and greed on his face, he said to Lin Nuo. Although Shiki's ship is not bad, but compared with the luxury ship in front of him, it is more than one level behind. Chapter 103 Crazy Plan, Public Execution. You must know that Shiki spent a lot of money in the past to own the current ship. Lin Nuo went out and slaughtered the celestial dragons, and kidnapped them together. I knew this kind of good job early, so I proposed it with Captain Rocks. Alas, I still missed it after all. If I am the first to propose next time, I will kill the celestial dragons first, and then seize the luxury ship. Cool la 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 la. Shiki just wants to exchange your broken ships with this luxury ship, isn't it thick-skinned enough? Newgate cast a glance at Shiki, laughed out loud, and said sarcastically. Really Lin Nuo guy, you, Shiki, want to exchange those broken ships with this luxury ship, you have no shame. Of course, Shiki with the lion fruit ability does not need ships at all, and can use the entire island as his own pirate ship. The main reason is that Shiki has taken a fancy to the treasures inlaid on luxury ships. Under the awe-inspiring eyes of all the pirates, Rocks, Lin Nuo, Newgate, and Shiki walked to the luxury room of the luxury ship. The pirates withdrew their gazes one after another, and slowly dispersed. Buster and Carl also understood the interest, and after returning to the luxury ship, they went to practice separately. After all, the two of them did not even have the qualifications to enter the threshold for this kind of advanced meeting. Lin Nuo led Rocks and others into the room, and there were two celestial dragons tied up in the corner, sitting there trembling. These two guys are celestial dragons. Shiki and Newgate recognized their identities at a glance, and they were taken aback for a moment, with serious expressions on their faces. Didn't Lin Nuo have already killed the celestial dragons? Why are there two more here? That's right. The celestial dragons did kill one, but more than one celestial dragons who went to the Corinthians simply kidnapped them. Lin Nuo pointed to the two trembling celestial dragons on the ground, and explained the situation with a relaxed face. Just when Lin Nuo pointed at the celestial dragons, Vijay's Saint and Guardian Palace were frightened for a while, and their expressions became more and more miserable. In the past few days, the two of them have been tortured by Lin Nuo and others a lot. Seeing Lin Nuo is like seeing a demon from hell. Being warmly trained by Lin Nuo, celestial dragons no longer have the arrogance of the past. Good job, Lin Nuo, backquote. It seems that these two ants have been tamed by you. After Lin Nuo told the story, Rocks was suddenly interested, and his eyes were full of surprises. Advertisement. The purpose of letting Lin Nuo kill celestial dragons this time is to embarrass celestial dragons and the world government. With the reputation of creating the Rocks pirate group, some pirates came to join the Rocks inexplicably, and the Rocks pirate group became extremely powerful. Rocks did not expect that for the majesty of the celestial dragons and the world government, the five elders would use this method to destroy all the information and completely obliterate those who knew it, so as to cover up the truth of the matter. Rocks thought that this carefully planned plan would come to an end, but Lin Nuo unexpectedly brought back two celestial dragons alive. Lin Nuo, have you recorded the scene of beheading the celestial dragons? At this moment, Rocks' face turned ferocious, and he made a crazy plan. Since those five old fellows want to conceal the truth, how can it be as you wish? As Rocks' words fell, even Newgate and Shiki couldn't help but look shocked. They know that once the video of celestial dragons being killed and taken captive comes out, the world will fall into complete chaos. Naval headquarters and the world government will not hesitate to launch an unprecedented pursuit of the Rocks pirates. But the two were shocked by Rocks' crazy plan and did not refute it. After all, the captain is Rocks. Of course. The head rolled off, kneeling down and begging for mercy, and being used as a mount for others. I recorded these at the time. Lin Nuo took out a phone bug from his pocket and said with a smile. Hearing Lin Nuo, even Shiki and Newgate couldn't help taking a breath, and said inwardly that they didn't expect Lin Nuo to really record these. Lin Nuo was playing with the phone bug in his hands, and continued with a serious face. However, these seem to be useless. No use. Do you have another suggestion, Lin Nuo? Shiki and Newgate looked stunned, while Rocks didn't speak, but listened to Lin Nuo's proposal. Could it be that Lin Nuo has more sophisticated plans? With these two celestial dragons around, there's no need for those photos of beheading celestial dragons. Compared to five elders and others trying their best to cover up the truth, once the news of these two celestial dragons appears, it will definitely cause a sensation in the whole world. Advertisement. It's not over yet, what if we add an explosion effect? The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth turned up slightly, and while he was talking, his eyes turned to Rocks. Explosion effect. Rocks touched his chin with his right hand, thinking about something, his eyes were slightly wrinkled, and he pondered slightly. As Lin Nuo said, if it is announced that the two celestial dragons appear in the Rocks pirates, the news that the world government is trying to block will be destroyed, and the prestige of the world government and naval headquarters will plummet in an instant. If you take the opportunity to come to a grand stage. Boy Lin Nuo, how can there be so many troubles? If you want me to tell you, you can just kill him. Shiki thought about it for a long time, but he didn't think about what the explosion effect Lin Nuo said at the end, so he simply gave up and said impatiently. For Shiki, it is a waste of food to keep these two rice buckets, so it is better to just lose it. If you kill them directly, even if you kill celestial dragons and publish them to the world with photos, it will have no effect at all. Newgate frowned tightly, and during the analysis, he didn't think of a final solution. Shiki is right. He is going to kill. Rocks looked up at Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, and said slowly with a ferocious expression. This made Shiki and Newgate stunned. After all, isn't it going to kill celestial dragons? I have been struggling for a long time and still have to kill. It is so troublesome, I might as well just chop it off now. Celestial dragons really want to kill, don't kill it and leave it for the Huxia New Year. But there is value in killing. Lin Nuo looked at Shiki and Newgate who were a little confused, and made a joke, with a mysterious smile on his face. At the same time, Rocks and Lin Nuo looked at each other, and it seemed that their thoughts had been synchronized, and they spoke at the same time. Public execution. Lin Nuo and Rocks were not loud, but Shiki and Newgate were deafening. Chapter 104. The whole group gathers, Rocks' decision. The two men trembled slightly, their pupils shrank, and they glanced at each other subconsciously. The eyes of Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate changed, and at the same time, the eyes of the four turned to the trembling celestial dragons in the corner. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire room became extremely strange. The four piercing gazes made Vijay's Saint and Wei Gong freak out in fright. The two of them suddenly curled up in a corner, their eyes filled with intense fear, their bodies trembling, and cold sweat continued to flow. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo really dares to think about it. Once this plan is implemented, I think the world government and marine will jump the wall and bite us madly. Newgate picked up the fine wine on the table and took a sip. Although facing Lin Nuo's proposal to execute celestial dragons publicly, he was shocked and crazy. Because once this is done, the world government and naval headquarters will attack the Rocks pirates without hesitation. Gia ha 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 ha. What a crazy plan, Lin Nuo boy. Shiki took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it up, puffing on the smoke, with a look of madness on his face. Chaos. Plunge the world into utter chaos. Just like Lin Nuo's plan is implemented. Rocks saw that Lin Nuo 660 and others were looking at him, then nodded and said in a deep voice. This kid Lin Nuo is not only amazingly talented in combat, but also surprisingly terrifying in terms of strategy. It seems that the previous idea is correct. With them, my final plan will be one step closer. Next, Rocks told Lin Nuo and others about his revenge plan. Catch. As time passed, the door of the room was slowly opened, and Rocks walked out first, followed by Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate. But Buster and Carl, who were practicing hard, immediately stopped the training in their hands and watched the four of them leave. Advertisement. And at this moment, Rocks suddenly stopped and turned to glance at the two of them. For a moment, Buster and Carl's eyes went dark subconsciously, as if they had entered an endless abyss. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo, these two boys are good and worth cultivating. Rocks laughed loudly, looked away, and stepped out of the luxury ship. Phew. Alive, survived, the feeling just now, CBCI, is like a bottomless abyss, it's too scary. Is this the power of Captain Rocks? Both Buster and Carl gasped heavily and sat down on the deck. Cool la la la. Brats. You're not even close. Newgate seemed to be aware of the potential of these two brats, and said. Lin Nuo didn't speak. After all, Buster and Carl have just started. Let them feel the coercion from the top of the world, which may be a good thing for future cultivation. But what Lin Nuo didn't expect was that the two little ghosts remained awake under the oppression of Captain Rocks, which really surprised him. He had felt the strength of Rocks before, it was like a bottomless abyss with no end. After Rocks left the luxury ship, he immediately recalled the cadres outside. As time passed, after 3 days, the cadres returned to the Hive Island base camp one after another. I saw that under the skeleton city, on the vast open space, densely packed pirates gathered. At this moment in the square, all the crew members of the Rocks pirate group gathered together, waiting for the order from Rocks. Damn it! For such a big battle, all members of the Rocks pirates are here. With so much mobilization, it seems that the captain is going to start a new plan. Could it be that the goal this time is to capture those alliance countries of the world government? I heard that these countries are rich, and the treasury of an alliance country can't be spent even in 3 lifetimes. At this moment, whether it is the captain-level pirates or the lower-level crew, this is the first time they have encountered such a battle, and they are guessing each other in the crowd. Advertisement. The group meeting hadn't started yet, and they couldn't hold back their killing, madness, and greed. On the front steps of the skeleton castle, led by Captain Rocks, a group of cadres stood on both sides like war gods. While Akoku, John, Silver Axe and others knew that Rocks was about to announce something important, but they didn't know the specific situation. Not only them, but Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate didn't know anything about it. Quiet. With the arrival of all members of the Rocks pirate group, the crew below was already densely packed, when the voice of Rocks was heard. In an instant, the sound stopped abruptly, the pirates shut their mouths one after another, and the venue fell silent instantly. In their hearts, Rocks has absolute majesty, and no one dares to disobey Rocks' orders in public. All the pirates stood upright, with serious expressions, and awe-inspiring eyes, looking at a row of figures on the high platform. This whole regiment meeting announces a major action. In recent days, the name of Lin Nuo's cadre has shaken the world. He has defeated Marine Admiral and walked away calmly. Of course, the presence of the Marine Admiral is not a coincidence, but because of the Celestial Dragons. As soon as these words came out, the pirates in the audience were shocked instantly, and their faces were full of shock. Celestial Dragons. Is it because of the accident of Celestial Dragons that Lin Nuo fought against Marine Admiral? If that's the case, the Lin Nuo trunk is out for the Celestial Dragons. Good guy. Lin Nuo's cadre is too awesome. That's Celestial Dragons of the world's nobles. No wonder it attracts the pursuit of Marine Admiral, but Lin Nuo's cadre's combat power is really strong, even Marine Admiral is no match for Lin Nuo's cadre. And why does Lin Nuo cadre provoke the Celestial Dragons for no reason? Is it the order of Captain Rocks? Countless pirates connected this incident together and seemed to understand a lot. On the high platform, John and the others turned solemn. They were the first veteran cadres to follow Rocks, and they suddenly realized that something big might happen next. According to this, the reason why Lin Nuo confronted Marine Admiral should have something to do with Celestial Dragons. Could it be that Lin Nuo chopped off Celestial Dragons? Chapter 105. The world is in turmoil. No, if that's the case, Captain Rocks wouldn't bother announcing that the Celestial Dragons are already in the captain's hands. Silver Axe, John and others couldn't help looking at Lin Nuo, feeling a little envious in their hearts. Their hatred for Celestial Dragons is no less than that of world government, and they also hunted and killed Celestial Dragons. But from the beginning to the end, I couldn't even catch up with the root hair. And today's huge Rocks pirate group, only Lin Nuo can do it. Good guy. It hasn't been long since Lin Nuo joined the Rocks pirates. Not only has his talent and combat power improved rapidly, but he has also made outstanding achievements in action, which is deeply valued by Rocks. Now they have even captured the Celestial Dragons and the hard-faced Marine Admiral. With this record alone, Lin Nuo's prestige and status have far surpassed them. While John and the others were thinking, the eyes they looked at Lin Nuo changed from envy to seriousness. They lost to Newgate and Shiki before Lin Nuo joined the Rocks Pirates, and now they have another Lin Nuo, which makes them veteran cadres feel embarrassed. While the rest of the cadres were feeling heavy, only Mr. 5 looked worried, and a chill flashed in his eyes. It turns out that Lin Nuo did not meet Max by chance, but was hunted down by Max because the Celestial Dragons were kidnapped by Lin Nuo. As for why Lin Nuo captured the Celestial Dragons in the sea, naval headquarters and the world government did not have any action or intelligence for a long time, Mr. 5 has no idea. But these are not important anymore. Since Rocks held a meeting of the whole group, it will inevitably launch major actions, if Rocks' strong and domineering voice resounded throughout the venue. I decide. At the same time, the pirates were stunned, they raised their ears, and looked at the rocks on the high platform, which was leaking from Haki. At the same time, the eyes of Silver Axe and others gathered one after another, and all of them turned to Captain Rocks. And Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate raised their mouths slightly, as if they already knew what Rocks announced. Public execution of Celestial Dragons. Rocks suddenly pulled out the saber at his waist, and shouted forcefully to the sky. Deafening sound waves swept across the entire Hive Island, echoing back and forth. Advertisement. Silver Axe, Mr. 5 and other cadres shrank their pupils in shock. Public execution of Celestial Dragons. Captain Rocks has decided to declare war on naval headquarters, world government. They had guessed just now that the Celestial Dragons had already said that they would not survive. Unexpectedly, Rocks wanted to publicly execute the Celestial Dragons, such a crazy move, it was an out-and-out lunatic. The pirates in the audience were slightly taken aback, and recovered from the shock in an instant, the pot exploded, and the discussion continued. The captain announced the public execution of the Celestial Dragons. Crazy. But I love it. Those high-ranking Celestial Dragons, labor and management have long since disliked them. If it weren't for the protection of the world government and naval headquarters, labor and management would have rushed to the holy land of Mariajoy and wiped them all out. Ha 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 ha. Just brag about you. I think you were beheaded by people from marine or world government before you got close to the holy land Mariajoy. I'm just bragging about it. If the Celestial Dragons are publicly executed, I don't think naval headquarters and the world government will let it go. We all know this, but it's just marine and world government, we are the strongest pirate group in the world. They dare to try. For a moment, the pirates were blushing, and fierce discussions resounded throughout the Hive Island. Don't underestimate that they are just crew members of the Rocks pirate group. Compared to other pirate groups in New World, the combat power of these guys can be regarded as upper middle level. They have dealt with marine a lot, and there are not a few fights with marine in large and small missions. On the high platform, Rocks stared down seriously, with the corners of his mouth curled up to reveal confidence in Haki. Silver Axe, Mr. 5 and other cadres were shocked, but worried expressions appeared on their faces. Although they are not afraid of marine and world government's next actions, doing so is undoubtedly slapping the world government in the face. Regarding the matter of the Celestial Dragons, the world government certainly will not stand still. From capturing the Celestial Dragons to repelling the Marine Admiral, the newspapers only talked about the Marine, and did not expose the matter of the Celestial Dragons. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. If it is completely angered, the world government and naval headquarters will come out in full force. Although the Rocks pirates are not afraid, they will also cause a heavy price. Silver Axe, Akoku, Lin, John, Mr. 5 and others looked at each other one after another, without speaking. They have their own ideas, and they are silent about this action. On the surface, they dare not oppose Rocks' decision, but they have their own ideas in their hearts. In the Rocks pirate group, Captain Rocks is the absolute leader, even if they oppose it, it will not help. Questioning his decision-making is simply looking for death. 0. From the corner of Lin Nuo's eyes, he kept paying attention to what the cadres seemed to be thinking. Sure enough, the cadres are not united, and each has their own ulterior motives. It is not as good as the crew below are united and reliable. In the future, the Rocks pirate group will fall apart, which is also expected. Little ones, be quiet. Seeing that all the pirates were talking about it, Rocks lifted it up and pressed it down, and said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the pirates in the square began to quiet down, and the eyes of all the crew members focused on the high platform again. The respective fleets are responsible for different tasks, and I will hand over the tasks to the cadres later. Go back and prepare for the big battle, there must be no mistakes. Rocks glanced at the densely packed crew below, with a slightly serious look in his eyes and a slightly dignified tone. Yes, Captain. At this time, the crew couldn't help clenching their fists, with a murderous look on their faces. 3 days later, public execution of the Celestial Dragons. As the voice of Rocks fell, a rush of murderous intent shot out, directly piercing through the clouds above, and then slowly dissipated. This shocking scene seemed to presage the execution of Celestial Dragons. In an instant, the countless pirates in the audience completely went crazy. Under the sky, the Hive Island flickered with cold light, and the fighting spirit of all the pirates emerged. Thousands of things are discussed in the conference hall. Chapter 106 Spread the news and run away. Rocks raised his mouth slightly, glanced at the cadres around him, then turned and walked into the skeleton castle. Lin Nuo and other cadres followed closely and sat down in front of the spacious conference table. The next step is the primary task of the respective cadres. Rocks folded his hands on his chest, looked around the group of cadres with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice. The crowd did not speak, but listened quietly. They could see that this action was imperative. Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate, who knew the plan in advance, looked indifferent, without any change in their expressions. As the news of the public execution of celestial dragons spreads, the world government and naval headquarters will undoubtedly send a large number of eyeliners immediately. For the smooth progress of the Third Queen operation, the location for the execution of the celestial dragons is set to Hive Island. Rocks scanned the crowd with a serious expression, 607, and said. This is also before that, after final discussions with Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate, if the execution location is changed to another place, they will inevitably be hidden undercover in the Rocks pirates and directly rescue them. But as soon as these words came out, John, Mr. Five and the others who were listening quietly showed shock on their faces. According to their thoughts, the place to execute the celestial dragons should be an island outside the Hive Island. After all, the Hive Island is the base camp of the Rocks pirates. Will turn into a wasteland. Captain Rocks, is it inappropriate to designate the execution location of the celestial dragons as the Hive Island? After all, the Hive Island is our base camp. If anything goes wrong, we will be more responsible. Quote. John hesitated for a moment, and asked cautiously and tentatively. He regards wealth as his life, and half of his wealth is hidden in the Hive Island. Once a war breaks out, wouldn't it be that his treasures will be turned into scorching fire? With John down, Silver Axe et al. Set their sights on the Rocks. As John said, they felt it was extremely inappropriate for the celestial dragons to be executed at Hive Island base camp. Once a war starts, the Hive Island must not be sunk directly. In the end, even if the Marine and world government are successfully defeated, the base camp of Hive Island will be sunk, which is really not worth it. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, if the execution site is placed on an outer island, no matter how you deploy it, it will not be as tight as a hive. After all, the eyes of the Marine and the world government are close. Advertisement. Secondly, if the whole regiment is deployed to the outer island, the defense of the Hive Island will be empty, and then the things you worry about will happen more easily. Humph. Let's see if the Marine, world government has broken through our Rocks pirates' defense line. Rocks smiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Rocks is still well aware of some small things about these cadres under his command. After saying these words, the cadres nodded after pondering for a moment. Compared with choosing external islands, Beehive Islands are the best choice without exception. If it were another island, world government and Marine spies would pour in even more frantically. John came back to his senses and nodded, expressing his approval that the execution site was Hive Island. Gia ha 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 ha. Come to rescue the celestial dragons, then let the Marine, world government try it. Golden Lion Shiki smoked his signature big cigar, laughed and said arrogantly. He wants to show his talents in this battle. It is best to kill Marine Admiral and increase his reputation as Golden Lion Shiki. At this time, Shiki's bounty was 1.5 billion, and this was Lin Nuo's fastest bounty promotion before he joined the Rocks Pirates. After Lin Nuo appeared, hey, nothing, hard to say. A group of cadres stopped talking and listened to the combat arrangement under Rocks. Mr. Five sat at the end of the conference table, with a serious expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. The meeting continued until evening. The cadres left one after another, and the crew on the square had already begun to deploy defenses, preparing for the big battle 3 days later. Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate walked last, glanced at Rocks on the main seat, nodded, got up and left. The underground world is called the Grey Chain World. The controller of the underground world in this era is not the Don Quixote family. It's Rocks, partner, driven by Rocks, to become the mastermind behind the underground world. The information that Rocks usually obtains, apart from the spies in the pirates, comes from the channels of the underground world. At this time, in a room, it was pitch black. Until someone pushed the door and entered, a ray of fire lit up in the room. Advertisement. A thin, wretched-looking man sat in front of a large desk and said slowly. Master Crick, a letter from above. The man walked to the desk and respectfully handed over the letter in his hand. Crick's face was slightly surprised at this time, but he reached out and took the letter. I'm going. What a lunatic. Rocks is crazy. This is the beat that's going to send me into impel down. After a while, Crick burst into a rage and threw the letter backhand. Public execution of celestial dragons. The man picked up the letter on the ground, his face turned pale with shock, and his figure began to tremble continuously. Master, the public execution of celestial dragons, once this kind of thing spreads, we will definitely be targeted by the world government and naval headquarters. It's time for us. The man's face turned pale, and his voice began to tremble a little. Crick remained silent, his face becoming extremely gloomy. Although he is the king of the underground world, he has never been able to get on the stage. If this information is passed on to World 4.4, the world government and naval headquarters will never let them go. Normally, world government and Marine turn a blind eye to those things. But if you spread the news of the execution of celestial dragons, you will be frantically hunted down by the world government and marine. But if he doesn't do it, Rocks will never let him go. He knows Rocks' tricks. After thinking over and over again, Creek's expression changed, and while he was tangled in his heart, he gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Go, print this message and spread it across the sea. And move the base immediately. The world government and marine can hide from the pursuit, but Rocks must not offend him. He knows what Rocks is like. Once he chooses to refuse, he may be mercilessly beheaded by him the next moment he walks out of this door. Yes, Master, I will arrange it right away. Chapter 107 Rescue Order. The man was stunned for a moment when he heard Crick's words, and then he immediately reacted and walked out of the gate quickly. Day 2. Morning. With the overwhelming newspapers passing around the sea. For a time, the sea was completely shaken, up to the world government and naval headquarters in the holy land of Mariajoy, and to the royal families, nobles, pirates, and common people everywhere. Everyone looked at the newspaper in their hands in awe. The actions of the Rocks pirates were too crazy, and once again made people shudder. The holy land of Mariajoy, the headquarters of the world government. The continuous building complex, as well as the world government building standing in the center, were broken by a shocking explosion. Boom. At this time, a huge building collapsed, and billows of dust and smoke rose, forming a mushroom cloud. It's really maddening, old man. Damn Rocks, how dare he? The sound of rage came, mixed with boundless and strong killing intent, instantly tearing apart the mushroom cloud above. A blond old man in a red suit, like a demon god, exudes a terrifying aura and a strong killing intent. In his 21 left hand, he held a newspaper tightly, with pictures and clearly visible text on it, telling about the public execution of celestial dragons. The audacious price performance of Rocks is simply extremely arrogant, and it has touched the bottom line of the world government. Lin Nuo beheaded and kidnapped the celestial dragons before, and they haven't settled with Rocks yet, but now they're so aggressive that they don't care about the world government. The public execution of the celestial dragons will destroy not only the celestial dragons, but also the majesty of the world government for more than 800 years. Thinking of this, the old man was so angry that it was difficult to suppress. Rocks. The terrifying aura on the old man became more and more intense, and cracks began to appear on the floor under his feet, poisoning the newspaper in his hand into countless pieces. Advertisement. Okay, it's almost time to calm down. 2 figures flashed past, and 2 old men appeared on both sides of the old man in the red suit, with their thick and powerful palms resting on the old man's shoulders. Just when the old man calmed down, 2 figures appeared above the ruins. This must be a lot of expenses. When will you change your irritable temper? The old men on the left and right sides let go of the palms on their shoulders, and they didn't mean to blame for destroying the building. Snort. The blonde-haired old man snorted angrily, walked away without saying a word. After a while, returned to the conference room of the world government building. The 5 elders sat around the round conference table, each with a gloomy look, because they suppressed their anger extremely. The Rocks pirates publicly executed the celestial dragons, we must handle it properly. Otherwise, the major families behind him will not be able to explain, and if that adult blames him. The leading old man with glasses, after thinking for a while, glanced around at the 5 old men in front of him, and said in a deep voice. The impact of this incident is simply beyond imagination, and this is also the most difficult incident they have faced since taking over the position of 5 elders. Indeed, this matter has spread across the sea, and the world is watching our every move. Next, we must take action measures. This is directly related to the prestige of the world government, the people and the member countries. The long-bearded old man sitting sideways said with a cold look in his eyes. In this case, the world government must take action. Otherwise, the majesty and reputation of the world government will suffer a huge blow, and violent turmoil in the world is not guaranteed. The other old man had firm eyes, and exuded a terrifying aura from time to time. Obviously, the actions of the Rocks pirates had completely enraged the 5 elders. They are very clear that if the world government does not act again, it will completely threaten the domination of the entire world. Celestial dragons are an important part of the world government. The 20 descendants of kings who established the world government more than 800 years ago naturally have a very high status, so the obligation to protect the celestial dragons must not be missed. Advertisement. If even the celestial dragons are helpless, each member country will inevitably die and be sad, no longer believe in the world government, and thus withdraw from the member country. But, our carefully implemented plan is not long. If we choose to take action, this plan will be postponed. At this time, the old man in a white suit frowned and raised his concerns. The world government must act now, and the plan must be delayed. Changes during the implementation period are inevitable. Following the words of the leading old man with glasses, it seems that a decision has been made. HMPH. For the old man, there is no need to delay, this time the cancer of Rocks will be wiped out. Speaking of this, the blond old man's fiery temper instantly rose, and he slapped the round table with one hand, almost breaking the table in half. Don't underestimate Rocks. If he was easy to deal with, he would have been wiped out in the past, and he still needs to spend until today. The old man beside the blond old man, who had never spoken, turned back directly. Facing the always hot-tempered, unthinking blond old man, he became a little impatient. It is absolutely impossible to rescue celestial dragons. Rocks dare to publicly execute celestial dragons. They must have made sufficient preparations. 343 number matter how Rocks prepares, world government and marine must act. Even if it can't be saved. Get ready. There was a chill in the eyes of the old man with glasses. It seems that his purpose is not to rescue celestial dragons. The five elders know that even if the entire naval headquarters strikes out, save the celestial dragons. What's more, the celestial dragons family has unanimously decided to deprive them of their celestial dragon's identity. As a shame for the celestial dragons, even if they can return to the Holy Land Mariajoy alive, they will not escape the strangling of the various families. Whether it is the Rocks pirates, or the world government and marine, the death of the two celestial dragons is just the trigger for a huge wave. The member countries that joined the world government on the sea, they don't know the secrets. What they want to see is the attitude of the world government and marine to this incident. If the world government chooses to send troops to rescue, at least it will show enough on the bright side, and the franchise countries will not turn their faces. At this moment in the sea, the Rocks alone have caused the world government and naval headquarters to be in a state of distress. If these alliance countries are added and something happens, the situation will become out of control. First half of the Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Chapter 108 Shock. Level 1 Alert. As the newspapers of the public execution of the celestial dragons pass the world, orders are given by the Holy Land Mariajoy, five elders and others. Marine Marshal Kong immediately summoned 2 admirals and 1 admiral alternate, and the 4 gathered in the marshal's office. The 4 top commanders of the marine looked at the newspapers on the desktop, and the atmosphere in the entire office was extremely gloomy. Kong frowned, and his face became darker. Looking at the content of the newspaper, the anger in his heart seemed to erupt completely the next moment. Rocks. How dare this guy? It's hard to put things down before that. Luke's the damn guy. At this moment, world government, naval headquarters will undoubtedly be slapped in the face by the damn Rocks pirates, and the previous efforts to suppress the incident will be in vain. Brew. Just then, here it comes, with the white phone bug ringing on the desktop. Moshi, I'm Kong. Kong looked dignified, and then connected the phone with a heavy tone. At this time, 2 marine admirals and 1 admiral alternate cast their eyes on the phone bug on the desktop. Kong, you must have seen the content in the newspaper. The majesty of the world government and celestial dragons must not be trampled on. Naval headquarters is ready to rescue the celestial dragons. An old man's muffled and forceful voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Your Excellency, 5 elders, if the entire army of naval headquarters is mobilized, naval headquarters must be empty. The faces of Kong and the 2 admirals and admirals alternates changed drastically. Although they knew that the world government would definitely order a rescue operation, what they didn't expect was that the 5 elders would send out their entire army. If naval headquarters is empty and no one is guarding it, you will be afraid of everything if you are not afraid of anything, even though the Rocks pirates are the only one. However, there are also powerful pirate groups other than the Rocks pirate group in the sea. Once these heinous pirates know that naval headquarters has no strong guards, it will definitely hit naval headquarters unprecedentedly. Naval headquarters, you don't need to worry, the world government will go to naval headquarters to guard backquote. 5 elders on the other end of the phone bug seemed to have already considered this aspect, and then said lightly. Yes, I will arrange action immediately. Although Kong was a little worried, he felt dissatisfied because of 5 elders' words, but he had no room to refute. Advertisement. Kong can't care too much about the current enemy. As the Marine Marshal, he should focus on the overall situation. After all, when it comes to the obligation and responsibility to protect celestial dragons, naval headquarters must bear the brunt. Kong, you should understand the meaning of this operation. After a few seconds of silence, an extremely heavy tone came from the other end of the phone bug. This made the 2 admirals next to Kong and the 3 admiral candidates confused for a while. Yes, I understand. Kong naturally understood what 5 elders said. As the phone bug hung up the phone, the atmosphere in the regimental office fell silent instantly. Marshal Sora, what do you mean by Master 5 elders? Could it be that? At this moment, Marine Admiral looked at Kong with a serious expression, frowning and said to Kong. As one of the strongest combat forces in naval headquarters, he could more or less understand the meaning of 5 elders' words. The other 2, Max and Luo Faith, were silent. Do you think the celestial dragons can be saved? As the Marine Marshal, Kong knows all the strength of the Marines under his command. He knows that even if the entire naval headquarters attack, they may not be able to defeat the Rocks pirates at this time. Since there is no certainty, how can the celestial dragons be rescued? The purpose of the 5 elders is already clear, and the life and death of the celestial dragons does not matter, but naval headquarters will definitely make a move. The above is trying to stabilize the ups and downs of the major franchise countries. As for the celestial dragons, Admiral Substitute Lei Baoluo Faith raised his head and said slowly. One more thing, it is inevitable that Marine and the Rocks pirates will go to war. I think 5 elders will take this opportunity to test the overall combat strength of the Rocks pirates. A cold light flashed in Admiral Broken Tiger Max's eyes. A figure kept appearing in his mind, that Lin Nuo who made him hate him so much. This time, I will definitely kill you, little brat. Advertisement. At this time, Kong stood up slowly and walked out the door, followed by 2 Marine admirals and an admiral alternate. Beep. Point 4B. Marineford Naval Headquarters, as usual, was suddenly sounded by a loud siren. This is Level 1 Alert. As the siren sounded, countless Marine soldiers raised their heads one after another, and their faces became serious while being shocked. As soon as they got the newspapers from the underground news agency, the highest combat readiness alarm began to warn, which shows that this incident is extremely serious. Quote. Level 1 Alert. It seems that Marshal Kong has decided to give the order. Speaking of which, the Rocks pirates are really bold and crazy. They dare to publicly execute the celestial dragons. This war is inevitable. Hey, what are you still doing here? Gather me in the square immediately. If you delay the action, I will have your skins peeled off. Yes, sir. Soldiers from various naval headquarters started discussing after hearing the warning that shook the entire Marine fort. At this moment, a Marine officer appeared, and immediately shouted at the Marine soldiers. As more and more Marine soldiers gathered towards the square. In the Marine secret training camp behind naval headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr Zhao also stopped their training after receiving the news. HMPH. Such troublesome celestial dragons will really find work for naval headquarters. Holding the newspaper in his hand, Zephyr said with an angry face and an angry tone. He is jealous by nature, and has never had a good impression of celestial dragons. After all, as the naval headquarters vice admiral, he still knows what celestial dragons do, but he has nothing to do. Garp, who had stopped training, was eating the donuts in his hands, and his face became a little dignified after seeing the content in the newspaper. Also like Zephyr, Garp doesn't like celestial dragons, but because of his marine status, some things have to be compromised. And seeing in the newspaper that the Rocks pirates will publicly execute celestial dragons, he is not cold. If it was changed to the behavior of the Rocks pirates burning, killing and looting, Garp would definitely be a violent man. Chapter 109 The whole army attacks, the sword points to the Hive Island. Okay, don't let others hear this. After all, it is our Marines' duty to protect celestial dragons. When Sengoku saw the appearance of Zephyr and Garp, he also seemed to have noticed something. After all, as old friends, I roughly understand the guesses in their hearts. But for the above order, Sengoku decided to obey without hesitation. As Sengoku's words fell, the siren sounded impressively, and the three of them were taken aback for a moment. Is something wrong? This is the first time since the three of them joined the Marine, a first-level alarm has sounded. Looks like something big is going to happen next. Boom. Ha 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 ha. Level 1 alert. This is the first time, isn't it, Sengoku, Garp? At this time, Zephyr, who was naked and his body muscles soared, clenched his fists and laughed loudly, and his inner fighting spirit gradually rose. Undoubtedly, the sound of the sirens this time will also be aware of the precursors of just reading the newspapers. After all, the public execution of celestial dragons, world government and marine will not stand idly by, and will inevitably act crazily. Moreover, Zephyr and the others' crazy training during this period has already yielded results. Compared with before, the combat power of the three of them has risen to a level. Song is slightly worse than Marine Admiral. Has the whole army started attacking the Rocks pirates? Garp put down the donut in his hand, with a serious expression on his face, muttering to himself at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes full of fighting spirit. Rocks will definitely pull you down from the altar this time, and that Lin Nuo boy, when the time comes, let you taste Lousy's iron fist that can destroy a mountain with one punch. Time is urgent. Although the training plan has not been completed, the combat power of the three of us has improved to a higher level than before. This attack by the Rocks pirates is just a test of the training results. A cold light flashed across Sengoku's expression. He put on the Marine Vice Admiral White Justice suit, and rushed to the assembly point together with Garp and Zephyr. In front of the Naval Headquarters building, Crescent Bay Plaza. The densely packed Marine soldiers are assembled, fully armed and ready to go. On the high platform above the Marine building, Kong is wearing a White Justice suit and the uniform of a Marshal of Justice. On both sides are two Marine Admirals and Admiral alternates. The whole army is targeting Hive Island. Advertisement. Rescue the celestial dragons. As Kong's voice echoed through the entire Marine fort, countless Marine soldiers took action. At the Crescent Bay port, dozens of Marine warships are ready to go, and the shock and morale have reached their peak. At this time, four figures flashed past, and Sengoku and others appeared on the high platform. Marshal, Your Excellencies Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr all saluted Kong and the others. The two admirals and the alternate admiral looked at Sengoku and nodded their heads. The specific situation and combat deployment will be allocated later. Set off. Kong looked serious, his tone revealed majesty, and he said slowly. Then the seven jumped down and headed towards the Marine main ship. Dozens of Marine warships sailed out of the Crescent Bay port, headed for the direction of New World. A sea area in New World. This is the Roger Pirates, one of the few sites. On the deck of the pirate ship, the captains Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and all members sat together. Good guy. That guy Rocks is too crazy to execute celestial dragons publicly. Aren't the Rocks afraid of crazy revenge from the world government and marine? At this time, the crew members of the Roger Pirates looked at the newspaper on the table, their faces full of shock. Although the combat power of the Rocks pirate group is unfathomable, and it is known as the only strongest pirate group in the New World, the Marine and world government are not vegetarians. If Marine and world government are so enraged, they will inevitably be hunted down crazily. It seems that this unprecedented war is inevitable. During this time, the Rocks pirates' actions have become more frequent, and they all point to the world government. CBBA. Advertisement. Could it be that the Rocks pirates already have it and can compete with the power of the world government and marine? Rayleigh and Jabba, the left and right lieutenants of the Roger pirates, looked at each other with solemn faces, and spoke one after another. As Captain Roger's right-hand man, naturally he is always moving forward for Roger's goal. The Rocks pirates dominate the New World, which is the biggest obstacle for the Roger pirates. In particular, Rocks has always had the ambition to overthrow the world government. To achieve their goals, they will do whatever it takes to burn, kill, and loot on the sea. The executioners of the Rocks pirates are all brutal and murderous. Whether it can compete with the world government or marine is not clear, but since Lin Nuo joined the Rocks pirates, the overall strength of the Rocks pirates has increased a lot. Furthermore, Lin Nuo's combat strength and record are there, which will inevitably attract many pirates to join in frequently. It is said that the mission to kidnap the celestial dragons was originally taken by Newgate, but in the end the Rocks chose Lin Nuo. Roger was silent for a moment, and after sorting out the news he had received, he said slowly. When Lin Nuo was mentioned, the crew members of the Roger pirates had a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. And bullet on the side, after hearing Lin Nuo's name, his inner fighting spirit increased even more, although he had not joined the Roger pirates for a long time. But I also know Lin Nuo from the crew and the information on the sea. It is said that even the deputy captain Pluton Rayleigh lost to Lin Nuo, which shows how powerful Lin Nuo is. Captain Roger just received the news that the naval headquarters is attacking the Hive Island. Ha 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 ha. It seems that those old fellows from the world government can't bear it anymore. But, yes, after all, the Rocks pirates have completely touched their bottom line. At this time, a pirate hurriedly ran over, holding the information in his hand, and handed it to Roger. After Roger saw the contents of the message, he suddenly laughed and said, "Is naval headquarters going all out? It seems that this unprecedented war is inevitable." When Jabba on the side heard the words, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. The entire naval headquarters army is attacking towards the Hive Island. This is the first time that Marine has overwhelmed the entire army. That Rocks guy has already forced the world government Marine to break the defense. Ha 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 ha. I think, even if the entire naval headquarters attack, they may not be able to save the celestial dragons. However, this time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take advantage of this opportunity to fully understand the combat power of the Rocks pirates and prepare for the future. Chapter 110 The Hidden Inner Ghost Emerges. Rayleigh took a sip of the fine wine, thought for a moment, and said in a serious way. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh's idea is really good, but don't forget, world government and marine probably have the same idea as you. In short, let's pay attention to the battle situation between the two sides for the time being, and wait and see how it changes. Roger stood up, with a solemn face, and followed the distant sea, which was the territory of the Rocks pirates. At the same time, the supernova burned the world of this generation of pirates, and the big pirate Beloric Redfield, who has always been alone, all the pirates are going to New World. I want to witness this unprecedented battle between Marine and New World overlord Rocks pirates. As time passed, a day had passed since the entire Marine army was dispatched. There is only one day left until the public execution of the celestial dragons. During these 2 days, the sea was turbulent and turbulent. Countless pirates and some hidden powerful forces poured into New World one after another. It can be described as a gathering of storms. And the news of the Rocks pirates' public execution of the celestial dragons and the attack of the naval headquarters has spread all over the world. Countless people in the world will be looking forward to the confrontation between these two forces. Now, Beehive Island, the headquarters of the Rocks pirates. One of the parties involved in this storm that set off the world is in the final battle deployment. The final combat deployment has been decided. After the meeting is over, act immediately. This time, those guys from naval headquarters will be wiped out. On the main seat, Rocks gave a serious explanation to the cadres waiting below. HMPH. World Government, Marine accept the gift carefully prepared by Russian Rocks. Silver Axe, John, Mr. 5, Lin and other cadres are ready to face the terrorist attack of the naval headquarters army. Although they are somewhat against Rocks' decision, things are backfired. Responsibility. There have been some transfers in terms of personnel. Among the cadres in charge of guarding the Hive Island, a captain-level crew member and the crew members under his command have been transferred. Rocks glanced at the cadres in front of him calmly, and said. Silver Axe and the others wrinkled their eyes slightly, and immediately reacted and nodded. Advertisement. Thinking of the previous Rocks combat deployment, Newgate, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Lin, and Kaido were at the forefront, while the rest of the cadres would be responsible for guarding the Hive Island, the headquarters of the Rocks pirates, to prevent Marine from taking the opportunity to raid the Hive area. Naturally, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, Mr. 5 and others have no opinion on the deployment of Rocks. As the first line of defense at the forefront of blocking the Marine, it will definitely face the full combat power of the naval headquarters, and naturally face the terrorist offensive of the Marine. And they stayed at the Hive Island base camp. As long as the Hive Island was not raided, the rest seemed to be none of their business. Secondly, the Rocks pirates, after this period of development, know that their combat strength has been surpassed by Lin Nuo and Shiki, and even Lin and his subordinate Kaido have skyrocketed in strength. The Rocks pirates have always respected the strong, and their brilliance has been gradually replaced by the new era. Along the meeting table, after waiting for a few seconds of silence, all the cadres looked at each other and nodded. A mere battle captain and some cannon fodder crew members under his command can do nothing to their fleet. Compared with the price paid for standing on the first line of defense and facing the entire army of naval headquarters, it is simply nothing. Rocks sat on the main seat, folded his hands on his chest, and looked at the cadres calmly. After a while, Rocks announced that the meeting was over, and all the cadres left one after another. Silver Axe, John, Akoku et al. After returning to their respective fleets, they all issued tasks to their subordinates. And this Mr. 5 cadre, with a gloomy face along the way, went straight into his room after returning to the fleet, and never came out again. After a while, a combat captain on Mr. 5's fleet slowly walked into Mr. 5's room with delicious food and wine in his hand. Mr. 5 cadre, Captain Rocks, next deployment. The captain put down his delicious food and wine, and sat down slowly opposite Mr. 5. Mr. 5 looked up at the captain, and then launched observation haki to scan the entire fleet. After a while, Mr. 5 recounted what Rocks had said. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Mr. 5 cadre, what do you mean? Put me in charge of leading a crew, following the Rocks. The captain's face became extremely serious when he heard Mr. 5's words. Although he knows that following Rocks to the first front line, he will definitely know the deployment of Rocks, front line, but there is still an important problem. If Rocks is aware of it, his life. That's right, you follow Rocks. If any mutation occurs, report the news to me immediately. The corners of Mr. 5's mouth curled up, and his face became ferocious. As early as when the meeting was in progress, Rocks had made this decision after he transferred and deployed his personnel. After all, he is different from Silver Axe, John, Akoku and other veteran cadres who followed the Rocks in the north and south. John and the others have a lot of small things in their hearts, but only Rocks himself is there, and they can't betray. But Mr. 5 is different. He has already secretly reached an agreement with Marine Marshal Kong, and has been providing Marine with information about the Rocks pirates. Since Rocks asked to deploy personnel, he dispatched the confidant in front of him to Rocks. In case he can get any important content, he can also trade with Kong and make a lot of money from it. Okay, I get it. The captain hesitated for a while, finally nodded, and opened his mouth to speak. Even if he is unwilling, he has no choice at this moment. Mr. 5 is his captain. If he violates this order, he may be separated in the next second. What are you afraid of? It's not about asking you to confront Rocks and asking you to provide information. With so many people fighting, who has time to notice you? Mr. 5 saw his thoughts at a glance, and said to the captain impatiently. I don't know about this. If you weren't still useful, labor and management would kill you in a second. Yes, thank you, Captain, for your reminder. The captain was worried at this time, but when he heard Mr. 5's reminder, he suddenly realized, with a smile on his face, he nodded towards Mr. 5 and said. Chapter 111 Action Mutation. Straight to Naval Headquarters. If you get useful information, the benefits will naturally be indispensable to you. Good job. Mr. 5 ate the delicious food and wine brought by the captain, cast a glance, and said calmly. Then he waved his hand to let him go down and get ready. Yes, Captain, I'm going down to get ready. The captain was overjoyed when he heard the words, and after finishing his vows, he turned and left Mr. 5's room. HMPH. What a greedy guy. It seems that after this incident, there is no need for this guy to exist anymore. Knowing too much, I really feel the chills on the back. Mr. 5 in the room is eating delicious food and wine alone, and his face shows greed from time to time. This face is worse than that of money fanatic John. On Beehive Island, following the orders of all the cadres, the respective captains and their crews rushed to the port one after another. 407. Whoa whoa. At this time, the sound of the horn came, and 3 huge pirate ships slowly drove out of the port. Headed by Lin Nuo on board, 3 huge pirate ships headed towards the entrance to the New World. 3 large pirate ships were sailing at high speed on the sea, with the pirate flag of the Rocks pirates flying above their masts. On the deck, Rocks is at the head, with cadres and captains on both sides, and the remaining 2 pirate ships are carrying the crew of the Rocks pirate group. On the wide deck, Rocks glanced at the captain-level pirates, and instantly made the captains look horrified. At this time, when Rocks turned his gaze to the captain sent by Mr. 5, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, but only for a moment. Rocks withdrew his gaze lightly. But Lin Nuo at the side noticed the strangeness of Rocks just now, and immediately cast a glance at the man. Is it this guy? The people under Mr. 5. At this time Lin Nuo ignored it and thought for a while. Prior to this, he had discussed with Rocks, Shiki, and Newgate, and the purpose of transferring the crew members under their respective cadres this time was to find out the traitors hidden in the Rocks pirate group. Advertisement. When he and Rocks noticed this person, he was the captain under Mr. 5's command. Although his strength was not the strongest among the captains under Mr. 5's command, he was reused by Mr. 5. The captains sent by other cadres are all weakened in combat power and low in potential, so they are not reused by the cadres, but Mr. 5's actions are just the opposite, and he sent his confidants here. Although these can't prove anything now, they have aroused a lot of doubts. It seems that this is not so simple. Lin Nuo looked at the captains behind him with a cold light in his eyes. Now that the inner ghost is confirmed to be one of the cadres, the inner ghost will definitely take action in the face of the marine battle. These matters should be handled by Rocks himself. Anyway, labor and management are just wage earners. At this time, the phone bug in Rocks' hand rang, and after answering the content on the phone bug's end, he hung up the phone. With a serious face, he nodded towards Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate and others. Are you coming? It's really exciting. At this time, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate, Lin, and Kaido understood each other, and their inner fighting spirit continued to rise. The two ships are on standby. Rocks looked around and said loudly. Yes, Captain. The crew on both sides of the ship did not know what happened, but Captain Rocks absolutely obeyed the order. As Lin Nuo's ship continued to move forward, the two ships behind were left far behind and could not be seen. At this time, all the captains suddenly had doubts in their hearts. They watched the pirate ship sailing towards the edge of New World, but they didn't ask any questions. Didn't you say it was just to investigate? Is the distance too far? The captain under Mr. 5, aware of the problem, muttered to himself. And Rocks at the front of the deck turned and said to Lin Nuo and Shiki behind him. Shiki, Lin Nuo, let's get started. Advertisement. At this time, Shiki walked out writhing his body, excited and laughing, and instantly launched the lion fruit, floating the entire huge ship. In just a few seconds, the huge pirate ship flew high into the sky. What the hell is going on here? Idiot. What a surprise. This is the lion fruit ability of the Shiki cadre. The crowd was instantly frightened by the sudden action, and after stabilizing their bodies, they kept discussing. It's up to me next. Lin Nuo slowly walked to the front of the deck, put his hands together, and the fruit ability was activated immediately, and a translucent invisible air mask instantly completely enveloped the huge pirate ship. This is not over yet. The tail of the huge ship is holed, and two metal gun barrels protrude. A steady stream of invisible repulsive force, like a terrifying shotgun, instantly pushes the huge ship away at an extremely fast speed. The blue sky. Hey, I'm going. This is too fast. We are now getting farther and farther away from the entrance route of New World. Where are we going? Facing the sudden terrifying acceleration, many crew members on the pirate ship fell on the plywood due to the terrifying speed, and the rest of the crew were full of puzzled expressions, and they started talking one after another. As for the captain under Mr. 5, his complexion suddenly changed, as if he expected the unprecedented sudden change in the situation. Little ones, you already know about the news that the entire naval headquarters army is attacking to encircle and suppress our Rocks pirate group. Faced with everyone's doubts, Rocks turned to look at the captain and the crew members, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said loudly to everyone. Following the words of Rocks, the crew members stopped discussing one after another, and looked at Rocks with puzzled faces. This public execution of celestial dragons, 2.8 is just a bait, our real goal is naval headquarters. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates on the ship were shocked immediately, and it took a long time for the crew to come back to their senses. In this way, the entire naval headquarters army is attacking our Rocks pirate group, but the naval headquarters base camp must no longer be guarded by strong marines, and it will definitely be empty. If we change direction and raid naval headquarters, by then. Ha 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 ha. Attacking naval headquarters. It's more exciting than public execution of celestial dragons. Is this the real purpose of Captain Rocks? Now naval headquarters is not guarded by strong men like Admiral. It's like a loose sand. Ha 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 ha. Captain Rocks is mighty. Marine and World Chapter 112. The news arrives. Kong and others were shocked. At this time, all the pirates are full of enthusiasm. We are glad to participate in this operation. If we can completely turn naval headquarters upside down, then our reputation will also shake the whole world. Rocks and others ignored the cheers of the crew, turned and walked towards the room. Although the Rocks decided to change course, they bypassed Marines' frontal attack and went straight to naval headquarters. But this action is more dangerous than confronting Marines full strength head-on. If Marine and others see through the plan of Rocks and others, they will be doomed in the end. And once the operation is successful, naval headquarters will inevitably suffer a huge blow, reducing the obstacles to Rocks' terrifying ambitions in the future. In the room, led by Rocks, 6 people including Newgate, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Lin, and Kaido sat around a round table, and Rocks no longer concealed, telling the final plan. Naval headquarters. Kaido held the Spike 21 stick tightly in his hand, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. And when Rocks entered the room, he launched his own terrifying observation haki, which completely enveloped the entire huge ship, and any disturbance could not escape his perception. Damn, plan to mutate. Rocks is such an old fox. Fortunately, the captain sent me here, otherwise those idiots in naval headquarters would have been tricked by Rocks. Outside the cabin, the captain under Mr. 5's face became solemn at this time, a gleam of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself. If such important information can be passed back to the captain, then the reward will be multiplied dozens of times. Thinking of this, the captain under Mr. 5 quickly walked towards the stern while the others were still laughing and laughing. After seeing that there was no one around, he carefully took out a phone bug from his body and dialed it silently. Brew, Moxie, what's up? As the phone bug was unplugged, whispers came from the other end of the phone. Not good. Captain Mr. 5, the thing is like this. Advertisement. At this time, the captain hid under the pile of wooden barrels and said in a low voice. And just as the captain walked towards the stern, he didn't know that Rocks, Lin Nuo, Newgate, Shiki and others in the room had already noticed. After everyone looked at each other, smiles appeared on the corners of their mouths. The second half of the Grand Line, the sea area called New World. Dozens of marine warships like steel giants are heading towards the territory of the Rocks pirates at extreme speed. On a main ship, led by Kong, flanked by two marine admirals, the Underworld Dragon and the Broken Tiger. Next came Admiral Substitute Lei Bao, and Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane. 8 people stood on the deck, looking at the blue sky and sea, their faces became serious. According to the current speed, it only takes half a day to arrive at the base camp of the Derek's pirates, Beehive Island. Kong stared at the boundless sea with deep eyes, and the Justice Cloak behind him was blown up by the sea breeze. As the supreme leader of naval headquarters, he must be more cautious and calm at this time. Once encountering a surprise attack by the Rocks pirates, there will be no room for maneuver in the changes in the battle situation. At this time, a marine soldier walked over quickly. Marshal Kong, General, according to the report from the spies, the Rocks pirates have gone to stop us before entering New World. Among them, Captain Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Supernova Cadre Lin Nuo, Kaido and other pirates will be responsible for guarding the first line of defense, and the rest of the cadres will be stationed at Rocks Beehive Island, the headquarters of the pirates. The marine soldier told the information, got Kong's understanding, and then turned and left. Is it almost there? No one can compete with me this time. Labor and management must send that kid Lin Nuo to impel down for retirement. At this time, Garp on the side clenched his huge iron-like fist, and seemed to be impatient to fight the Rocks pirates. Admiral Max was stroking the huge scar on his abdomen, his fists could not help but clench tightly, crackling. The scar left by this slash was exactly what Lin Nuo left, and it seemed to be aching when he touched it. Advertisement. Rocks is too arrogant, relying on this little combat power, do you want to stop us? Admiral Minglong frowned, his face was full of disdain, and he said angrily. This time, the entire army of naval headquarters attacked the Hive Island, and Rocks only used half of the strength of the Rocks pirate group. This Rocks is too confident and arrogant. Such a line of defense is nothing more than superfluous, trying to stop the attack of the entire marine army is like being vulnerable. Of course the Rocks know this. But why did they make such an operational deployment? Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, constantly analyzing Rocks' combat deployment, muttering to himself in a low voice. He doesn't think the Rocks guy would make such a stupid mistake. 320 Sengoku's voice is not loud, but it also allows Marines' advanced generals to have a panoramic view. Especially Marine Marshal Kong and Marine Staff Officer Crane felt even more worried. As Marshal Marine, he was already an old rival with Rocks, and he knew about that man that Rocks possessed powerful ambitions and was full of conspiracy and trickery. Brew. While everyone was contemplating and guessing, the phone bug in Kong's pocket rang. When he took out the phone bug, his face became extremely serious, and he felt uneasy inside. Moxie, I'm empty. Kong ignored the Marine advanced generals around him, then picked up the phone and said in a deep voice. He didn't hide too much in front of Admiral, Sengoku and others, after all the Marine advanced generals present were trusted people. You've been duped by the Rocks. The public execution of the Celestial Dragons is fake, and his real target is naval headquarters. Rocks has already headed to naval headquarters with elite speed, with Shiki's fruit ability, it won't be long. Mr. 5 on the other end of the phone bug stopped being polite and went directly to the topic, then quickly hung up the phone bug without waiting for Kong and others to respond. Chapter 113 News Exposure, Countdown. Standing behind the Hive Island, he looked as steady as an old dog, half lying on the deck, basking in the bright sun, with a smile on his lips. Little did they know that this series of actions had already been known to Rocks and others who were rushing to naval headquarters. The reason why he didn't immediately order the cadres of Hive Island to kill him directly was because Rocks used him to complete the next plan. What? Then the phone bug was hung up, and Kong's expression changed drastically, he couldn't believe the secret information he just got. The same is true for the two admirals, one admiral candidate, and Sengoku and others. While shocked, their faces immediately turned into extreme anger. The resourceful General Sengoku and Crane finally realized that their previous worries had completely turned into a crisis. Tune the tiger away from the mountain. Damn it, that guy Rocks is using celestial dragons as bait to force the entire Marine army to go to New World. And his real goal is to surprise the naval headquarters. Now all the top fighters are following Kong to New World. Naval headquarters is obviously an empty shell now. If the Rocks really raid naval headquarters, it will be really bad. A-hole. Damn the Rocks, this one-handedly turned off the move tactic just blew them away. Damn. Return immediately. At this moment, Kong's face became extremely ugly, and when he was about to give an order, the Crane beside him interrupted him. Wait, Marshal Kong, is the news of the visitor reliable? This operation was ordered by the 5 elders. If we retreat easily, the Holy Land and the world will be defeated by then. Why don't you contact 5 elders first and let the world government investigate? Even she, who is a Marine staff officer, didn't get involved in such an advanced secret. But now Marine's entire army has entered New World and is marching towards the base camp of the Rocks pirates. Countless people in the world are watching. Once Kong issues the retreat order, the majesty of naval headquarters and world government will be gone, and even lead to the decision of all member countries to withdraw from world government. The situation at that time will be completely irreversible, and the world will fall into an era of turbulence and chaos. Advertisement. But if this news is true, then naval headquarters is in danger. Rocks led countless elites, cadres Newgate, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Lin and a group of powerful people to raid naval headquarters. With such a terrifying combat power, the naval headquarters can't resist it at all. Not bad. Just to be on the safe side, contact the five elders first. All fleets slow down and move forward slowly. Kong understood, and after thinking for a few seconds, nodded, and then gave the order. The action just now was really too impulsive, but this news is not trivial. It is better to inform His Excellencies the five elders first, and then make a decision. What's more, in the five elders' news and Duanyu's narration, Lin Nuo did snatch the luxury ship of the Celestial Dragons, and even snatched 2 Celestial Dragons. The current situation really caused Kong a headache. Although the information provided by Mr. Five in the past was indeed correct, this time it was different. This was related to the majesty of the world government and naval headquarters. Let the intelligence team of the world government confirm the authenticity of this news first. Even if Rocks goes to raid naval headquarters, the world government will not sit idly by. Brew. Thinking of this, the Marine Advanced Generals had no objection to this, so Kong took out the phone bug that was in contact with the Mariajoy five elders in the Holy Land and dialed it. 10,000 meters above the sea. With the blessing of Shiki and Lin Nuo's fruit abilities, the speed of the ship is boosted by dual abilities, and naval headquarters has already appeared in everyone's field of vision. Headed by Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo, Lin, Kaido came out of the room. Everyone looked down and looked into the distance, and could vaguely see that the naval headquarters Crescent Port had lost a lot of marine soldiers, and its naval headquarters defense dropped rapidly. Little ones, are you ready? Let's give those marine guys a big gift. Rocks stood at the front of the deck, pulled out the sword at his waist, raised it above his head, and shouted loudly. Captain Rocks, we are waiting for your order. Ha. Come on, let's give Marine a big surprise. This time, Marine guys will definitely show the strength of our Rocks pirates. Advertisement. The fighting spirit of all the pirates is high, each of them is holding a weapon, and the endless killing intent continues to spread. Attacking naval headquarters, they didn't dare to think about it before, but now they are led by Rocks, and their momentum is suddenly high. At this time, in the office building of naval headquarters, there were 2 majestic men sitting. That's right. Field Marshal Lucas, although not as powerful as Marine Marshal Kong and the 2 admirals, is as powerful as the cadres of the Rocks pirates. And the other is wearing a white suit, the strongest shield CPO of Celestial Dragons. Yo, as expected of naval headquarters, this building is even more magnificent and imposing than our army headquarters. When will Master Five Elders pay attention to our army? Field Marshal Lucas, wearing a green cloak, looked at the luxurious naval headquarters outside the window, with gold stars in his eyes, and said enviously. Their army headquarters is not as good as Marine, but it is directly under the world government, but it has Admiral's top combat power, and the entire army headquarters is only him. The duty of the army is to protect the Red Line. The soldiers are basically the residents of the mainland, and they basically don't go out, do jow cross the sea. Now seeing the luxurious position of naval headquarters, I can feel the distance. However, this time 5 elders ordered him to be transferred to naval headquarters to guard in order to prevent unwanted FA high thieves from sneaking in. The CPO with Lucas is a high-level personnel in the CPO, and his combat power is vaguely close to the admiral level. The whole army of naval headquarters is attacking to wipe out the Rocks pirate group. Even if naval headquarters is empty, the garbage on the sea will not dare to come here. Lucas looked at the square outside the window, muttered to himself, and lay down on the sofa lazily. Brew. At this time, the phone bug in the CPO's pocket suddenly rang. After glancing at Lucas on the sofa, he got up and walked out the door before picking up the phone to connect. Moxie, I am Becklon. Chapter 114 Surprise Attack. The Rocks Pirates arrive. A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone bug, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Yes. Vikron didn't hesitate, and then walked back to the office quickly, standing in front of Lucas. Yo, this see. Lucas was surprised when he saw Viklon walking in front of him. When he was about to ask, he saw the phone bug in his hand, and his face instantly became serious. This phone bug, could it be Master Five Elders? It's okay, it's almost out of shape. Image. Be sure to pay attention to image. Lucas, Viklon, and Kong have sent news that Rocks has led his pirate team to raid naval headquarters. This matter. Someone has been sent to check it, and you should stay vigilant. The white-robed 5 elders, without dragging their feet, directly entered the topic and told the news to the 2 people sitting in naval headquarters. If this information is accurate, naval headquarters is now in danger, but more importantly, the face of the world government. When Lucas and Viklon heard the words, Lucas suddenly stood up from the sofa. While I was shocked, I couldn't believe it. What? The Rocks pirates are going to raid naval headquarters, aren't they fighting Marine in New World? How could there be naval headquarters? Could it be that Kong and the others were tricked by the Rocks guy? Damn, could it be such bad luck? Labor and management encountered such a ghost when they came to naval headquarters for the first time. If it is true what Master Five Elders said, Naval Headquarters is now in danger. Facing the monster-like Rocks pirate group, plus 5 of them, it will be difficult to defend Naval Headquarters. Thinking of this, the two hurried to the corridor, and the observation Haki was fully activated. After a while, they breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. That. Five Elders Pavilion. At this moment, the sky suddenly became so dazzling, the two of them looked at the sky at the same time, and their faces became solemn in an instant. I saw. The clouds in the sky were blown away, like a canyon in the sky, a slash and rushed straight down, heading straight towards the office building where the two of them, CBFD, were located. Advertisement. In an instant, there was a boom. The entire office building was completely divided into two. Under the powerful impact, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another, and rubble continued to fly around. Lucas and CP0 Viklon were cut and flew out by the sudden slash. At the critical moment, the two launched moonwalk at the same time, and they managed to stabilize their figure. At the same time, the warning from Naval Headquarters instantly resounded throughout the waters around Marineford. At this time, CPO Viklon's phone bug has fallen into the cracks in the ruins. The phone bug kept ringing, and the white-robed Five Elders also realized that something had happened at Naval Headquarters. Moxie, Viklon, Lucas. Damn it, could it be that? The white-robed Five Elders kept asking the phone bug, but they still couldn't get a response from Naval Headquarters. Reminiscent of the loud noise just now, from the phone passing in front of them, the white-robed Five Elders have realized that the Rocks pirates really raided Naval Headquarters. The news has been confirmed, that Rocks guy is here. Putting down the phone bug in his hand that hadn't responded, he spoke slowly to the 4 old men on the sofa. What audacity. That Rocks guy actually dared. Okay, it's useless to say these things now, Naval Headquarters still has to be protected, we should have not made a move for decades. It seems that this time we have an event. At this time, the old man in the lead pushed his reading glasses on his face, his voice revealing helplessness and anger. They never expected that the Rocks really dared to attack Naval Headquarters. At this point, it is no longer a matter of discussion. HMPH. The old man said long ago that the Rocks pirates must be eliminated. The fiery blonde old man was completely enraged by Rocks' crazy behavior, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to go to Naval Headquarters for a big fight. The 5 of them are in high positions, and they rarely make easy moves on weekdays, but now that Marine's combat power is far away in New World, they have no choice but to make a move at this time. Rocks' strength cannot be underestimated, and Rocks has Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo and other cadres around him. Advertisement. It seems that it will take some time to win them. If you add Kong and the others. The long-bearded old man looked calm and analyzed the situation on the Rocks side. At this time, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Tell Kong them to return to Naval Headquarters immediately. Those guys stationed on Beehive Island are nothing to worry about. We just need to keep Rocks and others completely in Naval Headquarters, and add Kong and others to return to defense. Even Rocks can't escape. Also put the CPO on the line, full speed to Naval Headquarters. Must keep the Rocks and all his guys in Naval Headquarters this time. The old man with glasses narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent gradually spread. After a moment of contemplation, he gave the final order. Although Rocks' action this time exceeded their expectations, it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since Rocks chose to take such a big risk, he would pay a heavy price, and even completely solve the cancer of Rocks. The rest of the 5 elders looked at each other, and they didn't have any opinion on the plan of the old man with glasses. Naval Headquarters. Hearing the horrible explosion just now, the early warning device exploded quickly. The soldiers staying at Naval Headquarters quickly gathered together. Look, it seems like something has fallen from the sky. Damn it, could it be? The soldiers who were waiting in line noticed that the black spots in the sky were falling down at an extremely fast speed. They were shocked and exclaimed. Sure enough, as Master Five Elders said, is the Luke's team here. Field Marshal Lucas, CPO Viklon, stood on top of the ruins, looking solemnly at the pirate ship descending from the sky at high speed. The pirate flag stands on the mast, which is the flag of the Rocks pirates. Little ones, kill these damn Marines. Let him turn the world upside down. Chapter 115 on the verge of breaking out, duel against the Field Marshal. At this time, Rocks looked at the countless Marines below, with a strong killing intent in his eyes, and pointed the sword in his hand towards the Naval Headquarters below. All of a sudden, all the pirates stared viciously at the countless Marines below, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and couldn't help becoming crazy. Gee ha 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 ha, has it finally arrived? I don't know if those Marines going to New World will go crazy knowing that we have demolished Naval Headquarters. Golden Lion Shiki took the lead to meet him, his face was full of arrogance, and his laughter directed towards the whole Marineford. Immediately afterwards, led by Rocks, Newgate, Lin Nuo, Lin, Kaido and others stepped down from the pirate ship one after another. The captains and the crew members under their leadership grabbed their weapons and chased after them. Rocks, this is Naval Headquarters, are you really afraid that we will keep you here completely? Facing the extremely terrifying lineup in front of him, CPO Viklon looked extremely ugly, but as the strongest CPO organization under the world government, he would naturally take responsibility, shouted in a deep voice. And as Vikrion's words fell, Field Marshal Lukes on the side panicked a lot, and regretted agreeing to Five Elders' task of guarding the Marine headquarters this time. If I had known this was the case, labor and management would not have come to kill me, so I would like to drink tea at our army headquarters, it is delicious. The same. He also prayed that the reinforcements from the Holy Land Mariajoy would arrive at naval headquarters quickly, otherwise, if he and the CPO brother faced the terrifying lineup of the Rocks pirates, once the war broke out, they would probably have nothing left. Captain of the Rocks pirates. Rocks, the elite cadres Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo, Lin, the four have at least the top admiral level of combat power, this should not be frustrated. Just the two of you, and the mob behind you. Rocks snorted coldly, looked at Field Marshal Lucas and CPO Viclon, his eyes were full of disdain, obviously he didn't take them too seriously. Although the main force of Marine is likely to have returned at full speed, it has been enough time to completely sink naval headquarters in the sea. Don't be too arrogant, Rocks. Your Excellency, the five elders already know about your plot, and reinforcements are on the way. Once the reinforcements arrive, even if you have Tongtian power, you are doomed to be strangled. Although Lucas was a bit timid, his fighting strength was no less than that of any Marine admiral. Facing Rocks' ridicule, he couldn't help but start to reply. At the same time, I prayed in my heart that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Advertisement. This is also why he wants to delay the time as much as possible when there is no war. Oh, are those old guys here too? Just what I want, but send you two to heaven before their families come. Rocks stared at the two with disdainful eyes, and when the words fell, the killing intent continued to rise. Little ones, kill these Marines. The order from Rocks fell, and a large number of crew members behind Rocks rushed towards Marine like bloodthirsty beasts. Yes, Captain. Kill. Damn Marine, taste the sledgehammer of labor. For a while, there was a continuous sound of golden guns, bullets and artillery shells continued to roar, roars, shouts, and screams, completely covering the entire Crescent Bay. Field Marshal Lucas and CPO Viclon didn't make a move in the face of the battle between Marine and the pirates, but their eyes were fixed on Rocks and the digital cadres behind them. It's not that they don't want to do something, but they don't dare to act rashly. These Marine cannon fodder die as soon as they die. How can they be so valuable as strong men like them? And their main goal now is to delay time and wait for the support of the Holy Land Mariajoy. And how could Rocks and others make them happy? At this moment, Shiki couldn't bear his temper anymore. Since he lost to Lin Nuo last time, his combat power has been improved. Just want to find a strong fight, to test their strength, and vent their emotions by the way. Call out. Shiki was startled, activated the Lion Fruit ability instantly, and rushed towards Lucas and Viclone. Where the figure crosses, a trajectory is drawn, the speed is so fast that it is difficult to catch even the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the faces of Lucas and Viclon changed drastically, and their tense nerves exploded instantly. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Lucas, who has admiral-level combat power, is much better than the CPO Vicron next to him. His muscles are tense, and he is ready to face the incoming Golden Lion Shiki at any time. Although the strength of CPO Viclone is infinitely close to the admiral level, it is still an elite vice-admiral. While my heart was horrified by this, the hairs all over my body exploded, and cold sweat flowed down. At this time, clang. At a critical juncture, Field Marshal Lucas's fists had blue veins, and then Armament Haki covered his fists, blocking the Shiki's attack at a high speed. Jia ha. You have a good combat power, but I have never heard of you. Facing Lucas to block his own offensive, the two are on the way. A flash of surprise flashed in Shiki's eyes, but he recovered immediately, and then attached Armament Haki with his right calf, and quickly kicked towards Lucas's lower abdomen. Quote. Facing the incoming attack, Lucas launched his armed weapon to completely cover his chest, resisting the strong pressure of Sakura 10 and the dead wood, and forcibly withstood Shiki's blow. Lucas's face was slightly wrinkled, and he took 2 steps back, feeling extremely unhappy. He just wanted to declare himself to prove himself, but Shiki didn't talk about wood and took the role directly. I saw that Lucas erupted with a terrifying aura, and cracks gradually appeared on the floor under his feet. The terrifying power suddenly pushed Shiki's Sakura 10 and dead wood away, and he leapt to distance himself from Shiki. But Shiki would not let him go. Shiki launched the fruit ability and quickly chased towards Lucas, waving the 2 big sharp knives in his hand continuously, and shooting out several sharp slashes. Facing the Golden Lion Shiki chasing in front of him, Lucas did not dare to be careless at all, and immediately broke out with all his strength. After all, he knew that if he continued to be passive, his physical strength would be exhausted instead. Clang. With the assistance of Knowledge Color and Armament Haki, Lucas's fists kept bombarding the incoming slashes. After smashing all the slashes, his body shook, the floor under his feet cracked, and he launched the 6th form and rushed towards Shiki. Bang. Bang 1. Chapter 116 Lucas. You trash, you can't even take a single move. The two were tossing and turning, and all kinds of powerful attacks were bombarded frequently. For a while, the two fought inextricably. Wherever the two passed, the air exploded, and the storm-like air waves continued to sweep. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Viclone suddenly felt rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, Golden Lion Shiki's target just now was Lucas. If he was himself, he might have been beheaded just now. Seeing the figure receding and keeping a distance from the two of them, he watched the battle between the two with a serious face, was shocked, and muttered to himself. Is this the duel of top powerhouses? Such terrifying speed and destructive power. If Golden Lion Shiki's target was me just now, I'm very likely. Call out. At this time, the sound of the young man drawing a knife behind rocks in the distance pulled Vikram's mind back to the reality of 963. Immediately, he frowned and looked at the young man behind rocks, feeling uneasy in his heart. At this time, Lin Nuo made a move, slowly holding the handle of the black knife Zonlong at his waist with his right hand, staring at Saint PD Viklon like a beast with a half smile. Immediately, Vikram suddenly felt that a coolness enveloped him completely, as if he was in a bitingly cold pool. No way, I just got rid of a lion, and a tiger came again. Is labor and management going to be so unlucky? Is labor and management, this young life, going to end here at Naval Headquarters? CPO Vikram was terrified, and after realizing the endless uneasiness, he turned around and fled without hesitation. He knows the young man behind rocks, Lin Nuo, who is known as a monster, a man who can destroy the Admiral of Headquarters. Once he makes a move, I will have no life to speak of. Regarding this, he ignored the majesty of his own CPO, turned around and fled without hesitation. But he thought too simply. Is it possible to run? Lin Nuo's smile disappeared at this time, and it turned into a strong murderous intent as he muttered softly, looking at the escaping figure of CPO Viklone. The figure disappeared in front of rocks and the others in an instant. In an instant, the sword intent rose, and the sword intent instantly lingered on the black saber slaying the dragon. The sharp sword force emerged impressively. Even Rocks, Newgate and the others couldn't help but feel sorry for them. The sideways glance. Advertisement. Black blade Zonlong locked the escaped CPO Vikram, slashed out suddenly, and the slash shot out instantly, killing the CPO Vikram in the distance. Where the slash passed, the floor was shattered, as if it had crossed space, and in just a few breaths, it was already close to Vikram. Just as Vikram rejoiced for his wise decision to escape. The next moment, a wave of fear swept over behind him, and Observation Haki was frantically warning, but it was already too late, and it was too late for him to avoid it in such a short distance. Vikram realized that it was impossible to dodge, so he immediately stopped and turned around, and with a loud shout, he went all out, just to fight to the death. Unleash Armament Haki at full power, resist this fierce attack. It's not over yet. Iron Body Change hyphenation point King Kong. Vikram gritted his teeth and roared as he saw the terrifying slash that had arrived in front of his eyes. Armament Haki and the 6-style Garter are used as a terrifying defense to resist. Even ordinary Admiral-level powerhouses can hardly break through such a powerful defense. This is also his biggest trump card. But is it really as CPO Vikram expected? Clang. The slash struck his chest impressively, and Armament Haki and 6 styles were instantly torn apart like paper paste. Boom. The figure of CPO Vikram was like a cannonball, it flew out viciously and fell into the ruins. Under the powerful impact, the ruins were overwhelmed, and instantly sank, smashing out a big hole. In the ruins filled with smoke and dust, CPO Vikram was turned into a large character, spitting out blood. The blood was dripping on the chest, even the bones in the chest were cut off, the internal organs could be vaguely seen, the whole body could not move, and he had lost his combat power. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Isn't this dead? Still hanging on. Covered by the armed color, plus the 6-style iron body, it is acceptable. Advertisement. Under the perception of Observation Haki, Lin Nuo noticed that CPO Vikram did not die immediately, which made him a little surprised. 6 defenses at the end in a pinch. Unexpected indeed. Don't look at the Lin Nuo Grandmaster Advanced 6 forms, but Iron Body, one of the 6 forms, has not yet been used. Firstly, Lin Nuo's combat power rarely makes him forced to defend in battle, and secondly, the absolute defense with the fruit ability is generally useless, unless. Although CPO Vikram still breathed a sigh of relief, coupled with the extensive bleeding, it was already exhausted, and death was only a matter of time. Lin Nuo's swordsmanship has become a bit stronger, and the speed of his progress is really enviable. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the appearance of CPO Vikram, while admiring, he murmured enviously. Rocks folded his hands on his chest, silently, and nodded secretly. Lin Nuo's powerful combat power was just what he needed. But Kaido behind Charlotte Linlin had a wry smile on his face. With this monstrosity around, when will this uncle be able to succeed? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Army. Lucas on the other side, also noticed Lin Nuo's side. Even though I already had guesses in my heart, I still couldn't help but marvel, a little disrespectful. No matter how he progresses in Golden Lion Shiki, Lin Nuo is always better than him. And Lucas's face was already gloomy. He glanced at the CPO Viclone in the ruins pit, and cursed secretly. Crap, you are such a waste, you can't even take one move from others, and you even say that it is the strongest 0.9 shield of celestial dragons. Even the field marshal of labor and capital didn't believe it, and thought you could share a little pressure for labor and capital, bah. At the same time, Lucas was also a little rejoicing in his heart. He fought Shiki. Although the opponent was tough and it was obviously impossible to defeat him, labor and management were just delaying. Once the reinforcements from Lord Five Elders arrived, labor and management would survive. Guaranteed that after the victory of this war, the credit of labor and management will not be erased. But Rocks, words broke Lucas's original plan in an instant. Shiki, There's no need to waste time with this guy, don't forget we have more important things to do. Rocks, who had been watching the battle, frowned, and Lucas, who was confronting Shiki, said impatiently. Chapter 117 Shiki. Who, can you? Calculating that the time is almost up, the other purpose of this raid on Naval Headquarters is the treasure house of Naval Headquarters. If it drags on, it may be too late for those guys from the world government to come to support them. Cool la 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 la. Shiki, can you do it? No, you have to change. Newgate couldn't hold back either, and teased Shiki. At this time, Marine was not guarded by Kong and others, and relying on these two guys alone, there was no need to waste time. Looting the treasure of Naval Headquarters and sinking it is their primary purpose. Damn it, whether I can do it or not is not up to you. Look at me completely sending this guy to hell. Shiki, who was enjoying the battle, suddenly became angry after being teased by Newgate, holding a big fast knife Sakura 10, dead wood, and kept waving, and the speed of swinging the knife was getting faster and faster. Facing the sudden violent attack, Lucas could only be forced to defend, and his figure was constantly repelled by Shiki. Clang, clang, clang. Every move carried strong pressure, and even Armament Haki, who was above his fists, almost missed the attack. 21 Damn it. What kind of stimulation has this guy Golden Lion Shiki received? His speed and strength are getting more and more terrifying. If this continues, let alone the support of the world government, it is unknown whether he can survive the next fierce attack. Die. Who is that? Shiki, who was stimulated by Whitebeard Newgate, suddenly rose in momentum, and his double knife style was displayed superbly. Boom. At this time, the two big sharp knives were suddenly covered by Armament Haki, and the pink arrogance instantly wrapped around the knives. Boom. Lucas's figure was constantly repulsed by Shiki. Finally Shiki broke through Lucas's defense, and Lucas slashed out instantly with a sharp slash. Grass. Labor and management or Field Marshal Lucas, not that one. A-hole. Labor and capital or army dollars. Being looked down upon by Shiki so much, Lucas's anger was instantly ignited, just when he was about to rush over and fight to the death. Die. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Advertisement. Shiki didn't have time to listen to Lucas's nonsense, listened to Rock's orders, and joked with Newgate, intending to completely eliminate the enemy in front of him. Impressively, dozens of terrifying slashes flew out, piercing the sky in an instant, and flew towards Lucas, who was barely able to stabilize his figure. Lucas secretly thought something was wrong. These dozens of slashes were actually much more terrifying than before. Apparently this is Shiki's true combat power. It was just a sharpening of his sword before. What? Damn it. Lucas realized that relying on his own combat power, it was impossible to receive Shiki's ferocious slash, and then launched 6 moves to avoid it. But it was already too late. He fixed his eyes in a hurry and saw that the chop was already approaching him. The look of shock on his face has disappeared, replaced by a look of despair and the desire to cry in his heart. Pirates are pirates. You don't have any martial arts at sea. Can't you let labor and management live until the 5 elders arrive? Labor and capital are just a small field marshal. Why should he be so ruthless? In the end, as an admiral-level powerhouse, Lucas immediately came back to his senses in the face of the sudden and terrifying slash. Stop looking down on people. Labor is Field Marshal Lucas. The powerful Armament Haki world covers the whole body, and the blessings of 6 styles force hard steel. Boom, 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 boom. Lucas, who is like a god of war, smashed more than 10 fierce slashes head-on, and couldn't hold on any longer. Crack. The whole figure was instantly hit by the remaining slashing blows, and the powerful destructive force sent his whole body flying, like an out-of-control cannonball. It quickly hit the marine office building, and the entire wall cracked instantly. Lucas's whole body sank directly into it, a big hole appeared, and the wall was splashed with gravel. Snort. Field Marshal. Really vulnerable. Shiki snorted coldly, turned around gorgeously, and put the double knives back into their sheaths. At this moment, Shiki Haki was incomparable. Looking down at Lin Nuo from time to time, his whole face was a little smug. Advertisement. Shiki guy. Lin Nuo also noticed that Shiki was pretending to be in front of his eyes, and he held his forehead with his right hand, leaving him speechless for a while. Although the strength of Lucas is at the admiral level, compared with the 2 admirals of Marine, it is more than a little bit different, and even exists at the bottom. With this level of strength, Shiki can completely defeat him, but it will take a lot of time, and just now Shiki just caught the opponent by surprise, launched emission Haki, and added his signature swordsmanship. No way, Shiki's operation is really the 6th. It's just a mess. Shiki is still alive, give him an extra knife as soon as possible, we have chosen. Rocks releases Haki, senses Lucas' situation, and then reminds Shiki, pretending Rocks is lazy about him. Cough. A-hole. Lucas held his bloody chest with his right hand, his whole body was already covered with sword wounds, and he stood up 593 times with difficulty. Although the whole body except the chest, other injuries are not so serious. But the chest injury is imminent. Lucas gritted his teeth, activated 6 styles life return, even if the vitality was overdrawn, he would not hesitate, this is not the time for him to hesitate. What is that Lu's name? Shiki pointed at Lucas with 2 big sharp knives, but was interrupted by Lucas before he finished speaking. A-hole. Again, labor and capital are not who. Labor is Field Marshal, Lucas. Lucas didn't worry about his injuries at all, and interrupted Shiki with a curse. At this moment, although he was cut and wounded by Shiki, how could he endure Shiki's insult? Wait a minute, you have to try your best to hold the guy in front of you, at least to buy time for the recovery of the injury on your body. Also, why hasn't the world government's reinforcements arrived yet? If they don't come, naval headquarters has fallen, and even labor and capital will have to die. Field Marshal Lucas. With this level of strength, can you sit on the position of Marshal? Couldn't you be an actor invited by the world government? Shiki was furious, and even pretended to be in front of my uncle when he was about to die. Chapter 118 Beheading the Field Marshal, 5 Elders Attack. Although Shiki is not interested in the Field Marshal, how can a man who is a Field Marshal be so weak? Is he really stupid? Even if death is imminent and you still pretend to be in front of this uncle, then die. Immediately, Shiki held 2 big sharp knives in his hands, and disappeared in place in a flash. I'm really. At this time, Lucas, who was recovering his injuries, was in the process of returning his life, and was stunned for a moment. He wanted to take this opportunity to recover, but why didn't Yuji, this damn guy, play his cards according to the routine? Damn it. Even if labor force is inferior to yours, it is not something you, a sea trash, can casually insult. Lucas's pale face turned red, and he was so aggrieved that he felt ultimate, his body began to tremble, and the pain of the wound had been forgotten in his mind. As a field marshal under the command of the world government, when did he suffer such treatment? It is simply a great shame. Lucas raised his head and was furious. This series of operations had completely enraged Shiki. Regardless of his own injuries, his fists bulged with blue veins and rushed towards Shiki. Snort. The ants also want to shake the wild lion? Facing Lucas's crazy gesture, Shiki snorted coldly and mocked. Block. But the 2 hands didn't stop, the 2 knives kept cutting towards Lucas. The 2 violently collided, shattering the surrounding gravel buildings, and the aftermath continued to wreak havoc. It's over. Our naval headquarters is really over this time. B********D. Damn the Rocks pirates. They took advantage of the fact that Marshal Sora, Lord Admiral, and Marine's top combat power are not there, so they took advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack. Crap. Call a hammer. You can repel the pirates with a loud voice. Don't hurry up and help lousy. I can't stand it anymore. Same. Facing the lack of high-level combat power, the Marines of Naval Headquarters have fallen into a passive situation, and were defeated by the crew of the Rocks pirates. The Marine soldiers were ruthlessly beheaded one by one, blood staining the broken ground. Advertisement on the other side, the battle between Shiki and Field Marshal Lucas has come to an end. With Sakura 10 in Shiki's hand, the dead wood pierced through Lucas's chest. Lucas fell down unwillingly. Lucas, who was originally ordered to guard Naval Headquarters, turned out to be the place where his life ended. In the end, he tried his best, and even exhausted his vitality, he couldn't restore his dignity as a field marshal. If it weren't for Shiki, the 6th child, who made a surprise attack, maybe he could still get the support from the world government to arrive. On the other side, Rocks, Newgate, Lin Nuo, walked into the office building of Naval Headquarters. Lin and Kaido followed the order of Rocks, Marine in the office building. In the office building, the 3 work separately, while Newgate is looting Naval Headquarters warehouse. Rocks heads to the Marine's top secret archive, which seems to hold the information he's looking for. Lin Nuo smiled mysteriously and released observation Haki to cover the entire office building. After locking the target, he headed towards the offices of Kong and Admiral. BWGB. Not long after, the 3 of them came out with smiles on their faces, and it seemed that they had returned with a rewarding experience. Newgate threw what he had looted to his crew and sent it back to the ship. Rocks is empty-handed. One of his goals this time is the secret room of Naval Headquarters, but now it seems that he has obtained some important secrets there. As for the things that Lin Nuo scavenged, all of them have been put into the system inventory. Lin Nuo, if you find any treasure, give it to my uncle. At this time, Shiki Pidian came in front of Rocks and the others, looked at the smiles on the faces of the 3 of them, kept rubbing their hands, and there was a look in their eyes. At the same time, I was also a little regretful. If it wasn't for the previous fight with Field Marshal Lucas, my uncle would have looted all the treasures of Naval Headquarters long ago. Alas, after all, I am still too young, and Rocks didn't even look at Shiki. Shiki, what? If you want to get the treasure yourself, get out. Newgate cut a piece of Kong Yun in his hand, stared at Shiki viciously and said. Advertisement. It seems that this period of time has not given Shiki any color and made this guy scream. Seeing Shiki's face full of greed, Lin Nuo couldn't help sniffing. This virtue is almost as good as that of John, an old money fanatic. At this moment, Lin Nuo's face became serious. He glanced at Rocks and didn't speak. As for the treasure, go back to the Hive Island and distribute it. What belongs to you will never be less. Including Lin Kaido and his crew. Rocks looked serious, glanced at Lin and Kaido beside him at the same time, and said majestically. Are you coming? It seems to make me a little impatient. And Lin, Kaido, who was following Rocks, heard this, and a smile appeared on his originally dignified face. The 6 looked around the entire Naval Headquarters. The battle between the crew and Marine had ended. The corpses of countless Marine soldiers were scattered in Crescent Base Square, and there were also many crew members of the Rocks pirates. Fragments of limbs are everywhere, and it is not an exaggeration to stain the river with blood. The strong smell of blood covers the entire Crescent Bay. On the corpse of CPO Wakelone, Junjun, There are beheading scars that go deep into the internal organs. At this time, Rocks stepped through the corpses all over the place and came to the port of Crescent Bay. Is it finally here? I didn't expect that the attack on naval headquarters would attract those 5 old guys. Rocks pulled out the Nuo's good knife from his waist, his face became serious, his eyes fixed on the distant sea, and the terrifying aura radiated from his body. At this time, there seemed to be an extremely powerful aura on the distant sea, and it would not be long before they arrived at naval headquarters. 5 old guys. Lin Nuo, who was standing behind Rocks, couldn't help being shocked when he heard this scene. Although he had vaguely felt a powerful and unfathomable force coming towards naval headquarters before, even Lin Nuo himself didn't know the details. But seeing Rock's dignified face and acting style, he would not joke about this kind of thing. Lin Nuo observed Newgate, Shiki and others beside him, and seemed completely unclear. Thinking about it, only Rocks knows, is this the top observation Haki code? Sure enough, it was terrifying. No matter in terms of coverage, the high-level observation Haki was far behind. Chapter 119. The battle on the top begins. Captain, are you saying that the world government's reinforcements are about to arrive, and the leaders are those 5 old guys? The eyes of Shiki next to him flickered, and he had some guesses in his heart, but he couldn't help but speak, wanting to be sure. This just happened to ask everyone's doubts, and their eyes turned to Rocks in front of them. That's right. Besides those old guys, who else is there? The holder of the highest power in the world government. Get ready for a decisive battle. Those old guys are not weak, even stronger than Marine Admiral. Don't die by then. Rocks stared fiercely like a beast, and said without looking back at the black spots that appeared on the sea in the distance. Is it stronger than Marine Admiral? When Newgate, Shiki, Lin, Kaido and others heard what Rocks said, their hearts inadvertently shook, and their faces became more dignified. They nodded and became more cautious. As the black spot on the sea surface continues to approach, the distance at this time has already entered the high-level observation Haki perception range. 5 powerful and terrifying auras, although not as good as Rocks, but each one is as good as any Marine Admiral, and even stronger. On the warship in the distance, the 5 elders standing at the front of the deck also sensed the breath of Rocks and others in the naval headquarters Crescent Bay port in the distance. A stream of light rushed towards Crescent Bay. Cool la 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 la. Are you coming? It's been a long time since I've fought against a powerhouse of this level. Facing the attack of the 5 elders, Newgate showed no fear at all. On the contrary, the fighting spirit deep in his heart was instantly ignited. He waved the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunch in his hand, and was alert to the 5 streamers on the sea. Jia ha 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 ha. Is this the 5 elders, the highest power in the world government? I don't know how much stronger Marine Admiral is. At the same time, Shiki did not show any weakness, holding the 2 big sharp knives around his waist, Sakura 10, with both hands, and pulled them out. A ray of cold light shone on the blade, reflecting Shiki's fighting spirit at the moment. At this moment, his combat power is even stronger than when he fought Lin Nuo before, and he has maturely mastered the armed color advanced, and his combat power is no less than that of Admiral of Headquarters. Moreover, all aspects have been improved. Conqueror's Haki is the most obvious, and has already touched the threshold of Conqueror's high-level winding. Advertisement. Shiki lit a cigar again, took a deep puff of smoke, and his blood boiled all over his body. Now only the Admiral level can verify his combat power at this time. A gust of wind roared, and a big wave was set off on the sea. The 5 elders arrived in an instant, and their feet stagnated in the air. With sharp eyes like the edge of a sword, he glanced at the dilapidated naval headquarters. The majestic office building suddenly collapsed in half, and the ruins on the ground were covered with the corpses of countless Marine soldiers. Even the CPO Vikran and Field Marshal Lucas, whom they sent to naval headquarters to guard, were also enraged on the spot. This is the facade of Marineford Naval Headquarters, World Government. Now they are destroyed by the Rocks pirates like ruins, and the Marine soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Once this news gets out, where will their dignity be? Marine's prestige and majesty are bound to plummet, those countless ferocious pirates on the sea are bound to become even more arrogant, and those kingdoms are bound to cause turmoil. Rocks. What a brave man. Do you really think world government is just a decoration? When the 5 old men saw naval headquarters behind Rocks and the others, their faces were extremely ugly, and the anger in their hearts was completely ignited in an instant, and they shouted at Rocks and the others sharply. Even though their hearts were burning with anger, the 5 old men, CBDG, did not take action directly. After all, Rocks and the cadres behind, each cannot be underestimated. Old guy, it's pretty fast. Just now I wanted to change the chance, to visit the Holy Land Mariajoy, and by the way, trouble you old guys and celestial dragons. However, it's not necessary now. It's more practical to kill you old guys than celestial dragons. As soon as the words fell, the momentum in Rock's body was like an abyss monster, and the fierce light in his eyes was revealed, full of Haki. Through the powerful killing intent, filled with 5 people. Lin Nuo stared at the 5 old men in the air with deep eyes, ill surprise. The faces of these 5 old men are completely different from the 5 in the original book. This should be the previous generation of 5 elders in the pirate manga. Rocks, know what you're talking about, advertisement. Since that's the case, Rocks and the people behind him will stay forever. Faced with Rock's provocation, the blonde old man with a fiery temper aroused endless killing intent in his heart, wishing to get rid of Rocks and all the trash under his command. In his opinion, in the Rocks pirate group, except for Rocks himself, no one under his command is enough to have the strength to threaten him. As long as the culprit, Rocks, is completely wiped out, the remaining leaders of the Rocks pirate group will have nothing to worry about. As long as Rocks and others are eliminated, no matter how much you pay, it will be worth it. At the same time, countless warships following 5 elders and others all landed in the port. A large number of members of the CPO organization, as well as a small number of science troop warriors, rushed from the warship to face the crew pushing the Rocks pirates. As long as the 5 elders gave an order, they all rushed towards the Rocks pirates. Snort. Want to keep us? Then give it a try, little ones, get rid of all these world government trash. Let them see the horror of our Rocks pirates. While confronting 5 elders, Rocks pointed the sword at the world government, snorted coldly, and then gave an order. Let's go. Kill all the people from world government. Overthrow the world government. Overthrow the world government. Kill. 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 Oh. And as the order of Rocks was issued, countless crew members of the Rocks pirate group, with ferocious and bloodthirsty faces, raised their weapons and fought towards the world government CP organization and scientific troops. The sound of countless clashes of golden daggers, the continuous roar of guns, and the sound of swords resounded through the entire Marineford again. The scene fell into a tragic scene. Chapter 120 Explosive Shot, fighting each other at the same time, Newgate, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Lin, Kaido and others standing behind Rocks watched 5 elders and others. Rocks looked at the battlefield with disdain, the fighting scene, the sword in his hand was clenched tightly, and the terrifying aura around him began to rise violently. Like a moment of darkness and fear, the surrounding area is attacked. The brows of the 5 old men were furrowed at this moment, and their expressions all changed when they saw this. Is this guy going to make a move? The 5 old men secretly looked at each other, and the headed old man with glasses nodded solemnly. If you don't make a move now, how long will you wait? This time, Rocks and other pirates will be completely wiped out. The next moment, the old man with blonde hair and the old man with glasses exploded out, turning into a beam of light, and they all fought towards Rocks himself. Although they don't know what level Rocks' combat power has reached, just to be on the safe side, the 5 elders work together to contain Rocks, while the opponents of the other 3 elders are Newgate, Lin Nuo, and Shiki. Newgate and the other 3 all have admiral-level combat power, and each of them will become a variable in this war, so they must be treated with caution. Boom. At this time, Rocks was not to be outdone, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his whole body was like a cannonball, catapulting towards the incoming 5 elders. In an instant, the 3 of them appeared in the air and collided fiercely, as if possessing the might of destroying heaven and earth in every gesture, erupting with a terrifying power that shook the world. While Rocks fought against the 5 elders alone, the sky at naval headquarters was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the 3 streamers fought inextricably. This is the world's top combat power. What shocked Lin Nuo and others the most was that in the battle with the 5 elders, Rocks seemed to be able to do a job with ease, obviously not yet fully erupted. Even against the 2 top fighters in the world, Rocks is still at ease, seeing how terrifying Rocks' true strength is. Lin Nuo frowned, staring at the sky, as if the heaven and the earth had turned into a 3-person battle. If he wanted to surpass Rocks, he still had a long way to go. Just then, the long-lost system prompt sounded in Lin Nuo's mind. Ding. Trigger the main mission. World's top battle. Host, please defeat 1 or more 5 elders in the battle. The more you defeat, the rewards for the main mission will be doubled. Advertisement. Lin Nuo wrinkled his face slightly, looked at the empty panel in his mind, and cursed inwardly. There are so many 5 elders, why don't you treat 5 elders as rookies, pinch them casually. Recalling, since the last time first defeated Marine Admiral, the check-in tasks and triggering sidelines, the mainline tasks have become more and more watery, and the items I got were either snacks or so female nene, which almost filled the system inventory. Even Nikako in the real world, he sent a few to that guy Shiki. However, for this main mission, the opponents are the 5 elders, who are the most powerful in the world, so the rewards for this mission will definitely not be that bad. At this time, looking at the fierce battle between Rocks and 5 elders in the sky, Newgate's supreme sharp knife, Kong Yunki, is already hungry and thirsty. Boom. Arms full of muscles, swinging the supreme sharp knife, the blade is surrounded by a translucent halo. That's right. This is the power of shock fruit that can destroy everything. Cool la. Let me see how strong the 5 elders, the most powerful in the world, are. When Newgate turned around, the blade of Kong Yuncutter was continuously condensed with terrifying vibration force, and the momentum on his body exploded, locking one of the 5 elders impressively. Crack. As Kong Yunki in his hand slashed towards the 5 elders, the space in front of Newgate suddenly shattered, and space cracks continued to spread. In the next second, a terrifying shock force blasted towards the old man with long beards. The ferocious shock force struck at a very fast speed, and the face of the old man with long beard suddenly changed, with a little shock in his heart. Such strong concussion and oppression, a monster-like body, and a shock fruit ability that can destroy everything. This Edward Newgate is really powerful in battle. Feeling the threat of the power of the shock, the old man with long beard did not hesitate to shoot. The powerful armament Haki covered his fists, and the peach-ready mission flames wrapped around the black fists, slammed towards the shocking 5 in front of him. Crack, click, boom. 2 powerful and terrifying forces collided in the air, the space was shattered, and the resulting explosion caused even the sea below to become restless, with strong winds raging in all directions. Ask for flowers. The battle between Newgate and the long-bearded five elders was on the verge of breaking out. The bodies of the two were collided forcefully, retreated a distance, and landed on the broken ground. The two felt each other's powerful combat power while staring at each other from a distance. Boy Lin Nuo, there are only two left, why don't you choose first? Advertisement. The battle was in full swing. One after another. Golden Lion Shiki, who had been watching the battle, glanced at Lin Nuo beside him and said, "If the five elders can be defeated or beheaded, my name should shake the world. Shiki, you can be hung up and hammered." Lin Nuo folded his hands on his chest, glanced at Shiki, and said bluntly, "Zero. The pig's feet are often the last ones to take action, and the task issued by the system, this time the behavior of the sixth child." Lin Nuo sat down. Gia ha 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 ha. It's not sure who hits who. Shiki didn't care too much about it. Rocks and Newgate fought one after another. The old man in a dark red suit saw that Shiki was going to attack, so he took the first step to attack Shiki. Snort. Didn't realize that this old man doesn't talk about martial arts. He actually took the first step. Seeing that the old man in a dark red suit made a move, Shiki couldn't help cursing secretly, almost dropping the cigar in his mouth. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. At this moment, Shiki's face became serious. He raised his two swords, and launched his proud lion fruit. The sea below was fluctuating, and a huge lion's head rose from the sea, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the five elders. Armed emission. Five elders in the suit faced the giant sea lion head suddenly blocking the front, and the speed still did not decrease by half. The powerful armed fists of hardened and twined steel suddenly smashed towards the giant lion's head. The invisible Haki impact surged, and the air wailed. Boom. The ferocious giant lion instantly turned into a stream of water, was completely crushed, and scattered in the sea below. Call out. Just at this moment, a golden Kazuki fang slashed, impressively approaching in front of the old man in the suit. Chapter 121. Lin Nuo. Lin, did Kaido see the old man in the air? Kill him. There was no panic on the face of the old man in the suit, who was advancing at a high speed. The figure of the old man in the suit hits horizontally in the air, and with the help of the six-style moonwalk, he doubles in the air. Six styles Tempest Kick. The strength on the right foot is concentrated, and the friction with the air accelerates, producing a blue light, a slash formed by the convergence of airflow and energy. Although this kind of slash using the six-style body technique is not as good as the pure slash launched by the sword intent, its power is no less than that of a swordsman. The old man slammed his right foot on the incoming golden light slash, and a steady stream of power emerged. After a few seconds of stalemate between the two, bang. I saw the fierce golden light slash completely shattered, and then kicked out another blow, giving him back. The old man in the suit sneered in his heart, 880. This little trick, do you want to surprise the old man? Is it a little too tender? Physical experts. Facing the old man in the suit, Shiki was not surprised to break through all his attacks so easily. The two big sharp knives crossed to block the incoming blue light slash. Clang. At the same time, the old man in the suit would not let go of this opportunity, and appeared in front of Shiki in the next second. The moment the old man in the suit appeared, Shiki's observation Haki also sensed it, and Shiki activated the lion fruit ability without saying a word. It's not over yet, Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. This time, even the broken soil, clods and gravel instantly rose from the ground, and three giant lion heads completely surrounded the old man in the suit. When the giant lion dragged the old man in the suit, Shiki swung the two big sharp knives in his hand and quickly killed him. The old man in the suit faced the same measurement, and he did not hesitate at all. With emission Haki attached to his fists, he tried his best to crush the lion's head. Advertisement. Turning around to meet the attacking Shiki, the two collided instantly. One side is the world's top swordsman, and the other side is a strong man with powerful physical skills. Whether it is the collision of swordsmanship or physical skills, there is no intention of giving up in the offensive. The exception is Haki emission attached. Clang. 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 The big sharp knife Sakura 10, the dead wood, and the powerful fists of the old man in the suit, sparks raged every time the two collided. Between offense and defense, the surrounding air trembled continuously, and the ground below was pulled up layer by layer. A series of battles broke out, and Lin Nuo, Lin, and Kaido, who were originally standing in place, had to give up the field and retreat outside the battlefield. And there was only one old man in a white robe and suit left in the air. Eyes that were as sharp swords kept watching Lin Nuo, Lin, and Kaido, for fear that they would make a sudden move or surprise any of the five elders. Under the watchful eyes of the old man in white robe, Lin Nuo looked indifferent, but Lin and Kaido had serious expressions on their faces, and they were always vigilant. While being vigilant, the fighting spirit in his heart kept rising, as if he wanted to go up and fight the old man in white robe. Lin, Kaido, did you see that old man in the sky? Do you have the confidence to kill him? At this time, Lin Nuo raised his brows, as if he had thought of a great 6-year-old idea. How about giving these two future 4 emperors first? Anyway, Lin and Kaido are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and the 5 elders should be immune to death. Let them try the depth of this 5 elders first, and let him continue to watch the duel between the rocks and the 5 elders. As soon as these words came out, Lin and Kaido were taken aback for a moment, and Feng was shocked. Now Lin Lin's strength is only in the middle and lower ranks among the cadres of the Rocks pirates, and his strength is at the peak of Vice Admiral. Relying on the powerful constitution, it is not an exaggeration to say that Lin Lin has just reached the Admiral level of combat power. Kaido is a little bit different. Although he has worked hard to break through his own combat power during this period, his current strength is only in the ranks of the elite Vice Admiral, and he still has not obtained the form of Azure Dragon, the fruit of the Phantom Beast species in the original book. Hearing Lin Nuo's words, the two of them were really shocked. They thought that the last 5 elders was Lin Nuo's opponent, but Lin Nuo would not let it go. Advertisement: Lin Lin and Kaido will not let go of such a good opportunity. It is time to hone themselves. What's more, both of them have pervert physical bodies and extraordinary resilience. Even if they are injured, they will not be fatal, and they will recover in a short time. Yes. I will go with Kaido to see the 5 elders, the most powerful in the world, and how strong their combat power is. Lin Lin glanced at Lin Nuo, who was much shorter than himself, then exchanged glances with Kaido, who was beside him, nodded, and turned to the white-robed old man in the sky, and said with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. If you can't do it, go back, don't die. Lin Nuo remained calm, nodded slightly, and reminded. He has not joined the Rocks Pirates for a long time, but he has upgraded too quickly, and has already left many cadres in the Rocks Pirates far behind. The two made up their minds and took a step one after another, preparing to make a move. And Lin Nuo stood at the back, looking at the 2 tall and strong figures in front of him, with a plain face and a secret smile in his heart. You who have not grown into the peak of the 4 emperors in the future, don't know what the result will be when you face the world's top 5 elders. It shouldn't be the case that someone hangs up and hammers it at the beginning. The only old man in the white robe left in the air was a little puzzled when he saw the actions of Lin Lin and 5.3 Kaido. Could it be the 2 of them who shot? Shouldn't it be the kid who has the ability to defeat Marine Denhue? Did the Rocks Pirates underestimate the old man? The strength of these 2? The old man in white robe shook his head and laughed. It was obviously not enough to face these 2 people. The strength of these 2 people is not bad, but their strength is not even at the level of Admiral. I don't know where the courage comes from, but they dared to fight the old man. But just as the white-robed old man was thinking, Kaido below suddenly made a move. With a strong and burly body, holding a mace, his body was shocked and shot out. It hit the white-robed old man's head directly. Thunder 8 trigrams. Armament Haki was covered on the mace, and the spikes of the lacquered black flashed coldly. Chapter 122. Lin Lin and Kaido join forces. Although Kaido's armament Haki is not as good as Rocks, Newgate, Lin Nuo, Shiki, etc., it has reached the middle level after training. As Kaido shot towards the white-robed old man like a cannonball, Lin Lin was not to be outdone, and chased after him. The hat on his head turned into a big knife, and the white-robed old man locked on and slashed out. Widewo. The pink gigantic slash broke through the air, and appeared in front of the white-robed old man at the same moment as Kaido. Facing the sudden attack of the 2, the white-robed old man frowned, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Is it really a shot? It is different from what I thought before, but this level of attack is still a little bit worse. Immediately, he reacted. His fists were covered by the powerful armament Haki, and Dao Hong emission was wrapped around his fists, struggling to block the joint attack of the 2. But in the face of the sudden attack, the old man in white robe was still forced to take a few steps back. After all, he was still in a hurry. 2 ants-like things. They're looking for death. The actions of Lin Lin and Kaido had obviously enraged the 21 white-robed old man, and he tried his best to break the attack of the 2, and the burst of power instantly sent Kaido flying. Endless anger erupted. Facing the provocation of 2 ants was simply an insult to him. Courting death. This old man will fulfill you. Kaido, who was thrown out, immediately stabilized his body and returned to Lin Lin's side. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. They seemed quite satisfied with the attack just now, and they were able to force 5 elders back a few steps. This made Lin Lin and Kaido's confidence burst instantly, without the slightest rage of the white-robed old man. Immediately, the 2 shot again, and at the same time, the 2 disappeared in place in a flash, and went straight to kill the white-robed old man. Lin Nuo, who was watching the battle below, couldn't help covering his eyes and was speechless. I'll go. Do these 2 guys want steel? They really aren't afraid of death. You must know that the battle power of the white-robed old man is more than a star and a half higher than the 2 of them. I have to say that the next 2 4 emperors are fierce, but they don't seem to be very smart. As for Lin Lin and Kaido's fierce battle against 5 elders, even Shiki and Newgate, who were fighting in the distance, couldn't help but stare at it. They didn't know the reason, but seeing Lin Lin and Kaido dare to challenge the 5 elders, this behavior really shocked them. Advertisement: Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido shot again. The aura on his body was more violent than before. At this moment above the mace, there were thunderbolts, and they struck again with a powerful impact. Zeus. Prometheus. Yes, Mom. Lin Lin summoned Thunder Zeus and Flame Prometheus from his side, and at the same time condensed the power of thunder and flame to kill the old man in white robe. The ants also want to shake the elephant. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the white-robed old man. Even though the attacks of the 2 approached, there was no sign of worry at all, but he said disdainfully. The thundering 8 trigrams and the thundering flame are 2-pronged, and the terrifying power quickly bombards the 2 sides of the white-robed old man. At this time, Lin Lin and Kaido seemed to have smiles on their faces, as if they were expecting that their combined blow would be able to injure the old man in white robe. No way. Their ideas are shattered. In turn, the 5 elders were completely p***d off. Lin and Kaido were in a bad situation. Lin Nuo looked at the sky. Kaido and Lin teamed up to attack the white-robed old man, shook his head slightly, muttered non-stop, a little gloating. These two guys look like they're going to take a crazy beating from the 5 elders. The old man in white robe sneered inwardly, looking at Lin and Kaido's confident appearance. They must be made to realize the horror of absolute power, and to realize that it is futile to join hands with such a gap. At this thought, the white-robed old man's figure shook, and the powerful armament haki in his body exploded. His whole body was instantly like an invisible fortress, resisting all the thundering 8 trigrams impact and thundering flame offensive. Boom! Boom! As the strong explosion exploded in an instant, the aftermath raged in all directions, and the smoke was lingering. What? How come? While the two were full of joy, as the smoke dissipated, Lin and Kaido's eyes widened, and their burly bodies couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You must know that these 2 attacks are their proud signatures. Even if the Admiral layer is hit, it is impossible to be intact. Advertisement just before they had time to think about it, a gust of wind hit the 2 of them in an instant, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. The white-robed old man disappeared without knowing when, and appeared in front of Kaido the next moment. Finger pistol. A finger covering armament haki instantly touched Kaido's chest. When? Kaido's expression froze instantly, but his heart was terrified. He didn't expect that the speed of the white-robed old man couldn't even be detected by his observation haki. Puff! It shot out from the finger, with a terrifying vigor and armament haki. It directly pierced Kaido's waist and abdomen, a bloody hole appeared, and blood spurted out. Damn! Why can't even observation haki sense it? 2270G. With Kaido's scream, the tall and burly figure flew upside down in an instant and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Facing the sudden attack, Lin was really stunned in place. Only then did she realize that her so-called self-confidence was like an ant in the face of absolute strength. She still wants to defeat the 5 elders who are as strong as the abyss. At this time, she can't care about so much, and she has the idea of retreating after seeing Kaido being shot through the abdomen. But how could the old man in white robe let her go so easily? The white robe had already disappeared in place at this moment, without giving her the slightest chance to react. Tempest kicked Showdown. The old man in white robe turned around, raised his right foot, and hit Lin with a sidekick, which was faster and more powerful than Finger Pistol who defeated Kaido. Lin knew that he could not dodge, gritted his teeth and launched armament haki, covering the important torso. Clang! After the powerful slash hit Lin's chest, his figure was instantly chopped off, and blood was splashed into the air. Lin immediately spurted blood, and his body was like a cannonball, smashing into the office building of Naval Headquarters. The violent vibration caused Shiki and Nugate, who were fighting fiercely in the distance, couldn't help but glance back again.